scatter like leaves in the wind. However, Wei Wei had grand ambitions for this endeavor and could not disclose her plans to her subordinates. Even if these individuals were fiercely loyal and would never divulge a word, there were still divine beings watching in the shadows. Revealing her plans now would undermine the elaborate scheme she and Su Yi had meticulously crafted over such a long period. Compared to their god-slaying scheme, those with wavering resolve and insufficient trust in her could leave if they wished. She had grown indifferent to their fates. A tempest reveals the sturdy grass, while tumult uncovers the loyal minister. This opportunity allowed her to conduct a thorough screening within Dream River City, identifying those whose spirits were not resilient enough. Those willing to stay in such dire circumstances would undoubtedly rise to great heights under her command, with limitless prospects ahead. This was not merely a grand trap aimed at external foes, but also a brutal selection process for her internal ranks. "Your Majesty, I am at a loss for words," sighed a middle-aged nobleman who had held a significant position in Wei Wei's team for many years, stepping back a pace. As previously noted, some had realized they were aboard a sinking ship but had yet to swear allegiance. They could still defect to the opposing side. Others had already pledged their loyalty. And even if they attempted to flee now, no one would take them in. They would be condemned to a life of mediocrity. Yet at least they could preserve their lives. Individuals like him, who had remained loyal to Wei Wei for an extended period, had no possibility of escape should Wei Wei fail. He would undoubtedly face retribution as a core member of her team. All he could do now was sigh, seeing that Wei Wei offered no explanations. The remaining individuals in the hall grew increasingly anxious. What are we to do with Her Majesty's obstinate decisions? Indeed, the enemy forces are pressing upon us, comprised of elite troops from the Empire and other nations. How are we to withstand such a siege? Your Majesty, I am of advanced age. I wish to retire to my homeland. Your Majesty, my wife is in labor today. Since we cannot reach a resolution here, I must return home to see my son. Oh, Duke Louis, you are over 70. How can your wife still be in labor? Am I not still vigorous despite my age? Soon, a wave of panic and turmoil spread throughout the hall. As Wei Wei had anticipated, the northern nobles, who had only recently sworn allegiance to her, sensed the impending danger and began to contemplate their escape. This was the survival strategy of these noble families, a practice of diversifying their investments and engaging in opportunistic ventures. Their approach was primarily characterized by shifting allegiances in accordance with the prevailing winds. Wei Wei had achieved successive victories against the northern tribes and had been bestowed with lands from the 3 great provinces of the north, establishing herself as the formidable Dream River Queen. Moreover, she possessed the most esteemed bloodline of the Radiant Sun Empire's royal family, along with the support of otherworldly beings. In the past, she had undoubtedly been a prime investment opportunity, should fortune favor her and she ascend to the throne as Empress of the Radiant Sun Empire. Their current investments, though not equivalent to original shares, would certainly yield significant returns. Transforming their once dilapidated families into esteemed nobles of the imperial capital under the Radiant Sun banner would pose no challenge. Chapter 385. Why not bow to the ancestor upon meeting? Those who follow Wei Wei are driven by aspirations of wealth and honor, seeking to elevate their lineage. Even if Wei Wei cannot ascend to the throne as the Empress of the Radiant Sun Empire, her current influence in the northern region and her noble bloodline ensure that, regardless of the outcome of the ongoing civil strife among the princes, few would dare to challenge her. Thus, as her subordinates, they could still enjoy a life of luxury and abundance in the north. However, with Wei Wei's recent declaration of war against the entire world, her followers have yet to taste the fruits of prosperity, yet she urges them to engage in a reckless confrontation. Who would still dare to stand by her side under such circumstances? The aristocrats who initially joined for opportunistic reasons were the first to abandon her, a reaction entirely anticipated by Wei Wei. Following suit were the skilled warriors and advisors she had recruited over the years. Although they had been loyal to Wei Wei for some time, their allegiance was primarily a means to secure noble titles and a better future through her influence. While they're not devoid of loyalty, their ultimate goal is to leverage her position for their own gain. They would fight fiercely for the prospect of wealth and status, but only if there was hope for success. Presently, The situation in Dream River City appears utterly hopeless from their perspective, leaving them no incentive to fight for Wei Wei as their leader. Thus, apart from a few who have lingered too long under her banner to escape, the majority have opted to flee. The remaining individuals are those recently recruited to fill vacancies within the Dream River Kingdom's administration. Compared to the previous two groups, this cohort, though not long under Wei Wei's command, exhibits greater loyalty. Wei Wei's method of promotion, influenced by practices from the 9 provinces, emphasizes merit over lineage. Most of these individuals hail from common backgrounds, with only a handful being minor nobles. The prominent nobility and martial heroes can afford to leave, possessing both the social standing and skills to thrive elsewhere, even if it means sacrificing grander ambitions. In contrast, these newly appointed officials lack both noble heritage and substantial capabilities. Absent Wei Wei's support, their fate would likely lead them back to the fields as peasants, relegated to the lowest echelons of society. Thus, despite the looming peril they face, few among this group contemplate escape, as the risks are equally dire whether they remain or flee. The most loyal, of course, are those from Wei Wei's elite royal guard, her most devoted followers. Despite the numerous flaws within the system and the pervasive corruption of the royal family, their allegiance remains steadfast. Yet, the royal lineage has managed to maintain dominion over their empire for countless millennia, and apart from the formidable prowess of their divine ancestors, they possess certain remarkable qualities. The elite guards assigned to the princes and princesses are meticulously selected knights from the court, not only exhibiting immense strength but also unwavering loyalty. It is not merely the impending crises that concern them. Even if Vivi were to command them to sacrifice their lives, they would not hesitate, drawing their swords in an instant. There is no chance they would abandon Vivi at the first sign of danger. Your Majesty, if this continues, chaos may ensue. Should we allow these individuals to disseminate information, it could disturb the morale of the troops. The guards are stationed outside. Perhaps we ought to seal off this area to maintain tranquility? Chuck, the commander of the City Lord's Guard and a loyal protector since Vivi's childhood, sensed the brewing turmoil before Vivi could voice her thoughts. His loyalty to her was unwavering, having been trained as a court guard under the blazing sun of the Empire. That is unnecessary. Let them be, Vivi responded nonchalantly, inspecting her delicate fingertips. Furthermore, issue a lockdown order to all camps. No soldiers from the Kingdom of Manhwa are permitted to step outside their encampments for 3 days. Of course, if someone insists on leaving, let them go without obstruction. Simply erase their names. Those who have had titles rescinded should have their nobility reinstated, while those stripped of knighthood for cowardice shall remain unadorned. Before departing, they must relinquish their equipment. It is unacceptable for anyone to exploit Manhwa City before their exit. Also, dispatch a trusted guard unit to bolster the defenses at the Jiuzhou Auxiliary Camp, just in case. Send another elite team to retrieve the experts and scholars from Jiuzhou, informing them that any research matters will be addressed in due time, as Manhwa City may soon face some unrest, posing significant danger. That is all. Let be executed. Despite not fully comprehending the circumstances that had escalated to this point, Vivi remained remarkably unperturbed. Chuck, as her most devoted attendant, refrained from further inquiry and promptly relayed her orders to the other guards. Meanwhile, he took up his sword, resolutely guarding the city lord's estate amidst the turmoil. However, though Chuck was a 9th-tier powerhouse, the challenges that awaited Vivi were beyond his capacity to confront. As the news circulated, those deliberating within the city lord's estate began to flee, while others sought to fulfill their respective duties, gradually rendering the estate quiet. Vivi reclined languidly upon her throne, seemingly awaiting an event. Time passed, and the bright noon transitioned into the golden hues of dusk. At last, a pair of striking individuals, clad in plain, coarse linen garments, appeared in the deliberation hall of Vivi's estate. Who are they? Standing at the entrance, Chuck promptly drew his sword. It is time for a meal. You may withdraw and attend to your own needs. This matter does not concern you. Vivi gestured dismissively. Chuck, though still somewhat apprehensive, could only comply, retreating to avoid disrupting Vivi's plans. So, this is the 1120th direct descendant of my family, the Blazing Sun? There is indeed a certain resemblance between you and Yaoyue, a man remarked, casting a glance at Vivi before addressing the woman beside him. Given the direct bloodline, a resemblance is only to be expected, she replied coolly, then turned her gaze to Vivi. Little girl, as a member of the royal family raised in the court, you must have seen our portraits before. Now that you have encountered our ancestor, why do you not pay your respects? Chapter 386. Even deities cannot prevail. The origins of deities in the magical realm remain shrouded in mystery. Their emergence cannot be definitively traced. Some scholars speculate that they first appeared during the tribal era, millions of years ago, while others believe they arose alongside various intelligent beings, flourishing like mushrooms after rain, long before humanity. The earliest deities, in their quest for diverse paths, gave rise to these beings, although the beginnings of these celestial entities may be lost to time. When it comes to the most renowned and extraordinary deities in the magical world, discussions inevitably lead to the founders of several grand empires on the continent. In essence, deities are but mortals who have acquired formidable powers. When compared to the esteemed realms of cultivation, their capabilities might be likened to that of a stray dog on the street. The great powers in the cultivation world, who have transcended the mundane, cannot completely sever their ties to the earthly realm. How then could these deities of the magical world claim to be above it all? Higher realms, resources for cultivation, renown, and the continuation of their bloodlines. These are pursuits that deities in the magical world certainly covet, if given the choice. Who among them would not desire to possess a vast empire as their dominion, relishing in the endless offerings from their descendants? Thus, the formidable beings that stand behind humanity's great empires, capable of safeguarding their progeny for hundreds of thousands of years while monopolizing immense resources, are undoubtedly among the most powerful of deities. The two individuals now before Vivi are evidently among this elite cadre. The man is known as Qiyang, and the woman as Yaoyue. They are the progenitors of the first emperor of the Qiyang Empire, the ancients of the entire Qiyang royal lineage. Although the Qiyang royal family has produced several deities since, none have matched the strength or renown of these two. Vivi's courtly education has devoted countless passages to recounting their legendary deeds. Indeed, anyone in the Qiyang Empire who has received an education is familiar with their stories. They are living legends. Once, Vivi held immense admiration for these two, who accomplished unparalleled feats, transforming this land from the barbaric tribal era into an imperial age. However, after gaining access to a broader world through trade platforms, her enchantment has gradually faded. Under normal circumstances, should these two appear before her, as a beneficiary of their protection, she would naturally extend the utmost courtesies. Yet, it is evident that the current situation is anything but normal. These two, who usually roam the world like elusive dragons, are a couple that inspires envy among mortals. They seldom inquire about the affairs of their descendants unless it threatens the very existence of their kingdom. Having lived for over 20 years, Vivi has never encountered them. Now, at such a sensitive moment, their presence in the Lord's Manor of Dream River City is unmistakably purposeful. Upon hearing the question posed by her long-ago ancestor, Vivi merely chuckled softly. As the Queen of Dream River, this is my fiefdom. According to the imperial laws, even if the emperor himself were to arrive, I am not obliged to perform the act of kneeling. After all, they are ancient beings who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Upon hearing this, they were not angered. Qiyang nonchalantly found a chair to sit in, expressing his curiosity. Oh, do you believe that we are inferior to the emperor on the throne? This, of course, hinges on the intentions of the two visitors. Vivi replied calmly. If you two have come as elders to visit me, a junior, then I shall naturally treat you with the utmost respect, honoring you as esteemed guests. However, your purpose for being here likely extends beyond that, does it not? Qiyang shrugged. That is what I'm saying. There are no wrong nicknames, only erroneous names. The Empire as Thornflower is indeed beautiful yet prickly. Such a stubborn nature is quite fitting for you, Yaoyue. It's just that your strength is somewhat lacking, and your talent leaves much to be desired. In contrast to Qiyang's casual humor, Yaoyue appeared more serious, resembling a stern patriarch. Possessing the formidable prowess of a seventh-tier dual cultivator at her age, she would be deemed an extraordinary genius in any corner of the magical realm. Yet she spoke of it as if it were trivial. Vivi, unfazed by the remark, continued, "Indeed, lacking strength and talent. Thus, one must possess certain advantages. I wonder if your visit this time is to aid me, your descendant, in safeguarding my possessions, or if you also wish to partake in spoils. While it might seem inappropriate to seize a descendant's belongings, such possessions held immense significance for them." Qiyang appeared somewhat troubled, pausing in contemplation before responding. "How about this? You tell me what you desire, and we shall strike a bargain. I have perused your proclamation. If you seek the imperial throne, provide me with the portal to another world, and by tomorrow, you shall be the most legitimate and indisputable empress of the Qiyang Empire, with no one daring to oppose you. As for what you choose to do once you ascend, whether to bring suffering to living beings or to plunge the populace into despair, I shall not concern myself with it. If you wish to expand the Empire's territory, as long as you possess the capability to obliterate the other empires on the continent, I will ensure that those ancient beings will not trouble you. How does that sound?" Several princes would nearly come to blows for the throne. Yet in the eyes of such an entity, the highest secular authority was merely a bargaining chip to be cast aside at will. "I will do as you propose, but I do not wish for anyone to surpass me in this world when that time comes." Vivi gazed intently at her ancestor, enunciating each word. "Gods shall not prevail either. Goodness, what grand ambition!" Qiyang remarked, whether in awe or mockery was uncertain. "It seems you have indeed acquired something remarkable from another world. However, if you believe that those ingenious tools can contend with divine beings, you may be somewhat overestimating your capabilities. Even if we choose not to intervene this time, standing by your side, such artifacts would still be unable to be safeguarded. You fail to comprehend the allure a brand new world holds for those ancient beings. Nai, BV Smai. It is you who do not realize how vast the outside world truly is. To stand in my position and merely observe those from the 9 provinces while presumptuously speculating about the wonders of another realm is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the bright moon. Were you to occupy my vantage point and truly behold the exterior's true visage, you would comprehend the meaning of a mere insect gazing at the vast sky. It is only from such lofty heights that one can grasp the boundless expanse of the universe. In the presence of Vivi, who openly declares them to be frogs confined to a well, even the remarkably composed Sun couldn't help but smirk and retort, "Yet you have not even glimpsed the entirety of this well, and still you dare to speak of the heavens and the vastness of the earth. Is that not laughable?" Chapter 387, Follow Me or Perish. In response to the probing inquiry from Qiyang, Vivi refrained from retorting. She was acutely aware that her understanding of the magical realm was still quite superficial, particularly regarding the enigmatic deities, which undoubtedly harbored profound secrets. Simultaneously, she recognized that Su-Yi possessed far greater insight into these matters than she did. After all, the presence of Xinghin, a bona fide peak demigod, was a testament to Su-Yi's extensive perspective, rivaling that of her own esteemed ancestors. It was precisely because Su-Yi comprehended the intricacies of the magical world's upper echelons better than she did that she had embarked on such a reckless endeavor after conferring with him. Otherwise, she would not be courting trouble unnecessarily. Achieving gradual growth in secrecy would be far more appealing. The atmosphere became somewhat tense, and after a prolonged silence, Vivi spoke again. "The terms you have proposed are certainly unacceptable to me. However, my waiting here for you has not solely been for the purpose of delivering caustic jibes. I have prepared 2 alternatives for you. Since you are here, why not lend an ear? You wish for us to choose? It has been over 100,000 years since anyone dared to speak to us in such a manner." Yaoyua's dissatisfaction with this descendant was palpable. As she coldly huffed, "Do you know what became of the last individual who compelled us to make a choice? Or rather, what fate befell that deity?" "I do not know, nor do I need to," Vivi shrugged. "Until the temporal gateway I mentioned is fully constructed, none of you can impose any consequences upon me. Can you?" Upon hearing this, Yaoyua's delicate red lips quivered, yet she refrained from retorting. For indeed, it was as she stated. Even as Vivi's forebears, They could only come forth to appeal to her emotions in hopes of persuading her to relinquish the key to the other world prematurely. If Vivi was unwilling to comply, they were powerless to compel her. Were they to murder her in a bid for the treasure? Setting aside whether slaying Vivi would grant them a means to traverse to the other world, the multitude of deities concealed around Dream River City would undoubtedly oppose such an act, despite their status as formidable entities among the gods. Facing the collective might accumulated over countless ages would render them targets of universal disdain, sealing their doom. No one would engage in such folly, especially these cunning old-timers. Vivi held dominion over the means to establish contact with and even communicate with the other realm. As long as she remained resolute, no one could harm her. Even if the prior announcement regarding the creation of a permanent temporal gateway was a jest, fooling these deities, she would bear no repercussions. In fact, should she successfully realize the temporal gateway on schedule, transforming her personal secret into a mere artifact, she would inevitably attract the covetous attention of countless deities. Living beings possess too much unpredictability. None could guarantee absolute control. Conversely, an object left in place in the eyes of these deities would be perceived as something that could be seized through sheer force. Thus, anyone who dares to obstruct Wei Wei from constructing this door becomes the common enemy of all deities. Pray, what do you intend to select for us? Qiang, having restrained the nearly impulsive Yaoyue from reprimanding her unworthy descendants, regained his composure. Two choices presented themselves. Wei Wei extended two delicate fingers. Firstly, the divine beings from the annals of the Empire's history stand by my side, heeding my commands. Once I achieve certain objectives, whether you wish to traverse to another realm for superior cultivation conditions or seek more comprehensive cultivation techniques, I shall arrange it all for you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gravity appeared in Qiang's eyes. It seems I have underestimated you. A young lady in her 20s possesses such awareness of the divine being's predicaments in this world. The Star Seeker must have informed you, as I hear there has been some interaction between you recently. It is indeed youthful folly to speak of such matters. Given his age, it is ambiguous whether he refers to Wei Wei or Xinghen as the young one, but it scarcely matters. After this, he inquired with interest, and what is the other choice? Wei Wei parted her crimson lips, uttering a single word, death. Hiss, where does this fierceness stem from, little girl? Be cautious, lest you remain unmarried. Qiang jested. Upon hearing the mention of not marrying, Wei Wei inexplicably recalled her proactive pursuit of a marriage alliance. While Su Yi remained indifferent to the matter, causing her brow to twitch and her expression to sour further. Does the ancestor believe I am intimidating you? Although I am unsure of the source of your confidence, I can surmise your motivations. Qiang shrugged. At this juncture, Wei Wei had almost explicitly indicated her awareness that such actions would invite the covetous gaze of the divine beings and the ensuing consequences. Yet she proceeded regardless, suggesting that the underlying purpose of her actions was indeed worthy of contemplation. On one side stood an inconspicuous princess of the empire, a royal from a destitute borderland, while on the other loomed all the deities at the pinnacle of existence. Initially, this confrontation seemed devoid of suspense. Before arriving here, like other deities, he regarded Wei Wei as a naive girl. Once she successfully materialized this so-called time-space door, her true competitors would be the other divine beings, while Wei Wei, as the proprietor of the door, would merely be a pawn to be manipulated. No one took her seriously. However, it now appeared to Qiang that the roles of hunter and prey were not so easily discerned. If one continued to view Wei Wei as a mere puppet, as the other deities did, they would likely face dire repercussions. Contemplating this, Qiang shifted his perspective. What does it mean to stand by your side? This was also a rhetorical query, for if Wei Wei could indeed safeguard the time-space door amidst the covetousness of so many deities, and if further schemes lay beneath, the assistance of the deities of the Qiang Empire would be of little consequence. If her preparations are insufficient to contend with these deities, then why do the deities of the Radiant Sun Empire not join them in seizing this portal, but rather choose to play a supporting role for a younger generation, obeying the commands of a young girl? There is no need for extensive posturing. Vivi shook her head and stated, "Your powers hold no significance for me. Whether you are present in abundance or scarcity makes no difference. Even if you stand in opposition, you will not affect me in the slightest. It is merely because I share your bloodline that I grant you this opportunity for choice and nothing more. After saying so much, are you not concerned that we may still act in defiance, potentially revealing your schemes to others? This might cause those deities to remain wary of you, inquired Radiant Sun, curiosity evident in his tone. He had clearly surmised that Vivi was indeed plotting something unprecedented and astonishing. I learned an interesting phrase in another world. When you perish, both your names and bodies shall vanish, yet the rivers and mountains endure for eternity. Chapter 388. Surely, no one would choose death, would they? This phrase conveys that in the face of overwhelming circumstances, any dissenting voices or attempts to impede the prevailing tide will have no impact whatsoever. Indeed, this is the reality. Even if you were to inform those deities that my strategy is to present an irresistible temptation, ensnaring them all in one fell swoop, causing them to remain ever vigilant and retreat, it would merely complicate matters for me without altering the course of the future world. For I am the future of this realm. You cannot obstruct the inevitable outcome that is destined to unfold. With that said, the choice lies with you. Chiron did not respond directly, but expressed curiosity. Executing such a plan is not something you can accomplish alone. If I am not mistaken, the crux of the plan resides in another world, does it not? Revealing the strategy to us so early, do you not fear that your allies from the other realm might be displeased if it affects your plans? Vivi paused for a moment, then sighed. In truth, he is often correct. I merely appear capable on the surface, yet I am not one to accomplish great deeds. In critical moments, I become indecisive, lacking the resolve and ruthlessness required, indulging in princess-like whims and caprices. Just like now, by disclosing these matters to you. If you were to stubbornly disbelieve me and share the plan with other deities, it would undoubtedly influence our subsequent endeavors. If you were to find out, I would surely be reproached. However, after the reprimand, he would inevitably devise a way to assist me in mending the situation. Thus, let this be my final act of defiance for the sake of royal kinship. It seems your relationship with the allies from the other world is more intricate than we had assumed. The two elder figures evidently guessed something, and Yaoyue unabashedly glanced at Vivi's flat abdomen, lamenting, alas, it still lacks a bit of assurance. Chiron, pondering something, teased, did you not just assert that no one should surpass you? Only within this world, and is the exception, I presume? Vivi replied solemnly. Understood. It appears this journey was not in vain. Chiron shrugged, preparing to depart. So your choice is, surely, no one would opt for death, would they? Tomorrow afternoon, I shall bring all the demigods of the royal family here to heed your commands. His voice echoed as he moved farther away, the two seemingly youthful figures, yet in reality, countless ages old, gradually vanished from the council hall. Vivi stood in place for a moment, murmuring to herself, so this should be beneficial for the plan, right? He ought to commend me. With the support of the divine beings and demigods from the Qirong Empire, the anxious kingdom of Mengchuan stabilized the following day. For those who were engulfed in panic at the rumors of various factions converging to attack, they remain oblivious to the intricate schemes of Weiwei and the multitude of deities covertly observing Dream River City. The arrival of the two venerable ancestors from the Radiant Sun Empire, accompanied by a host of formidable gods and demigods, at the City Lord's mansion is a tangible reality. These living legends are regarded as invincible figures in the hearts of the Radiant Sun Empire's populace. With their backing, the princes have indeed become the treacherous rebels as Weiwei had foretold, and the eldest prince has naturally solidified his reputation as the false emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire. As for the news of incursions from the surrounding Magical Empire and Yellow Sand Empire, the citizens of the Radiant Sun Empire have always prided themselves on being the Celestial Empire, looking down upon these minor factions with disdain, thus remaining unperturbed. The so-called Dragon Clan is merely a breed of barbaric outsiders, akin to stray dogs. How dare they act out in the presence of the ancestors of the Radiant Sun? This is the public opinion advantage brought about by the greatest pillars of an empire that has endured for over 100,000 years. In the eyes of the people, Radiant Sun and Shining Moon, this divine couple, are not only gods of immense power, but also possess an almost omnipotent essence. However, in truth, these factors will not significantly influence the final outcome. They merely serve to instill regret in the high-ranking officials of the former Dream River Kingdom who hastily fled upon hearing the news. Whether or not Wei Wei intervenes is inconsequential. While her actions may indeed reflect a degree of personal sentiment, as she has long admired these figures and is reluctant to see them on opposing sides. Fearing they would be captured en masse by Su Yi, she remains unconcerned about Su Yi's capability to achieve this. He has assured her it is possible, and although he did not elaborate, that suffices to instill her confidence. Are you prepared over there? In the transaction space, the two meet once more. Given that this pertains to significant forthcoming transitions between two worlds, it is imperative to verify the progress before proceeding. Everything is ready. I have chosen a location for the time-space gate on a plain over 100 kilometers south of Dream River City. This area lies downstream of a major river, spanning approximately 50,000 square kilometers. Prior to selecting this site, I consulted with experts from your 9 provinces, who deemed the terrain and natural environment entirely suitable for accommodating a megacity with a population exceeding 100 million. The presence of this river will undoubtedly facilitate future water transport, despite the cold northern borders of the empire. This river remains one of the few that does not freeze in winter and boasts a substantial flow rate, being merely 200 kilometers from the coast. Moreover, the average depth of this stretch of river exceeds 30 meters, with an average width surpassing 4 kilometers, and there is no significant sedimentation near the estuary. In the words of your 9 provinces experts, it is essentially a natural canal. Regarding what Su Yi has proposed, Wei Wei is approaching the matter with utmost seriousness. This location nearly perfectly aligns with the requirements Su Yi had previously outlined. Over 50,000 square kilometers, quite impressive indeed, being 2 or 3 times the size of the Tianfu Plain. Upon hearing this, Su Yi discerned that this matter should pose no significant issues. The Tianfu Plain in the 9 provinces measures less than 20,000 square kilometers, even in its underdeveloped state. It is capable of sustaining a city with a population nearing 20 million. Given the vast expanse of land in the magical realm, with proper planning and the introduction of advanced urban construction technologies, accommodating a metropolis of over 100 million inhabitants would pose no challenge whatsoever. Since everything is in place, let us proceed as previously agreed and open the portal tomorrow at noon. Having said this, Su Yi prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, Wei Wei suddenly interjected. By the way, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 389. It could also be yours. What's the matter? Stopping in her tracks, Su Yi prepared to return after finalizing her plans. It was then that Wei Wei, after a moment's hesitation, divulged the affairs concerning the ancestors of the Qiyang family to Su Yi. According to the original plan, Su Yi intended to capture all the deities of the magical realm in one fell swoop, thereby preventing any subsequent troubles. Among these deities, of course, were the venerable ancestors of her Qiyang lineage. Initially, she had raised no objections, but upon the appearance of the 2 ancestors, Qiyang and Yaoyue, before her, figures she had only ever seen in portraits, Wei Wei could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Thus, she made the impromptu decision to bring them under her command. She was somewhat apprehensive that this move might displease Su Yi or even disrupt the original plan, leaving her feeling rather uneasy. Is that all? Su Yi appeared unconcerned, responding casually. As for your own ancestors, you may handle them as you see fit. If they can be of service to you, they could indeed represent a formidable force within a magical realm, proving useful in the future. However, you must exercise caution. Ensure that you do not end up as a mere puppet of those so-called deities. As long as you can manage them without interfering with my strategies and plans in the magical world, their demise is not a necessity. He was no ruthless killer. It was only natural for Wei Wei to wish to safeguard her ancestors, and it was hardly a matter of grave consequence. Hearing this, Wei Wei exhaled in relief. Yet inexplicably, she found herself asking, what if, in the future, I cannot control them? Will you assist me? Su Yi was taken aback, his gaze locking onto Wei Wei's expectant eyes, and he suddenly laughed. I say, Princess, no, your majesty. Whose domain is this magical world? You cannot rely on me to clean up after you for every little thing, can you? Before you act, think carefully about the consequences. From your current position, even a single thought could determine the livelihoods or fates of thousands. In the future, you may very well become the sovereign of the entire world. A single thought could shape the destinies of billions. Stay composed and refrain from acting impulsively, will you? Ai Weiwei faltered, remaining silent for a moment. Before her voice grew unexpectedly somber, These past few days, I have felt utterly exhausted. Perhaps it began when I ascended to the role of Dream River Queen. In my territory, the population has swelled to over 100 million, and I face threats from various quarters. I must consider how to fend off external invasions while simultaneously tending to the welfare of these countless subjects, all the while grappling with the burgeoning bureaucratic system within. Each day, I find myself with scarcely more than 2 hours of rest, leaving little time for cultivation. Do you know what I look forward to the most each day? Yi, uncertain of her sudden shift in tone, replied with a hint of wariness. What? It is when you summon me to the trading platform. Vivi exhaled with exasperation. In every moment spent there, I am burdened with a multitude of intricate political and military affairs. Yet here, I find that most of the time, I merely need to heed your directives, allowing my mind to rest from all considerations, for your arrangements have rarely faltered. However, upon returning to the magical realm, the weight of those complex affairs suffocates me. I am truly exhausted. Yi, bemused, could not help but chuckle at Vivi's frustration. Your Highness, are you truly contemplating retreating at this critical juncture? Who was it that clamored in the trading space about becoming the Empress of the Radiant Sun Empire, vowing to lead your grand army to conquer the entire magical world? Now that progress is within reach, you pull this stunt? I never said to abandon our course. Why the urgency? Vivi retorted with dissatisfaction. At that time, I had no inkling that governing a larger territory would prove so troublesome. Being the Lord of Dream River City was far simpler. He found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, his previous assessments of Vivi were not far from the mark. This woman, while appearing capable and knowledgeable, lacked the resolute tenacity required of a supreme ruler. Ultimately, she remained the pampered princess of the Radiant Sun Empire, headstrong, but not in a tyrannical sense. Rather, she was genuinely capricious, incapable of enduring hardship. To govern an ever-expanding territory was inherently challenging, and it was entirely reasonable for her to struggle under such burdens. Moreover, the absence of relevant governance experience and the immaturity of her own team led her to undertake many tasks that were traditionally not within the purview of a queen of Dream River Kingdom. Yi believed that her claim of sleeping only 2 hours a day was not an exaggeration, but rather an accurate reflection of her current state. Given these circumstances, it was fortunate that she was a dual-skilled 7th-tier master in both magic and martial arts. A mere mortal might have succumbed to the pressures. Thus, upon reflection, her desire to relinquish her responsibilities was quite understandable. However, if one were to delve deeper into the root causes, it ultimately stemmed from her immature approach to administrative duties. What to do? After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Vivi. What do you mean by saying all this now? Do not regard me with such eyes. I have stated that I will not abandon our efforts at present, but after this matter is resolved, you must assist me in addressing these issues. I can no longer endure waking each day to a mountain of bureaucratic affairs. Vivi's impatience was unmistakable, and inexplicably, Yi detected a hint of playful petulance in her tone. I'm utterly worn out. To hear such words from this woman is truly astonishing. His head throbbed at the thought. Rubbing his temples, Yi replied with resignation, but this is your world, your territory. Shouldn't you devise solutions to these problems yourself? Why must you entangle me in your troubles? Your royal relatives, are they not all demigods? They have held significant positions within the Radiant Sun Empire, some even having been emperors, correct? Surely, they are more than capable of assisting you. You may as well leave the matters to them. If something goes awry, a few ancestral sacrifices will silence any dissent. Weiwei, with a resolute demeanor, declared, I harbor no trust for those old-timers. They are unlikely to advance the modernization of the magical realm in accordance with my vision. Entrusting such significant authority to them, or to anyone within the magical world, will inevitably lead to complications, and rectifying those issues will become even more arduous. Thus, it is far more prudent for you to address these matters. Furthermore, I have long asserted that the magical world can also be yours. Chapter 390. The celestial ones gather like hemp. I shall retreat to contemplate these matters. They can be addressed at a later time. For now, I must prepare for tomorrow's endeavors. He hastily departed from the trading platform. He was still somewhat accustomed to Wei Wei's meticulous demeanor, and this abrupt shift in her attitude nearly strained his back, leaving him feeling ill-equipped to respond to her inquiries. It would be prudent to return and regain his composure. Meanwhile, Wei Wei, noticing his abrupt exit, rested her delicate hand upon her fragrant cheek, leaning thoughtfully against the table for an extended period, lost in her musings. After what felt like an eternity, she let out a soft sigh and returned to the magical realm. Ultimately, these were merely minor interludes preceding the unfolding of a far more significant event. At the break of dawn the following day, a plethora of troubling news was delivered to Wei Wei's desk. The factions of several princes engaged in the chicken-eating competition in the south had tacitly entered a state of ceasefire, while their elite troops hastily commenced their march northward. Just last night, the first prince, the so-called false emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire, led the illustrious Flame Knights, hailed as the empire's most formidable knightly order, to the southern border of the Dream River Kingdom, composed of warriors averaging above the 7th rank, each mounted upon formidable 6th-rank magical beasts and clad in armor inscribed with potent magical runes. This elite battalion could effortlessly traverse 5,000 kilometers in a single night, making their arrival within 3 days a trivial matter. It was futile to attempt to obstruct them at the border of the Dream River Kingdom. Wei Wei had already issued orders to allow free passage for any invading forces encountered along the way, eliminating the need for unnecessary casualties. As the Flame Knights arrived, the Meteor Knights under the second prince and the Night Knights under the third prince soon followed suit. Although it was no longer a secret that divine beings from the Radiant Sun royal family had appeared in Dream River City, one would expect these princes to come forth in submission, presenting their armies to Wei Wei, who was recognized by their ancestors, and to graciously relinquish their claims to power. However, in practice, these ambitious princes were unwilling to concede so easily. They believed that their ancestors favored Wei Wei primarily due to her possession of the means to access other worlds. They reasoned that once Wei Wei established the temporal gateway, seizing control of it would likewise earn them the ancestors' favor and recognition. At that juncture, becoming the emperor of the empire would merely require a word from the ancestors. There would be no need to engage in the deadly competition of the chicken-eating contest. Moreover, the history of the Radiant Sun Empire was rife with instances of internal strife occurring in the presence of their ancestors. Previous heirs, once favored by divine beings, had ultimately failed in their pursuits, only for those deemed lesser to ascend to power. It has been demonstrated that the divine ancestors of the Radiant Sun Empire tend to act based on merit rather than sentiment, rendering their personal preferences inconsequential. The princes believe that as long as they can compete favorably against Vivi, their ancestors will surely side with them in due course. After all, at the end of the day, they are all part of the same family. Who ascends to power is of little consequence. Thus, they are determined not to abandon their original ambitions. However, unlike the previous chicken-eating contest, their current competition has transformed into a quest for the approval of their forebears. In addition to these princes, the elite forces meticulously selected from the northern tribes have bypassed the 20 billion foreign troops behind them, lightly equipped and circumventing the mountain passes. Advancing southward, according to the latest reports, they have reached the plains designated for the opening of the time-space portal by this morning. The Dragon Clan of Dragon Island remains shrouded in mystery, yet they arrived ahead of all other forces, save for the Divine Ones, with sightings of numerous dragons swirling in the skies over the northern mountains of Dream River City last night. The so-called punitive mage corps of the Magical Empire also made their entrance into the kingdom of Dream River late last night. boldly residing in the local branch of the Mage Guild without any intention of concealing their whereabouts. The Yellow Sand Empire, as anticipated, amassed 1 million troops at the border and declared war without any formal announcement. In a single night, they seized control of 12 provinces in the northwest and dispatched their most elite Golden Knight Corps directly toward the territory of Dream River Kingdom, arriving at a rapid pace. This is still one of the most formidable forces in the world, yet innumerable smaller factions have been unable to resist involving themselves as well. Organizations such as mercenary guilds, knight guilds, the Church of Light, and the Eternal Commerce Guild, while insignificant compared to the deeply rooted human empires and lacking in comparison to the Dragon Clan of Dragon Island, are nonetheless backed by genuine deities, making them some of the top powers in the magical realm. Currently, the Kingdom of Dream River, specifically the plains chosen for the placement of the time-space portal, has become the focal point of the entire world. It is a gathering of the eminent and the extraordinary, where heroes from all paths converge to partake in this grand event. According to the deity Qiyang, virtually the entire magical world, aside from a few slumbering deities indifferent to worldly affairs, has gathered here. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the number of celestial beings present is staggering. This vibrant scene of burgeoning life and competition might lead an unknowing observer to believe they are witnessing a historic moment in the opening of a portal to another world. The reality, however, is that while the spectacle is genuine, tensions are equally palpable. The moment Vivi lowers the portal, it will signal the commencement of this competition. A brutal war, possibly unseen in the magical world for tens of thousands of years, is set to erupt upon this vast plain. The weakest among the combatants will likely be soldiers of the 7th rank from the world's most elite knight corps, while the mightiest will be the gods who have not engaged in battle for millennia. And what if, at a critical moment, Vivi decides to abandon her post and refuses to open the portal? Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would be utterly impossible. Even if the previous announcement was a spur-of-the-moment decision, she was not adequately prepared to activate this permanent portal to another realm at that time. Now that events have escalated to this point, she must resolutely proceed with the opening, unless she intends to relinquish her fiefdom. Although Wei Wei possesses the unique ability to communicate with otherworldly beings, the deities would certainly not permit anyone to harm her. However, if she remains untouchable, does it mean others are exempt from harm? Should the situation deteriorate, the multitude of formidable individuals gathered here, left in despair, would likely unleash their fury, transforming the entire Dream River Kingdom into a desolate wasteland. Chapter 391. A grand gathering of the world in contrast to the splendor of the magical realm. The island of Yingzhou, poised to house the time-space portal, has equally captivated the attention of the entire globe. The proliferation of the internet has ensured that, despite Blue Star's population being significantly smaller than that of the magical world, the number of individuals intrigued by this event may surpass even that of the neighboring magical domain. This disparity is unsurprising, given that the latter still lingers in an age of cold weaponry, resulting in a markedly slower dissemination of news. In a mere 3 days, only a scant few of the elite or upper-middle-class citizens in the magical world have become aware of the occurrences, while the common folk likely remain oblivious to the developments at hand. Blue Star, however, is a different narrative altogether. Over the past 3 days, the fervent coverage by media outlets across various nations has garnered the attention of nearly every internet user worldwide. The excitement surrounding this event has reached unprecedented heights, marking it as a monumental occasion in the annals of Blue Star civilization. The Tianyu Group's transparent approach has only fueled this surge in interest. Even the typically cautious Jiuzhou, after thoroughly consulting Su Yi and confirming that the activation of the time-space portal would pose no unforeseen risks, has unreservedly granted access to Yingzhou Island. Anyone within Jiuzhou can ascend the island without the need for an application. As long as they can afford a ticket, they may partake in the festivities. Following over 2 days of construction, Yingzhou Island has transformed from a mere islet into a sprawling landmass exceeding 500 square kilometers. The island's geography is not merely flat. It features a meticulously designed mountain range, stretching for dozens of kilometers, intended to facilitate climate control. The peaks of these mountains soar to heights of 3 to 4,000 meters and are equipped with a system that enables artificial elevation adjustments of up to 1,000 meters. Additionally, powerful wind-guiding apparatuses have been installed, capable of disrupting the cores of formidable typhoons threatening the coastline, thereby dispersing their intensity. These innovations can also gather moisture to artificially generate benign, smaller typhoons, enhancing precipitation on land. Such design is anticipated to significantly ameliorate the climatic conditions in the southern maritime regions of Jeoju, reducing the threat of typhoon disasters by 60% while maintaining the integrity of terrestrial rainfall. Moreover, these artificial mountains possess aesthetic appeal, with their rugged peaks and unique formations creating a breathtaking landscape. Even though the afforestation efforts are still in progress, the island's beauty is already striking. As a result, beyond merely attending the festivities, many individuals are eager to visit and witness this largest man-made island in human history. In terms of sheer area, Ingzhou Island surpasses even Penglai Island. While residents of Jeoju enjoy unrestricted access, those from outside the region face more complex conditions. The island serves as a bridgehead connecting to alternate worlds, fortified by a series of advantageous trade agreements. It is foreseeable that this area will emerge as a pivotal economic hub for Jeoju. As such, it is imperative that access to this critical site remains restricted to foreign nationals at this juncture. Nonetheless, this is an event that could influence the fate of the entire world. Thus, conducting it behind closed doors seems rather petty. After extensive deliberation, the leadership of Kyushu ultimately decided to open a channel. Firstly, Ingzhou Island has been unequivocally recognized as part of Kyushu's territory. Therefore, any foreigner wishing to visit the island must first possess a Kyushu visa. It is simply absurd to expect entry onto Kyushu's islands without having obtained a visa for Kyushu itself. Moreover, visa holders must then approach the relevant authorities to acquire a special permit for access. This permit comes in various forms, including commercial, travel, and media permits. Both the commercial and media permits are unlimited in quantity, provided that certain prerequisites are met, as only a limited number of applicants qualify. To obtain a commercial permit for an island inspection, the associated company must possess a significant stature. It cannot simply be any small establishment attempting to gain access. Similarly, a media permit is reserved for legitimate media outlets. Self-media can also acquire this permit, albeit with a minimum follower requirement and additional criteria. For instance, a self-media entity known for consistently opposing Kyushu, despite claiming 1 million followers, would find it impossible to gain entry. In such cases, the authority to grant access resides entirely with Kyushu. The travel permit, which is the easiest for individuals to apply for, is paradoxically the most challenging to obtain due to its limited availability, capped at 100,000. Once a foreigner successfully navigates all these procedures and secures the right to visit the island, another hurdle remains: obtaining a ferry ticket. Although the core area of Ingzhou Island has been developed, it can only accommodate approximately 2 million visitors. To prevent overcrowding, which could lead to accidents or insufficient lodging and dining facilities, the ferries from Kyushu to Ingzhou Island are also limited. Theoretically, even if the ferries operated continuously, they could only transport a maximum of 180,000 individuals to the island without exceeding its capacity. Residents of Kyushu have no prerequisites for visiting the island. They can seize tickets as soon as they become available. In contrast, foreigners must navigate a myriad of cumbersome processes before they can even attempt to secure a ticket. Given the vast population of Kyushu, it is exceedingly unlikely that foreigners could compete successfully for tickets. Consequently, despite Kyushu issuing 100,000 travel permits to foreigners, it remains uncertain if even 5,000 will manage to visit the island. Conversely, those holding media and commercial permits often possess their own unique channels to procure tickets. Yet their numbers are relatively small, likely totaling only 2,000 or 3,000. This has resulted in those foreigners who do manage to visit the island attracting envious glances from many who were unable to secure tickets and witness this historic moment. As those with swift fingers swiftly secured tickets, The early arrivals from Jeojo eagerly documented their experiences upon reaching the island, sharing photographs and updates on social media, which naturally elicited a wave of envy. In addition to the spontaneously gathered spectators, a multitude of dignitaries from various nations also converged upon the event. Regardless of whether this matter proves advantageous or detrimental to their own countries. Participating in such a significant occurrence that could shape the future of the world offers a sense of relevance, undoubtedly more favorable than remaining an outsider. It also serves as a notable highlight in their political careers. Chapter 392. This is the gateway of time and space if a nuclear weapon were to be carelessly cast here. It would likely incite chaos within the majority of nations across the globe. On the rooftop of a newly constructed building on Ingzhou Island, Su-yi gazed down at the bustling crowd below, expressing his astonishment. The sheer number of political dignitaries and business magnates present today was staggering. Virtually every individual of influence on Blue Star, regardless of their inclination to avoid the limelight, was unwilling to forego the opportunity to witness such a historic moment. Should a cannonball be unleashed here, the geopolitical landscape of Blue Star would undergo a profound reshuffling. After all, the world is not solely comprised of a handful of robust nations with ample tolerances for error. Many smaller countries lack any such mechanisms. The sudden loss of their core official teams would equate to the collapse of their governmental structures. The same holds true for corporations. If all members of a board of directors were to vanish overnight, the company would find itself an impasse, either succumbing to internal strife or being consumed and transformed by external forces. It is unlikely that anyone would dare to undertake such an act. However, Old Lin appeared unconcerned. The operations of Jeojo have always been characterized by meticulousness, and even in situations where no unexpected incidents should theoretically occur, they have implemented multiple layers of safeguards. Ingzhou Island has been thoroughly fortified by Jeojo. Its air defense density is unparalleled globally. Surrounding the island, numerous state-of-the-art shield ships patrol the waters, and several carrier strike groups are stationed within an average distance of less than 500 nautical miles from Ingzhou Island. The early warning aircraft aboard these carriers conduct continuous patrols, establishing a defensive network that extends up to 1,500 nautical miles away. Military satellites above maintain a vigilant watch over the few nations on Blue Star possessing long-range strike capabilities, ensuring a prompt response to any unforeseen circumstances. In contrast, our greater concern lies with the potential issues that may arise during today's ceremony. Old Lin expressed his apprehensions. All eyes from around the world are upon us. And since there has been no prior rehearsal, can we truly ensure everything will go smoothly? Naturally, the opening of the gateway of time and space could not be rehearsed in advance. This led to a somewhat conflicted attitude from the Jeojo officials about making this event universally public, inviting the world to witness together. After all, it undeniably appears rather hasty. Should any mishap occur, leading to a failure in opening the portal, it would be a public embarrassment on a global scale. Issues are certain to arise, and they will be significant, yet they are unlikely to stem from the portal's opening. Su-yi shrugged, suggesting, instead of worrying about that, I believe it would be more prudent to dispatch additional sketch artists and photographers to document the events that will unfold after the portal opens. These images will serve as invaluable references for the future. The gateway of time and space produced by the trading platform is assuredly not prone to failure, not due to blind confidence in the platform, but because he has already acquired and installed it. The expansive square, spanning nearly 5 square kilometers at the heart of Ingzhou Island, is in fact the very embodiment of the time-space portal, crafted from materials that shimmer like gold and jade. Its sheer size, coupled with the fact that it was installed during the island's construction, gives it the appearance of an ordinary plaza. Even the inhabitants of Jeojo are merely aware that this area serves as the location for the time-space portal, oblivious to the true nature of the structure. The precious scenes that Su-yi spoke of naturally refer to the fervent, welcoming ceremony on the magical world's side following the portal's activation. For the people of Blue Star, the opportunity to witness such a historic moment on Ingzhou Island, where they could not only observe the portal's unveiling, but also witness otherworldly beings in combat, renders the ticket price exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, It allows them to behold firsthand the immense power wielded by Soo-e, the chairman of Tianya Group, thereby preventing any potential disturbances in Blue Star's future. Blue Star is unique. Its scale pales in comparison to the realms of cultivation, magic, and even interstellar worlds. Soo-e harbors no desire to engage in violent chaos, thus demonstrating a modicum of strength to deter some restless individuals appears to be a more economical and convenient approach, simultaneously addressing issues within the magical realm. All of this aligns seamlessly with his overarching plan. As for the significance of these visual records and textual descriptions for the future, their impact is monumental. The metaphysical power system of Blue Star is merely in its infancy. Now, the populace can witness the clash of celestial beings and the pinnacle of the metaphysical world up close. This experience serves as a cautionary tale for future practitioners of such powers, while also providing inspiration for those who will traverse the metaphysical path in years to come. Today marks not only the first occasion for the people of Blue Star to witness the time-space portal's unveiling, but also their inaugural opportunity to observe the collision of another metaphysical world zenith and the dimensional incursions from higher dimensional realms. This matter has been previously mentioned, and we have not forgotten it. The official high-level meetings record team is fully assembled, with all renowned media and professional photography teams from the global film industry summoned through our unique organizational methods. I can assure you that regardless of what transpires here today, the records maintained by these teams, along with our professional documentation, will allow generations to come to experience the events of this day with clarity. Old Man Lin stated with utmost conviction, Soo-e's inquiries typically pertain to significant matters that are unlikely to misfire. This time, he specifically requested that the Jeojo authorities prepare a professional team to objectively document the events here, ensuring that these records are meticulously organized and preserved, disseminating knowledge of today's occurrences to all, including future generations. While the officials may not be fully aware of what will transpire, they're nonetheless taking this task very seriously. The time has nearly come. We should notify the visitors on the island to gather in the central square. It is also time for us to make our preparations. Soo-e glanced at the clock and decided to head downstairs. Old Lin, overhearing this, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What material is that square made of?" I passed by it this morning and felt it was neither concrete nor marble. The experts accompanying him initially claimed it was made of Han white jade, but later revised their opinion, stating it did not resemble it and showed no signs of seams, appearing as a seamless whole. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to create it. It is understandable that one might be perplexed, for it is, in fact, the gateway of time and space, composed entirely of spirit stones, one solid piece of spirit stone. Chapter 393. A day trip to another world? The time is drawing near, is it not? The previously agreed hour was noon, and now it is already 11:45. Merely 15 minutes remain. Why have I yet to see any engineering equipment or staff? Could it be that we are to be stood up? The Interworld Permanent Portal, as it is dubbed on the Tianyu Group's official site, surely must be a significant construct. Why then has there been no sign of it thus far? Might the device itself be compact? Perhaps when the hour arrives, it can simply be raised and activated. That seems implausible. One need only consult the introduction. The Tianyu Group anticipates that upon completion, this apparatus will facilitate the exchange of over 100 million tons of goods daily between two worlds. Are you suggesting that such a contraption is small? How else could all that cargo be transported? Quit your shouting. It's not yet time. Why the rush? Indeed, in just a few minutes, answers will be revealed. What is the hurry? Can you not endure? At this moment, the central square of Ingzhou Island was teeming with people. The immense spatial portal, spanning nearly 5 square kilometers, resembled a colossal gathering place, accommodating nearly 2 million individuals without issue. However, those standing upon it were unaware that they occupied the very portal. Many speculated why. With only a handful of minutes until the designated opening time, the cleared space and elevated platform remained eerily still. Yet, as the final moments ticked away, with nearly 200,000 attendees and hundreds of millions watching via live broadcast, the figure of Soo-e finally emerged at the center of the vast square. Clad in his customary loose-fitting casual attire, he eschewed formal wear even in this globally significant setting. In contrast, Yu Ling, standing behind him, a noble from the magical realm, instinctively adhered to the decorum befitting her status, donning an exquisite gown. Their entrance elicited a roaring response from the crowd, akin to a tidal wave. This was not merely due to their positions as the chairman of Tianyu Group and the CEO, but also because their presence alone was enough to rival that of world-renowned celebrities, boasting a substantial fan base. As the cheers gradually subsided, Su Yi took to the elevated platform and addressed the assembly. Thank you for your patience. I assume you have not gathered here to listen to my idle chatter, but rather to witness this historic moment together. I have heard some murmurs. Many seem perplexed as to why, with time running short. The spatial portal has yet to reveal itself. Allow me to dispel your confusion. With that, a mere thought from Su Yi set the entire square, composed of an enigmatic material, into a state of vibrant anticipation. The flat ground on either side of the central elevated platform gradually ascended, eventually forming an elliptical portal that soared over 1,000 meters high. At this moment, Su Yi and Yu Ling stood directly in front of this magnificent gateway. The sudden transformation left everyone present momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of gasps and exclamations of awe. Those with quick reflexes promptly raised their cameras, capturing the enchanting spectacle before them. Since the emergence of the Tianyu Group, buildings exceeding 1,000 meters on Blue Star had lost some of their initial awe. However, this was in reference to solitary structures standing alone. The colossal archway that seemed to sprout from the ground, especially under the watchful eyes of the crowd, provided a visual impact that far surpassed anything witnessed in the annals of human cinema or television. Many were momentarily entranced, believing they had stepped into a fantastical realm, struggling to accept the reality before them. Yet, Su Yi's subsequent words plunged the onlookers into further bewilderment. Look, does this not resemble the time-space gate you all envisioned? He beamed slightly. However, the truth is that while such a time-space gate can indeed take this form and be functional, its effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Nonetheless, I shall preserve this structure as a landmark of the time-space gate. As for the true time-space gate, Su Yi surveyed the crowd from the platform and smiled. I believe many astute friends have already deduced its location. It lies beneath your feet. Indeed, the so-called central square of Ingzhou Island is, in fact, the time-space gate, and you are all standing upon it. In contrast to traditional portals, this time-space gate, laid directly on the ground akin to a teleportation array, is capable of bridging two worlds, greatly enhancing the efficiency of material exchange with alternate realms. Today, as we mark the opening of the time-space gate, you have all journeyed from afar to be here. Thus, our Tianyu Group, in collaboration with the official representatives of Jiuzhou and the Kingdom of Mengchuan from another world, has prepared a surprise for everyone present. This surprise is a day trip to the alternate realm. As Su Yi's words echoed, the entire central square of Ingzhou Island, the very time-space gate itself, erupted in a brilliant white light. Strands of luminous white patterns began to weave across the ground as if animated, gradually enveloping the entire expanse of the portal. Su Yi continued. Although I may not be entirely accurate in calling it a day trip, for the sake of your safety, you may find yourselves unable to leave the confines of this portal for the next few hours. Not to mention embarking on an expedition to the alternate realm. Those genuinely interested in exploring that world will certainly have ample opportunity in the future, so there is no rush. Of course, we fully understand and respect the sentiments of those who wish merely to observe the inauguration of the time-space gate and prefer not to venture into the unknown. The gate of time and space is currently in the preparatory phase, expected to open for interworld transportation in 10 minutes. Those who harbor no desire to venture into another realm may simply exit the confines of the central square. Furthermore, upon the completion of the transfer, the events unfolding in the alternate world will be projected through the portal behind me. Those on Blue Star will still be able to witness, much like a cinematic experience, the landscapes and impending occurrences of the other world. The sole distinction lies in the fact that those who embark on the journey will immerse themselves in the environment, whereas those who remain can only perceive it through the visual representation. At this juncture, Su Yi raised his hands in a gesture of casualness and remarked, "By the way, a friendly reminder, Due to the activation of the portal, the alternate world is currently on the brink of an unprecedented grand war. To step into it is akin to entering the battlefield as a spectator, and as long as you remain within the confines of the gate of time and space, your safety is assured. The choice rests solely upon you. Consider this an Easter egg we have prepared for everyone. Even if you choose not to participate, you will still witness the inaugural activation of the portal connecting to another world, just as you envisioned. Chapter 394. Why wasn't this wonderful opportunity mentioned earlier? Wasn't it agreed that we would merely attend the ceremony? To think there's a chance to experience a free ride through the portal to another world, traveling through the portal to witness the imminent war in that realm, with the assurance of absolute safety as long as one remains inside the portal. Who could possibly refuse such an invitation? May I inquire how long this experience will last before we return to Blue Star? Is the technology sufficiently stable? Could there be unforeseen incidents? I am eager to witness it, yet I have both elderly dependents and young children. What if something goes awry? Those who hesitate should refrain from participating. Hasn't Director Sue stated that it is still possible to withdraw now? Regardless, I can hardly contain my excitement. Let's get going. Once Sue voiced his thoughts. Apart from a few timid individuals who harbored doubts about the technology, the overwhelming majority had no intention of leaving the portal. As for those watching the live stream online, they were consumed with envy. Why on earth didn't you mention this delightful surprise sooner? Had I known, I would have sold everything to partake. I'm in the South. When the tickets were released, I thought it was merely an opening ceremony, nothing spectacular. We ordinary folk don't seek ceremonial grandeur. I could save hundreds on the ticket and buy some snacks to watch the live stream instead. You didn't mention that we could experience the portal to another world. I'm absolutely devastated. I had secured a ticket only to return it. Now I'm crying in the restroom. Those present were in fits of laughter, initially planning to join the festivities over the weekend, only to discover such delightful news. Hold on, everyone. I'll capture the battle footage from the other world and upload it for you all to enjoy. You scoundrel, daring to mock us while riding on the coattails of this experience. I'll be the first to complain once your video goes live. I just heard that there are currently no merchants on Ingzhou Island, yet it is virtually devoid of any shortages, and everything is free. How absurd. This stems from not thoroughly reviewing the announcements on the Tanya Group's official website. Since the date of the announcement, the website has updated a detailed logistics report, mentioning that Director Sue allocated a substantial sum to provide completely free services for the first batch of tourists. Everything on the island, from food to accommodation, is complimentary. Wait, is there really such an opportunity? Why haven't you gone up, my friend? The ticket is just a small amount. Wouldn't it be delightful once you get there? Who says I haven't gone? I'm currently at the time-space portal. Goodness gracious. Such vital news. And you didn't share it with everyone beforehand? Sneaking up there to indulge alone? This incident is taken very seriously by both the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou, which has deterred scalpers from trying to exploit the situation. The tickets to Ingzhou Island are relatively reasonably priced in Jiuzhou. From the nearest locations, the cheapest ticket can cost under 100. For those traveling from farther away, or choosing more luxurious cruise options, tickets generally range from a few hundred. As for the particularly extravagant cruises that sell for several thousand per ticket, they are surprisingly rare. Due to the limited number of cruise ships of this specification arranged by Jiuzhou, it is unnecessary for the average individual to waste money on such frivolities. Furthermore, upon disembarking, there are scarcely any places to spend money on the island. One reason is that Ingzhou Island and its structures are newly constructed, with few merchants having established themselves there. Additionally, the Tianyu Group, possessing substantial financial resources, has generously allocated 20 billion in funding for logistical support, allowing Tianshu to freely manage the resources to ensure the comfort of all visitors to the island, with no corruption or middlemen profiting from the situation. The sheer volume of supplies that 20 billion in cash can provide is astounding. It can be said that the island is replete with food and beverages, all generously supplied by the Tianyu Group and of remarkably high quality. Jiuzhou has made similar arrangements. However, unlike Sui, who can effortlessly decide the allocation of his own funds, the official budget cannot simply allow for the disbursement of tens of billions for such endeavors. Nonetheless, several billion has been invested, ensuring that although there are currently few places for expenditure on the island, essentials such as food, drink, clothing, and even accommodation are abundantly available and entirely free. Thus, under normal circumstances, the vast majority of individuals can afford the cost of a ticket. And as long as they can step foot on the island, they are assured of a delightful experience. Yet, akin to the inaugural group of tourists embarking on an interdimensional adventure through a teleportation portal, the availability of these complimentary amenities on the island was not deliberately publicized. The rationale behind this was the concern that if such information were widely advertised, the number of individuals wishing to visit the island would far exceed expectations. This serves as a means of controlling the influx of visitors. Nevertheless, now that this information has been exposed, it is certain to evoke envy and admiration among countless individuals. Simultaneously, many are astonished by the Tianyu Group's or Su Yi's grand gestures. To allocate 20 billion solely for the logistical support of an event is a bold move that only the chairman of the Tianyu Group would dare to undertake. If another enterprise were to allocate 20 billion for a venture that offers little beyond a good reputation, it is likely that the entire board of directors would be in turmoil the following day. This is not merely a number on the stock market. It represents actual cash. Even the largest and wealthiest companies on Blue Star could not easily access such liquidity. The brief wait time for guidance passed in the blink of an eye. As most anticipated, very few chose to depart in the end. The image of the Tianyu Group has become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Blue Star. Even those from countries and political factions opposed to the Tianyu Group openly acknowledge its superiority. There is a general recognition of the Tianyu Group's technological advancements. And although there is some trepidation regarding this unprecedented journey across worlds, humanity's insatiable curiosity ultimately prevails over a modicum of unease. Estando en etapa platform, Su Yi, flanked by both Yu Ling and Xing Hen, exchanged glances with the two before turning to address the multitude below, proclaiming solemnly, "Let us together witness this monumental moment." Transmission initiated. Chapter 395. The connection between two realms is successful. In truth, Su Yi had not originally intended to engage in such an endeavor. It was only after procuring the time-space gate from the trading platform and comprehending its myriad functions that he altered his plans at the last moment. Consequently, it was impossible to notify everyone in advance. This serendipity served as a delightful surprise for those present. The time-space gate is an extraordinarily unique artifact, a treasure that demands a staggering 10,000 points in the trading platform for acquisition. Its capabilities are exceedingly extensive, with the ability to connect two disparate worlds being merely its most fundamental feature. First and foremost, the defensive prowess of this object is unparalleled. No cultivator who has yet to reach the tribulation stage or higher can hope to breach it. To illustrate this in terms more familiar to the scientific community, one might say that if this artifact were to be cast into a black hole, it would emerge unscathed. Its formidable defense does not stem from the material of its construction. Rather, it is carved from a colossal piece of spirit stone, which can be regarded as a superlative energy storage device within the realm of metaphysics, albeit not a particularly robust material in terms of defense. The extraordinary defensive capacity of the time-space gate derives from its integrated defense system, an exceedingly advanced mechanism that Su Yi himself cannot decipher. Once activated, this defense system envelopes the entire gate in an isolated space. As long as its defenses remain intact, absolute safety is assured within its confines. Moreover, within this realm, Su Yi, as the supreme authority, wields an almost invincible power, inherently sourced from the time-space gate itself. In essence, within the bounds of the time-space gate, he is akin to a genuine deity unmatched by any adversary. Outside the time-space gate, once the defense system is engaged, no external force can penetrate its barrier. This is precisely why he resolved, with but a thought, to escort the inhabitants of Blue Star to explore another world. Although the magical realm is a metaphysical domain, it harbors no entities capable of shattering the defenses of the time-space gate. Even the shadowy figure orchestrating everything and severing the future of the entire world lacks such strength. Otherwise, they would not resort to such clandestine tactics. As Soo-yi was finalizing his preparations for departure, Vivi from the magical realm arrived at the designated area. The vast expanse of the plain appeared desolate, seemingly devoid of any presence save for the attendants and officials from Dream River City. Yet, she was acutely aware that countless eyes were observing from the shadows. The moment she summoned the time-space gate from her storage space and set it down, those lurking vultures would undoubtedly swoop in, heralding the onset of a monumental clash. Your Majesty, as per your request, everything has been meticulously prepared, reported her trusted guard, Chuck. Bowing respectfully, the enormous space-time portal, naturally, could not be placed directly on the ground. Thus, 2 days prior, when this location was chosen, Vivi dispatched a team of sorcerers to level the surrounding terrain and excavate a corresponding pit in accordance with the dimensions of the portal. While such preparations were trivial on Blue Star, they proved rather challenging in the realm of magic, requiring 2 full days of effort from the mages. Now everything was perfectly arranged, awaiting her to set the structure in place. Glancing at the exquisite mechanical token gifted to her by Soo-yi, which adorned her delicate wrist, Vivi nodded and mused, the time is ripe. Let us commence. In the next instant, accompanied by a flash of white light, the colossal base of the space-time portal descended onto the expansive plain. Concurrently, a permission confirmation prompt materialized on Vivi's trading platform interface. The portal was bidirectional. However, the highest authority resided solely with one individual. Therefore, to establish a connection to another world, authorization from an agent of that realm was indispensable. Furthermore, prior to granting such authorization, the agent from the other world must fully comprehend the implications of their consent. Otherwise, should a nefarious agent conceal certain aspects of the portal's permissions and transfer it to another, the unwitting recipient could inadvertently place it within their own world, potentially triggering an invasion from another dimension. This would fundamentally violate the principles of fair trade upheld by the trading platform. Thus, she needed to grasp the significance and specific regulations surrounding this entity before proceeding with authorization, which must also be given freely without any coercion. Having conspired with Soo-yi for an extended period regarding this matter, Vivi was acutely aware of the ramifications of granting such authority. Taking a deep breath, she chose to authorize without hesitation. Authorization successful. Blue Star, magical world. The portal has been successfully linked. The same notification resonated in the ears of both Vivi and Soo-yi. Once this was completed, Vivi stepped back a few paces, distancing herself from the threshold of the portal. Almost immediately, the recently positioned portal began to shimmer with delicate strands of white light, which swiftly spread and expanded. In a remarkably brief span, intricate patterns enveloped the entire structure of the space-time portal. As the radiance reached a dazzling intensity, all present could perceive a palpable distortion in the fabric of space, a terrifying wave that tore through the air and space itself, leaving onlookers gasping for breath. Even those hidden deities who lurked in the shadows could not help but feel a profound sense of trepidation upon witnessing the initial breach of the spatial barrier between the two worlds being stabilized. In the face of such boundless power, these so-called deities appeared no more significant than ants confronting the vast sky. As this was the inaugural establishment of the connection, the intense spatial fluctuations persisted for a full 5 to 6 minutes. Once the tumultuous waves of abnormal space subsided, those present with even a modicum of cultivation found themselves holding their breath as they gazed upon the newly formed portal. Although it may seem that the spatial temporal gateway has ceased to exhibit any anomalies, blending seamlessly with the surrounding plane within the perceptions of these cultivators, that area has transformed into an expanse of utter darkness. It is as if it gazes back at them, yet in reality, it no longer belongs to this world. This peculiar sensation is imperceptible to ordinary individuals, but those divine beings, demigods, and even cultivators of the 8th and 9th tiers can distinctly sense the aberration. It must be thus. Vivi inhaled deeply, observing the towering archway 1,000 meters in height that slowly ascended from the center of the temporal gateway, and she directly descended beneath it, accompanied by others. In the next moment, the space before her shimmered slightly, and a figure emerged. the first to appear before her. Who else could it be but Su-yi? Chapter 396. A convenient affair accompanying Su-yi were Yu Ling and Xing Hen, along with several senior executives from the Tianyu Group who had participated in related projects. Additionally, there was the diplomatic delegation from Juzhou, led by the elderly Lin, who had come well prepared upon receiving news of Su-yi's arrival. The presence of these individuals was anticipated by Wei Wei, but she was momentarily taken aback by the cacophony behind her. Upon glancing back, she discovered that the immense spatial portal was teeming with an array of people, likely numbering in the hundreds of thousands. All of them were ordinary individuals, devoid of any mystical powers, appearing even less robust than the common folk of the magical realm. Yet, their complexions were visibly vibrant, and their spirits seemed invigorated, contrasting starkly with the pallor and malnutrition evident among the commoners of the magical world. Despite both groups being human, the distinctions between the inhabitants of the two realms were unmistakable. The ordinary citizens from Blue Star, while perhaps lacking in physical strength compared to their magical counterparts, who might even surpass them in the frailness of famine, were products of differing environments. In terms of demeanor, however, the disparity was pronounced. The lower-class individuals from the magical world would likely lack the courage to meet Wei Wei's gaze, bowing their heads in submission. Conversely, the unexpectedly present Blue Star residents exhibited a blend of curiosity and anticipation, capturing the moment with peculiar devices. A few among them took note of Wei Wei and her entourage, their expressions predominantly filled with intrigue as they hastily documented the scene, entirely devoid of fear. It was inconceivable to expect recognition. After all, the commoners of the magical realm could not possibly know every noble. Wei Wei's opulent attire alone would signal her status as anything but ordinary. In any corner of this continent, any commoner encountering her would instinctively bow respectfully, lacking the audacity to meet her eyes. Furthermore, even if they were unaware of her identity, how could they fail to recognize Su-yi? Su-yi stood among them. Yet none of the Blue Star citizens exhibited even a hint of timidity. In comparison, the contrast was stark. The entrenched notion of bloodlines, perpetuated for countless millennia, had inflicted profound damage upon the magical world. However, this was merely Wei Wei's initial thought upon witnessing the crowd. She quickly realized something was amiss and turned to Su-yi, saying, "Why have you brought so many people here? It's a simple matter, really. I thought it would be an excellent opportunity for my fellow countrymen from Blue Star to witness the vastness of the world." Su-yi shrugged, then added, "By the way, as the host, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to start off with such remarks? Shouldn't we shake hands first to signify a warm welcome?" With that, Su extended his hand. The two worlds were now connected through the spatial portal, and the momentous gesture of these two figures shaking hands at the very inception of this connection was far more significant than any historical handshake could ever be. As the surrounding media reporters and professional recording teams took notice, they promptly directed their cameras towards this scene. Observing Su-yi's hand, Wei Wei hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile and saying, "This is the etiquette of your Blue Star, but here in the world of magic, as esteemed guests, you should adhere to our customs." With that, she gently brushed aside Su-yi's hand and embraced him wholeheartedly. As their faces were close together, she whispered in his ear, "Welcome to the magical world." The warmth and softness enveloping him momentarily stunned Su-yi. Fortunately, having faced many battles in life, he managed to compose himself and reciprocated by wrapping his arm around Wei Wei, completing the simple embrace without appearing too awkward. However, he couldn't help but question whether such a custom truly existed in the magical realm. After all, during their first encounter in the trading space, Wei Wei had greeted him with a knightly salute, placing one hand upon her chest, rather than initiating an embrace. After embracing Su-yi, Wei Wei did not hesitate to extend her warmth to Yu Ling and Xing Hen, offering each a brief hug. Yet, compared to the firm embrace she shared with Su-yi, her interactions with the others, even though they were both women, were merely tentative touches. As for the higher-ups from the Tianyu Group and the representatives from Juzhou, she entirely forewent any semblance of an embrace, opting instead to demonstrate a Blue Star handshake. Offering a cautious grasp without even removing her silk gloves. These individuals were not oblivious. They could discern the special treatment Soo-yi received and were acutely aware of their own positions. They certainly did not perceive this as a slight, but rather approached the handshake with utmost care, quickly releasing their grip, fearful of displeasing Soo-yi. After all, who in the Blue Star was unaware of the gentleman's sensitive nature? Who would dare encroach upon his woman? Once the simple welcoming ceremony was complete, Wei Wei finally turned her attention to the multitude of eager Blue Star citizens below. In a gentle tone, she proclaimed, "I am Wei Wei Qiyang, Queen of the Dream River Kingdom, and I warmly welcome you all to the magical world." Her words were succinct, yet they ignited a fervor among the crowd. Though Wei Wei might not be of great use to Soo-yi, indeed, her capabilities were questionable, and it was doubtful she could even manage the role of Empress of the Qiyang Empire. Her appearance was undeniably captivating. With her flawless beauty, the inherent grace of her royal upbringing, and her luxurious, queenly attire, she embodied the very image of a queen that countless Blue Star inhabitants had envisioned in their artistic creations. Regal, resplendent, and exuding an air of authority, her mere presence was enough to awe those unacquainted with such grandeur. With her two brief statements, the excitement among the Blue Star visitors reached a fever pitch. "Oh my goodness, this is a true queen," they exclaimed, in comparison to the queens portrayed in our films and dramas back on Blue Star. They seem utterly trivial next to her. Indeed, it is true that not only is her image overwhelmingly superior, but her grace and poise also far surpass the rest. It is not merely a comparison with actors. Even the queens of the Blue Planet, such as Elizabeth, do not possess the same captivating presence. She is extraordinarily beautiful, and every movement she makes seems to affirm that she was destined for this role. Her demeanor is simply exquisite. "Oh, Your Majesty, I yearn to be your devoted servant." Such magnificence. Chapter 397. The army approaches such an intense reaction, interspersed with occasionally outrageous remarks, left Wei Wei momentarily at a loss. She glanced back at Soo-yi, her expression seemingly inquiring. "Are the mental states of you Blue Star inhabitants always this erratic?" "Ahem, customs differ between our worlds. Let us understand one another." Soo-yi cleared his throat softly and swiftly redirected the conversation. "What about those instigators from your realm?" Wei Wei did not dwell on the trivialities. Upon hearing his words, she turned her gaze toward a certain direction and gestured, saying, "Look, they're coming." Following her line of sight, Soo-yi indeed spotted a dark line slowly emerging at the distant mountain's edge, which soon expanded and surged forth like a tide. "TSK, it appears that my third brother was the first to lose his composure." Wei Wei chuckled, remarking, "This is his 2 knightly orders, totaling 100,000 troops, and they are his trusted elite. However, these 2 cavalry regiments would only be considered first-rate in our realm, with an average strength of around levels 5 or 6. While they may seem formidable compared to ordinary knightly orders, they pale in comparison to the Empire's most elite groups, which boast an average strength exceeding level 7. Nevertheless, he has the backing of other forces. The trump cards for his bid for supremacy are not merely these cavalry regiments. It is entirely normal for him to throw out such a gambit to test the waters." "What a grand gesture," Soo-yi mused. Wei Wei understood that this was a tentative strike, a probing maneuver. The third prince was not a fool and undoubtedly recognized the implications. Yet, his decision to proceed despite this knowledge indicated that, in his eyes, these 100,000 cavalry were merely expendable. If lost, so be it. In ancient Jeojo, such a large-scale cavalry force could significantly impact the survival of a dynasty if anything went awry. However, in this magical realm, they were merely pawns to be discarded at will. This exemplifies the vast differences between the 2 worlds. Yet, even this mere expendable force exuded an astonishing aura. As the saying goes, an army of 10,000 is boundless. An army of 100,000 reaches the heavens. Moreover, these cavalrymen ride magical beasts far larger and more robust than the horses of Blue Star, and the armor they donned was considerably heavier. Once unfurled across the vast plain, the presence of 100,000 cavalry was simply unimaginable. The immense army, surging forth like a tidal wave, instilled fear in the hearts of the majority within the temporal gate. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The third prince's forces were akin to a pebble cast upon a tranquil lake. The previously desolate expanse began to simmer with activity. From other directions, clouds of dust were simultaneously raised as numerous well-equipped and imposing cavalrymen slowly encircled the area, enveloping the temporal gate from multiple angles. Just this initial display of ground forces likely numbered between 3 to 500,000. Concurrently, the sky began to reveal scattered anomalies. A multitude of sorcerers piloted their extraordinary magical vessels high above, while in the distance, the mountains echoed with the thunderous roars of dragons, their countless forms blotting out the sun. From a northern mountain range emerged the formidable legion of behemoths from the northern tribes, their heavy footsteps resonating powerfully, accompanied by a throng of tall, muscular beast warriors clad in heavy armor and an array of elegant elves riding unique magical beasts, their movements graceful and lithe. It was estimated that the combatants alone numbered no less than 1 million. On a high platform, an officer from the Jojo army remarked with a sense of wonder, "Surely, such a gathering of forces for a cold weapon war has never occurred in the history of Blue Star. The welcoming ceremony is indeed grand." This was, of course, a jest. Prior to their arrival, Su-Yi had informed them of what to expect, and they were well prepared. Yet, even with such readiness, the imminent scale of battle evoked feelings of awe. This spectacle served as a showcase of the magical world's unique characteristics, truly a warm welcome. Su-Yi remained unfazed, even finding humor in the situation. Observing this, Vivi felt a measure of her own anxiety dissipate. During her journey into the time-space gate, she had brought only a select few trusted attendants, such as Chuck, leaving behind all the ancient deities. As an agent, she understood the formidable defenses of the time-space gate and knew it was a place of absolute safety. However, she was unaware of the extent of Su-Yi's powers as the highest authority within. Hence, to guard against any potential betrayal from her ancestors that might jeopardize Su-Yi, she refrained from bringing them along. Nevertheless, her ancestors had aligned themselves with her, and in such circumstances, they were unlikely to remain idle. Apart from the 20,000 Jojo individuals from Dream River City, who were unable to ensure their safety due to deteriorating external conditions and were thus stored within the trading platform space. The remaining combat forces had gathered around the plains. A staggering total of over 3 million troops was assembled, including more than 500,000 firearm units, who had nearly mastered the use of basic artillery. With the aid of Su-Yi's legacy, Jade Slip, she had trained nearly 10,000 operators skilled in handling advanced weaponry. During the last trading session, a significant influx of cutting-edge weapons and ultra-long-range strategic armaments had been imported from Jojo. Now these forces, which melded the weaponry and combat styles of both the magical world and Blue Star, were fully deployed around the periphery of the plains. Upon witnessing this, Vivi took a deep breath and inquired, "Shall we bury them all here?" To address this situation, Vivi and Su-Yi had prepared 2 strategies. One involved waiting for these factions to turn against one another, allowing them to simply emerge at the end to deal with the highest-ranking deities. The other was a proactive assault, aiming to eliminate them all at once they revealed themselves. The choice between these 2 plans had previously been difficult to discern, but the current circumstances had changed everything. The armies from various factions have emerged, converging upon the temporal gate. Yet they exhibit no intention of engaging in conflict with one another, which has already conveyed substantial information. The initial plan necessitates that these factions turn against each other. Should they refrain from infighting and instead unite in a shared animosity to eliminate the original master of the temporal gate, Vivi, the proposed strategy would evidently become untenable. This scenario is, in fact, an inevitable occurrence, as each faction is supported by their respective deities. Initially, the competition was based on individual prowess, yet at this critical juncture, the deity of the Cheon clan has directly allied with Vivi, and the deities from this lineage are by no means weak, naturally inciting dissatisfaction and vigilance among the other deities. Consequently, they would instinctively band together to eradicate what they perceive as the greatest threat. As for the distribution of benefits post-eradication, that matter can be addressed later. Chapter 398. The East Wind unleashes 1,000 trees of blossoms to a certain extent. This could be regarded as the chain reaction triggered by Wei Wei's capitulation of her own ancestor. Nonetheless, it is ultimately inconsequential. The factions that have gathered here today were never intended to leave alive by Su-yi. Whether he chose to strike first or observe the spectacle before sweeping away the remnants mattered little. Upon hearing Wei Wei's inquiry, he replied without a moment's hesitation, "Let us commence directly." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the elder Lin from the Jiuzhou delegation, smiling as he added, "It seems this serves as an advertisement for your Jiuzhou weapons as well. After all, among the multitude present, there are not only a vast number of Blue Star denizens, but also a considerable contingent of native inhabitants from the magical realm. Should the outcome of this battle prove favorable, it is entirely possible that Jiuzhou's military industry will receive orders from another world." Elder Lin, however, was not so confident. Observing the tall, imposing, and heavily armed elite forces from the magical realm, he expressed his concerns. "I just wonder if our weapons will be effective on such a battlefield." Su-yi waved his hand dismissively. "The enemy forces here are likely to possess a minimum strength of 5 or 6 ranks. If we were to isolate one and send it to Blue Star, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble, as there are no suitable weapons on Blue Star capable of dealing with such formidable entities in a complex environment. But this place is different. This is a meticulously chosen battleground for the so-called high-end combatants of the magical realm." With that, he turned his gaze to Wei Wei. She glanced at her attendant Chuck, who nodded and promptly took out a walkie-talkie to issue the command. "Let us begin." Unrestricted bombardment. As his words fell, a thunderous roar shattered the silence of the plains, followed by an uncountable number of thunderclaps. Yet, the elite forces gathered on the plain showed no signs of fear prior to their arrival. They had thoroughly acquainted themselves with the formidable powers of the otherworldly weapons employed by Dream River City. Their willingness to assemble in such close formation on this open terrain indicated that they had long devised a countermeasure. Do not be astonished. In reality, regardless of the world, the highest echelons are acutely aware of the latest practical advancements emerging within the realm. Even the Blue Star Jiuzhou, often deemed decayed, backward, and conservative as the last feudal dynasty, has an emperor who is cognizant of the ongoing industrial revolution in the West and the fervent expansion of maritime exploration, even possessing steam engines in his personal collection. Given that Dream River City has employed Blue Star weaponry for such an extended period, it would be utterly foolish for the inhabitants of the magical realm to remain as uninformed as those who initially arrived unaware of the impending bombardment. The truth is, regardless of how one may deride the so-called carnivores, those who stand at the pinnacle of this world cannot possibly be genuine fools. Even if there are simpletons in the spotlight, they serve merely as mascots, for behind them undoubtedly lies a shrewd mind steering the course. As it is now, artillery shells spewed forth from the hundreds of thousands of cannons encircling Mengchuan City, landing on the vast, yet somewhat constricted plain, failing utterly to inflict any harm upon the densely packed armies above. A multitude of accompanying mages swiftly erected a formidable anti-air barrier the moment the shells were unleashed. As countless projectiles struck the barrier, igniting searing bursts of light, yet without the slightest impact on the protected forces below. The coalition of 1 million from various factions continued their steady advance, drawing ever closer to the temporal gate. However, neither Wei Wei nor Su-yi appeared to be perturbed by the unfolding events. They merely observed in silence, until a certain moment arrived. A slight smirk played upon Su-yi's lips as the once opaque defensive barrier surrounding the temporal gate transformed into a translucent dark hue, akin to everyone inside donning sunglasses. Lin, the elder behind him, instantly grasped the implication, his eyes widening in astonishment as he glanced at Su-yi. Before he could utter a word, the true calamity had already descended. Missiles, moving at such velocity that even ninth-tier mages and warriors could scarcely react, came crashing down with overwhelming force. The speed of these warheads far surpassed anything the inhabitants of Blue Star could fathom, shattering the dense clouds above the plain as if summoned by divine retribution. Following this was a blinding radiance capable of searing the eyes of all witnesses, accompanied by a cataclysmic tremor that shook the very earth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the first warhead's arrival, the second, third, and fourth followed, 30 of the latest intercontinental missiles developed by Jiuzhou, each equipped with 12 independently targetable nuclear warheads. Each warhead contained a yield equivalent to 3 million tons of hydrogen. These missiles were hastily developed and manufactured by Jiuzhou's research institutions, showcasing a straightforward yet significant enhancement over their predecessors. The new model boasted a greater single warhead yield, a faster reentry speed, and could even be described as astonishingly rapid. This was achieved through extensive use of specialized materials provided by Tianyu Group and the removal of the previous limitation of a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers. The missile structure was redesigned specifically for medium-range, ultra-fast penetration, emerging as a super doomsday weapon. With a range of less than 1,500 kilometers, it could simultaneously carry 12 nuclear warheads, with a terminal penetration speed exceeding 120 Mach. While its effectiveness on Blue Star was limited, it was originally designed to target otherworldly beings that considered themselves formidable and impervious to such incendiary weaponry. As anticipated, while demigods and deities in the sky remained passive, observing the unfolding events without intervention, the armies of humans, other races, and dragons on the ground, be they martial practitioners, spellcasters, or hybrids of both, were utterly powerless. In the face of a terminal speed of 120 Mach, even though their instincts alerted them to the danger long before the nuclear warheads approached, it was far too late for them to flee. Even the most effective maneuvers were rendered futile, as the nuclear warheads, akin to meteors descending from the heavens, completely enveloped the vast expanse of land. In quick succession, a series of suns erupted across the plains, under the relentless assault of 360 nuclear warheads, each with a yield exceeding 3 million tons. The defensive strategies painstakingly devised by the various factions of the magical realm, believing themselves capable of effortlessly countering the otherworldly weapons of Dream River City, became nothing short of farcical. Even the formidable Ninth Order Black Dragon, whose combat prowess was virtually unmatched beneath the demigod tier, could not withstand a tactical nuclear warhead with a yield of around 100,000 tons. Thus, how could these individuals hope to defend against the onslaught of hundreds of high-yield strategic nuclear warheads? The night blooms with 1,000 trees of flowers, scattering stars like rain. Chapter 399. A subtle nuclear shock to another world as the east wind unfurls. Blossoms cascade from 1,000 trees, and stars descend like rain. Echoing the imagery of this verse, the re-entering warheads from beyond the atmosphere streak through the sky like meteors, embodying an overwhelming celestial might. Yet, in stark contrast to the poem's hopeful sentiment, these warheads herald not beauty or anticipation, but rather bloodshed, carnage, and death. When hundreds of super-heavy nuclear warheads descend simultaneously upon a mere expanse of less than 50,000 square kilometers, more specifically, on the densely concentrated forces of elite armies from various factions of this magical realm converging towards the temporal gateway, the situation becomes dire. The occupied area, centered around the temporal gateway, radiates outward, encompassing no more than 1,000 square kilometers. Do not be deceived by the seeming vastness of this distance. The magic capital of Jiuzhou spans over 6,000 square kilometers. Thus, this region is merely 1/6 the size of that metropolis. Yet it is crammed with an overwhelming multitude of elite troops from the magical world, numbering in the millions. In this confined space, a staggering 360 hydrogen bombs, each possessing a yield of 3 million tons, have been unleashed. The intensity of this bombardment represents the most primal and direct form of energy discharge. It is not merely the absence of demigods and deities that is notable. Even if they were present, their only distinction would lie in their heightened awareness of impending peril and their potential to flee from this impending inferno of death. As for resistance, it is an almost impossible endeavor. In a legitimate cultivation world, perhaps a golden core or nascent soul practitioner might withstand such an assault. However, in this realm, the divine beings stand no chance. If they do not flee, They are left with but one path, death. Those gathered at the temporal gateway bear witness to humanity's second practical deployment of this superweapon since its inception. The scale of this nuclear arsenal's deployment is unprecedented, a level never before seen in history, and it is uncertain if such an event will ever recur. Given the current circumstances under the guidance of the Tianyu Group, it is likely that nuclear weapons will soon exit the stage of Blue Star. This may well be the sole, unreserved demonstration of the apocalyptic power devised by humanity on Blue Star. The force, akin to that of the sun, leaves an indelible mark upon the magical world, etching itself into the very fabric of the land and the hearts of its inhabitants. As the smoke clears and dust settles, all visible areas beyond the temporal gateway have been reduced to nothingness. The numerous craters, some reaching depths of thousands of meters, and the scattered shards of crystal within them silently narrate the cataclysm that has just transpired. Beyond this, there remains nothing, no remnants of armor or weaponry to be found. In the searing heat of tens of millions of degrees, almost everything has been instantaneously obliterated. On the battlefield, remnants of swords, armor, and human remains are scattered only beyond 100 kilometers from the temporal portal. Further afield, one might encounter the disfigured bodies of magic practitioners, predominantly robust warriors, with scarcely any fragile mages in sight. Beyond this, the sight of severely wounded cultivators, their bodies battered and bruised, yet still clinging to life, becomes apparent. To glimpse individuals with merely minor injuries, one must venture 200 kilometers away. This recent onslaught has effectively obliterated the forces of the magic world that sought to seize the portal. However, this defeat has not rendered these factions entirely incapable of further combat. After all, their initial intent was to confront the true master of the temporal portal, the Lord of Dream River City, Vivi. Once the main adversary was vanquished, they planned to engage in a contest to determine who could ultimately claim this interdimensional gateway. Those with even a modicum of discernment would never stake all their assets on a single endeavor. The forces annihilated by the recent nuclear strike were merely the vanguard. Nonetheless, the losses incurred were far from negligible. This assault had effectively decimated at least half of their combat strength, inflicting substantial and grievous harm. What these factions found most intolerable was not merely the direct loss of personnel. Upon witnessing the cataclysmic power of these weapons, even the fortunate soldiers who had remained behind in the encampment, waiting for an opportune moment to strike, were left utterly disheartened. A legion composed of numerous 8th and 9th tier powers had entered, and not a single soul emerged alive. The few who survived the bombardment were primarily those responsible for logistical support station at the rear, or those fortunate enough to be situated far from the blast zone, who would not be terrified by such a fate. Even those hundreds of kilometers away in their camps felt the palpable tremors and the overwhelming waves of force that reverberated through the air, an unmistakable harbinger of doom. The so-called forbidden spells unleashed by 9th tier mages paled in comparison to such devastation, their lethality rendered insignificant. In summary, after witnessing the sheer might of this weaponry, the combatants from various factions found their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. For ordinary soldiers, joining the military often meant a struggle for survival, with many having no choice but to fight, lest they starve as deserters. In contrast, these cultivators sought wealth and prestige. They possessed options. Their desires were merely greater. Even if they fled the battlefield, as long as they evaded capture, they could easily find refuge in some remote corner of the continent and live a life of indulgence. They would charge into battles they believed they could win without hesitation. When facing uncertain outcomes, driven by the pursuit of noble titles or securing a prosperous future for their descendants, they would still be willing to risk their lives. In the face of adversity, amidst the high likelihood of failure, the allure of wealth and a chivalric spirit may not compel one to flee. Yet, in a situation that is evidently a sacrificial offering, where one could swiftly become cannon fodder, is it truly reasonable to expect them to advance? Do you genuinely believe that individuals ascend to the ranks of mid to high-level warriors and mages solely through naivety? There is no need to command the remaining troops to march again, as the warriors from various factions witness the impending doom, and their leader shows no inclination to retreat. A mass exodus ensues. Numerous so-called elite forces scatter in disarray, fleeing desperately within the span of less than an hour. Chapter 400. After today, will the world be boundless? In the realm of magic, if it were merely ordinary soldiers fleeing, dispatching a few elite warriors with considerable prowess would effortlessly quell the chaos. However, the ones causing the upheaval are formidable elite forces, each possessing an average strength of at least 6-tier warriors, with a significant number of 9th-tier powerhouses among them. Given the gravity of the situation, the leaders of various factions find themselves utterly powerless, unable to devise any effective strategy. After all, demigods and deities exist beyond their influence. The strongest they can command are merely at the 9th-tier level. With these warriors now attempting to escape, who could possibly impede their flight? Indeed, there are those who intervene. The demigods and deities in the clouds, having witnessed the terrifying bombardment and acknowledged the formidable nature of this otherworldly realm, could no longer remain passive upon observing the mass rout of their own forces. These warriors represent the core combat strength of their factions, cultivated over immeasurable time, effort, and resources. Losing half of them may be bearable. With the remaining forces, replenishing the lost warriors would not be insurmountable. However, should the entire contingent flee, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Rebuilding an elite force of such magnitude is no simple task. It is a profoundly intricate endeavor. Ultimately, as some demigods intervened, slaying numerous high-ranking warriors attempting to escape and promising not to allow any offensive until the threat posed by the weaponry was neutralized. The battlefield gradually returned to a semblance of calm. Yet, while the situation may have temporarily stabilized, the soldiers herded back to their camps like sheep by the demigods were far from tranquil. None could guarantee that their captors would refrain from unleashing their terrifying weapons upon them. After all, this is still the territory of the kingdom of Mengchuan, and it is entirely reasonable for the locals to disregard the presence of these outsiders and launch an assault. Now, they face a dire predicament, whether to flee, which leads to certain death, or to remain, which equally spells doom. The remaining high-ranking officials of various factions are equally confounded by the recent bombardment, with several leaders having been obliterated in the chaos. A significant dilemma now looms before them. What course of action should they pursue next? Retreat is out of the question. The demigods and ancestral deities backing them have yet to issue any directives. Even if all their forces perished here, retreat would be implausible. But if they cannot retreat, what then? Engage in battle? Before arriving, they had only heard whispers of the formidable weaponry in Mengchuan City, renowned for its devastating firepower. They believed they had thoroughly prepared for these weapons, which is why they ventured forth. Yet, no one had informed them of the existence of such overwhelming explosive capabilities. Is this truly a world of magic? What manner of calamity have they invited upon themselves? The initial wave of their forces, unable to withstand the onslaught, was annihilated. What difference would a second attempt make? It is imperative to understand that prior knowledge regarding the weaponry of Dream River City indicated that these armaments were remarkably inexpensive and could be produced at an astonishing pace. With a continuous supply from the otherworld, Dream River City faced no shortage of firepower. If they could strike with the first wave, a second would surely follow. Consequently, the dilemma was not solely faced by the soldiers and warriors, but also by the high-ranking officials of various factions. Meanwhile, the deities and demigods concealed in the clouds, upon witnessing the recent bombardment, experienced a moment of profound realization. They finally comprehended why Dream River City and the denizens of that other realm had undertaken such actions. It appeared they believed they possessed weapons capable of countering us. Objectively speaking, the potency of these weapons was indeed formidable. Even I felt a sense of peril. Should I find myself within the epicenter of their explosion, my fate would scarcely differ from that of the Expendables. While it is true that their destructive capacity is significant and poses a threat to us deities, the velocity of their assaults remains somewhat lacking. Such attacks are well within our capacity to evade in advance. Just as we are not thoroughly acquainted with them, they too lack a comprehensive understanding of us, which led them to assume that these weapons could effectively deal with our kind. Thus, they orchestrated this event, luring us with an irresistible temptation, hoping to employ these weapons to achieve a decisive victory and ensnare us all. Regrettably, they have underestimated the strength of the divine. How could mere mortals fathom the might of the gods? As long as we seize the gate of time and space and reach that world, we shall utterly free ourselves from these shackles. Caution is warranted. The time for such actions has not yet arrived. All will be addressed once we secure this portal. After today, the vast sea will be ours to traverse, and the skies will offer boundless freedom. Past grievances are but fleeting memories. I hope all parties will collaborate harmoniously, casting aside any unworthy thoughts. This is, of course, natural. Once we succeed, a grander world will lie before us. There is no need for us to squander time here, for I have many more endeavors to pursue. It is unfortunate that that old fool, Jiang, has failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, actually believing the words of some young upstarts. It is only human nature. The older one becomes, the more one fears death. He likely believes that those from the other realm possess some dreadful trump card capable of vanquishing us all. These demigods and deities are not foolish. Viv's unusual decision to announce the establishment of the gate of time and space, a matter of utmost significance, directly to the world carries an air of abnormality. They can even surmise that Vivi and Su Yi's scheme is to ensnare them entirely. Thus, they have remained in the shadows, refraining from revealing themselves, instead directing their disciples to form factions that would serve as cannon fodder. The current outcome indeed aligns with their grand design. Given the uncertainty surrounding the cards Dream River City holds against us deities, it is prudent to remain in the background for now. Regardless of the hidden cards, the inherent strength of Dream River City is merely mediocre. They have assembled the elite forces from all corners of the continent. Thus, with their limited power, Dream River City possesses no capability for resistance. Naturally, this will compel the opposing side to reveal their hidden cards. Should these cards prove to be truly formidable, even the deities among them would find them insurmountable. In such a case, a swift retreat or a hasty surrender would ensue, as the realm of the otherworldly beckons. Conversely, if these hidden cards pose little threat and are manageable, the subsequent course of action would undoubtedly be a vigorous offensive to seize the portal of time and space. Presently, this wave of nuclear bombardment is perceived by them as the latter scenario. While the destructive power of the nuclear weaponry is intimidating, its velocity is too sluggish to strike them. Victory. Chapter 401. A wise choice is this. Your trump card? If this is all there is, it may not suffice. Compared to those deities who are sharpening their blades for battle, the expression of the radiant sun god is somewhat grave as he quietly observes the unfolding events. He understands well that such a level of assault is indeed invincible in the magical realm to a certain extent. However, when it comes to confronting demigods and deities, there remains a considerable gap. In the previous situation, he mused that with his own strength, he could have effortlessly evaded and left any place that posed a danger to him. Among the pantheon of gods in the magical world, he ranks among the stronger ones. Yet he is not the strongest. If he is capable of such feats, naturally, other deities are as well. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. His gaze fixed intently on the explosion zone, lost in thought. Standing behind him, the moonlit deity spoke in a hushed tone. So, what do you mean? Unfazed, the radiant sun inhaled deeply several times before turning his gaze toward the enormous temporal-spatial gate. Specifically, he focused on the high platform at the very center of the gate, his attention landing on a figure. It was neither Vivi nor Su Yi, but rather Xinghin, who stood behind Su Yi, though the distance stretched several hundred kilometers. With his divine prowess, such a span was trivial. It seemed that Xinghin sensed his gaze as well. The moment he looked over, she turned her head in response. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and then Xinghin indifferently averted her gaze, as if she could not be bothered to regard him. The radiant sun took a deep breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. She is formidable. Who? The moonlit deity inquired, somewhat perplexed. Noticing the radiant sun's silence, he continued, "What we must prioritize now is our decision. If that was truly the trump card prepared by that little girl Vivi, and there are no further moves, we may need to alter our strategy. As the head of the family, you must make the call. We must maintain our previous strategy. The temporal spatial gate belongs to the descendants of the Radiant Sun family. If outsiders seek to seize it, we, the elders, must lend our assistance. We cannot afford to be a hindrance, the Radiant Sun declared without hesitation. If he had been somewhat indecisive upon witnessing the nuclear explosion, upon seeing Xinghan, he immediately realized that Vivi and her otherworldly ally Su possessed trump cards that extended far beyond what he had anticipated. As an established deity, he certainly recognized the prodigious talent of the Star Seeker. In fact, he had encountered her merely 3 years prior. At that time, although the Star Seeker was hailed as one of the strongest demigods, capable of slaying gods beyond her level, she still did not command his full attention. However, now, the sensation she evoked in him was entirely different from 3 years ago. A mere exchange of glances brought forth a sense of suffocating pressure. He could feel that if he were to engage in combat with the current Star Seeker, given his strength, he would likely find himself in a desperate flight, with the possibility of escape being uncertain. This woman is exceedingly dangerous. Such a warning emanated from the enigmatic intuition inherent to cultivators. In the span of 3 years, had it been in a magical realm, even the most extraordinarily gifted Star Invoker could not have attained such a level of power. Moreover, it is worth noting that she was aware the Star Invoker had previously embarked upon a path of no return, rendering it utterly impossible to achieve such prowess within the confines of a magical environment and system. Clearly, her strength emanated from another world. Thus, the true formidable elements behind this otherworldly realm likely extend beyond merely these seemingly extravagant and intricate weapons. They encompass a more refined cultivation system and an impeccably conducive training environment. It is even highly probable that there exist practitioners of even greater strength. If those deities merely believe they have compelled the unveiling of the trump cards of the Otherworld and Dream River City through the mere deployment of a nuclear strike, they're bound to encounter dire consequences. Qiyang merely wishes to remain a fence-sitter, as his circumstances dictate. The master of the time-space gate in the magical realm, Vivi, is his junior, and as an established deity, he is not only respected, but also among the few seasoned powerhouses with an impeccable record within this community. He could align himself with either side and reap the benefits afforded by the time-space gate thereafter. Naturally, he would side with whoever appears to be victorious. From the intelligence he has gathered, it seems these deities are on the verge of a significant misstep. This is due to their lack of a critical piece of information, the existence of Star Trace, or rather, the Star Invoker herself. Star Trace's whereabouts have always been enigmatic. Or perhaps it is the case that none of the deities and demigods within the magical realm possess unambiguous and stable movements. Therefore, the fact that Star Trace arrived in Dream River City and subsequently vanished without a trace from the magical world is, in essence, known to almost no one. It was only because Dream River City is the territory of the Qiyang Empire, and he had mobilized his forces to meticulously investigate the past of Dream River City and its descendant, Vivi, that he unexpectedly uncovered her connection with the Star Invoker. This led him to recognize the existence of Star Trace, and it was evident that Vivi and the Otherworld did not misunderstand the capabilities of the deities. Hence, they had confidence in Vivi's assertions, believing that she and her companions possessed the ability to deal with those deities. However, this crucial detail remains unknown to the other deities. They mistakenly presume that these individuals from the Otherworld are entirely ignorant of the deity's true strength, wielding those firecrackers as their trump card in a bid to overpower them. This is a consequence of the absence of critical information. Should Qiyang choose to reveal this intelligence to these deities, there would be no need to observe subsequent events. Given the cunning and fearfulness of these deities, they would undoubtedly scatter in panic at the mere sound of it. But would he divulge this? Absolutely not. These deities, in essence, are his rivals, and he secretly hopes for their demise here. In such a scenario, he would stand as one of the few deities remaining in the magical realm, with the others predominantly being his juniors. The Qiyang family would emerge as unequivocal victors. As the scheming deities of the magical world reveled in their perceived triumph, Su observed the battlefield which was gradually returning to a state of tranquility, with little fluctuation in his demeanor. In essence, this maneuver was a preemptive strike, anticipating the divine being's own predictions, laying the groundwork for a grand revelation in the magical realm by deliberately exposing his trump card, ensnaring the cunning and ancient entities, and setting the stage for the subsequent steps. None of the participants are paragons of virtue. Even in this seemingly straightforward confrontation, the atmosphere is rife with deceit and treachery. Yet, no matter how astute one may be, can they truly outsmart an AI? Based on Star Trace's profound understanding of these deities, Tian Shu had long established a computational model, meticulously calculating the myriad potential choices these divine beings could make during this event. After further refinement of these possibilities, it became evident which methods the adversaries would likely employ in their confrontations. By predicting their actions and preparing countermeasures accordingly, the task becomes significantly less daunting. Chapter 402, please respond. The War of Another World. When I first heard Chairman Su mention a tour of another world and an observation of its warfare, I envisioned grand armies clashing on expansive plains, with cavalry charging forth. To my utter disbelief, what unfolded before my eyes was nothing short of a nuclear assault. Indeed, this must be nuclear weaponry. It is utterly outrageous. The sheer devastation wrought upon primitive beings by such arms is appalling. And to unleash so many in succession is truly beyond reason. A PhD in nuclear physics informed me that this weaponry is not merely nuclear, but represents the latest generation of such arms from our realm. Theoretically, the radiation emitted is nearly negligible, while the destructive force is remarkably potent, capable of exceeding the yield of early hydrogen bombs by 30-fold within the same volume. Observing the craters left by these nuclear detonations, I surmise that the yield of each warhead in this barrage exceeds 1,000,000 tons. Initially, I thought these weapons were obsolete relics, repurposed for use in another realm. However, it appears they are the most advanced models available. What difference does it make if we are employing a cannon to swat a mosquito? Such short-sightedness. Although the armies of this other world were swiftly obliterated upon their emergence, one cannot mistake them for mere antiquated warriors. The official site of Tanya Group has long asserted that magic exists in this world, and the warriors here possess the strength to rend stone asunder. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that they could dismantle tanks with their bare hands. Hence, employing nuclear arms seems the most economical solution. Indeed, there are no treaties against nuclear proliferation binding this other world, nor any pertinent human rights accords, so why not obliterate them? Observing the aggressive advance of these beings, it is apparent they aim to invade our ally, the kingdom of Mengchuan. In the interest of safeguarding our friends and protecting Her Majesty the Queen, I wholeheartedly support the use of nuclear weaponry. It is clear these are not our own kind, and against such foes, one must strike with unwavering force. Wait a moment. Am I the only one who finds this temporal gateway astonishing? The epicenter of the nuclear explosion was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away from us, and yet we stand here and scathe. How absurd! Did not Chairman Su just say that as long as we remain within the confines of the temporal gateway, we would be safe? After witnessing such a cataclysmic onset in this other world, surely no one would dare to court disaster again. Indeed, the devastation is profound, both in a literal and physical sense. A torrent of nuclear bombardment left our visitors from Blue Star utterly bewildered. What vendetta could warrant such an onslaught, commencing with mushroom clouds? The most astonishing aspect is not just the initial strike, but the sheer volume of devastation concentrated in such a limited area. Even the most potent alchemical fires conjured by the great Lord Laozi could not rival this ferocity. As the shock began to wear off, the visitors finally grasped the gravity of Chairman Su's warning that this other world was perilous, and the implications of not straying from the temporal gateway became painfully clear. This is not merely a danger. Had one ventured out, they would have been reduced to mere ashes. Amidst the astonishment, as they beheld the formidable weaponry of their world wreaking havoc in a foreign realm, many could not suppress a sense of pride, a sentiment quite natural for humankind. However, unbeknownst to them, while they fervently discussed these matters, the grand spectacle was merely beginning. as the dust and storms unleashed by the nuclear explosion gradually settled. The fragmented clouds in the sky began to coalesce once more. A multitude of vortices began to emerge within the clouds, a celestial phenomenon that was impossible to overlook. Many people instinctively gazed upwards, only to witness a breathtakingly extraordinary sight. From the swirling clouds, figures of deities standing upon the void slowly materialized. Simultaneously, on the distant ground, a large contingent of well-equipped elite troops steadily advanced towards the portal of time and space. Although described as moving slowly, their pace was indeed swift, merely appearing languid against the vast expanse of the plain. Have they finally lost their patience? Sui Muset, lifting his gaze to the deities before turning to Star Trace behind him, whispering in her ear, I have exerted myself for so long. What is your current status? How many of those deities can we confront? A faint blush appeared on Star Trace's face as she shot him a glance, replying, as for demigods, we can eliminate however many come our way. Dealing with deities, I suppose taking down 10 would be feasible. Yet, there are far more than 10 deities in the magical realm, so do not expect me to eradicate them all. Recently, he had been toiling day and night, seizing every opportunity to cultivate. Even without any foundational training, he had already reached the latter stage of body refinement, on the verge of entering the Qi training phase. He felt confident in facing those so-called ninth-tier powerhouses of the magical world. As for Star Trace, who already possessed a foundation, despite being afflicted by the calamity of the 5 decays of heaven and man, she had firmly established herself in the foundational stage, now in its mid-phase. Theoretically, a proper foundational stage in the realm of cultivation corresponded to a demigod level in the peculiar hierarchy of the magical world. Her strength should ideally align with those demigods. Yet, the reality was that the paths of cultivation for the deities and demigods in the magical realm had diverged, resulting in a stark disparity in combat prowess among equals. Furthermore, Star Trace was training in a top-tier technique, inherently endowed with formidable supernatural abilities. Compared to her previous status as a demigod in the magical world, her arsenal of skills had vastly expanded. In a legitimate cultivation world, she could potentially slay golden core practitioners in the foundational phase. As for the deities of the magical world, they were akin to the pseudo-golden core stage in the realm of cultivation, making them even less worthy of concern. Claiming she could take down 10 was a modest assertion. Should it come to a life-and-death struggle, she could surely face even more foes. However, I cannot allow you to engage. I have specifically gathered hundreds of thousands of people, and countless others on Blue Star are watching the live broadcast through the portal of time and space. Would it not be a squandered opportunity to not put on a grand display? Moreover, that precious treasure of mine has been gathering dust since I acquired it. I initially brought it forth for the deities of this magical realm. If I do not employ it now, then when will I? I find myself quite intrigued by what you have retrieved from that world of cultivation. The usually impassive Xinghin unexpectedly displays a rare glimmer of anticipation. I shall need to keep a keen eye on this. Sui chocolate softly. Just at that moment, among the multitude of divine beings, one finally spoke. A majestic deity hovered in the celestial expanse, gazing down upon the portal of time and space, their tone indifferent yet undeniably authoritative. Queen Meng Xuan, step forward and respond. Chapter 403. A divine being? Merely a dog with a broken spine. Vivi turned to glance at Sui, and upon seeing him nod, she boldly stepped forward and inquired, What business do you have with this king? A true deity descends, yet you do not bow. Ah, this again? Vivi felt a strange familiarity with this exchange, as if she had heard it just days prior. Without hesitation, she echoed her earlier response. According to the laws of the Empire of Radiant Sun, this king is not obligated to pay homage to anyone within his own dominion. Can you discern between a god and a mortal? The divine being met Vivi's gaze, his golden eyes seemingly imbued with supreme authority. The overwhelming presence he exuded rendered Vivi momentarily speechless. Such a force is often intangible, yet it undeniably exists. A subtle gesture or demeanor from one accustomed to high status can evoke an immense sense of oppression. This pressure does not constitute an attack. Thus it falls outside the protective realm of the temporal gate. Vivi was at a loss for words. As a denizen of the magical world, she found her confidence waning in the face of these once revered deities. However, she remained silent, for Su-yi would speak on her behalf. Upon hearing her words, Su-yi scoffed. Those with a modicum of power dare to arrogantly proclaim themselves as gods. Have you not heard of the monkey donning a crown, only to become a laughingstock? The being, having resided in the magical realm for an eternity, was unaccustomed to such unabashed defiance. He could feel his composure fraying, a visible anger flickering in his indifferent gaze. You, what do you mean? Barbarian from another realm, lacking in decorum. Allow us to teach you the proper reverence when confronted by a true deity. The divine entity huffed disdainfully, regarding Su-yi as if he were naught but a corpse. As a god, he possessed far greater power than Su-yi, yet he recognized that Su-yi held some strength, albeit equivalent to that of a ninth-tier warrior. In his eyes, Su-yi was a mere expendable, hardly worth consideration. Hence, he felt no fear. Without waiting for Su-yi's reply, he turned his gaze back to Vivi. Queen of Dream River, you recklessly summon foreign savages, inflicting suffering upon the populace. What punishment should you face? At this moment, Vivi regained her composure. Meeting the gaze of the seemingly omnipotent deity, she stood her ground and declared, I have summoned powers from another realm to defend against foreign tribes, thwarting their marauding armies from the north. Internally, I have procured abundant food, clothing, and essential supplies from this other world, ensuring the safety of the kingdom and sparing the citizens of Dream River from the ravages of war. What crime is there in that? It is you, the false deities, who usurp the mandate of heaven, monopolizing resources while dwelling high above, indifferent to the survival of the masses. You treat the welfare of countless souls as a mere jest, indulging in warfare that spills blood and ignites flames, while I inflict far less suffering than you. You prattle on about being gods, receiving offerings from the people, yet you confer no benefit upon the world. Instead, you shackle it, perpetuating an unchanging hierarchy for hundreds of thousands of years, reducing countless commoners to mere sustenance for your kind. You dare to question this king. The divine being was momentarily taken aback. The audacity of Su from another realm to confront him was unexpected, yet somewhat acceptable, as he attributed it to the ignorance of a barbarian from a foreign world regarding the majesty of deities. However, it was utterly beyond his expectations that Vivi, a native of the magical realm and of noble lineage, would dare to speak to him with such insolence. Even if she had the backing of the ancient and formidable Qi-Yong, she was ultimately but a junior, not Qi-Yong himself. What right did she have to challenge another divine entity in such a manner? He was about to utter more words when Vivi, having opened the floodgates of discourse, seized the opportunity to unleash her full barrage. What of your majesty? You who proclaim yourselves as gods, exalted and supreme, are in truth hindered by even stronger beings. Fearing to oppose such forces, you shrink within this small domain, preying upon the weak to uphold your self-proclaimed divinity. A frog at the bottom of a well, a dog with a broken spine, dares to bark here. When it comes to governance, she may falter. Yet, in the art of verbal sparring, she, a princess of the empire who should embody grace and nobility, but has traversed the continent and encountered all manner of folk, sheds her pretenses and excels. Indeed, if her earlier remarks were perceived as disrespectful, the subsequent phrases undoubtedly struck at the very spine of these deities. In essence, the gods of the magical world were merely the stronger sheep nurtured by a more powerful hidden presence. Ultimately, they were but ants subject to manipulation. They yearned for elevated realms and a more liberated environment for cultivation. Yet, upon realizing that their world was puppet-mastered, they lacked the courage to confront the unseen hand, and very few dared to defy the rules established by it. Those who chose the perilous path of the star marks often met their demise, while the survivors were no more than wretched souls clinging to life. All were fearful beings, and thus, none truly stood apart. With the orchestrator of this world remaining ever elusive, they had seemingly forgotten that they too were mere cattle in a pasture. In a mere handful of words, Vivi shattered their arrogance entirely. How dare such ignorant youth presume to speak thus? Death. Once individuals' defenses are breached, they become enraged. Once enraged, they lose their reason. Without a doubt, the divine beings found themselves slightly rattled by Vivi's words. They were too weary to engage in the pompous rhetoric aimed at persuading her to relinquish control over the temporal gate, and instead resolved to teach this audacious girl a lesson first. High above, a terrifying hand materialized in an instant, descending with force. However, when the massive hand struck the barrier of the temporal gate, it was as if an egg had collided with a rock, instantly shattering. The barrier of the temporal gate, however, remained unyielding, exhibiting not even a tremor. Are you anxious now? Be patient. There will be time for your anxiety to unfold. Su Yilong let out a cold laugh and stepped forward. Instantly, a destiny-grade power armor from the interstellar realm enveloped his entire body. The black and crimson battle suit transformed his already well-proportioned physique into a perfect nine-headed figure, standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an impressive sense of strength. The menacing bone spikes adorning the power armor added to his striking appearance, making him look extraordinarily dashing. Although this armor could only bestow the strength equivalent to a 7th-tier warrior, it paled in comparison to Su Yi's current capabilities. Yet, it was undeniably stylish. In moments like this, Su Yi felt that looking impressive was of utmost importance. The next instant, a magnificent black and purple banner, towering over 3 meters high, materialized behind him. The time was ripe. It was time to send everyone on their way. Chapter 404. The Speed of Light Kneeling. Distinguished guests, please observe. As Su Yi voluntarily departed from the protective boundaries of the time-space gate and summoned the Banner of Souls, a sense of foreboding instantly enveloped the multitude of deities manifesting in the heavens. The peculiar battle armor adorning his form posed little threat in their perception, merely serving as an impressive facade. However, upon beholding the Banner of Souls unfurling behind him, an innate terror and tremor, stemming from the depths of their very souls, swiftly eroded their rational faculties. Confronted with this terrifying artifact, which seemed capable of devouring one's essence with a mere glance, all the deities, including the one who just a moment prior had stood imperiously in the celestial realm questioning Wei Wei, unanimously opted for flight. But now to flee? It was too late. Su Yi scoffed, as the Banner of Souls erupted in resplendent violet light, stirring without any wind. Above the 9 heavens, the purple divine light coalesced into an intricate array, which, upon its emergence, enveloped the visible expanse of the world like a colossal umbrella. The vast plain selected by Wei Wei was entirely shrouded within this grand formation. The once murky yet passably bright sky was abruptly plunged into utter darkness, save for the shimmering violet glow overhead. Should anyone gaze upward at that moment, they would discern the dark violet patterns forming a vast depiction of hell, teeming with countless vengeful spirits that appeared vividly alive, seemingly wailing and howling in anguish. With the deities fleeing at such haste, they found themselves ensnared within the immense domain unfurled by the Banner of Souls. Even as some deities frantically assaulted this bizarre spatial barrier, their once omnipotent divine powers proved utterly impotent against the eerie purple veil. It was akin to an infant facing an adult, utterly powerless, an insurmountable disparity. Trapped within this realm, they could only yield to Su Yi's whims. Esteemed guests, having arrived, why the haste to depart? In this domain, Su Yi, as the master of the Banner of Souls, was the true deity. His voice, soft yet resonant, echoed like a divine edict throughout the miniature universe, piercing the innermost recesses of every deity's heart. Even before making any move, he instilled a quaking dread within their celestial souls. A misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. We have come solely to welcome distinguished guests from another realm, harboring no intentions whatsoever. Allow me to inform you. The minor deity, Qingyi, has long admired your world and has come to extend an invitation to visit my divine palace, where I have prepared the finest delicacies and beverages from the magical realm, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. Indeed, we are all here to invite you. As for the armies, they are merely embellishments we arranged for this grand occasion. It is true, we were embroiled in a dispute over who should extend the invitation first. Hence we plan for our subordinate forces to perform before you, and whoever triumphs shall be granted the honor of inviting you first. Rest assured, there is no ulterior motive. If esteemed guests find this magical realm to be somewhat appealing, then you shall become the sovereign of this world, and we shall serve as your most loyal subjects. However, upon realizing the dire situation, or rather, when ensnared within the soul banner, these individuals swiftly comprehended that failure to act would likely lead to their inevitable demise. Thus, these ancient beings, having lived for countless years, quickly regained their senses and knelt in submission, each extolling praises that transformed the darkest of truths into the light, nearly proclaiming, "If you do not forsake us, we would gladly honor you as our adoptive father." Do not presume this to be an impossibility, given the shamelessness of these deities. Su Yijin had no doubt that should he express a desire to adopt a few sons, these beings would likely vie for the opportunity with fervor. With their faces adorned with solemn oaths and respectful demeanor, they appeared utterly sincere, almost convincing Su Yijin that this grand display was indeed a tribute to him. Naturally, while many sought to recognize him as a father figure, these otherworldly deities would certainly rank among them. He had no intentions of amassing a brood of ancient progeny. Upon hearing the frantic fabrications devised by these deities in their pleas for mercy, he could not help but chuckle. Is it truly as you say? Yet, did I not just overhear someone questioning Wei Wei with accusations of barbarism from another realm, proclaiming the suffering inflicted upon the populace? Surely, that contradicts your claims. Despite their waning courage, these ancient beings possessed quick wits. One among them hastily asserted, "Esteemed guest, your insight is unmatched." Those are the words of Bai Ming, who acted independently and bears no relation to us. His temperament has always been peculiar, often leading him to act in opposition to our interests. Perhaps upon witnessing our earnestness in welcoming you, he chose to insult you in return. Upon hearing this, the other deities' eyes brightened, and they quickly echoed in agreement. Indeed, Qing Yi speaks the truth. I bear witness that Bai Ming is indeed unhinged. His actions are entirely his own and have no connection to us. We beseech your mercy. Grant us an opportunity to capture Bai Ming and deliver him to you for your judgment. Yes, such audacity in confronting you shall not require your intervention. We shall handle him ourselves, allowing you to find peace. As they spoke, a group of more agile deities subtly encircled Bai Ming, the very individual who had previously questioned Wei Wei on behalf of the Pantheon. Initially, Bai Ming had intended to feign death and observe how his old rivals planned to resolve the situation before making his own escape. Upon hearing his so-called brothers betray him without a second thought, he could scarcely contain his fury and thundered, "You, who are revered as deities within my magical world, display such lack of integrity. Bah, I am ashamed to be associated with you." Just moments ago, Queen Mingxuan remarked that the deities of this realm are akin to frogs at the bottom of a well and dogs with broken spines. I found myself in argument with her. However, it is now evident that Her Majesty possesses an astute insight, effortlessly discerning the true nature of you. These beasts clad in human guise. It is I who, with my failing vision, have been deceived by your AtoZ, leading to this grievous error. Esteemed guest, I implore you to quell your ire. I, Bai Ming, have profoundly recognized my misjudgment and beseech you for a chance to offer my apologies to Her Majesty. Furthermore, I hope to be granted the opportunity to extend my sincerest apologies to you and to all from the world that lies beyond you. You are the true embodiment of advancement and civilization, while, in stark contrast, the wretches surrounding me in this magical realm epitomize barbarism. Chapter 405. Finished speaking? Then let us depart. Su Yi initially believed that the deity named by Ming possessed a modicum of backbone. Upon witnessing the righteous judgment imposed upon him, he anticipated a dignified acceptance of his fate. However, to his utter astonishment, this fellow, with his thick brows and large eyes, after vehemently denouncing his peers, swiftly fell to his knees with remarkable agility. The angle of his supplication was far smoother than that of other deities, so much so that one could find no logical flaws in his actions, and his posture exuded an even greater humility. While other deities, upon realizing the untenability of their situation, resorted to fabricating excuses, essentially providing Su-yi with a means of absolution. Bai Ming's approach was altogether more sensible and subservient. They indicated that should Su-yi choose to grant them clemency, they would be willing to serve him as loyal subjects, even to the extent of becoming his slaves. In instances where the circumstance became irredeemable, they would resort to severance. As long as Su-yi perceived a glimmer of utility in them, their strategy, although implausible to any rational being, might still persuade Su-yi to spare them. After all, they represented the pinnacle of power in this world, albeit collectively insufficient to match even a single artifact wielded by Su-yi. Nevertheless, their potential contributions were not entirely negligible. Ultimately, despite Su-yi's formidable strength, he remained an outsider to this magical realm. His tenure in the magical world could not be prolonged indefinitely. Thus, to exert control over this realm in the future, he would require one or several proxies, essentially a cadre of puppets. Indeed, from any perspective, Vivi appeared to be the most suitable candidate for Su-yi's intended proxy in the magical realm. The dilemma lay in the fact that should he choose to support Vivi, the road to absolute dominion over the entire magical world would be fraught with challenges. Even without the interference of the deities, Vivi's ambition to unify the continent would not be an easy feat. It could even be deemed exceedingly arduous. Conversely, should Su-yi opt for these deities, he would immediately gain access to all that the magical world has to offer. With merely a word, these deities could deliver whatever he desired directly to his doorstep, saving him immeasurable developmental costs. This encapsulated the grand strategy conceived by the deities in mere moments, as they endeavored to leverage the remaining leverage they possessed before Su-yi. It must be said that their plan was devoid of any flaws, and their humility sufficed to ensure that should Su-yi grant them mercy, he would gain both face and substance. In stark contrast, Bai Ming's method was even more logical and demonstrated a profound humility. He directly acknowledged his transgressions while simultaneously executing righteous judgment upon all the other deities, effectively swallowing his own words that contradicted Vivi. Moreover, he adeptly seized upon Vivi's statements to render those deities who had wronged him utterly worthless. While extolling Su-yi and the Blue Star, he subtly elevated his address to Vivi, referring to her as Your Majesty. He did not even aspire to be merely Su-yi's pet. With just a nod from Su-yi, he would willingly serve as Vivi's loyal hound in an instant. This unfolding scene was indeed somewhat unexpected for Su-yi. To be candid, he had not anticipated that the deities of the magical realm would exhibit such a lack of fortitude. One might even assert they had forsaken their dignity entirely. Yet, upon deeper reflection, this revelation seemed rather unsurprising. The cultivation system within the magical world had been artificially constrained, effectively severing the path of advancement for all practitioners. This circumstance was hardly a secret among the divine and demigod factions, as even the recently ascended demigod, Star Trace, was acutely aware of these truths. The truly resolute and ambitious deities were almost invariably those striving to break free from this predicament, and tragically, most had met their demise in the process. The remaining ancient entities, who had survived for countless millennia, were predominantly timid creatures, fearful for their lives and subservient in nature. In the presence of the myriad beings in the magical world, they projected an air of superiority and authority. Yet in truth, they had long grown accustomed to the existence of an even more formidable deity above them, accepting the reality that they were merely pawns in a grander scheme. Now, with the emergence of Su-yi, who possessed the power to effortlessly dictate their fates, they recognized yet another deity had joined the ranks above them. Unlike the reclusive and indifferent entities of the past, this new presence would likely be more frequently engaged, rendering their previous pretense of divinity untenable. In the face of life and death, relinquishing such pretenses seemed trivial. Confronted with this situation, Su-yi swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. However, despite his understanding, he harbored no intention of relenting. While integrating this group into his service could indeed expedite his plans within the magical realm, ensuring their loyalty through a transactional platform, the fundamental issue remained: These deities were inherently targets for eradication in his vision for the magical world. The enduring doctrine of bloodlines that plagued the realm stemmed directly from these virtually immortal beings. Unless they were vanquished by force, it would be arduous to eradicate the toxic legacy of bloodlines entrenched in the hearts of the populace. They were in essence obstacles to progress. Moreover, their lack of integrity was repugnant to Sui. Even the thought of keeping them as subordinates was distasteful. It would be far more prudent to eliminate them entirely. Although such actions might complicate the subsequent transformation of the world, these were merely solvable inconveniences, manageable with a bit of time, of which he possessed ample supply. As the multitude of deities continued to vie for his favor, pledging their loyalty and attempting to undermine one another, Sui remained resolute in his indifference, observing their farcical displays with an air of detachment. Eventually, as the discourse among the deities waned, and they began to realize that this newcomer from another world appeared disinterested in accepting them as powerful minions, Sui, with a slight smile, inquired, "Have you finished?" The myriad deities exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a thirst for loyalty that had become somewhat parched. They now realized the atmosphere exceeded their expectations, leaving them at a loss for words. However, Sui had lost interest in their idle chatter, and simply remarked, "No response? That is of no consequence. Let us embark on our journey. Within my 10,000 souls banner, there reside 5 primordial infant malevolent spirits, over 100 golden core malevolent spirits, and thousands of foundation establishment malevolent spirits, not to mention countless others from the realms of body refinement and chi cultivation. I estimate that your capabilities are on par with those foundation establishment malevolent spirits. Thus, once you enter, you need not fear solitude. The disputes we have just witnessed can be adjudicated by the spirits within the banner, as the perspective of an observer is often the clearest. They shall undoubtedly ensure justice is served." Chapter 406. Brotherhood amidst the banner of souls. No, no, you cannot do this. We are willing to surrender. We submit. Spare us. Spare us, I beseech you. If you would grant us a chance at life, we would do anything for you, even serve as beasts of burden without hesitation. Esteemed guest, I have been a goddess for millennia, untouched by male desires, revered by my followers as the snow goddess. If you would allow me to live, I promise to obey your every command. Even if you treat me as a mere dog, I shall harbor no grievances. They have existed for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, their deeds unforgivable, their deaths inconsequential. Yet I am but 6,000 years old, having committed no wrongs. I have come here only because of their deceit. I implore you, grant me my life. Do you truly think us so easily intimidated? We are prepared to fight to the bitter end. What mercy can we hope for when it is clear they harbor no intention of sparing us? It would be wiser to unite our strength and fight. Perhaps there lies a chance for survival. Before the gates of life and death, these deities reveal their grotesque desperation, stirring a sense of pity. In contrast to their earlier poise, they now openly beseech Sui for mercy, offering their servitude. Yet, as Sui remains unmoved, many shed their last vestiges of pride and kneel in supplication. Some of the female deities express their desperation with alarming frankness. Sui merely observes, indifferent to their pleas. Meanwhile, the sky enveloped by the banner of souls is adorned with dark violet patterns, from which emerge the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, seemingly resurrected. In a terrifying display, they claw their way from the heavens. To ensure absolute certainty, Sui has summoned only the most formidable of vengeful spirits, all at the golden core stage. The moment they manifest, a palpable aura of dread envelopes the space. Hundreds emerge, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming ghostly energy. These vengeful spirits resemble famished beasts, pouncing upon the deities without regard for stature or form, tearing into them with savage ferocity. In an instant, several deities are shredded, their remains consumed before they even touch the ground, leaving no trace behind. Their once proud powers yield no resistance against these terrifying apparitions. Those who have yet to attract the attention of the vengeful spirits are paralyzed with horror at the gruesome spectacle. Hold on. You Ling and the Starseer are our descendants. I have observed their closeness to you. I implore you, for their sake, spare us. We are willing to serve you as slaves in gratitude for your mercy. Amidst the chorus of lamentations, a clear voice suddenly rises. He was momentarily taken aback. Following the sound, he beheld two women with verdant hair, whose appearances were nearly indistinguishable, vigorously wielding their staffs in an attempt to dispel the malevolent spirits surrounding them. Yet, their efforts were evidently in vain. They were not yet deceased, merely fortunate that the vengeful souls had not yet focused their attention on them. After a brief hesitation, He beckoned them over. As his voice resonated, a clear path materialized within the space shrouded in ghostly energy. The two women, filled with joy, promptly traversed the path and stood before Su-yi. In truth, it was the formidable spirits of 5 Yuan Ing stage entities concealed in the shadows, safeguarding Su-yi. Given their limited power, even face-to-face, they could not pose a threat to Su-yi in the presence of Yuan Ing stage ghosts. Thus, he felt no apprehension in their proximity. Are you Yu Ling and Xing Hen, the descendants of the Starseekers? He inquired. Indeed, my lord, they replied in unison. We are the twin sisters, the progenitors of the elven race. Not daring to delay, they explained. Our resemblance to the elven race is somewhat diminished due to our human origins. However, upon attaining divinity, we sought a new path in cultivation and ventured down the ancient route of creating a race. We infused our own blood with that of the dragon race and other long-lived beings, merging it with the divine power acquired after our ascension, thus giving birth to the elven race. Consequently, all elven beings and their related branches are, in theory, our descendants. Once one finished speaking, the other, seemingly concerned that Su-yi might misconstrue their words, hastily added, My lord, rest assured, though our bloodline has proliferated into a vast lineage, we have never indulged in romantic entanglements with men and remain untouched. Wait, stop right there. Suis intergestet alarmet. Why does this conversation only seem to escalate? A brief moment of imagination led him to envision the two of them alongside Yu Ling and Xing Hen, and he found himself taken aback. This is quite the venture. Realizing this, Su-yi quickly adopted a serious expression. What are you saying? Do you think I am that sort of person? The two women's expressions shifted dramatically. Fearing that Su-yi had lost interest in them, they quickly proclaimed in unison, My lord, we speak only the truth. Should you doubt us, we invite you to test our sincerity. We have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and, aside from the creation of the elven race, we have spent the majority of our time in slumber within the northern forests, never committing any malevolent acts. Today, our presence here does not stem from an ambition to seize the gate of time and space, as you are well aware that the elven race lacks such strength. Our initial intent was merely to participate and, once the dust settles, to collaborate with whoever emerges as the rightful possessor of the gate. Presently, what is the point of testing anything? We are under the watchful gaze of millions of spectators and countless cameras. Is this truly the appropriate moment for such experimentation? Matters of this nature ought to be discussed in private. As for the reasons they cited for being here today, I must admit that I find some truth in what Su-yi claims. After all, within the vast realm of magic, among the myriad deities and factions, only a select few possess the genuine qualifications to contend for the gate of time and space. The remainder, much like them, share a similar sentiment, whether successful or not. They simply wish to partake in the endeavor. Should success be achieved, it would be splendid. If not, it remains inconsequential. The primary objective is to swiftly ascertain who will become the true master of the gate, and thereafter, we can engage in collaboration. Chapter 407. Sweeping everything away. The dust settles. It can be said that the vast majority of deities approach this endeavor with a nonchalant attitude, merely seeking to partake in the chaos. After all, not all gods possess the exceptional qualities of the illustrious Qi-Yong, who, with foresight and formidable strength, established an empire over 100,000 years ago. Throughout the long passage of time, this lineage has flourished nurturing a plethora of divine and semi-divine descendants under the ceaseless patronage of their vast empire. Presently, the Cheong family boasts over 10 deities and dozens of demigods. This is merely one example, as similar instances abound, such as the Magical Kingdom and the Desert Kingdom. As for the Dragon Clan of Dragon Island, they are formidable contenders indeed. Could ordinary deities compete with such family-oriented factions? Absolutely not. They stood no chance. Su-yi was well aware that many deities were merely here to indulge in the spectacle. But what of it? His intent was not to uphold justice by eliminating these beings. Rather, it was to eradicate obstacles and mitigate unnecessary troubles that might arise in the future. He was indifferent to the true motives of these gods, or how many bowls of noodles they had consumed. Very well, you may leave. In light of the favor owed to Yu Ling and Xing Hen, I shall spare you this time. However, while you may escape severe punishment, you will not evade lighter consequences. Await your fate below. Su-yi's demeanor remained solemn, revealing no traces of emotion. Upon hearing these words, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances before casting aside their divine pretenses and pride. They prostrated themselves before Su-yi, their upper bodies pressed to the ground while their lower halves remained elevated, striking an oddly ambiguous pose. In unison, they expressed, "We thank you, my lord, for your mercy. We as sisters are willing to submit to your will." In the brief time they conversed, the number of deities had surpassed 200, along with several hundred demigods, all of whom were mercilessly torn apart and devoured by the thousands of vengeful spirits and malevolent specters, confirming that no living being remained. The only two survivors had obediently descended into the portal of time and space, their fates resting entirely in their own hands. Only then did Su-yi retract the wand of 10,000 souls. This peculiar artifact was designed for the uninitiated to confront higher-tier adversaries without depleting the user's spiritual energy. Typically, it drew power from special spiritual stones or similar treasures, while the array inscribed upon it could absorb spiritual energy when not in use, converting it into stored energy. Moreover, there existed another method of charging it: the slaughter of living beings, absorbing their vitality and souls. The more powerful the creature, the greater the energy it could provide. In this instance, Su-yi had efficiently dealt with these deities, along with the elite forces from various factions below, all within an impressively brief time frame. Not only had he not significantly depleted the energy of the wand of 10,000 souls, but he had also gained considerable power, resulting in a substantial increase in the number of souls contained within. Among the most significant additions were undoubtedly the numerous specters at the body refinement and chi cultivation stage, which surged in number by over 1 million in a single instance. This meant that not only did the energy of the 10,000 souls banner remain wholly intact, but it also experienced a boost, thereby enhancing its overall combat prowess. One could hardly argue that this was not a resounding victory. The primary concerns here have been effectively addressed, leaving the remaining matters in your capable hands. If there are no further issues, I shall take my leave and return a blue star. In truth, the trading platform does not explicitly prohibit members from departing their designated worlds. However, an earlier clause in the membership agreement does stipulate that the trading platform continuously monitors the location of its members. Should a member remain absent from their respective world for over a month, the platform reserves the right to appoint a new representative for that world. This implies that should Su-yi leave Blue Star for more than a month, there exists a possibility of losing his membership. Nonetheless, this is not a certainty, merely a potentiality. There are countless worlds devoid of members, as was the case with Blue Star previously. If the trading platform were to vigilantly oversee all worlds, ensuring immediate replacements for any absent members, Blue Star would not have endured for so long in its current state. Of course, while exceeding a month does not guarantee the forfeiture of membership, a rational individual would likely refrain from taking such risks unless absolutely necessary. 1 month away from one's world is ample time to accomplish the vast majority of tasks. I have prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for you. Since you are here, why not take a moment to enjoy it? Vivi promptly urged him to stay. After a moment's contemplation, Su-yi conceded, realizing that he could spare a few hours. Following the preceding rounds of terrifying bombardment, The area surrounding the space-time gate was devoid of any semblance of normal terrain. Enormous craters marred the landscape, and the elite forces of the magical realm, who had just entered the fray, were consumed entirely by countless vengeful spirits. Their flesh and souls were devoured, leaving only scattered armor and equipment behind. The blood-stained weapons lay strewn across the ground, yet not a single remnant of the fallen could be found. This scene was even more chilling than a battlefield littered with dismembered bodies. As far as the eye could see, the battlefield was a desolate and barren expanse. The welcoming ceremony prepared by Dream River City had, of course, anticipated the aftermath of the battle. Thus, this current state of ruin and desolation presented them with ample opportunity for creativity. Under the watchful gaze of numerous tourists for Blue Star, a grand contingent of cavalry approached with a synchronized stride, followed by elegantly adorned magical beasts ridden by mage troops armed with spears. As the forces of Dream River City traversed the lifeless battlefield, a gradual revival began to unfold. Hints of green, symbolizing life, began to emerge in the otherwise gray and bleak world. With the aid of Earth-based magic realms, the gigantic craters created by nuclear explosions were slowly refilled, soon restoring the ground to a level surface, upon which a variety of flora began to thrive. Compared to other regions, the vegetation surrounding these nuclear craters exhibits a noticeable divergence. It is either sparser or significantly more lush than in other areas. Although this time the latest clean nuclear weapon developed by Kyushu was employed, which produces minimal radiation, the term minimal does not equate to none. There will inevitably be some degree of impact. Moreover, only a few hours have elapsed since the nuclear strike, leaving the Earth still bearing traces of radiation. To entirely eliminate the effects of radiation, one would need to wait several days. Chapter 408. Increasingly incomprehensible, the existence of low radiation or radiation-free clean nuclear weapons is not an exceptionally advanced or unattainable technology. Back in the days of the Red Giant Bear, there were bold endeavors to utilize hydrogen bombs to create reservoirs. After their completion, people still dared to swim in them. At that time, the radiation from hydrogen bombs was actually quite limited. Moreover, with numerous advancements and iterations in technology since then, the latest clean nuclear weapons from Juzhou can now ensure that, following detonation, ordinary individuals need only wait a few hours before venturing into the nuclear explosion's epicenter without suffering health risks from radiation. However, this consideration applies to humans. Many smaller plants and animals will undoubtedly be affected. Thus, the currently observed uneven coverage of greenery is entirely normal. While it may slightly detract from the aesthetic and grandeur, given the vast scope of the area and the lack of a divine perspective among the audience within the temporal and spatial gateway, these minor imperfections will likely go unnoticed. Goodness, had it not been mentioned, who could have imagined that just moments ago, this very land witnessed an astonishingly monumental battle? It was breathtaking. As I walked through the desolate battlefield, it transformed into a verdant, serene plain, rejuvenating the spirit. Is this magic? Truly a marvelous phenomenon. With such technology, could we not expect to harvest hundreds of crops each year? Would we ever again face food shortages? Have you not observed? The information released by the Tianyu Group already indicated that the population in this magical realm numbers in the billions. How could the productivity of a cold weapon era sustain such a multitude? It is likely that they rely on these extraordinary magics. Thus, if we were to connect with the magical world and acquire their magical technologies, we on Blue Star would no longer need to worry about famine or food scarcity. Would we? Not necessarily. Do you believe Blue Star currently lacks food? In reality, the agricultural output of Blue Star is more than sufficient to sustain the entire global population. So why do famines still ravage certain regions? Reflect upon that. Wait, is no one focusing on the crux of the matter? We have been in this world for quite some time, witnessing their battles, and only now are we attending a proper welcome ceremony. Do you not find that absurd? What is absurd about it? Absurdity has been abundant today. People have become numb to it. Indeed, we have grown numb. Initially, when a million-strong army approached, I was in a state of panic, fearing they would rush through the temporal gateway and slaughter us all. Yet, they barely touched the gateway's edge before the old chief unleashed nuclear devastation. Remarkably, We were right at the epicenter of the explosion. Who would dare to believe such a tale? Just when I thought everything would conclude after a wave of nuclear blasts, unexpectedly, there were still formidable opponents, even deities emerging. I thought this is the end, and no one had warned me that this alternate realm harbored divine beings. Yet, before I could fully comprehend the situation, Director Su descended like a celestial being, effortlessly vanquishing those deities. My goodness, the spectacle was akin to hell itself manifesting upon earth. Had Director Su hinted at possessing such prowess, the leaders of the white-headed eagle nations on Blue Star would surely have lost their minds before daring to provoke him. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, I am left with an overwhelming impression of the formidable nature of the Tianyu group and the enigmatic figure of Su Yi. They seem perpetually in command, always possessing a contingency plan, and whenever they resolve to undertake an endeavor, failure appears to be an impossibility. Truly astounding. As the atmosphere gradually calmed, the previously brutal battleground vanished in an instant, allowing the tourists who accompanied Su Yi into the magical realm to relax. Some began to marvel at the extraordinary abilities of the sorcerers of Dream River City, who could transform the battlefield into lush green in mere moments, while others reflected on the events they had witnessed over the past few hours. The more they pondered, the more they were filled with trepidation. Many were astonished to realize that the Tianyu group resembled an iceberg. For every portion visible above the surface, there lurked an even grander presence beneath, shrouded from sight. It was impossible to ascertain the depth of their backup plans, their magnitude, or their strength. Among these individuals was even the venerable Elder Lin, who believed he was well acquainted with Su Yi. When confronted with the celestial being's descent, he had faith that Su Yi possessed a means to address the situation. Yet he could scarcely fathom that the solution was Su Yi himself, stepping forth to vanquish those divine entities. Not entirely, for he also captured two goddesses as prisoners. This revelation left Elder Lin utterly astonished, primarily based on Su Yi's previous conduct on Blue Star and the information gleaned from the magical world. One would presume him to be an ordinary individual, perhaps possessing some abilities due to the vast resources at his disposal. Even if he had once been an ordinary person, he could now cultivate his powers, yet such strength would surely not surpass that of his companions, Yu Ling and Xing Hen. However, today's events have entirely upended the assessment of Su Yi by the Jojo faction. His power far exceeds anyone's imagination. Moreover, the artifact he wielded, the 10,000 Souls banner, seemed to draw upon the celestial phenomena that had emerged. Although Elder Lin hesitated to confirm this, his limited understanding of the magical world cultivation system suggested that this object might not originate from their realm at all. The astonishment and dismay of the divine beings ensnared by the 10,000 Souls banner were unmistakable. Consequently, it can be inferred that Su Yi is likely connected to an even more advanced and powerful metaphysical world. It is known that, aside from the widely recognized magical world of Blue Star, Su Yi is also engaged in dealings with another remarkably powerful technological realm. Adding to this is the prospect of an even stronger metaphysical world. The magnitude of Su Yi's power and the resources he commands are beyond the wildest imaginations of all on Blue Star. However, after the initial shock, Elder Lin found some solace in contemplating Su Yi's relationship with Jojo. There exists a certain affinity between the two. Su Yi has consistently exhibited a remarkably benevolent disposition towards Jojo. It is not a matter of extracting substantial benefits from Su Yi, but rather, as long as one refrains from provoking him, Jojo can expect to avoid any undue hardship. In fact, maintaining the current amicable relationship means that even a mere trickle of the valuable resources that Su Yi possesses could suffice to enrich the vast nation of Jojo immensely. Therefore, the more formidable Su Yi becomes, the greater the wealth of resources he commands, and the broader the connections he establishes, the more advantageous it is for Jojo in theory. Chapter 409. Do you understand? Su Yi. Here stands the venerable ancestor of our Qiyang family, Qiyang, alongside the divine beings Yahweh. Accompanying the formal welcoming ceremony are also those deities that Wei Wei has drawn in. Out of courtesy, it is only fitting that Wei Wei introduces these esteemed ancestors to Su Yi. Upon hearing this, before Sui could utter a word, Qiyong hastily interjected, "Oh, what is this talk of divine lords? Such titles are mere fabrications conjured by the short-sighted mortals of this realm. Before our friend Su, who would dare to claim divinity? Welcome, esteemed Su, to our magical world. I am Qiyong, the founder of the Qiyong Empire, and this beside me is my humble wife, Yaoyue. Your illustrious presence deserves a grand banquet in our imperial capital to celebrate your arrival. But alas, the current circumstances do not permit such festivities, and for that, I apologize sincerely." He jested, recalling how those ancient beings he had known for countless years were effortlessly vanquished by this youthful figure before him. To claim divinity in his presence? Though Qiyong had lived for an eternity, he was far from weary of life. He was not in a hurry to join his old friends in a resurrection match, so it would be wise to remain humble. At this moment, Qiyong felt an immense sense of relief for having heeded Weiwei's advice and refrained from accompanying the other deities. Otherwise, among those devoured by the Wanhun banner would surely have been members of the Qiyong family as well. There's no need for such formality. Our designated location is right here. Thus we need not waste time relocating elsewhere. Su-yi replied with a light smile. It was merely those deities who acted discourteously, and I took it upon myself to deliver a slight reprimand to restore order. Please do not take offense. One should never strike at those who extend a friendly hand. Given their polite demeanor and the lowly posture they adopted, particularly as they were Weiwei's ancestors, Su-yi was inclined to grant them a measure of grace. How could you say that? They were the ones who initiated the offense. You acted merely in self-defense. Their fate is of their own doing, and you bear no blame. Qiyong insisted, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed that this fierce deity would not pursue further aggression, ensuring their safety for the time being. Now that the most pressing concern had been alleviated, Qiyong contemplated how to leverage this situation to secure greater benefits for the Qiyong family, or rather, for himself. Weiwei, as a descendant of the Qiyong lineage, was his most significant bargaining chip. As for the fact that their family boasted a dozen deities and even more demigods, that paled in comparison. In the presence of Su-yi, they were no more than insignificant players. The mere thought of him wishing to eradicate his entire family was not beyond the realm of possibility. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, Qiyong was no fool. He would not assume that the presence of his descendant Weiwei guaranteed his safety. Not to mention, Weiwei had a rebellious spirit and would not be easily manipulated. Even if she were to heed his every word, should it encroach upon Su-yi's core interests or hinder his endeavors, she too would face dire consequences. In the midst of their cordial exchange, Qiyong subtly steered the conversation towards the realm of magic. He needed to ascertain Su-yi's attitude towards this world and his perspective on its current state before making any judgments regarding the future direction and development of their family. Initially, Su-yi contemplated responding perfunctorily, considering his connection to VVI, the ancestor. However, as the inquiries continued, his patience waned, and he candidly stated, "The magical realm belongs to VVI, not to me. Only she can determine its future. Rather than posing these questions to me, you would do better to ask her directly. I trust she will provide the answers you seek." Upon hearing this, Qiyong paused, his gaze shifting between Su-yi and VVI, who was engaged in idle chatter with Yu Ling and others, as if he began to grasp a deeper understanding. In truth, after witnessing Su-yi's overwhelming power, he had instinctively assumed that Su-yi would ultimately hold dominion over the magical world, relegating VVI to the role of mere agent or puppet. He was, after all, unaware of the existence of the trading platform and its unique membership dynamics. Yet, with Su-yi's words, the aged fox quickly realized that the relationship between the two was likely far more intricate than he had previously imagined, far from the superficial interpretation he had held. Su-yi's statement, while seemingly disavowing involvement in the magical world, simultaneously served as a warning to the surviving deities. Henceforth, it would be VVI who dictated the course of this world. This was Su-yi's intent. The ancient beings must heed this, for if they were not weary of existence, they should refrain from assuming their formidable power and vast experience could allow them to usurp VVI's authority. This was, in essence, a public endorsement of VVI. Noticing Qiyong's sudden silence, Su-yi gently reiterated. Do you comprehend, my lord? I understand, Qi replied, casting a glance at VVI and hastily asserting. From now on, in this realm, every matter, great or small, shall heed VVI's command. Should anyone dare to defy her, I, Qi, shall be the first to object. That is for the best, Su-yi replied with a smile, raising his glass in a gesture of camaraderie before taking a symbolic sip. Qi promptly followed suit, emptying his glass in one go. Despite Su-yi's seemingly relaxed demeanor, Qi was already drenched in sweat. He had no doubt that had he dared to utter a word of dissent, he would have been summoned to the Soul Banner to contest against his old acquaintances in a resurrection match. Have you concluded your discussion? What have you spoken about? BVI, noticing that their conversations seemed to reach an end, approached them seamlessly. Oh, nothing of consequence. Merely idle chatter. Su-yi nonchalantly redirected the topic, with this matter settled. The issue with the northern foreign tribes will be addressed by those two deities of the elven race. As for the internal strife in the south, the elite forces of the several princes are nearly annihilated. Given your strength, you should now be able to easily quell any internal issues within the Qiyang Empire. When you plan to head south to the imperial capital, in these past few days, once the pertinent matters surrounding the Kingdom of Dream River and the Gate of Time and Space are arranged, we shall embark on our journey. Within Dream River City, there exists a small-scale teleportation array that provides direct access to the imperial capital, making the passage quite manageable. However, as for the large army, it may not yet be the opportune moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Wei replied, once the affairs on that side are settled, I shall proclaim the relocation of the capital, designating Dream River City as the new imperial capital. Su-yi nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment, and instead inquired, what are your intentions regarding your brothers? I have heard they have come to the northern region and have been captured in their own encampments. Upon hearing this question, Wei Wei paused for an instant, but soon regained her composure, her gaze drifting towards the distant, undulating mountains. After a lengthy silence, she softly remarked, when I vanquish the blazing sun and ascend the throne, I shall use them as offerings for the banner. Chapter 4:10 Stability. Yet unsettled, didn't you just complain about being tired a couple of days ago? What happened to that fatigue now? Su-yi inquired with a hint of amusement. Well, given that we've come this far, we must face it with determination, right? Wei Wei replied, somewhat awkwardly. As members of the same trading platform, the contrasting approaches of Su-yi and Wei Wei towards their chosen dominions revealed deeper insights into the starkly monotonous civilization of the magical world, which has persisted for several 100,000 years. The deities within this realm wield absolute power over ordinary mortals, resulting in a populace that must accept and adapt to the decisions made by these divine beings, irrespective of their righteousness. After all, mortals cannot vanquish gods. In contrast, while the history of civilization on Blue Star is considerably shorter, it bears the fundamental truth that humans can indeed perish. When an individual stands in opposition to the overwhelming majority, regardless of their vast wealth or immense power, they ultimately face obliteration. A saying from Blue Star captures this notion. The torrent of history rolls forth like a relentless wheel. Those who attempt to stand before it are akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot, utterly oblivious to their own limitations. The wheel, symbolizing the will of the majority during a particular epoch, finds a different analogy in the magical world. Here, the true unyielding wheel is the will of the deities. While ordinary individuals who dare to challenge this divine intent are, in essence, the misguided mantises. Even if such mantises represent the majority within a magical realm, their efforts are in vain. This dichotomy results in two worlds that develop in stark contrast, with the historically shorter Blue Star boasting a far more vibrant and multifaceted civilization than its magical counterpart. One might question how this is possible, given that the history of humanity on Blue Star is predominantly a chronicle of wars, with its inhabitants evolving amidst continuous conflict. In contrast, the magical world is characterized by a handful of empires that have endured for millennia, signifying a terrifying stability. One might presume this stability indicates a prolonged period of peace. leading to a more favorable existence for the inhabitants of the magical realm compared to those on Blue Star. However, is this truly the case? Clearly not. While the empires in the magical world may enjoy political stability, the lives of their subjects do not necessarily reflect this tranquility. Take, for instance, the northern frontier of the Radiant Sun Empire, were it not for the frequent incursions of foreign tribes. The construction of a colossal fortress like Dream River City would not have been necessary for defense. This area has been embroiled in relentless warfare for years, reminiscent of the ancient northern frontiers of the 9 provinces. In ancient times, the 9 provinces faced genuine threats of annihilation from southern incursions, compelling even the most inept and foolish emperor in the capital to devise strategies for combat or at least to quell the turmoil. In contrast, the Radiant Sun Empire, bolstered by the legacies of its ancestors, need not fear the extinction of its nation or the emperor's descent into captivity. Confronted with the relentless threats posed by foreign tribes from the north, will they earnestly seek a resolution? Not in the least. Prior to securing a trading platform, Vivi had already been besieged in Dream River City for several years, even before the old emperor's demise. During that time, there was no evidence of elite imperial forces dispatched to provide assistance. After the old emperor's passing, the self-proclaimed heir, the Grand Prince, along with several other princes, displayed equally scant interest in the troubles of the northern borders. Their support was merely verbal and accompanied by trivial benefits. Naturally, as the party under invasion, both the former emperor and the present princes must publicly express their stance regarding the southern advance of the foreign tribes. Without exception, their proclamations revolve around the potential harm to Vivi, emphasizing how they would respond should any harm befall her, urging the foreign tribes to retreat. Such sentiments stem from deep familial affection, be it paternal or fraternal. After all, as the beloved princess of the Blazing Sun royal family, whose talents in cultivation and popularity are unmatched, Vivi symbolizes the imperial lineage. Any injury to her would be tantamount to a slap in the face of the Sun Empire, an affront that is utterly intolerable. As for the territories in the north and the casualties among the common folk and soldiers, they are of no concern to them. The empire's borders are divinely delineated, and even if the foreign tribes were to settle permanently in the north, they would ultimately be obliged to pay tribute to the Sun Empire. The notion that the foreign tribes could seize several provinces and establish their own dominion is utterly implausible. The only change would be that the tax-paying populace of the northern provinces would transform from humans to a chaotic mix of foreign tribes, which, from the perspective of the Sun Empire's royalty, makes little difference. Furthermore, whether it be the Sun Empire or other empires across the continent, their structures remain entrenched in the feudal traditions reminiscent of the Zhou dynasty over 2 millennia ago. For instance, the Emperor of the Sun Empire, as the sovereign, presides over a myriad of kingdoms and principalities, some belonging to royal princes and others to high-ranking nobles. Following the unification of the Zhou dynasty, such fiefdoms continued to exist, albeit mostly nominally. In the earlier days, some fiefdoms had their own governance teams, provided they accepted oversight from the central court. However, in later stages, the rights of the feudal lords dwindled to mere financial obligations. Internal governance and conscription were entirely managed by officials from the central court. The fiefdoms of the Sun Empire differ significantly, as evidenced by Vivi's authority in Dream River City. Within her domain, she stands as the supreme authority. Aside from certain knightly titles requiring imperial recognition, nearly everything else is dictated by her own discretion. Even recruitment, if limited to ordinary soldiers, can be conducted without restriction. Nobles wield absolute control over their fiefdoms, a system strikingly similar to the feudal practices of ancient Zhou. The sole distinction lies in the undeniable presence of divine beings within the Sun Empire, which instills a complete deterrent against the emergence of rival factions. A scenario reminiscent of the Eastern Zhou's Warring States period. However, no one claimed that by honoring the Son of Heaven, the feudal states would cease their conflicts. The internal strife within the Empire of the Fiery Sun has scarcely abated for over 100,000 years, with the nobles concocting increasingly absurd and even juvenile justifications for warfare. Battles involving hundreds of thousands are merely trivial occurrences. The central authority of the empire largely adopts an apathetic stance towards such matters, intervening only when the situation becomes excessively disgraceful. Even if a region descends into desolation, with its populace suffering immensely, the most that can be expected is a summons to the imperial capital, where the transgressing parties are reprimanded and their disputes arbitrated. These nobles bear no consequences for their actions. In such an imperial framework, can the common folk truly enjoy stability for over 100,000 years? Clearly, that notion is preposterous. Chapter 411. Explore your own realm in a grand sense. The major empires and deities stand like towering mountains, impervious to the plight of ordinary individuals. On a smaller scale, the senseless conflicts ignited among the vassal states and nobility ensnare the common folk, leaving them in a state of unrest, powerless to rise in rebellion. In the 9 provinces, tales told to children often recount the words of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang during their uprising. Do noble lords and generals not possess the same essence? A call to inspire the youth. In the magical realm, however, similar narratives exist, albeit not as tales of inspiration, but rather as jests shared between nobles and children. For here, the lords and generals truly possess that essence. One can only say that, in comparison to the hellish beginnings faced by those in vocational schools on Blue Star, the fate of ordinary families reincarnated into the magical world is similarly grim, existing in an environment virtually devoid of hope. Ultimately, these myriad factors converge to shape the current landscape of the magical realm, wherein the societal structure remains fixed, with little prospect for significant change. Yet, this established order has just been shattered by the formidable power of an outsider, Su-E. Are we to press on? Su-E exhaled, then inquired, do you plan to use the teleportation array to reach the imperial capital first? Indeed, Wei Wei replied matter-of-factly, somewhat puzzled by his sudden question. It is worth noting that, even before gaining the support of the ancestors from the Qiyang family, her solitary return to the imperial capital was met with no repercussions. Thus, returning with a few trusted confidants posed no issue, even if she had tasks to undertake. The backing of Qiyang ensured that all powers within the capital would essentially be at her disposal, leaving no one daring enough to oppose her. How far is it from Dream River City to the imperial capital? Over 5,000 kilometers, Wei Wei confirmed, quite aware of the distance. And if we do not take the teleportation array, how long would it take? Su-E asked further. That is somewhat intricate, Wei Wei explained simply. If we travel solely by land and in haste, with an elite cavalry and riding magical warhorses, we could arrive in a day or two, but that would require continuous travel day and night. If we slow down and take occasional breaks along the way, it would take at least 3 to 5 days. This pertains to military speed. For a merchant convoy, it would be even slower, typically taking over 10 days to cover this stretch, especially considering there is a north-south canal stretching over 2,000 kilometers along the route. Should the convoy avoid the canal, reaching Dream River City from the imperial capital would likely take more than half a month. All of this assumes the presence of magical mounts. If we were to rely solely on foot, it could take 1 to 2 months. These matters fall under the realm of basic administrative duties, and Wei Wei, having been engrossed in governance for days, was still clear on these fundamental aspects. The magical world is vast. Otherwise, it would not sustain such a populous existence. Thus, Su-E was not particularly surprised by the distance mentioned. After listening, he merely gazed at Wei Wei and said earnestly, I hope you refrain from using the teleportation array and return to the imperial capital through conventional means. Wei Wei was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting confusion as she inquired, Why? With the support of our ancestors, there is no danger for me in the imperial capital. There is no need to bring an army back. It is not a matter of danger, Su-E replied, locking his gaze onto hers with a solemn tone. I wish for you to take your time on your journey back to the imperial capital to truly observe the vast lands that are soon to belong to you, and to take note of the subjects whose fates are intertwined with yours. In truth, Wei Wei had spent a considerable amount of time among the common folk, being a princess of the Radiant Sun Empire. After completing her courtly education, she had embarked on her journey across the continent at the tender age of 12. Her travels extended beyond the confines of the Radiant Sun Empire, having visited several neighboring empires. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was well aware of the struggles faced by the populace. However, Sue believed her understanding was still insufficient. From the way Wei Wei intermittently boasted about her past adventures, it became evident to him that her tales of traversing the continent were merely narratives of a wealthy heiress indulging in extravagant travels. Throughout her journeys, she had only ever resided in the finest accommodations and dined on the most exquisite cuisine. Even when she craved delicacies from distant lands, there would be attendants ready to procure them for her. In instances where she found herself in remote areas, her loyal guards and maids would erect luxurious tents in the wilderness, ensuring her comfort as a distinguished princess. Witnessing the hardships of the common folk was merely a secondary aspect of her travels. When encountering individuals of particularly tragic circumstances, her approach was often to resolve minor issues and bestow a generous sum of money, basking in their gratitude without ever contemplating the reasons behind their suffering. One cannot entirely fault her. After all, she was a young girl raised in a sheltered environment, and expecting her to bear the weight of national concerns was indeed an unreasonable burden. Yet, to claim that she understood the true nature of human suffering would be a gross misrepresentation. Having journeyed for many years, it was likely that Wei Wei had little comprehension of genuine hardship, and her grasp of the lives of the lower-class citizens of the empire was likely minimal. This was evident when she sought provisions from Sue. Due to natural disasters, the harvests in several northern provinces were poor, and she assumed that acquiring enough food would enable the citizens of the Dream River Kingdom to endure the harsh winter, completely overlooking the fact that survival also required warmth. It was Sue who, mindful of this oversight, took the initiative to send her a substantial amount of warm clothing and even established a large garment factory in the Blue Star Plateau for this purpose. Compared to the majority of the nobility in the magical world, Wei Wei was certainly not malevolent. In fact, she could be considered quite benevolent towards the common people. Yet, the issue remains, she is far too detached from reality, utterly oblivious to the true circumstances of the common folk. Sue urged her to refrain from using the teleportation array, opting instead for a gradual return to the imperial capital on foot, with the intention of allowing her to observe with her own eyes. This last-minute effort may not yield significant results, but it is certainly preferable to possessing no understanding of the genuine conditions of the populace. Moreover, she has now engaged in state affairs, and her position differs greatly from that of her time as a princess. Sue is confident that once she has completed her observations, her perspective will undergo some transformation. I hope that when I pose this question to you again, you will provide the answer I seek, rather than a response that feels forced. Chapter 4:12. The power that shakes Blue Star. Undoubtedly, the inaugural opening of the Time-Space Gate was extraordinarily successful. This success is not merely reflected in the fact that it transported over 1 million individuals at once, but also in the immediate connection it forged between two worlds. In an instant, countless souls found themselves witnessing the spectacle of a foreign realm firsthand, while billions more observed through live broadcasts. The meticulously arranged magical cavalry, the enigmatic sorcerers, and the celestial deities, all these phenomena were unprecedented in Blue Star, showcasing the profound mystery and might of this otherworld. Then, all of this was shattered by Sue, whom they had always regarded as one of their own, wielding an incomprehensible power. When those once mighty deities knelt before Sue, lowering their noble heads in supplication, the inhabitants of Blue Star finally recognized the source of his unyielding confidence, which had previously manifested even in defiance of the sanctions imposed by the Eagle Empire before his rise to prominence. Upon witnessing the complexities of this foreign world, I had contemplated various possible outcomes. The most favorable scenario was indeed that the Time-Space Gate was as formidable as Mr. Sue claimed. As long as one remained within its confines, they would suffer no harm. The worst-case scenario, however, involved the demise of all who ventured into that realm, potentially igniting a war between the two worlds. Alternatively, it was conceivable that our allies in the other world possessed sufficient strength to effortlessly repel such foes. What I did not expect was that it would ultimately be Mr. Sue who made his move. Who can comprehend this? It is simply astonishing, not to mention Mr. Su's suit of armor is truly breathtaking. I would deem it the pinnacle of violent aesthetics. Quickly, check the official website of Tianyu Group. It already features an introduction to this armor. I have seen it, the Destiny-class power armor. Good heavens, this is indeed a piece of power armor? I had assumed it was some sort of artifact crafted through esoteric techniques. You mean to say it is a product of technology? Upon closer inspection, this creation is indeed intricate. It is certainly not a mere technological artifact, but rather intertwined with the arcane. The effects are astonishing when donned. The theoretical maximum strength of the arms exceeds 300,000 horsepower. If I recall correctly, the latest aircraft carrier from Jojo boasts only 260,000 horsepower, and the Eagle's Miss class is similarly around 260,000. I'm utterly amazed. Furthermore, it states that wearing this armor is equivalent to that of a 7th-tier warrior in the magical realm. What does this 7th-tier warrior signify? It sounds quite formidable. You might want to consult another article from the Tianyu Group regarding the magical world. A 7th-tier warrior is essentially the level of a pedestrian who is obliterated by that wave of nuclear bombs. Both warriors and sorcerers are ranked from 1 to 9 tiers, above which lie demigods and then gods. So, how exactly did Su-Yi manage to slay a deity while clad in this armor? Could it be that his ability to slay deities has no relation to this power armor? Then why wear it all? I watched the entire live broadcast, and he specifically donned the power armor just before making his move. Perhaps it is simply because this power armor possesses an undeniable charm. In my view, this is indeed something that Su Dong is capable of creating, primarily because it is undeniably impressive. Having lived for more than 20 years, I wonder how I could possibly acquire even one such piece. When will I be able to procure a set of Sentinel, 1 light power armor? I would wear it on the streets every single day. My friend, let us be realistic. Oh, I already possess the Sentinel 1. However, the Sentinel 2 is currently only available for purchase by the military of the 9 provinces, making it rather difficult to obtain. In the wake of a series of astonishing events, the most shocking moment undoubtedly remains when Su-Yi slayed a deity. The inhabitants of Blue Star may not fully grasp the significance of divinity, but that is inconsequential. Tianshu is well aware of who their boss is and will naturally enlighten those who are uninformed about the true nature of deities within a magical realm. Furthermore, in keeping with Tianyu Group's tradition, they do not withhold information. They have uploaded comprehensive introductions and explanations regarding all new phenomena that first appeared in the public eye to the official website of Tianyu Group. This includes the Destiny-class power armor, the time-space gate, and various related insights into the magical world. In particular, the information concerning the magical world meticulously details how long these deities have existed and the changes they have wrought upon the course of this world, ensuring that the people of Blue Star comprehend the substantial dangers posed by such divine beings. The rationale behind this is, of course, to exalt their boss. After all, Su-Yi appeared rather nonchalant while slaying the deity. Those unaware might think he casually dispatched a few stray dogs, without articulating the formidable nature of his adversary. How could one possibly highlight their boss's prowess? Additionally, this serves as a warning. In truth, Tianshu has been vigilantly monitoring the entirety of Blue Star, continuously gathering a plethora of information online, essentially conducting an ongoing public opinion survey. According to the results of this investigation, since the first public disclosure of the existence of alternate worlds and metaphysical powers by the 9 provinces and Tianyu Group, discussions surrounding metaphysical topics have surged across Blue Star. These discussions are not confined to the 9 provinces, influenced as they are by various cultivation novels. Similar sentiments are echoed beyond its borders. This enigmatic power has become a fervent topic of conversation universally. Amidst these discussions, it is inevitable that many will engage in flights of fancy, contemplating what they might achieve if they were to acquire immense power through cultivation. Among these musings are some exceedingly perilous notions. Compared to these individuals, the deities of the magical world seem almost benevolent. This further underscores the danger inherent in individuals wielding power that is beyond their control. After all, the disparities between individuals often exceed even that between humans and dogs. Yet, for various reasons, The reality is that the entry of metaphysical powers into Blue Star has become an established fact. Neither Su, E, nor Tianyu Group sees the necessity to impede this progression, nor could they hope to do so. With the establishment of the portal through time and space, the various cultivation methods from the magical realm are bound to gain widespread acceptance on Blue Star eventually. At this juncture, it would be immensely beneficial to tout Su Yi's achievements in the magical world, as it would yield a remarkably positive impact. Even if, one day in the future, someone on Blue Star truly reaches such a level of cultivation and wishes to reject conventional norms, they must carefully consider who holds the greatest power in this world and whether they possess the strength to contend with them. Chapter 413. A Bounty of Captives at Home? In contrast to the daily hustle and bustle of the celestial axis, Su Yi found himself enveloped in an extended period of leisure upon returning from the magical realm, a state even more languid than before. Previously, he was compelled to traverse the warehouses scattered across the world every few days, gathering various resources for trade with Vivi. Now, however, such endeavors were no longer necessary. The celestial axis had meticulously established a rigorous protocol for resource transactions based on the unique properties of the time-space portal. Su Yi merely needed to grant it partial authorization to the portal, and with Vivi designating an authorized individual from the magical world to cooperate, the process would be executed flawlessly. As for why the individual designated by Vivi would heed Su Yi's directives, theoretically, they were under no obligation to comply. Yet, they willingly acquiesced, leaving Su Yi with no recourse. It was said that the task was being handled by a demigod from the Qiang family, who approached the matter with utmost diligence, fearing the wrath of the god of death. In essence, Su Yi now embraced a life of carefree idleness. His days were filled with either training alongside Yu Ling and her companions, indulging in video games, or casting fishing lines along shore. Of course, there was a subtle distinction in his current state of leisure. No matter where he roamed, he was accompanied by several maidens, specifically for. Besides the two stunning yet human elven deities, there was the reigning king of the elven kingdom and the princess, Anshi, who had long been captured by Vivi. Naturally, the two elven deities, having been apprehended by Su Yi, could never return to the magical realm. Their only means of survival lay in coming to Blue Star, which necessitated signing a contract with Su Yi on the trading platform. Given their status as captives, the terms of the agreement were far more stringent than the lenient ones typically seen in the contracts of Yuxing and Xinghen, placing their very lives at Su Yi's discretion. Not surprisingly, these ancient deities, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, demonstrated remarkable adaptability, without a moment's hesitation. They signed the harsh terms. Upon arriving in Blue Star, they executed their duties as servants with unwavering commitment, eagerly attending to tasks such as serving tea and water, even usurping the roles of robotic assistants. Although Su Yi initially attempted to dissuade them from such fervent service, his words only evoked tears from the pair, prompting him to relent and allow them to continue. Remarkably, being cared for by such enchanting beauties was an unexpectedly delightful experience. The reason behind their zealousness stemmed from their profound insecurity, particularly after witnessing Su Yi's devastating prowess in eliminating their fellow deities. Now, their sole focus was to demonstrate their worthiness, striving to avoid the fate of being slain by Su Yi. Ironically, when Su Yi suggested they refrain from such servitude, they felt increasingly uneasy, subconsciously fearing that he might view them as dispensable and thus terminate them. Equally diligent was the captured reigning elven queen, who also served as the leader of the northern coalition of foreign tribes. In truth, compared to the elven deities, she harbored even greater trepidation. It was she who ordered the massacre of Yu Ling's entire family, and now Yu Ling stands as the most favored, indeed the only recognized woman by Su Yi. Whenever Yu Ling whispers sweet nothings, the elven queen has no doubt that Su Yi would swiftly take vengeance on her behalf. Yu Ling was not captured directly on the battlefield by Su Yi. Rather, after Su Yi had dealt with the gods present, Wei Wei had summoned her ancestral gods and demigods to eliminate the remnants of other forces in the vicinity, capturing Yu Ling in the process and subsequently presenting her to Su Yi. Wei Wei was fully aware of the deep-seated enmity between the Elven Queen and Yu Ling, as well as the nature of Yu Ling's relationship with Su Yi. By delivering Yu Ling, she intended to grant her a favor and an opportunity for revenge. However, Yu Ling had long since relinquished her ties to the magical realm, now desiring only to live peacefully by Su Yi's side and fulfill her responsibilities, which is why she harbored no intention of killing the Elven Queen in a fit of rage, allowing her the chance to serve alongside the ancients as a maid. Otherwise, this sovereign queen, who held absolute authority in the northern magical realm, would likely have been buried under a mound of earth by now. The three present were exceedingly obedient, to the point where, had Su Yi and Yu Ling not been preoccupied with their training alongside Xing Hin, they would have eagerly volunteered for more intimate duties. In stark contrast stood the Dark Prayer, the elven princess who had initially led the Northern Coalition against Dream River City. She had narrowly escaped death from several of Wei Wei's explosive spells, surviving only due to an array of protective magical artifacts. Subsequently, she had been confined in the dungeons of Dream River City, left to languish. Wei Wei had intended to send her to Blue Star for Su Yi long ago, but the requirement of points for such a transfer, compounded by the princess's obstinate refusal to sign a contract, had delayed the process. With the opening of the time-space gate, transporting individuals to Blue Star no longer required the intermediary of a trading platform. Thus, her willingness to sign a contract became irrelevant. Naturally, she was brought along. Moreover, with her mere status as a 7th-tier warrior, she was no match for Wei Wei, who could easily overpower her. Even without the soul banner, Su Yi possessed the strength of a late-stage body cultivator, making him more than capable of handling a 7th-tier warrior without concern. In contrast to the Elven Gods and the Elven Queen, the Dark Prayer exhibited a much more defiant demeanor. Upon her arrival, she adopted an attitude of outright refusal to engage or cooperate, practically challenging Su Yi to kill her if he dared. However, Su Yi discerned that her desire for death was not genuine. It was merely a matter of pride. She wholly disregarded any command from Su Yi, yet obediently complied with the orders of the two Elven Gods and the Elven Queen. This resulted in a peculiar phenomenon. For instance, when Su Yi requested her to perform a task, she would remain obstinately still. Yet, as soon as one of the other three reiterated Su Yi's words, she would begrudgingly comply. Given her level of submission to the Elven Gods and the Elven Queen, Su Yi surmised that should he command the three to order the Dark Prayer to attend to his bedchamber, she would reluctantly comply and dutifully make her way to the bedroom. Certainly, although we have yet to reach that stage, the notion of compelling individuals to engage in activities they are reluctant to undertake through irresistible means is quite intriguing. In any case, he has been thoroughly enjoying himself recently, with the other three eagerly vying to take on various tasks, while Su Yi insists on assigning them to Enchi. Each time he observes her unwilling demeanor, a sense of twisted amusement is greatly satisfied. This has indeed added a touch of intrigue to an otherwise monotonous existence filled with burdensome wealth. Amidst this peculiar arrangement, Su Yi has grown accustomed to the constant presence of several beautiful women attending to him closely over the past few days. Chapter 414, Dream and Shadow. So, are you suggesting that there exists no familial bond between you? Su Yi reclined comfortably by the seaside, with the enchanting elven goddess behind him, indulging him with a soothing massage. These two, of course, bore names. One was Dream, and the other Shadow, although their names consisted of a single character, seemingly mundane. In the epoch of their inception, they were regarded as quite respectable monikers. Even in the contemporary magical realm, such singular names are, to a certain extent, synonymous with divinity, as they were typically bestowed during the primitive ages of the magical world, long before the establishment of a comprehensive writing system. In stark contrast to Xingyin, who was merely known by the moniker of a star worshipper and lacked a proper name, Su Yi felt no necessity to assign them new appellations. However, in a display of loyalty, they adopted names that resonated well within the Blue Star, following the tradition of noble families in the magical world, where female relatives and concubines often took on their husband's surname. Thus they became known as Su Ming and Su Ying. When Su Yi inquired about their familial ties, he was not referring to the sisters themselves. In truth, they were twins, their appearances and figures nearly indistinguishable, making it obvious even to the simplest observer that they were siblings. He was instead questioning the relationships among Su Ming, Su Ying, Anqi, the elven queen Anning, as well as Yu Ling and Xingyan. This query had lingered in his mind for quite some time, as, according to the aristocratic lineage in the magical realm, it would stand to reason that all elves should be direct descendants of Su Ming and Su Ying, particularly concerning the moon elves of Yu Ling's tribe and the dark elves of Anqi's lineage. Su Yi had long understood that their status as royalty among the elven race stemmed from their divine bloodline, suggesting a closer connection to the twins. After all, although the first elf was not birthed by them, they were undeniably the progenitors of the elven race through their own bloodline. When contemplating this, it was rather exhilarating. Ahem. However, upon posing this question directly, the answer he received from Su Ming and Su Ying was rather unexpected. Indeed, we could be considered the ancestors of all elves. Yet, through the course of several hundred millennia of evolution and procreation, this blood relationship has become exceedingly tenuous. While it is true that both the moon elves and the dark elves are direct descendants of divinity, that divinity does not refer to us. Rather, it pertains to the deities that emerged spontaneously after the flourishing of the elven race we created. In fact, we have engendered numerous races, the vast majority of which have perished in the annals of time, with only a select few enduring to this day, among which the elven race stands as the most substantial. After we created the elven race and guided them through their nascent stages, we seldom intervened in their affairs once they acquired the capacity for self-preservation within the magical realm. Subsequently, as the elven race birthed their own deities, our symbolic significance within their culture became more pronounced than our actual influence. Even if we wished to intervene, we found ourselves unable to do so. Although we have created the elven race, we ourselves are not elves. Naturally, the rising talents within the elven community cannot allow us, as outsiders, to meddle in their internal affairs. In fact, as it stands, apart from a few noble tribes, such as the moon elves and dark elves, many ordinary elves are entirely unaware of our existence. It is akin to the notion among humans in the magical realm that everyone today is a descendant of a handful of ancient ancestors from millions of years ago. Our connection with the elven race is perhaps reminiscent of those common ancestors, after which the lineage becomes tenuous. Over time, the elves have naturally integrated various external bloodlines into their own, resulting in a lineage that has become quite diluted, and they now differ significantly from the original forms we created. When discussing this matter, the two sisters felt a tinge of helplessness, yet also a subtle sense of pride. Clearly, for deities of their stature, witnessing the growth and flourishing of the race they created, one that even reached a point of competing with intelligent beings like humans and dragons, was indeed a remarkable feat. However, as the created race expanded, they found themselves losing control over it, leaving them with little recourse but to accept the situation. After all, their initial purpose in creating these races was to validate the feasibility of various other cultivation paths, and the emergence of these races was an unforeseen development, making it impractical for them to invest too much care. They did extend a modicum of support to help the newly created elves navigate the harsh early stages of existence, enabling them to establish a foothold in the magical world before ultimately relinquishing their oversight. Many other deities of the time simply abandoned their creations without a thought for the well-being of those beings. If one neglects their creations, it is only natural that those beings would disregard any commands once divine beings emerge within their own ranks. It would be akin to an ancient creature suddenly appearing in the magical realm, claiming to have created all humanity, demanding obedience from all. Would the human deities comply? Certainly not. Thus, one might argue that there exists little to no blood relation between you. If this is considered a familial bond, then one might assert that all individuals in the world share such ties. Suming Chekiv. Back when they were in the Wanhun banner, they were eager to establish a connection with Yu Ling and Xingyan for their survival. Yet now they seek to distance themselves, hoping to avoid any misconceptions by Su Yi regarding a genuine blood relationship, lest it hinder the progress of certain matters. Of course, as their understanding deepens, Their attentiveness towards Su-yi is motivated by more than mere survival. It is also in pursuit of a more comprehensive cultivation system. After all, they're in close proximity to Su-yi daily, who shows little inclination to have them avoid anything. They inevitably witness Su-yi practicing occasionally, as well as the daily training routines of Yuling and Xinghen. This is a cultivation method that is distinctly different from that of the magical realm, and its efficacy is remarkably impressive. As the nominal common ancestors of the elven race, Su Ming and Su Ying have some understanding of Xinghen, who possesses both elven and human bloodlines. Not to mention, when Xinghen chose an alternate path fraught with peril, it stirred quite a commotion within the circles of deities and demigods, making it impossible for them to remain unaware of her presence. However, upon observing Xinghen now, even without her taking any action, a mere fleeting glance from her instills a profound sense of threat in these two venerable deities. They can distinctly perceive that Xinghen has grown significantly more powerful since her time in the magical world. One might even assert that her combat prowess has reached a level that utterly overwhelms their own divine capabilities. This is evidently a manifestation of the strength derived from an entirely different cultivation system. Chapter 415. Has nuclear fusion finally succeeded? What are the deities born from the Elven clan? Where are they now? Su-yi inquired with a hint of curiosity. The elves, to speak of their attributes, truly possess unparalleled beauty, their figures remarkably exquisite. If possible, gathering a few more would be quite delightful. Even if they did nothing, simply having them around would be a feast for the eyes. However, upon posing this question, he was met with his sister's peculiar gazes. Su-yi quickly realized that the other deities of the Elven clan were likely engaged in resurrection contests within the Soul Banner. If the master desired a cadre of Elven maidens, there was no need to specifically seek demigods or deities. Physical appearance is somewhat correlated with strength. It does not imply that those of lesser prowess are inherently less appealing. The Elven race is renowned for its beauty in the magical realm. If one were to search, a plethora of exquisite elven women could undoubtedly be found. We could assist you in selecting, as given the current plight of the Elven clan, many would be willing to serve you. It is amusing, when the elven deities were still present, they could hardly engage with their ancestors. Now that Su-yi has vanquished all the elven deities, should they return to the magical realm, their words would carry significant weight among the elves. There is no need for that. Su-yi waved his hand dismissively. He felt no burden regarding the elven nobility or deities. After all, these individuals are tangible predators who have enjoyed their privileges. Enduring hardship now could be seen as repaying past debts. As for ordinary elves, there is no need to concern oneself with them. Aside from their longevity, they're fundamentally no different from ordinary humans. They lack the agency to determine their destinies, as everything is manipulated by the deities and the nobility beneath them in the magical realm. Even if they have committed misdeeds, such as raiding or attacking Dream River City, it may not have been their true intention. They are all pitiable souls. As the two conversed, a volleyball soared from afar, hovering ominously in the air just before it would have struck Su-yi, with not a single grain of sand from its trajectory landing upon him. "Burotu Su-yi, come play with us," called Yang-yi, dressed lightly from a distance. "You all enjoy." Su-yi casually returned the ball, quietly admiring the vibrant figures frolicking upon the beach. This was his private stretch of sand on Penglai Island, off limits to others. Currently, Yang-yi and her classmates, predominantly young women, were at play. Yuling and Xinghen were both donned in bikinis as well. Should any man other than himself appear here now, he might as well resign himself to a life of blindness. Prior to their arrival, Yang-yi had anxiously consulted him several times. Such trivial matters posed no difficulty for him, and he would never dampen their spirits. He also decided to descend and bask in the sun, relishing the sea breeze. "Why don't you join in? Those young ladies would surely appreciate your company," remarked one of them. Holding two freshly opened coconuts, and handed one to him. "Aren't you right here? Why seek others?" Su-yi pulled her into his embrace. "There are so many people." Yuling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she softly protested. Yet, despite her verbal objections, she made no effort to resist. After all these years, are we still concerned about being seen? He seemed indifferent, merely holding her close without crossing any boundaries. Although if he were to take liberties with Yuling here, she would likely offer little resistance, perhaps just a subtle distraction for those around them. However, He was not the type to be overly ravenous for such indulgences. After a tender moment, he gently inquired, "What about in Ning and in Shi? Do you truly intend to leave them be? How you wish to handle them is entirely up to you. I have no objections, as you well know." "No need," Yuling replied, resting her head on Su Yi's shoulder, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Let bygones be bygones. Besides, we have entered another world. Dwelling on past matters would only disrupt our current peace and invite unnecessary sorrow. Moreover, during the upheaval of the Moon Elf tribe by the Dark Elf tribe, both in Ning and in Qi played crucial roles. Their ability to triumph over adversity in such a magical realm speaks volumes of their competence. Rather than dismissing them with a mere word, it would be more prudent to keep them close to assist you. Compared to my nominal role as CEO, entrusting this position to them after they grasped the circumstances of Blue Star and the operational mechanisms of Tianya Group would yield far better results. This sentiment rang true. Yuling's temperament was notably laid back. She rarely competed or sought to claim anything, embodying a philosophy of acceptance. In essence, her ambition was rather subdued. Instead of pursuing career advancements, she found greater joy in reading quietly or learning to cook a few dishes for Sui. In stark contrast, in Ning and in Qi were embodiments of ambition, having endured great hardships to ultimately overthrow the Moon Elf royalty, thereby elevating their own tribe to a position of power among the elven clans. Achieving such feats testified to their remarkable capabilities and effectiveness in execution. Yuling was not one to harbor jealousy. She could graciously acknowledge the strengths of others alongside her own shortcomings. With Tian Shu overseeing the company, you need not concern yourself with much. Merely holding a title suffices. Yi remained unconcerned, stating, "As for them, their abilities are inconsequential. The company will neither gain nor lose significantly with their presence. But since you wish to keep them, let it be so. After all, you primarily manage the household affairs. I trust your judgment and shall refrain from further inquiry." After spending considerable time together, a clear division of roles had emerged between the two. Yi rarely interfered with domestic matters, leaving them entirely to Yu Ling's capable hands. Even Xing Hen, a formidable individual capable of tearing gods asunder, typically followed Yu Ling's lead at home. Moreover, the two other elves, who have already transformed into maids, need not be mentioned. After all, this matter is not related to strength, but rather to Su Yi's attitude. As long as Su Yi acknowledges it, even if Yu Ling possesses no power at all, she remains the mistress of this household, with all matters of the inner residence under her command. While the two were engaged in conversation, the oblivious Tian Shu suddenly appeared beside Su Yi through a holographic projection. "Sir, we have just received the latest news from the 9 provinces. The first nuclear fusion experimental reactor on Blue Star has successfully completed all testing phases and is ready for its initial ignition. They are inquiring whether you wish to proceed with this final step." Chapter 416. Do children not understand? Your Majesty, if we rely solely on land routes to return to the imperial capital, it may take us over half a month at best. Not to mention the hardships of traveling day and night. Why not use the direct teleportation array from Dream River City to return? I have heard that the situation in the imperial capital is currently chaotic. Returning sooner would help stabilize it, inquired Lillian, who possessed the bloodline of a magical beast, as she turned to Vivi seated in the palanquin beside her. "There is no need for me to rush back to stabilize the situation. Our ancestors will handle matters in the imperial capital," Vivi replied, resting her chin on one hand, gazing at the desolate land under the autumn winds. "We need not hurry our journey. Let's take our time and enjoy the sights. That is the true objective. Whether it takes half a month or a month to reach the imperial capital is inconsequential. It is the people of the capital who await my arrival, not me who is eager to see them." With a single battle, Yi had captured most of the deities in the magical realm and had expressed his unwavering support for Vivi in front of the blazing sun. Given the current circumstances, even if Vivi took a year or even a decade to arrive at the imperial capital, the people there would patiently await her. The throne, which symbolized the highest power of the empire, would also wait. Moreover, it was utterly impossible for anyone to dare voice a complaint. Taking our time, enjoying the views, what is there to see? It doesn't seem particularly interesting, Lillian mused, still perplexed as to why they would forego the convenience of the teleportation array in favor of a leisurely walk back to the capital. You wouldn't understand. So let us just call an outing, Vivi chuckled. I know it's definitely your brother-in-law who suggested this, Lillian replied, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through everything. Vivi's expression turned slightly awkward as she casually tossed a pastry from the palanquin towards Lillian, playfully scolding. You little girl, after your trip to Blue Star, you dare to mock me? How cheeky. You can't hit me. Lillian caught the pastry effortlessly, took a bite, and then wrinkled her nose in disdain. This is not tasty, before carelessly tossing it aside. At that moment, the palanquin passed through a pastoral scene, and just beyond the fields lay a small village. The grand procession had already drawn the attention of many villagers, who stood at a distance, watching in awe. When they saw Lillian toss the food aside, a frail little girl swallowed hard and, after a brief hesitation amidst the gasps of her family, dashed over to pick up the pastry. Sniffing it, her face lit up with joy as she raised the treat, seemingly eager to share her find with her parents. However, upon turning around, she was met with the terrified expressions of her parents and the villagers. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed. The little girl was startled and turned in fear, only to discover a massive sword, larger than herself, hovering less than a meter from the back of her head. Fortunately, a beautiful long sword, of unknown origin, had lodged itself behind her, its guard just barely blocking the colossal sword. Otherwise, she might have been cleaved in two. Why did they strike? A detached voice emanated from the side. Upon realizing that he had struck the queen's sword with his own, the dazed knight quickly regained his composure, dismounted, and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, Your Majesty, I must report that this commoner has desecrated Princess Lillian. Such an offense is unforgivable. Lillian, the daughter of a prince, was technically only a countess or perhaps a duchess, but due to her unique circumstances of being closely associated with Vivi and lacking a formal title, the inhabitants of Dream River City often referred to her as a princess, especially given her royal lineage. In this context, Vivi held the utmost authority. As long as she had no objections, it sufficed. Desecrating Lillian? Vivi cast a glance at the small girl, who stood frozen in fear, unable to move. Her gaze fell upon a morsel of pastry in the girl's hand, marked by the bite of Lillian, as she immediately understood the situation. In the realm of magic, it was not unusual for commoners to collect remnants left by nobles, for even the scraps of nobility were considered rare delicacies by many. However, such actions were generally frowned upon in the presence of the aristocracy. Some nobles, being more generous or indifferent to such trivial matters, might not take offense, but others regarded it as a grave insult. Over time, this attitude fostered a social norm wherein the nobility believed themselves inherently superior to the common folk, and any interaction from the latter was deemed a sacrilege. This interaction extended beyond mere physical contact to include clothing, hair, and even bodily fluids. To this night, the piece of pastry being consumed by a commoner, after having been touched by the exquisite and noble Princess Lillian, was clearly an affront to her beauty and dignity. Vivi opened her mouth to speak, but upon seeing the unwavering loyalty and determination in the knight's eyes, an inexplicable sense of powerlessness surged within her. Ultimately, she waved her hand weakly and said, Rise. From this point forward, unless commanded, do not draw your sword to harm anyone, nor engage in violence against commoners. Understood. The knight immediately executed a precise knightly salute and then resumed his position beside Vivi, standing like a statue in solemnity, serving as her protector. All of Vivi's entourage were her trusted subordinates, and no one present would doubt that even if a dragon were to attack her, this knight would stand firm, facing the dragon's breath without retreating. This unwavering loyalty was precisely what made Vivi feel most challenged and helpless. She turned her attention to the small girl, inhaled deeply, and waved her hand, striving to soften her voice. Come here. The girl, gazing at Vivi's splendid gown, could hardly conceal her fear. casting a pleading look towards her parents behind her. Seeing this, the girl's parents could no longer restrain themselves, breaking through the crowd despite the protests of other villagers. Before they could reach Vivi, the knight placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, but recalling Vivi's words, he suppressed his urge to draw his weapon and instead positioned himself as an impassable barrier before the couple. "Step back," Vivi said calmly. The knight promptly retreated to the side. The weighty mask obscured his expression, yet his hand once more rested upon the hilt of his sword. His keen gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the couple. Should they exhibit any sign of disrespect towards Vivi, he would not hesitate to draw his blade and slay them on the spot. My lord, this child is still naive and does not understand her transgressions. We beseech you, do not hold her faults against her. She is our child, and as her parents, we are willing to accept her punishment in her stead. Just grant her clemency. We are prepared to endure any consequence. We implore your mercy. Chapter 417. What wrong did she commit? Observing the couple before her, who were bowing repeatedly like pounding garlic, Wei Wei hesitated momentarily and inquired, what wrong did she commit? The couple froze, and the man, recovering swiftly, responded, she has pilfered the food meant for adults, committing the crime of theft. We beseech you, given her tender age, to grant her a chance. It must be acknowledged that his words carried a certain weight, not merely uttered at random. Consuming the remnants of a noble's meal in their presence is typically regarded as an affront, and as mere commoners, they risk incurring the wrath of the aristocracy. If the nobles were displeased, the outcome could be fatal, with no one to champion their cause. The villagers would likely conclude that the couple had failed in their parental duties, rather than question the noble's actions. They might even believe that such indulgence of their child could invite calamity upon the entire village. Moreover, the act of stealing food is a distinct transgression. In this realm, being caught in the act of theft would undoubtedly lead to punishment, though such penalties would not typically result in death. In contrast, incurring the ire of the aristocracy could lead to immediate execution, making the former a relatively milder fate. Furthermore, by framing the act as merely taking leftovers from a noble, it could mitigate the discomfort it caused the aristocrats. Should their mood lighten, they might even show leniency towards these ordinary folk. Yet, she had neither stolen nor committed any wrongdoing. Wei Wei shook her head and beckoned the young girl once more. The girl looked helplessly at her parents, who were still kneeling before Wei Wei, unable to raise their heads to offer any response. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps reassured by the gentle demeanor of the elder sister, the girl timidly approached Wei Wei. Wei Wei squatted down to meet the girl's gaze, allowing her pristine white gown to brush the ground, gathering dust. She noted that although the girl's clothes were tattered, she herself was remarkably clean, unlike many commoners she had encountered during her travels, who were often grimy and infested with fleas. This observation lifted Wei Wei's spirits, who had a penchant for cleanliness. Gently tucking the girl's unruly hair behind her ear, she spoke softly, "Why did you pick at the leftovers?" The girl, timidly, replied, "I was hungry." "Hungry?" Wei Wei's eyes flickered, yet her tone remained gentle. "It is barely past lunchtime. How can you be hungry? Did you not eat at noon?" "Lunchtime?" The girl seemed unfamiliar with the term, contemplating for a while before responding. "I had something in the morning." "What did you eat?" "Boiled beans." "How many meals do you have in a day?" The girl, now less frightened by the elegant elder sister, began to speak more freely. She quickly replied, too, "Do you only eat beans?" "Sometimes it's beans with wheat, and sometimes we have bran cakes. Both are not very palatable. They are hard. I do not like them." "Have you ever eaten meat?" "Meat?" The young girl seemed to recall something delightful, expressing with a hint of yearning. "We had a feast. 6 months ago, my father caught a large field mouse, and our family shared it. It was truly delicious." "Do you eat 2 meals every day?" "Not always. Only recently have we begun dining twice daily. My parents mentioned that this year's harvest is abundant, and Her Majesty is benevolent, collecting only 50% in taxes, thus leaving us with ample provisions, allowing us to enjoy 2 meals. However, only my brother and I indulge in 2 meals. Our parents and elder siblings only have 1. Due to the events transpiring here, many accompanying officials from Dream River City had gathered around. Upon hearing the girl's words, several officials exchanged uneasy glances. their expressions betraying discomfort as beads of sweat trickled down their brows. "When did you pay your taxes?" Vivi endeavored to keep her tone gentle. Yet, this inquiry evidently surpassed the girl's understanding, prompting her to cast a pleading glance towards her parents. "Stand up, you shall inform me," Vivi commanded. The couple dare not rise, remaining prostrate on the ground. The man, trembling, replied, "Just a month ago during the autumn harvest, my lord. Is our grain contribution insufficient? We can amend that immediately." Vivi stood, observing the frail girl before her and the emaciated villagers in the distance, before suddenly emitting a cold laugh. A throng of high-ranking officials from Dream River City fell to their knees in unison, leaving the girl's family in utter bewilderment. Then Vivi declared, "There is no need for restitution. Return and inform the village that we shall have an additional meal tonight." "What?" The man, who had maintained a composed demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to gaze up at the noble woman uttering incomprehensible words. Fortunately, reason prevailed, preventing any display of rudeness, and he quickly responded, "I shall notify them at once." With that, he hurriedly took the girl and his wife away from the scene. Only Vivi remained by the roadside, surrounded by a multitude of kneeling noble officials. If my memory serves me right, I announced the abolition of all taxes within the territory over 2 months ago and allocated sufficient rice and salt for 3 daily meals to each household. Did I not? Her voice carried a chilling edge as her gaze fell upon one of the officials among the throng. "If I recall correctly, last month, I released a batch of grain for you to use in feeding livestock and a trade for cattle and sheep with merchants. Since last month, you have been distributing 1 pound of meat per person to all residents of the kingdom each month, have you not? Did she lack provisions? Certainly not. The initial grain supply, given to her by Sue, was intended solely to sustain over 2 billion foreign inhabitants in the northern territories through the winter until the next autumn harvest. However, having acquired an excess of grain in the interstellar realm, she was generously bestowed with 100 billion tons. From that point onwards, she had unilaterally abolished all food-related taxes within her domain, and that was over 2 months ago. A month prior, as Wei Wei became increasingly acquainted with the knowledge of the Blue Star, she grew more inclined to extend greater benefits to her subjects. With a grand gesture, she allocated a staggering 1 billion tons of grain, instructing the officials of Dream River City to utilize this bounty as fodder for livestock, ensuring that every citizen within her domain received a monthly provision of 1 pound of meat. Recognizing the impracticality of immediate livestock rearing, even with magical assistance, a portion of the grain was designated for trade with prominent merchant guilds, allowing for the swift acquisition of meat to distribute. Yet, what she now observed was disheartening. The vast quantities of grain she had already dispersed had seemingly vanished from the ledgers. The complete exemption from grain taxes had been replaced with a mere 50% tax. As for the promised free distribution of meat, it appeared that the common folk could scarcely dare to dream of such a reality. Chapter 4:18. Who claims resources are insufficient? Who can provide an explanation? Faced with Vivi's pointed inquiry, a group of officials trembled in fear, none daring to utter a word. "So, silence reigns, does it? Then, I shall name names. Earl Wells, as the Chancellor of Finance, you have always managed the treasury of the Dream River Kingdom. You shall speak first." Upon hearing this, a corpulent, middle-aged man hastily interjected. "Your Majesty, I can explain." "Well, I'm listening," Vivi replied. This, Your Majesty, I have acted strictly according to your commands. These are undoubtedly the misdeeds of those greedy pests beneath me. Grant me the opportunity to return to Dream River City, and I assure you that by tomorrow, I will bring all those involved in this matter before you for your judgment." Earl Wells kowtowed fervently. "This is your explanation?" Vivi scoffed. "You are utterly incapable of providing one. It has come to my attention that you have purchased 6 luxurious residences in the imperial capital, acquired tens of thousands of acres of fertile land and over a dozen castles outside the capital, and recently added 7 or 8 concubines, 4 of whom are already with child. A single mansion near the palace is worth tens of millions of gold coins. Even I could only acquire 1 courtyard through the generosity of the late emperor. Truly, you possess considerable wealth, my lord. I had assumed that, despite your greed, You would at least attend to some affairs, particularly as you have no capable subordinates to assist you. Did you think I was unaware? Clearly, however, I have underestimated your avarice. My queen, Earl Wells attempted to defend himself, but Vivi, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively. Immediately, two knights stepped forward, restraining him and covering his mouth to prevent any further protest. With one dealt with, Vivi showed no signs of stopping and turned her gaze to another individual, Lord Ross. As a minister of supervision, your duty is to oversee all officials within the kingdom. Do you have anything to say? The short, slender, middle-aged man quickly responded, Your Majesty, your insight is unparalleled. It is not that I have neglected my duties. Rather, the influence of Earl Wells is too formidable. He acts with absolute authority, and under his protection, we are entirely unable to investigate the financial matters. You cannot investigate, or you dare not. Or perhaps, you are all complicit, deceiving those above while oppressing those below? Absolutely not. There is no such collusion, Your Majesty. Lord Ross protested vehemently, incessantly defending himself. His narrative revolved around how Earl Wells had bullied him, using intimidation and bribery, leaving him with no choice but to turn a blind eye. Growing weary of his excuses, Vivi waved her hand again. Take him away. Instantly, two burly knights advanced to escort him as well. However, this matter is far from over. Vivi directly named all the officials in charge of the relevant departments in this desolate countryside, bringing them all to account, regardless of whether they participated directly or indirectly, or whether they were supposed to supervise yet failed to convey any pertinent information to her. None were spared. As for why only the heads of these departments were apprehended rather than everyone involved, it was simply because only these high-ranking officials were accompanying her. The subordinates lacked the qualifications to be present and were not here. This was not an instance of Vivi turning a blind eye to spare the chief culprits. After a series of names were called and accountability demanded, a significant portion of the accompanying high official from the Dream River Kingdom were taken into custody. The remaining individuals were nearly those with no theoretical connection to the matter at hand. Vivi glanced at those left, standing, and scoffed, declaring, This time we shall adhere to procedure. I shall only seek those directly involved in this affair. As for the rest of you, whether you were completely unaware or complicit for personal gain or other reasons, I shall not inquire further. I am fully aware of your motivations. Merely believing that the Dream River Kingdom is destined for demise, you sought to extract as much benefit as possible before its fall. I am particularly cognizant that during the time I issued the Edict of War, your actions to profit were most brazen. Whether you regret your deeds now is of no consequence. There is no remedy for regret in this world. You would do well to pray that what you have done remains forever unknown to me, or that you truly had no part in it. Thus, the officials who had not been singled out were drenched in sweat, their heads bowed in fear, too apprehensive to look up. After delivering her remarks, Vivi turned her attention away from them, gazing at the dilapidated village and the emaciated villagers who cowered in the shadows, their thoughts unknown. Your Majesty, if we do not set off soon, we may not reach the next city on our itinerary by nightfall, reminded the attendant. Chuck, that will not be necessary, Vivi replied, casting a glance at the setting sun. We shall halt here for the night. The camp will be established in the fields. Here? Chuck hesitated momentarily, then added, Isn't this a bit too rudimentary? Many aspects may prove quite inconvenient. You might not find it comfortable. Is it not merely spending a night in a tent? I have endured worse. Just see to it. Very well. Chuck promptly set about his task, but paused midway, recalling something. He turned back to her and said, By the way, Your Majesty, regarding the additional rations you mentioned, I checked, and this village has over 1,000 households, with a total population of around 6,000 or 7,000. It would be quite challenging to provide additional meals for so many with only the meat we brought. If you insist on this, I will have to send someone back to the city immediately to procure the necessary supplies. There is no need for that. I have my own methods for addressing these minor issues. Vivi waved her hand dismissively, and before Chuck could utter another word, he noticed her gaze fixated on the group of high-ranking officials from Dream River City who had been apprehended. Who dares to claim that our supplies are insufficient to provide the entire village with a taste of meat? Is this not an abundance of meat? Bring these individuals down at once and prepare them for cooking. Chapter 419. This is the farewell gift from the entire village. Vivi declared that she had prepared a meal, which implied that the villagers would certainly partake in it. However, she ultimately refrained from allowing the villagers to consume the blood-sucking parasites. Her decision stemmed from a recollection of Sue's warning that cannibalism could easily lead to a virulent infection, one that was nearly impossible to cure. She was uncertain whether there existed any distinction between the inhabitants of Blue Star and those from the magical realm. Despite the villagers' palpable desire, nearly overwhelming after catching a whiff of the savory meat, it was evident they would not object to such a meal. Nonetheless, Vivi prudently dismissed the notion. Primarily, the thought was indeed quite repugnant. However, it was unacceptable to simply let those individuals go unpunished. After publicly preparing the meal, she ordered the meat to be extracted from the pot and fed to the dogs in front of the crowd. As for the promised additional provisions for the villagers, the people from Dream River City worked tirelessly to deliver them, arriving in the dead of night. When the genuine aroma of meat wafted through the air, dawn was just beginning to break on the horizon. Fortunately, it was the off-season for farming, and the villagers had little to occupy their time. Upon hearing that a noble lady had graciously offered to treat the entire village to a feast, they willingly stayed awake all night, eager not to miss out on their share. As Vivi observed the famished villagers relishing the meat, inundated with their expressions of gratitude, her demeanor remained steadfast and unperturbed. She felt a profound anger about the events of the day. Initially, she believed her ire stemmed from being deceived by the officials, who misled her at every turn. However, as time passed, and she calmed her thoughts, she began to reconsider. She was acutely aware of the character of the local noble officials from the north. They were merely temporary pawns, forced into their roles. It was unreasonable to be enraged merely because those individuals sought to profit through duplicity. So, what was the true source of her anger? Perhaps it was the pitiable gaze of that young girl, reminiscent of a wounded fawn in distress. Prior to this, as a member of the elite aristocracy, Vivi harbored little sympathy or empathy for the common folk. Educated to see herself as inherently superior, she refrained from bullying ordinary people only because of the hollow tenets of noble upbringing that preached against such tyranny. Yet, upon encountering Sue and the ordinary individuals from Jiuzhou, she gradually recognized a disconcerting truth. Those whom she, and indeed the entire aristocracy of the magical realm, had previously regarded with disdain were not as incapable as they had assumed. Given a suitable environment, these ordinary people could exhibit remarkable intelligence and possess the power to change the world. The weapons from Blue Star served as a testament to this reality. When hundreds of nuclear weapons rained down upon the plains, obliterating a substantial portion of the magical realm's elite forces, even the gods could not turn a blind eye. This exemplified the potential strength that ordinary people could unleash. Furthermore, it was evident that the common folk of the magical world were no less intelligent than those from Blue Star. The only disparity lay in the inhospitable conditions that rendered survival for the ordinary person nearly impossible. As Wei Wei pondered these thoughts, Lillian's voice suddenly interrupted beside her. "Sister Wei Wei, the villagers wish to see you." "Villagers want to see me?" Wei Wei was momentarily taken aback. Her mind was in turmoil, and she had not anticipated that these ordinary villagers would dare to seek her out. "What is it?" she inquired. "They say they want to express their gratitude," Lillian replied. "Gratitude? Towards me?" Wei Wei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Let us go and see." As they stepped out of the makeshift camp, they were greeted by the sight of a large gathering of villagers under the dawn sky. Leading the group was the little girl Wei Wei had encountered the day before, flanked by her parents. Upon seeing Wei Wei, their eyes reflected awe mingled with gratitude. The villagers had learned of Wei Wei's true identity overnight. They had never expected to encounter the Queen of Dream River Kingdom in such a remote corner of the world, and they found her demeanor far more approachable than they had imagined. At least in her dealings with them, the common folk, she exhibited a remarkable kindness, contrasting sharply with her cold ruthlessness towards corrupt officials. In a short span from last night to today, more than 500 had met their demise at the village entrance, executed in a gruesome display. while the villagers did not recognize all the slain. Some were indeed the local officials who had long oppressed them. These once arrogant officials, who ruled with an iron fist, now lay beheaded like wild dogs at the village edge, allowing many who had suffered under their tyranny to vent their frustrations. They began to realize that this queen was indeed unlike the lords of yore, who cared little for the lives of the commoners as long as their taxes were collected. Recognizing Wei Wei's distinct approach, the villagers, after partaking of the provisions she had generously offered, spontaneously gathered to express their sentiments, resulting in the scene before her. As Wei Wei emerged, the woman behind the little girl nudged her shoulder in encouragement. The girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old and ignorant of the concept of queens and empresses, scampered forward upon receiving the prompt. The night before Wei Wei subtly placed a hand on his sword hilt, but upon witnessing the smile gracing Wei Wei's lips as the little girl approached, he wisely withdrew his hand. The queen was evidently in high spirits, and it was prudent to be perceptive of her mood. "What brings you to me?" Wei Wei asked, bending down to meet the gaze of the delicate child before her. "Queen sister, my mommy and daddy asked me to give this to you." The little girl halted in front of Wei Wei, presenting her with an umbrella held in both hands. "This is," Wei Wei mused, accepting the umbrella with a hint of confusion as she examined it closely. "This object is hardly exquisite. One might even describe it as exceedingly rudimentary and unappealing. It is adorned with a myriad of brightly colored fabrics, many of which are merely the size of a fingertip, creating a patchy and crude appearance. This may very well be the least aesthetically pleasing gift she has ever received. The village elder and the townsfolk all proclaim that the queen's sister is a good person, expressing their hope that she will continue to reign over them. However, we possess no worthy gifts to present to you. With the impending snowfall in mind, we collectively decided to stitch together an umbrella, hoping it might provide a modicum of shelter from the biting winds and snow." The tender voice of the young girl resonated across the desolate expanse just before dawn. Vivi held this rudimentary, tattered umbrella in her hands, yet her heart was filled with a different sentiment. Chapter 420. Sheltering you from the storm undoubtedly. This was her first time receiving such a humble gift. Yet, it also marked the first occasion she had received a present so thoughtfully prepared. As she pondered this, a biting wind howled, and a delicate snowflake gently descended upon her head. The young girl, unacquainted with fear, instinctively reached out to pluck the snowflake from Vivi's hair, waving it before her eyes and exclaiming, "Sister Queen, look, it's truly snowing. Quick, open the umbrella." Vivi gazed at the snowflake in the girl's hand, then at the tattered umbrella she held. For reasons unknown, she felt somewhat dazed and, obeying the girl's prompt, opened the comical, battered umbrella overhead. The piercing, cold wind lessened, and the drifting snowflakes began to accumulate upon the umbrella. The first snowfall of the year in the northern realm had arrived, and with an unexpected ferocity. Once Vivi had unfurled the umbrella, the scattered snowflakes transformed into a flurry of large, feathery snowflakes. Yet beneath this swirling storm, she and the little girl sheltered under the umbrella felt no chill whatsoever. Of course, although Vivi's modest abilities were often derided by Sue as being unremarkable, she was still a formidable figure, a 7th-tier warrior adept in both magic and martial arts. A mere flurry of wind and snow would hardly induce a sense of cold or discomfort. However, as she stood beneath the umbrella, she not only felt no trace of winter's bite, but also sensed a gentle warmth enveloping her. Vivi looked curiously at the tattered umbrella in her hand. She could distinctly feel an extraordinary power surging within it. This force was neither magic nor martial prowess, nor did it resemble the unique spiritual energy fluctuations associated with Su Yi's use of the Soul Banner. It was a type of power she had never encountered before, balanced and serene, yet imbued with an unyielding strength. It shielded her from the encroaching storm, rendering her impervious to the cold winds of the north. "Wow, it's snowing just in time. This umbrella is perfect." The innocent voice of the little girl snapped Vivi back to reality. She scanned the crowd of villagers and finally settled her gaze on the girl, gently inquiring, "Could you tell me, dear, who is the village chief here?" "The village chief is here too. Right over there," the girl replied excitedly, turning to look at the throng. However, After a brief scan, she furrowed her brow and said, "Huh, where's the village chief? He was just here." Vivi turned her attention to an accompanying official, who wore a perplexed expression. He hastily thumbed through a thick record book before respectfully explaining, "Your Majesty, this village is called Saintly Village, and there is indeed an elder named Weir who serves as the village chief. He is 117 years old, which is quite remarkable for an ordinary person. According to local records, if I'm not mistaken, one must have gone missing about a month ago. He was childless and often expressed to the villagers that if he ever felt unwell, he would prefer to depart this world quietly in a secluded place, sparing the villagers the burden of managing his final affairs. Consequently, when he suddenly vanished, the villagers searched the vicinity for 3 days without success and concluded that this obstinate old village chief had indeed done as he mentioned, finding a solitary corner to silently leave this realm. The local residents erected a simple grave for him, and the matter was soon forgotten. Traditionally, village chiefs like what were appointed by relevant officials from nearby towns, with records maintained in the city's official archives. However, after examining the documents, it appears that due to the tumultuous circumstances, the city has been unable to attend to matters in this area since Will's disappearance, suggesting that Saintly Village likely has no appointed chief at present. Could it be that they elected one themselves? Vivi furrowed her brow and inquired. It should not be possible, the official replied uncertainly. But after perusing some records, he asserted with more confidence. It certainly cannot be. Recently, similar situations have arisen in other villages within our territory, where villagers have elected a chief to take responsibility. Typically, the elected chief would come to the city's official office to inform us, as they often lack the time to manage such affairs, and thus, we would acknowledge this and record accordingly. Numerous instances of this nature are documented in the archives of the Kingdom of Dream River. The northern regions are inherently unstable, frequently besieged by foreign invaders, leading to disturbances that render small matters like these neglected, resulting in a set of tacit conventions. Saintly Village is not insignificant. With thousands of inhabitants, there must be individuals well-versed in regulations who would not engage in the unauthorized election of a chief without notifying the official office. According to imperial law, this is akin to treason. Although it may not warrant a military suppression, there would certainly be some form of reprimand upon discovery. Thus, one might conclude that the village currently lacks a chief. Vivi's gaze flickered, a heightened sense of vigilance creeping into her heart. Indeed, it does not have one, the official affirmed with certainty. After a brief pause, Vivi gently ruffled the little girl's hair and asked softly, "Have you found the village chief?" The girl, disheartened, shook her head. "I don't know where Grandpa Chief has gone. He was just here a moment ago." "How long have you known Grandpa Chief?" Vivi inquired in a manner the child could comprehend. "A very long time. Grandpa Chief is a wonderful man who often gives me delicious treats." "How long has he been the chief?" "I don't know. Grandpa Chief has always been the chief." The little girl replied with innocent curiosity. Vivi felt a sense of unrest within her. While it is true that some nobles engage in favoritism in lucrative ventures, records in such inconsequential locales should be reliable. However, hearing the girl's words, it became evident that the records held by the nearby city office did not align with the actual circumstances. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Did the village elder disappear for a time last month, and despite the entire village searching, he cannot be found?" "Not at all," the young girl exclaimed in surprise. "Why would the village elder want to vanish?" Vivi opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. For reasons unknown, the umbrella felt increasingly burdensome in her grasp. In the biting cold wind, countless subjects from her realm gazed at her with gratitude, a scene that should have warmed her heart. However, as she surveyed the village and its inhabitants, an inexplicable sense of absurdity washed over her, leaving her feeling disquieted. A chill silently crept into her heart. In the next moment, a flash of realization illuminated her mind. This place was a critical passageway to the southern imperial capital or the northern city of Dream River. Just days prior, several of her royal brothers and a multitude of elite troops from various regions had traversed through here, yet there were no signs of chaos in the village. This was decidedly abnormal. Chapter 421. The illusion of dreamlike bubbles in a fleeting moment. A thought crossed Vivi's mind, shattering the warm scene before her like a mirror. It was as if the dreamlike bubbles had burst, vanishing in an instant. Vivi was suddenly engulfed by a sensation akin to parting the clouds to reveal a clear sky. Upon gazing at her surroundings once more, she recognized the path remained unchanged, with the relentless snow and wind still swirling about. However, the once humble yet orderly village had transformed into a desolate ruin of broken walls and debris. The scene of numerous villagers gathered had dissipated, replaced by an eerie silence. Turning to her companions, Vivi discovered them all sprawled upon the ground, their fates uncertain. Yet, the large cauldrons and the flames beneath them still persisted, bubbling with various human tissues, releasing an oddly grotesque aroma. The row of lifeless corpses at the village entrance was undeniably real, with many heads piled nearby. This was Vivi's intention. She sought to erect a monument at the village entrance using the heads of the corrupt officials who had exploited the common people. Everything was genuine. The people she had slain and the deeds she had committed were all real. However, the catalyst for it all, the village before her, was a mere fabrication. As she recalled that just days prior, a large contingent of elite troops had passed through the village on their way to Dream River City. She realized that in this age, the passage of an army was far more terrifying than a band of marauders invading a village, particularly since this territory was not loyal to the military forces. The crumbling ruins and the decaying bodies clad in ordinary attire at the village entrance, alongside the multitude of human remains scattered throughout the wreckage, spoke volumes. Not long ago, this village had been razed by the chaos of the troops from the south. It seemed the inhabitants had likely left no survivors. A chilling sensation crept up Vivi's spine as she looked at the umbrella in her hand, confirming its tangible existence. Simultaneously, the soft touch emanating from her right hand reminded her of one crucial fact. The little girl had not vanished. Glancing down, she observed that the girl appeared less pristine than before, somewhat disheveled. Yet her eyes retained the same clarity and innocence as before. Seeing Vivi's gaze, the little girl, with a hint of sadness, remarked, "Sister Queen, I don't know where Grandpa the village chief has gone." Vivi's lips moved as if to speak, but the words failed to materialize. The bizarre scene before her incited an impulse to retreat into the confines of a trading platform. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an instinctive dread that fleeing now would cost her something of great significance. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and gently suggested, "Grandpa the village chief might be occupied with other matters. It's cold outside with the wind and snow. Shall we return to the tent to take refuge?" "The tent?" The little girl glanced back at the opulent tent behind her, her voice timid as she asked, "Can I go there?" "Of course," Vivi replied without a second thought. Yet upon uttering those words, she found herself momentarily taken aback. According to her past disposition, it was utterly inconceivable for her to permit such a grimy commoner to enter her abode. Yet, prior to uttering this sentiment, she had not contemplated these notions at all. It was not that the bizarre circumstances before her had instilled fear within her. Had she truly been compelled to express such thoughts, her response would not have flowed so effortlessly. Rather, it was as though in her subconscious, she had genuinely ceased to regard the young girl before her as an inferior commoner. "Yay, thank you, sister. It's so cold outside. I've been freezing for several days. Fortunately, everyone is gathered around me to shield me from the wind." The girl exclaimed with unrestrained joy, trotting alongside Vivi towards the tent. However, upon hearing her cheerful outburst, Vivi could not suppress a gulp. Just as they were about to enter the tent, she instinctively glanced back at the village behind her. In the hazy distance, she seemed to discern a white-haired elder observing her. The elder's gaze was devoid of emotion, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. Clad in coarse linen garments, and wielding a rudimentary cane fashioned from a rough branch, he appeared exceedingly frail, yet his posture remained remarkably upright, unlike other elderly folk who often stooped. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the elder vanished from sight. Before his disappearance, Vivi caught a glimpse of his lips moving, as if he were uttering something. Though she could not discern the words, the shape of his mouth suggested, "We shall meet again." Thus, you imply that you arrived here, encountered numerous villagers, consequently eliminated a considerable number of officials, and even arranged for livestock from Dream River City to be delivered to the villagers as a feast. And now, all of this is mere illusion? Yet, upon the dissolution of this mirage, this tattered umbrella remains in your grasp, and you truly found this young girl? At noon, the snow continued to fall outside. Yet Vivi's tent was now brimming with people. The gathering predominantly comprised the divine and semi-divine beings of the Qiyong family. Initially, these individuals were tasked with dispersing across the Qiyong Empire to stabilize the situation and prepare for the coronation of the new emperor. However, upon hearing of the incidents surrounding Vivi, they hurriedly convened. After all, who was Vivi? She was the highest authority within the entire Qiyong family at present, and the sole link connecting their clan to the infamous killer, Su Yi. This situation could not afford to falter. Naturally, these individuals were not summoned by Vivi herself. Rather, they were called forth by their ancestral deity, Qiyong. For Qiyong and Yahweh, both venerable deities, were indeed part of the entourage accompanying Vivi on her journey to the imperial capital, though they had chosen to remain incognito until now. Concerning last night's events, as seasoned deities and paragons of magical prowess, it would have sufficed had they merely failed to detect any anomalies. However, the most absurd aspect was that both had succumbed to unconsciousness like the ordinary attendants, completely oblivious to the unfolding turmoil. Under Vivi's inquiry, Qiyong, drenched in sweat, recounted his recollections of the previous day, yet after much contemplation, he could only recall the events leading up to their entrance into the village. Subsequent events left no trace in his mind. This extraordinary illusion ensnared even the two deities without their awareness, clearly surpassing their comprehension. However, the astute Qiyong, ever the cunning fox, discerned a flaw upon hearing Weiwei's description. He promptly summoned those attendants who, in Weiwei's recollection, had been dispatched to Dream River City to transport supplies and apprehend officials involved in corruption for execution. Among the victims at the village entrance, many had not been part of Weiwei's entourage. They had been hastily captured from elsewhere just the previous day. If the illusion's reach were confined solely to this area, it would stand to reason that those tasked with seeking individuals would escape its grasp. Yet, after inquiries were made, they found themselves even more perplexed. Those who had departed and returned to Dream River City were utterly oblivious to the events of the previous day, even unaware that they had returned mid-journey. It was utterly absurd. Chapter 422. Existence within speculation, these myriad clues intertwine and ultimately direct this unforeseen incident toward a singular conclusion: the enigmatic entity that orchestrates the world from shadows. After contemplating for a moment, Vivi inquired of Qiyong, "Ancestor, I have heard Su Yi speak of such an existence in our world. He must have learned of it from the Star Seekers. If even the young demigods like the Star Seekers are aware of this, surely you possess a clearer understanding. Do you not? Presently, it appears that we have caught the attention of this being, and I hope you can divulge all that you know. I will subsequently confer with Su Yi on how to proceed." Qiyong, upon hearing her words, could not help but smile wryly. "Well, I fear I cannot disclose much to you. In the magical realm, there exists an entity that has perpetually lingered in the background, controlling all facets of our world, even manipulating the trajectory of its development, leading practitioners like us astray. All of this is, in essence, mere conjecture, devoid of any substantive evidence. This hypothesis arises for two primary reasons. One is that many who reach our level of cultivation find themselves at an impasse, unable to discern a path forward, leading them to believe that the very framework of our current cultivation system is flawed. The second reason pertains to the heavens above. Beyond the 9 heavens lies a vast expanse, an environment far more suitable for cultivation, replete with abundant resources. This is common knowledge among the deities. However, even as divine beings, we find it exceedingly difficult to reach that realm. Gods have attempted to ascend, but our flight is subject to limitations. Exceeding certain thresholds can result in death, even for deities. Over time, many who attain this level of power speculate that some force has intervened, leading us astray in our cultivation, thus postulating the existence of such an entity. Yet, throughout this entire discourse, no one has ever laid eyes upon this being. It is entirely possible that those who have encountered it are no longer alive. Vivi furrowed her brow in contemplation. So, you mean to say that it is uncertain whether such an individual exists behind the scenes in our world? The notion of an entity that governs the world from the shadows is widely accepted among most in the divine circle. The history of the magical world as civilization is rife with coincidences. Yet, it is true that no one has ever seen this being, nor is there definitive evidence of its existence. Some deities believe that the challenges of the cultivation path are a natural evolution. In fact, the current magical martial arts system has existed for millions of years, but the origins of its emergence remain untraceable. Others contend that the inability to reach higher realms is due to those regions being zones of life prohibition, where deities perish because our power is insufficient. In summary, there are various opinions, but the belief in the existence of this shadowy figure prevails as the mainstream view, albeit still a conjecture. Chiang could only respond with a bitter smile. In the magical world, many deities have committed misdeeds over the years, while others have acted virtuously. Even he had heard some ancient deities claim that, in the primordial wilderness hundreds of thousands of years ago, there were ancient gods who threatened to annihilate all living beings in this world. They indeed pursued this dreadful ambition and nearly succeeded, as a significant portion of the world was ruthlessly slaughtered under the dominion of this deity and his minions. Their malevolence extended beyond mere murder. They spared no flora or fauna, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Anything that crossed their path was either consumed by flames or tainted by unique divine power, transforming the area into a forbidden zone for life. This deity was extraordinarily powerful, accompanied by a cadre of loyal deities, forming a formidable coalition. Even those deities who disapproved were no match for them. At that time, the magical realm was deeply entrenched in the belief of a hidden mastermind orchestrating events behind the scenes. Witnessing such widespread carnage, all deities not directly involved felt it unnecessary to intervene, assuming that the alleged puppet master would take action against such heinous acts. Yet, the outcome was that this deranged god nearly decimated the entire world, and the supposed hidden presence never materialized. Ultimately, the other deities, whose living space had been severely constricted, could no longer tolerate the tyranny and spontaneously formed an alliance, which ultimately defeated the godly coalition and salvaged the world. In the aftermath, various perspectives emerged regarding the existence of this hidden figure, with many asserting that such a being was merely a figment of collective imagination, with no basis in reality. The current cultivation system arose naturally. The inability to ascend to the heavens was not due to insufficient power, but rather an incapacity to survive in such an environment. Even today, while the belief in a hidden mastermind remains prevalent among deities, there are still many skeptics. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei suddenly recalled something Su Yi had mentioned to her and contemplated before speaking. Regarding your second point, the deity's inability to leave the earth for the heavens above is not solely a matter of lacking strength. How do you know that? Qiyang inquired with a furrowed brow. Because, in another world, the star seekers have ascended. Wei Wei sighed and recounted what Su Yi had told her about the stellar marks leaving the atmosphere of Blue Star to traverse the cosmos in physical form. In other words, the skies of the Blue Star world impose no restrictions whatsoever. It is not just the demigod known as the Star Seeker. Even ordinary people, provided they take the necessary precautions, can freely ascend to the heavens and even traverse the starry expanse. Qiyang expressed disbelief. Could it be that the two worlds inherently differ in some manner? Is the sky in our world not the same as theirs? Do you think the Star Seeker is a mere child who cannot discern such differences? Wei Wei rolled her eyes and added, Moreover, I recalled another matter. Do you remember those ultimate weapons we utilized for Blue Star that day? Nuclear bombs? Chiang's memory served him well. He had only heard Wei Wei mention it once afterward, yet it remained imprinted in his mind. Precisely. In truth, this is a rather intricate technology. The nuclear warhead itself does not possess the ability to fly. It necessitates a vehicle to propel the warhead into the heavens before it descends. The principles involved are quite complex, and I cannot elucidate them clearly at this moment. However, there is one aspect that seems rather disconcerting upon reflection. What? the nuclear warhead and its vehicle, that is to say, the flight altitude of the intercontinental missile as described by the inhabitants of Blue Planet. With a grave expression, Wei Wei remarked, "The people of Jojo have informed me that once this intercontinental missile ascends, it typically travels forward and accelerates for approximately 1,000 kilometers. And upon nearing its destination, it re-enters the atmosphere. Furthermore, due to the differing environmental conditions of our world compared to Blue Planet, they have designed the intercontinental missile intended for our region to soar at a greater altitude, even exceeding 3,000 kilometers." At this point, she gazed at this venerable ancestor with a half-smile. "Have you ever ventured to a height of 3,000 kilometers above the Earth?" Chapter 423. The Blazing Sun I Cannot Possibly Comprehend. Blazing Sun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It is no secret that many beings who have ascended to the divine realm possess an unwavering defiance against death. Upon reaching such heights, it is said that numerous deities, upon learning of the existence of this phenomenon, willingly engage in reckless endeavors to test how high they can soar. However, Blazing Sun had never partaken in such folly. He was not one to court death. Otherwise, upon witnessing Su Yi's formidable power, he would not have so swiftly knelt. Disregarding the prestige and gravitas that accompanied his status as one of the most powerful deities and the founder of the Blazing Sun Empire. Yet, having lived for over 100,000 years, he had witnessed enough to understand that there exists a limit to how high a deity can ascend. In his recollection, the altitude achievable was approximately 500 to 600 kilometers above the ground. Any attempt to soar beyond that threshold would inevitably result in demise. Since the day he became a deity, he had seen countless divine beings perish at that very height, often without warning, leaving no trace of their remains, their deaths shrouded in mystery. Now, however, Vivi was informing him that even those heights, unattainable by deities, could be effortlessly reached by artificial constructs created by ordinary humans from Blue Star. Was there truly any distinction between this and a fantastical tale? The inhabitants of Blue Star had conducted far more in-depth research in this regard. According to their findings, the celestial expanse of the magical realm bore no fundamental difference from that of the Blue Star world. The only distinction lay in the fact that the celestial bodies of their world were significantly larger than those of Blue Star, necessitating recalculations and adjustments of various parameters for the objects they launched skyward. A dedicated team was diligently exploring these issues, and it was rumored that they had made progress, intending to launch the first magical world communication satellite within a week. They believed that since previous missile launches had encountered no issues, these satellites would similarly ascend without complication. Thus, it appeared that while the celestial realm of their world would thwart divine ascension, the creations of these beings would remain unimpeded. Blazing Sun's countenance darkened at the thought. He was inherently a pragmatic individual, placing his faith solely in his own strength. Upon realizing the limitations of his power, he sought every possible means to establish and expand his empire, ensuring that his lineage would possess greater resources and produce more deities to further augment their strength. Such a mindset rendered him skeptical of any unfounded speculations regarding a hidden force controlling the world. He maintained a stance of reverence, refraining from testing the waters. Yet deep within, he harbored doubts. Even the bizarre occurrences of the previous night left him unconvinced that they were the handiwork of an unseen entity. Rather, he suspected they might have been the result of some peculiar phenomenon within the cosmos. In light of the current circumstances, it is evident that the magical realm has not been devoid of perilous encounters. There exists certain natural hazard from which even deities may not emerge unscathed. In contrast to the elusive machinations of a potential puppet master, he finds himself more inclined to believe in the former. Yet now, the facts lay starkly before him, irrefutable. It is hardly conceivable that the heavens of the magical world possess intelligence, choosing to disregard artificial constructs that exceed a certain altitude, while promptly annihilating deities like themselves upon surpassing a specific height. As for the notion that creations from Blue Star could rival their divine forms in resilience against such extraordinary conditions, that is even more absurd. The nuclear bomb, as the mightiest weapon of Blue Star, might not be capable of extinguishing his essence. Could it be that the delivery systems for nuclear weapons are somehow sturdier than the very bodies of deities? Ultimately, all clues seem to converge upon a singular possibility. A hidden entity may indeed exist, hunting those deities who dare to abandon the continent of the magical realm. However, why am I sharing this with you? Witnessing her ancestor's bewilderment and helplessness, Vivi felt a pang of frustration and rubbed her temples. Faced with this dilemma, she pondered whether old Deng might divulge some clandestine information, perhaps even a few coins worth of insight. Who could have anticipated that old Deng might possess even less knowledge in this area than she did? Under the weight of her descendants' disheartened gaze, Chiang could hardly maintain his composure and hastily interjected, "What are you saying? Although my understanding of this matter is limited, the essence of your predicament bears no relation to the existence of that shadowy figure. We must operate under the assumption that this individual does indeed exist. For what transpired last night transcended the capabilities of any deity. It could not possibly have been the doing of the remaining gods in this world. Thus, our immediate priority is to contemplate the motivations behind such actions. My venerable ancestor, having lived for over 100,000 years and witnessed countless scenarios, I implore you to recount the events of last night so that I may analyze them thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Vivi momentarily paused. Indeed, attempting to establish the existence of the shadowy figure now holds little significance. The occurrences of last night were beyond the realm of deities. Thus, they must initially assume the individual exists and analyze their intentions to prepare adequately, even if what they encountered last night was a phenomenon beyond their current comprehension. It would suffice to consider it merely a false alarm. It must be said, although old Deng may lack prowess, failing to even muster the courage to confront Su-yi, slipping to his knees in an instant, his extensive lifespan has not been in vain. His ability to dissect primary and secondary contradictions remains remarkably astute, hitting the nail on the head with precision. Therefore, if such an entity truly exists, what could be the purpose behind this sudden turn of events? Vivi pondered for a moment, her gaze fixating on the little girl who was delicately savoring the exquisite court pastries, as well as the tattered umbrella beside her. Deep in thought, this young girl and her umbrella might hold the key to the mystery. The old man Xiang, following Vivi's line of sight, promptly remarked, "In fact, the most enigmatic aspect of the entire affair last night lay precisely here. The villagers and the serene village that Vivi mentioned were mere fabrications. Yet, this little girl and the umbrella gifted to her by those villagers were undeniably real. If all of this were indeed orchestrated by the elusive puppeteer who controls the world, then this girl and her umbrella would likely be the true linchpin." Chapter 424. The Girl and the Umbrella, a realm of oddities upon realizing that something was amiss. Not only Vivi, but also the seasoned deities, Qiyang and Yaoyue, scrutinized the young girl with great care. It became evident that she was, without a doubt, a perfectly ordinary human being, devoid of any remarkable traits. To elaborate, the girl appeared exceedingly frail and emaciated, an evident result of prolonged starvation. Yet, the very essence of her normalcy rendered the situation profoundly unsettling. In a desolate village, ravaged by marauding forces and littered with corpses, the emergence of such a girl raises profound questions of reason. Not to mention, a considerable span of 10 days had elapsed since the chaotic troops passed through en route to Mengchuan City in search of the time-space gate. Even if the girl had miraculously survived amidst the turmoil, a 5 or 6-year-old child, lacking survival skills, should have succumbed to hunger by now. Furthermore, even supposing she had stumbled upon some hidden provisions left by the slain villagers to sustain her, the current environment of the village is utterly inhospitable for a girl of her tender age. This village is remarkably remote, with the nearest settlement lying 30 to 40 kilometers away, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, that village would likely have suffered a similar fate, leaving it devoid of life. Thus, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, it is likely that very few souls remain. The magical realm is far removed from the technological confines of Blue Star. In that world, beasts lack distinctive abilities, and barring a few formidable predators, most wild creatures pose no threat to armed humans. Their habitat is severely restricted, making it rare to encounter wildlife in the vicinity of human settlements. However, in this world, myriad beasts infused with magical energy, along with a multitude of chaotic magical creatures, pose formidable challenges that ordinary individuals cannot confront. Consequently, the scale of existence in the magical realm is typically vast, villages often comprising hundreds or even thousands of households, with populations reaching into the tens of thousands. This is not merely a preference for communal living. Rather, those residing in the remote wilderness must band together to fend off beasts and magical creatures, ensuring their survival. In a village where thousands have perished, and where perhaps not a single living soul can be found within a 100-kilometer radius, the presence of numerous corpses raises further questions. Prior to the arrival of Vivi's accompanying army, this place had likely transformed into a paradise for various beasts and magical creatures. After dawn, Vivi made a special trip to inspect the village, where many of the corpses bore signs of having been gnawed upon by beasts. Some bodies had not even begun to decay before being reduced to mere skeletons. This serves as irrefutable evidence that numerous creatures had visited this village of carnage recently. In such an environment, how could a defenseless young girl have survived? To those beasts, a living human is far more delectable than a corpse. The creatures that roamed the village would certainly not have spared her. This living girl herself is an enigma of considerable magnitude. As for the umbrella, it possesses an even more extraordinary significance. Chiang has examined it personally. It has been demonstrated that Wei Wei's initial sensation upon acquiring the umbrella was not a mere illusion, but rather a tangible reality. This umbrella is indeed enveloped by a unique force, distinctly different from the magical martial arts, a force that Chiang could not comprehend at all. However, as an ancient being who has lived for over 100,000 years, he quickly discerned the umbrella's purpose after some experimentation: defense. This tattered umbrella possesses an astonishing resilience that surpasses his expectations. Initially, Chiang intended to tear a strip from its patched fabric for further investigation upon discovering its extraordinary power. Yet he found that even with his divine strength, he could not rip a single thread. Despite its worn appearance, it is remarkably durable. By this measure alone, it surpasses the defensive capabilities of the vast majority of magical artifacts in the current magical realm. Moreover, the umbrella has the ability to create a defensive barrier that can withstand various forms of attacks, including but not limited to mental, magical, and physical assaults. However, it seems that this protective barrier only activates when held by Wei Wei. It is ineffective in the hands of others, including that young girl who found it of little use. Nonetheless, the strength of this defense is not particularly formidable, especially when compared to the umbrella's innate toughness. At most, it can withstand the assaults of third or fourth-tier mages or martial artists, beyond which it would falter against the unique shield. From his perspective, the umbrella's utility appears quite limited. After all, even Wei Wei, a novice yet a seventh-tier adept in both magic and martial arts, finds the umbrella's defense largely ineffectual. This is Chiang's assessment. However, Wei Wei, having discovered these properties of the umbrella and unable to identify any further uses, harbors a lingering sense that its true potential extends beyond what she has uncovered thus far. After extensive analysis, they managed to identify some of the umbrella's peculiar functions. Yet the motives and objectives of the enigmatic figure behind this affair remain shrouded in mystery. Unable to attain clarity, Wei Wei instinctively considered consulting Su Yi in the trading space. Yet, recalling Su Yi's parting words urging her to thoroughly observe her own world and its inhabitants before seeking him out, she hesitated and ultimately refrained from approaching him due to this unforeseen incident. The convoy remained in the village for a full day and night before embarking once more the following morning. Wei Wei ordered the execution of all officials involved in the deception and corruption against the ordinary citizens, resulting in a scene of decapitated bodies piled at the village entrance. She also dispatched individuals to collect the remains of villagers slain amidst the chaos, ensuring they were respectfully buried in a designated area. Simultaneously, she commanded the governing official of Mengchuan City to assess the damage sustained by all villages within the territory during this conflict. This turn of events was entirely unexpected for Wei Wei. She had never anticipated that the elite armies of various factions, vying for the temporal gateway, would take the time amidst their journey to engage in such acts. Consequently, she was ill-prepared with any countermeasures or contingency plans, leaving her to rectify the situation belatedly. As for the distribution of resources, after she had swiftly eliminated so many, it was reasonable to believe that no one would dare to deceive or undermine her again. After all, life is singular. Even the most avaricious individuals, upon witnessing the heads rolling in the wake of Wei Wei's wrath, would likely think twice before courting disaster again in the near future. Chapter 425. What? You are also an AI? The experimental fusion reactor has been completed? Sui, who had been idly waiting for several days, was somewhat taken aback. According to the anticipated timeline, this nuclear fusion reactor was supposed to have been finished about a month ago. However, unexpected complications arose during construction. The primary reason was that he acquired additional pertinent information from Bai Lu, which led Tian Shu to discover numerous opportunities for further enhancements. Furthermore, with the Kunping starship now part of the Tianyu Group's fleet, yet remaining largely inactive in the sky, the AI, Tian Xian, found itself with an abundance of spare time. Meanwhile, Tian Shu was overwhelmed with work and decided to allocate some of Tian Xian's computational power. With this added capacity and the new data at hand, Tian Shu virtually redesigned the first nuclear fusion reactor on Blue Star from the ground up. Not only did it increase the power generation efficiency by over 5 times, but it also updated the fusion materials used. Originally, the reactor was only capable of utilizing helium-3 as fuel. However, it now had the capability to use a variety of elements, such as deuterium and tritium, for fusion power generation, all without sacrificing efficiency. Remarkably, the reactor required even less space than before. With this array of new technologies in place, and considering that the previous fusion power station had not yet been completed, Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou undertook a comprehensive overhaul akin to a complete reconstruction. This explained the extended delay, to the point where Su Yi had nearly forgotten about the project without Tian Shu's reminders. Indeed, not only had it been completed, but all data testing had also been finalized. We are fully prepared, awaiting your esteemed presence for the ignition ceremony to press that globally significant button. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt little emotional upheaval. To be honest, he had indeed contemplated this moment when preparing to establish the nuclear fusion reactor. In many respects, nuclear fusion technology is synonymous with unlimited energy and represents a hallmark of humanity entering a new era. Given this context, he naturally felt it was his prerogative to press the start button to activate the reactor. However, things had changed. With the advent of the starship and the establishment of the time-space portal, Blue Star was gradually ascending to new heights. While the introduction of nuclear fusion would significantly enhance the quality of life, it paled in comparison to the monumental advancements that preceded it, rendering it far less revolutionary for Blue Star civilization. As a result, Su Yi felt somewhat lackluster about the matter. Let someone else press the button. I should be the sole focus of attention. Su Yi stretched lazily and added, I'll attend the celebration banquet after the success. To this, Tian Shu had no objections. Very well, we shall arrange it as per your instructions. The ignition time has been set for this afternoon, and a celebratory banquet is anticipated tonight. Your itinerary and transportation have been meticulously arranged. May I inquire if you wish to bring companion? Let Yu Ling. Never mind, let them all go. Staying cooped up at home every day is hardly ideal. It's a perfect opportunity for them to enjoy some fresh air. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. Here, them naturally refers not only to Yu Ling and Xing Hen, but also to the current company of captives at home. Su Ming, Su Ying, and Qi and Ning. Since they are likely to reside on Blue Star for the long term, it would be beneficial for them to experience the world outside. Very well, your itinerary has been arranged. A few of the ladies are new to Blue Star and lack suitable attire, so I've already contacted a professional fashion team. Shortly, they will arrive to tailor dresses specifically for the ladies. Tian Shu was exceedingly considerate, yet her words nearly caused Su Yi to choke in disbelief. What is this talk of ladies? There are only 2 actual ladies in this household. Do you understand? ISN T Miss Yang considered a lady? Tianshu inquired curiously. Well, I suppose she qualifies. So, there are now a total of 7 ladies in the house. Forget it, this isn't your fault. Just go have fun. Su-yi waved his hand in resignation. Is this not an instance of artificial intelligence gone awry? Suddenly declaring there are 7 ladies is utterly absurd. However, this is likely tied to her algorithmic logic. She typically assesses the social standing of others based on Su-yi's interactions and attitudes towards them, rather than their nominal titles. Although the other 4 were brought back as maids, Tian also refers to them as mistress. Yet, from Tianshu's perspective, it was evident that Su-yi did not regard these 4 as mere maids, hence the misunderstanding. This afternoon, the usually tranquil household buzzed with an unusual liveliness. The fashion design team that Tianshu contacted was based on Panglai Island and had come directly to provide their services. The 4 newcomers were not unfamiliar with such a situation, having previously occupied high positions in the magical realm, where their garments were crafted by the finest tailors. Naturally, when they required new clothing, they would seldom venture out to seek out tailors. Instead, they would summon them to meet their design requests. This model was quite familiar to them. However, they were intrigued by how the designs would be tailored to their measurements on Blue Star. Su-yi had no intention of concealing their identities, and word had already spread within the Tianyu group that 4 new ladies from another world had joined the chairman's household. The design team, stationed on Panglai Island, had certainly caught wind of similar gossip. After taking their measurements, fearing that their design style might not appeal to individuals from another world, the lead designer approached Su-yi cautiously to inquire about his preferred styles. The events transpiring in the magical realm have long since circulated across the Blue Star. Who remains unaware of the true authority wielded by the Tianyu group and the unparalleled power held by its true masters? In light of their unfamiliarity with the preferences and styles favored by those from the magical world, it was deemed prudent to directly solicit Su-yi's opinion, so as not to offend anyone. After all, the design was primarily intended for Su-yi's viewing, and others would likely hesitate to gaze upon it too closely. If Su-yi found it appealing, the preferences of these enchanting women from the magical realm would be of secondary importance. While engrossed in a video game with Xinghin in the living room, Su-yi was taken aback to discover that this matter concerned him. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Just make it as you wish, but avoid anything too garish or unconventional. With their appearance and figures, how could they possibly look unattractive in anything?" Upon hearing this, the head of the design team quickly responded, "Indeed, the ladies are naturally exquisite. They are clearly fashion models. We have overthought this, and I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Su. However, it seemed rather odd that the AI referred to them as ladies. Was it truly so that he appeared so desperate that the women in his household could only be labeled as such?" Chapter 426, Journey to the Magical Realm Towards the Pinnacle of Life. By the time Su-yi concluded his gaming session, the clock had already advanced past 9 in the evening. All the garments had been meticulously crafted from design to tailoring, delivered in their entirety. Such a prestigious design team typically requires a month or 2 for even the wealthiest clientele to receive a single outfit, and some may even wait half a year. However, this particular patron was none other than the chairman of the Tianyu group. They could hardly afford to be presumptuous or indulge in half-hearted efforts or hunger marketing tactics. Thus, the delivery was expedited. A throng of elegant ladies donned their new outfits inspired by the Blue Star style, and their exclamations of delight resonated throughout the space. Despite their elevated status in the magical realm, they had never experienced the fashion of the Blue Star, which rendered the entire experience refreshingly novel. The 2 elven deities, Su-ming and Su-ying, even twirled in front of Su-yi, eagerly inquiring about their appearance. What would he possibly say? Would he dare to utter a word of disapproval? After all, even if these women donned burlap sacks, they would undoubtedly set a new trend in fashion. In addition to their connection with Su-yi and their significant status, their inherent beauty and physique made it nearly impossible for anything they wore to appear unflattering. This brief interlude swiftly passed, and as the group prepared themselves, the landing craft had already docked atop the building. They boarded the vessel, heading straight to the Jeju region. At this juncture, it was around 10 o'clock in the evening on Panglai Island. Yet due to a time difference of approximately 4 to 5 hours, It was still just shy of 6 o'clock in Jeojo. They would arrive just in time for the celebratory banquet. Of course, the banquet was contingent upon the successful ignition of the nuclear fusion reactor, a certainty beyond doubt. With fully developed technology and the oversight of the artificial intelligence Tian Shu, the likelihood of failure for this nuclear fusion reactor had been negligible from the outset. Checking his phone for news from Jeojo and around the globe, he found the front pages dominated by headlines proclaiming the triumphant success of the nuclear fusion ignition experiment. Furthermore, the reports mentioned that the celebratory banquet would take place that very evening, listing the distinguished guests in attendance. A cursory glance at the guest list revealed that, aside from the original members of the research and construction teams, it was predominantly populated by global political and business elites, with scarcely a nameless individual in sight. Su Yi's name, as the chairman of the Tianyu Group, was prominently positioned at the forefront. Naturally, those highlighted in the news were primarily renowned figures. In truth, the scale of this celebratory banquet was substantial, with Jeojo having prepared meticulously for an extended period. The hundreds of thousands of Jeojo citizens who were present to witness the ignition of the nuclear fusion reactor were all granted free access to participate. The news, however, could not possibly enumerate the tens of thousands of attendees, or would devolve into a mere listing of names. In summary, when Su Yi arrived at the fusion base aboard the landing craft, the vast expanse in front of the base was already ablaze with lights, teeming with an overwhelming crowd, likely exceeding 800,000. Naturally, the area he found himself in was not outdoors, but rather within a refined auditorium of the fusion base. Upon disembarking the spacecraft, he was guided by staff alongside a throng of enchanting companions, drawing the attention of onlookers. The crowd, eager to catch a glimpse of the chairman of the Tianyu Group, was instantly envious. Goodness, each one is more stunning than the last, they exclaimed. It was said that these beauties hailed from the magical realm, being ethereal elves, and among them, many were of royal lineage. How could they not be exquisite? It was truly hard to fathom that a race renowned for its breathtakingly handsome and beautiful individuals actually existed. To marry an elf would be the pinnacle of satisfaction in life. Wake up, don't dream on. Others chimed in. Those elves reside in another world. What of it? The portal between realms has been opened, hasn't it? Once things stabilize, I shall venture into the magical world to find myself an elven wife. Truth be told, securing an elven bride may not be entirely impossible. A friend of mine was among the earliest warriors sent to support Dream River City in the magical realm. Previously, we were unaware of his exploits, but with the establishment of the portal, many mysteries of the magical world have been unveiled, allowing for regular correspondence with family and friends. He confided in me that he had begun a relationship with an elven maiden. She is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also gentle and considerate, a veritable goddess from dreams, incomparable to anyone from our realm. Pray tell, how did he manage to find such a treasure? How could an elf possibly find human appealing? Ah, you are unaware. Over there, the belief in bloodlines prevails. Humans and elves are regarded as equals, with no hierarchy, though internal class distinctions exist. The 9 provinces' individuals who ventured into the magical realm hold status akin to minor nobility. In fact, those who have rendered exceptional service have even been granted titles by Queen Dream River. My friend is now a bona fide viscount of the Radiant Sun Empire, and marrying an ordinary elf would be considered a downward match. Wait, so those who arrived early have even attained noble titles? Does that not place them among the elite of the magical world? True enough, but my friend is still serving in the 9 provinces military, so he cannot assume the role of a noble lord just yet. However, once he retires and chooses to reside in the magical realm, the value of that title will surely become evident. Envious murmurs spread through the crowd. Do not covet. The portal has been established, and both the Tianyu Group and the government are likely to have plans for the development of the magical realm. Seize the opportunity, and soaring to new heights will be but a matter of moments. Enough talk. Let us venture into the magical realm and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, Su Yi remained oblivious to the chatter outside, unfazed by it all. If one truly cared, they would not flaunt themselves in public accompanied by such a throng of beautiful companions. Upon entering the banquet hall, he adhered to the meticulously planned agenda, ascending the stage to utter a few platitudes, nothing more than assertions of our tremendous progress and the promising future of humanity on Blue Star. Once he had finished, he had little else to do, leading a group of lovely ladies to sample delicacies here and admire sights there, utterly at leisure. Given his status, one would expect the distinguished attendees to vie for his acquaintance. Yet, at times, a position of such high esteem can deter others from approaching too boldly. They inhabit nearly disparate worlds. What could they possibly discuss? Did one not observe the camaraderie and laughter shared with his beautiful companions? What if one were to intrude upon his revelry? Chapter 427. Is this trait sufficient for a lifetime? In the absence of any chatter from random individuals, he found himself enjoying a serene respite. Occasionally, he would introduce various aspects of his surroundings to a few women from the magical realms. Observing their expressions of admiration, whether genuine or feigned, that brought him a peculiar satisfaction. Just as he imagined that indulging in food and leisurely strolls would allow him to return to his languid existence, an unexpectedly discordant elderly voice broke the tranquility. "Mr. Su, you are indeed fortunate." Startled by the voice, He turned to its source and beheld an aged gentleman seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by a robust young man in a suit who was pushing a small cart. The young man, with his head bowed, dared not cast a glance in Su Yi's direction, fearful that lingering his gaze on one of the women might invoke Su Yi's displeasure. "And you are?" Su Yi inquired, intrigued by the first individual daring to initiate conversation with him that evening. "I am Lin Chung, an old man," the elder replied candidly. "Su Yi Shuruk, I haven't heard of you, but judging by your accent, you must be from the island?" "Indeed, Mr. Su, you possess keen insight. I am indeed from the Lin family on the island, and when traced back, I share a lineage with that esteemed elder from Jiuzhou," Lin Chung stated without hesitation. "I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but I have a matter to request of you." "Praited," Su Yi responded, already surmising that the Jiuzhou elder he referred to was the one he frequently interacted with. He took a sip of his drink, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. Yet, Lin Chung's demeanor remained unfazed by Su Yi's apparent aloofness. Even the others present did not perceive any impropriety. Social etiquette, after all, is often reserved for those of similar standing. With individuals of such stature present, discussions of respect seem trivial. "Before I present my request, I would like Mr. Su to first sample something," Lin Chung continued, glancing at his companion. A suited bodyguard promptly approached, holding a delicately crafted platter, bowing respectfully as he offered it to Su Yi. "What is this?" Su Yi inquired, his brow furrowing upon seeing the object concealed beneath bright yellow silk. Although he had yet to unveil it, he could sense that the item was anything but ordinary. The elder had clearly come to beseech a favor, yet he refrained from disclosing the specifics, opting instead to present a gift. It was evident that he was confident that upon viewing this item, Su Yi would acquiesce to his request, hence the elaborate display. "Let me see what treasure this is," Su Yi remarked with a smile, lifting the silk covering. In the next moment, a polished square jade stone came into view, with a bright golden piece embedded in one corner, intricately carved with a dragon motif. The sides bore an array of inscriptions, showcasing a variety of scripts, from the ancient bird and insect seal to various popular fonts from the past millennium. Su Yi had yet to examine the contents at the base. Upon glimpsing the gilded edge of the jade seal, he had already surmised its significance. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to grasp the dragon-shaped relief upon the seal and slowly lifted it, turning his gaze to the base. "Bestowed by heaven, may it endure for eternity." The imperial jade seal. Su Yi looked at the old man with surprise, remarking, "Shouldn't this artifact have been lost to time long ago?" Lin Chung chuckled softly in response. "Such treasures are universally known. How could they possibly vanish? Then how did it come into your possession?" Lin Chung explained, "By chance. It fell into the hands of my grandfather a century ago, and thus it has been passed down. I wonder, Mr. Su, do you have any interest in this artifact?" His aged eyes gleamed with fervor. Su Yi examined the imperial jade seal once more. Its significance to the realm of Jiuzhou was unparalleled. To present it to the world would not be an exaggeration to claim it as the foremost cultural relic. Personally speaking, He found himself intrigued. Speak your mind. What do you desire? If your request is not too excessive, I might consider acquiescing. Mr. Su, I'm nearly 98 years old. Upon hearing this preamble, Su-yi discerned the old man's intent. Lin Cheng continued, At my age, there is little left to relinquish, yet the world, under your guidance, is becoming increasingly vibrant. I find myself reluctant to depart just yet. I wish to live a few more years to witness this splendid and expansive world. Surely, this is not a difficult request for you? Indeed, it was not a formidable task, merely a matter of providing him with a higher grade of the elixir of life. He could even forego the elixir. A mere blessing from the ethereal beings Su Ming and Su Ying would suffice to extend his life by a century. However, the question lingered. Was it worth it? Principally, he had long ago declined to employ his abilities to prolong the lives of the affluent. Aside from enhancing the longevity of individuals like Lin Cheng for business at the outset of his career and subsequently providing a few others with the elixir, he had not granted such life-extending measures to anyone else. Now, faced with Lin Cheng's desire to exchange the Imperial Jade Seal for additional years, Su-yi found himself at a crossroads regarding whether to breach his principles. At that moment, Su Ming unexpectedly whispered, Master, may I have a closer look? Su-yi hesitated briefly before handing the seal to her. After examining it closely, Su Ming shared a glance with her sister Su Ying, then nodded and quietly said to Su-yi, This object is quite unique. It would be best to take it back. Unique? Su-yi, for his part, could not discern any distinguishing features. To him, it was merely an artifact of significant historical value. However, for the deities Su Ming and Su Ying, who have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, a mere artifact with a history of a few thousand years is evidently insufficient to be deemed special in their eyes. Thus, it is likely that this imperial seal possesses other unique attributes that have yet to be discovered by anyone. Su-yi found their judgment to be relatively credible. After all, these two were astutely pragmatic, having adjusted their mindset and position promptly after surrendering, never causing unnecessary disturbances. They would not contemplate undermining him in such matters. Reflecting on this, Su-yi turned to Lin Cheng and said, I have accepted the item. As for your request, you may directly visit the hospital on Penglai Island in the next few days. In principle, he did not intend to casually extend anyone's lifespan. Yet, the principle now lay within his grasp, and he did not consider this to be particularly casual. He believed that there was no other individual in Blue Star capable of presenting something that could pique the interest of two deities from the magical realms. Chapter 428. Can the trading platform appraise treasures? A fleeting interlude transpired. Many observed with envy as Lin Cheng struck up a conversation with Su-yi, seemingly able to negotiate the acquisition of the coveted lifespans desired by the powerful elite. However, those present could do little more than admire from afar. The imperial seal of the realm is not something that can be bought with mere currency. Even if one were to remove half of the national treasures from the Jojo Museum, their worth would pale in comparison to this small artifact. Others might aspire to replicate such a feat, yet they would find it unattainable. In contrast, Su-yi, after successfully completing what he considered a trivial transaction, cradled the seal and shortly departed the banquet hall. After exchanging greetings with a few old acquaintances, he made his way directly to the landing craft. Pray tell, what is so extraordinary about this item? In the crowded hall, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. However, observing the expressions of Su Ming and Su Ying, he surmised that the seal likely pertained to some metaphysical aspect. This realization prompted him to momentarily abandon his principles and grant Lin Cheng several decades of additional life. Otherwise, while he held a deep appreciation for this significant historical artifact, he might not have agreed to extend Lin Cheng's lifespan. At best, he would have employed some methods to alleviate his chronic ailments, allowing him to live to the natural limits of human longevity in exchange for it. This object, Su Ming pondered over the imperial seal, her uncertainty evident as she remarked, it seems to emit a vibrational essence of life within. Su-yi was taken aback. This strayed far from his initial conjectures. He had presumed that ancient Jojo possessed metaphysical practices akin to those of cultivation, believing that this artifact bore traces of such phenomena, perhaps even serving as a type of magical treasure. Alternatively, having represented the supreme authority of a feudal dynasty for 2 millennia, the seal might have accumulated some essence akin to the collective will of all beings. To his astonishment, Su Meng's immediate assertion was that the stone contained a breath of life. Could it be that this seemingly inert stone is in fact alive? Indeed, it possesses a vibrational essence of life, Su Ying affirmed decisively. My sister and I have previously harnessed divine power to create life. We are particularly attuned to such energies. The essence emanating from this stone feels even more pure and unadulterated than that of the divine power capable of creating life. Su Yi had previously discussed divine power with Xing'an. In the realm of magic, the distinction between demigods and all mortals beneath them lay primarily in this extraordinary force. Divine power is immensely wondrous. In that world, aside from the inherently long-lived beings or those artificially created, most creatures have lifespans akin to mortals, typically reaching their zenith after a century or so. Even among those who cultivate, non-immortal beings rarely exceed 500 years, which is considered a miracle. However, upon attaining the demigod realm, one's lifespan can extend into the tens of thousands of years. Upon attaining the divine realm, one's lifespan becomes virtually limitless. In the magical world, there has yet to be a precedent of a deity perishing from old age, with the most ancient of gods capable of existing for millions of years. The most significant distinction between a god and an ordinary cultivator lies in divine power. Previously, Xing'an was unaware of the true nature of this force, yet after connecting with the immortal realm, Lin Yiran discerned its essence, the world's origin. This entity serves as the foundation for the existence of an entire world. Once depleted, the world itself is destined to perish. In a typical realm, even among those attuned to the esoteric, practitioners who comprehend the marvels of the world's origin would not dare to covet it, provided they possess sound reasoning. Naturally, the world's origin is not readily accessible. The more formidable the world, the more elusive this source becomes, rendering it unattainable for the vast majority of cultivators. However, in the magical realm, upon reaching the demigod level, one can freely acquire and utilize the power of the world's origin. If this were to occur in a conventional esoteric world, powerful practitioners would likely be envious to the point of turning green with jealousy. What exactly is the demigod level? For Lin Yiran, it is merely a pedestrian tier. Yet in the magical world, the lifespan of a demigod likely far exceeds that of Lin Yiran, a formidable being in the void-returning stage. This situation is evidently abnormal and indirectly illustrates the immense value of the world's origin. Presently, having genuinely engaged with the power of the world's origin and creatively employed it to manifest two elven deities, the presence of an almost pure, more elemental life force within this diminutive jade seal warrants considerable contemplation. The blue star, or rather, the 9 provinces, is indeed remarkable. This realization dawned on Su Yi during his transaction with Lin Yiran. The ancient texts of the 9 provinces astonished even the most esteemed cultivators of the legitimate immortal realm. Although Su Yi did not delve deeply into this matter upon his return, he understood that such inquiries would likely yield no substantial results. This does not imply he had forgotten about it. Now, with the emergence of this imperial jade seal, while surprised, he found it not beyond reason. Gazing at the seal, he sought clarification. Do you mean that this jade seal is imbued with a particular life essence? Or does it possess life in and of itself? It possesses life in and of itself. The sisters exchanged a knowing glance and affirmed, this essence emanates from within, rather than being something it has absorbed. During their brief conversation, the landing vessel arrived at the headquarters of the Tianyu Group. Upon returning home, Su Yi pondered for a moment and declared, I shall investigate what this truly is. As for the means of investigation, that was straightforward, the trading platform. This was a feature he had discovered through his extensive use of the platform. Due to its commitment to fair transactions and strict prohibition of deceit, in a certain sense, the trading platform also possesses an authentication function in a transaction involving items unknown to both parties. Simply placing the item on the trading list enables the platform to provide annotations, elucidating its nature and approximate utility for both parties' reference. This feature is exceptionally useful for appraising treasures. However, initiating a transaction requires a familiar counterpart for cooperation. Among the current trading associates, the one with whom he shares the closest bond is undoubtedly Bai Lu, as they have previously engaged in games of poker together. Nonetheless, Bai Lu has been exceedingly occupied of late, juggling the demands of graduating from the Star Harbor Officer Academy while also promoting the business of the ancestral jade tablets in the interstellar realm. Chapter 429. Is this really an egg? Apart from the white deer, the only one left for Su-Yi to summon as a tool for identification was Vivi. Of course, Lin Iran was also an option, but it seemed that cultivators lacked a sense of time. Since their initial transaction match, Su-Yi had attempted to reach out to her again, yet his messages had vanished into the ether, receiving no reply. He surmised that if she were to engage in meditation or cultivation, it could easily span several months. Contacting her in the short term appeared rather improbable. He could only await her initiative to reach out. Given these circumstances, it was evident that bringing Vivi on board as a tool was the most suitable choice. After all, Her Majesty the Queen was currently unoccupied, leisurely surveying the prosperous realm on her way back to the imperial capital. As expected, the moment he sent out the transaction request, Vivi appeared in the trading space, clad in a light nightgown. The previous time she had visited the trading space to meet Su-Yi, she had always been attired appropriately, save for when she was genuinely preoccupied. However, it seemed she had become increasingly casual of late. Now, having received Su-Yi's message while preparing for sleep, she arrived in her nightwear. Su-Yi couldn't help but wonder if, during their next encounter, she might appear with a bathtub should she be bathing at the time. "What's going on?" "I was just falling asleep," Vivi yawned, a hint of impatience flickering in her eyes. Yet, as if recalling something, she quickly added, "I happen to have something I want to show you as well. On my way to the imperial capital, I encountered something peculiar." With that, she retrieved a tattered umbrella from her storage space. Coincidentally, Su-Yi had just taken out the imperial seal, ready to trade for identification. Unexpectedly, as these two items appeared together, the imperial seal in Su-Yi's hand quivered slightly, emanating a faint glow. Simultaneously, the tattered umbrella began to emit tiny specks of light, which gradually converged into the imperial seal. Neither of them had anticipated such an occurrence. However, for reasons unknown, as the light from the umbrella slowly dissipated and was drawn into the imperial seal, Vivi suddenly felt that the peculiar sensation she had experienced with the umbrella began to fade as well. It seemed to have transformed into an utterly ordinary, tattered umbrella. Following the disappearance of this phenomenon, Su-Yi inexplicably sensed an unquenched yearning emanating from the imperial seal in his grasp. They exchanged a glance, still bewildered by the unfolding events. Nonetheless, Su-Yi articulated his intent. "I wish to identify what this seal truly is through the transaction." Upon hearing this, Vivi paused for a moment and then smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Is that possible? I completely forgot that the trading platform has that feature." Perfectly aligned in their thoughts, they promptly initiated the transaction. They planned to trade the imperial seal for the tattered umbrella. However, before the trade could commence, the trading platform rejected their proposal. The disparity in the value of traded items is excessive, contradicting the spirit of equitable transactions upheld by the platform. It is imperative for both parties to engage in further negotiations. The trading platform accommodates various transaction types, including those characterized by stark inequality, where the value of items is disregarded, relying solely on the willingness of both parties. Essentially, one could willingly offer an exorbitant sum for something utterly worthless, and the platform would remain indifferent. However, such arrangements necessitate explicit selection, which Su-Yi did not consciously pursue. Upon witnessing the anomaly between the two items, he initially assumed they bore similar worth, only to discover the vast difference that even triggered the system's anti-fraud mechanism. Fortunately, although the transaction did not materialize, the information regarding both items was fully revealed. The common people's umbrella, damaged an umbrella drained of its willpower, indistinguishable from an ordinary umbrella, perhaps even of inferior quality. The primordial dragon egg, an embryonic entity born from the essence of heaven and earth, gathering the brilliance of the sun and moon and the collective willpower of sentient beings, requiring substantial special power for nurturing and hatching. Special power includes, but is not limited to, the willpower of sentient beings, the fundamental power of the world, etc. Before hatching, it can be bound using the spirit contract available in the platform's marketplace, establishing ownership. After hatching, the divine contract can be employed for the same purpose. Upon the revelation of these descriptions, both individuals began to comprehend the nature of the incident that had transpired. Wei Wei's fortuitous acquisition of the common people's umbrella was evidently an extraordinary treasure entwined with the willpower of sentient beings, which explained its unfamiliarity in a magical realm. Even the old mage Qiyang recognized that the umbrella contained a unique power, entirely distinct from the magical and martial forces of that world. Yet this remarkable artifact, when confronted with the imperial jade seal, or rather, the primordial dragon egg, was rendered utterly depleted, transforming into a genuine useless umbrella. Where could one find reason in this? What astonished them further was that this occurred within the confines of the trading platform, which, according to its regulations, should protect both parties involved, prohibiting any destruction or damage to the objects of transaction until completion. Yet, the primordial dragon egg managed to drain the common people's umbrella before their very eyes, and the platform exhibited no reaction whatsoever. This was utterly perplexing. Su Yi, having bound himself to the platform for quite some time, was witnessing such a breach of its rules for the first time, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Naturally, he meticulously examined the extensive array of prompts following the description of the primordial dragon egg. Upon opening the marketplace, he quickly located both the spirit contract and the divine contract. The former was priced at 1,000 points, not inexpensive, yet within Su Yi's means to acquire. The latter, however, was exorbitantly priced at a staggering 100 million points. While their functions were largely similar, the disparity in points required was astonishingly vast. Coupled with the introduction of the dragon egg, it became evident that once hatched, this entity would likely surpass his wildest expectations. Upon reflecting on this, he did not hesitate and immediately utilized 1,000 points to purchase the spirit contract, directing it towards the dragon egg. Soon, the transaction platform's panel displayed an alteration in the description of the dragon egg, while the content remained unchanged. The phrase, owner, Su Yi, appeared after the words innate dragon egg, indicating that the contract had been successfully activated. Simultaneously, Su Yi could distinctly sense a certain indescribable connection forming between himself and the dragon egg. To a considerable extent, he could perceive the vibrant life force emanating from the jade seal, alongside a tender yet immense consciousness that was both naive and profoundly reliant upon him. The essence of the world, or the will of all beings, could indeed accelerate the hatching process, could it not? Su Yi narrowed his eyes, recalling certain items he had sealed away. Chapter 430, Return My Umbrella. The concept of sentient will, something Su Yi had scarcely encountered before, first revealed itself through the umbrella unexpectedly presented by Wei Wei. He was oblivious to its utility and true origin. Yet the essence of the world diverged significantly. In the realm of magic, this phenomenon equates to divine power, an attribute possessed by both deities and demigods. He had nearly obliterated all demigods and deities within the magical world, and during their demise, a substantial amount of divine power inevitably seeped forth. Su Yi was unaware of the specific applications of this energy, but fortunately, the soul banner possessed a function to preserve such extraordinary forces. Thus, after vanquishing those divine beings, the divine power that overflowed from them was naturally collected and safeguarded by the soul banner. In essence, the soul banner now housed a considerable reservoir of the world's primordial energy sourced from the magical realm. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time and directly summoned the soul banner, unbinding the seal that contained the primordial energy. Although he was uncertain how to nourish the dragon egg with this energy, he had observed the dragon egg absorbing the will of the masses through the umbrella moments prior, leading him to believe that it did not require a deliberate feeding. The sentient will adhering to the universal umbrella would surely be drawn towards the dragon egg. allowing the indistinct consciousness within to instinctively absorb this primordial essence. Indeed, his speculation proved accurate. Once he released the constraints on the primordial energy, it surged forth like wild stallions breaking free. However, the dragon egg reacted even more swiftly. Almost simultaneously, it unleashed a fearsome, intangible force of attraction. Su Yi and Wei Wei felt nothing, yet the primordial energies that had overflowed were utterly ensnared. In an instant, the dragon egg consumed every last vestige of this energy. The next moment, Jiang Lin sensed that the consciousness within the dragon egg had solidified considerably, to the extent that he felt he could communicate with it. Perhaps due to the spirit contract, the consciousness displayed an extraordinary affection towards him. Compared to the previous vague sensations, the current intimacy was unmistakably clear and profound. Alongside this affection, a myriad of complex emotions emerged. Curiosity about the surrounding environment, intrigue towards Wei Wei standing nearby, and much more. Aside from its inability to articulate, the emotional expressions exhibited were indistinguishable from those of a sentient being. Truly remarkable. The visible progress of the dragon eggs hatching invigorated Su Yi immensely. Although the reason behind this jade seal transforming into a dragon egg remained elusive, he keenly recognized it as an invaluable treasure beyond his imagination. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of another daunting issue. He currently seemed devoid of any means to expedite its hatching. The primordial energies he had just harnessed were all sourced from the magical realm. As for utilizing the sentient will to facilitate the hatching, it has lingered in the 9 provinces for thousands of years. If it could hatch here on Blue Star, it would have done so long ago. It is implausible that the consciousness within remains utterly bewildered as it was earlier. The primary reason likely lies in the scarcity of inhabitants on Blue Star, compounded by a jumble of conflicting ideologies and philosophies that provide it with little willpower. In stark contrast, the magical realm not only possesses primal forces that facilitate rapid hatching, but also boasts a greater population with fewer divergent thoughts and ideologies. Thus, when considered, the magical realm emerges as the most suitable place for the incubation of this dragon egg. So you summon me in the dead of night, merely to assist in identifying this? At this moment, Vivi finally grasped the significance of the 2 items before her. Her expression somewhat peculiar. Could it be that she missed him after just a few days apart? Su Yi smirked slightly and nodded, saying pretty much, "Of course. I also wanted to inquire about how things have been on your end. What happened earlier?" "Nothing." Vivi's expression soured, perhaps a result of waking up grumpy. After speaking, she extended her hand, demanding, "Compensate me for my umbrella. Isn't the umbrella in your possession? Why are you asking me for compensation?" Su Yi replied, bewildered by her sudden outburst. "It is broken." "You broke it," Vivi retorted, shaking the damaged umbrella in her hand. She had painstakingly acquired such a unique item, which she hardly ever used, only to have it rendered useless after Su Yi merely glanced at it. Where was the justice in that? Moreover, the origin of this umbrella remained a mystery, yet it was of great significance. Its sudden demise was certainly not something she wished to witness. "It wasn't me. It was this fellow who broke it." Su Yi casually tossed the imperial seal toward her. "You should seek compensation from it." As he spoke, he initiated a rental transaction, intending to entrust the dragon egg to Vivi. After all, she was to become the co-sovereign of the magical realm and would soon ascend to the imperial capital. It stood to reason that she would be able to swiftly gather the willpower of countless beings. Furthermore, the chaotic essence of the magical realm meant that even a mediocre demigod could wield divine power. Such an environment would greatly benefit the hatching of the dragon egg. He had conceived the idea of sending the dragon egg to Vivi in the magical realm the moment he saw its description. Vivi accepted the imperial seal, momentarily stunned. Before responding with a frosty demeanor, "You have already signed a contract binding yourself to it. Now you wish to give it to me? What purpose would that serve? Upon hatching, it must still acknowledge you as its master." Despite her words, Vivi ultimately did not refuse the transaction and accepted the dragon egg. She even maintained the original form of the transaction, opting for a rental agreement. The terms clearly stated that whenever Su Yi wanted it back, as the lessee, Vivi would be obliged to return the dragon egg or any being that hatched from it without condition. Essentially, she was renting the dragon egg from Su-yi to take to the magical realm for incubation, and when it hatched, it would be a simple matter for Su-yi to reclaim it. It is evident that the two individuals have developed a profound familiarity, for otherwise such a matter would be utterly inconceivable for Wei to consent to. Having clarified the situation regarding the Jade Seal and having made appropriate arrangements, Su-yi recalled the words spoken by Wei upon her entrance into the transaction space. He promptly inquired, "You mentioned encountering an incident while traveling south to the imperial capital. What transpired? Additionally, this umbrella you possess, was it acquired during that time? It is rather peculiar and does not resemble anything from your world. Do you still remember that I had matters to attend to?" Wei cast a somewhat resentful glance at an individual who had been obstructed by the sight of the dragon egg, before recounting the events that had unfolded a few nights prior. Chapter 431. Is the umbrella the true key? Are you suggesting that the enigmatic figure behind the scenes has already made contact with you? Upon hearing Vivi recount the bizarre events of that fateful night, Su-yi's expression grew notably solemn. While it remains uncertain at this juncture, it is highly likely that we are indeed referring to that elusive entity purportedly controlling the world. After all, the ancestor of the blazing sun was present at the time and, remarkably, did not sense anything amiss. Aside from this hidden presence, it is doubtful that anyone else within the magical realm possesses such formidable power. At that moment, Vivi was exceedingly anxious, yet after several days, she has considerably relaxed, her demeanor remaining relatively unchanged as she spoke of the incident. Initially, I speculated that the opening of the temporal portal would attract the attention of this shadowy figure. I had even prepared myself for a confrontation to gauge its strength, only to find that it did not materialize at that time, instead revealing itself now, unexpectedly. Su-yi furrowed his brow and mused, "Based on your description, I cannot shake the feeling that he harbors no ill intent. This umbrella appears to be a treasure capable of gathering the collective will of sentient beings. To be honest, I have never encountered anything like it. Such a concept seems absent in another realm of cultivation, yet this individual freely presented it to you. How peculiar. In their original conception, they aim to fundamentally transform the magical world and delve deeply into its development. They even intended to introduce a proper cultivation system to this realm. From any perspective, the one orchestrating the world's affairs, deliberately suppressing the strength of its practitioners and leading them astray, ought to be regarded as an adversary. Previously, they had anticipated numerous possibilities for when they would confront this entity and had made considerable preparations. In the most extreme scenario, should Su-yi's past efforts with the Soul Banner prove ineffective against this foe, they had devised a plan to temporarily seal the temporal portal, sending all who pledged allegiance to Vivi, as well as the people of Jojo from the past, back to Blue Star via a trading platform. Vivi herself would take refuge within the platform, awaiting Su-yi's strategy to address the threat before taking action. Indeed, there appeared to be no malice. As Vivi reached this point in her narrative, a flicker of apprehension crossed her face. At that time, our entire convoy, including the ancestor of the blazing sun, was ensnared in an illusion for over a day and night. Had that individual possessed malevolent intent, I doubt I would have even reached the trading platform. Or I might have been trapped within the illusion, turned into a puppet, with the very existence of the trading platform at risk of exposure. Yet, aside from creating an illusion that seemed devoid of significance and entrusting a small girl and this umbrella to me, he did little else. Well, that small girl. Have you uncovered her background? Might she be the key to this conundrum? Su-yi invited abruptly. I have investigated. Vivi shook her head. There is nothing particularly remarkable about her. She is likely the child who survived the massacre in Shenglin village during the chaotic military incursion. Her name is indeed listed in the local official registry. Her mother hails from another village, which has not yet been ravaged by the marauding forces, and numerous relatives still survive. I even dispatched individuals to bring these relatives for inquiries, confirming that the little girl is indeed the same. I also ordered a meticulous search of the corpses in the village, yet her body was not discovered. Furthermore, We found traces of the girl's activities in the village over the past few days. Without a doubt, she is a living, breathing villager. The peculiarities of this village, I believe, largely stem from the disappearance of the village chief a month ago. Do you suspect that the mastermind is this village chief? Su-yi immediately grasped the implication of her words. The likelihood is quite high, Wei Wei responded candidly. He is reaching out to me in this manner. I am uncertain of his specific intentions, yet it is likely related to the door of time and space. As for what he wishes to convey, I have yet to discern it. I can't shake the feeling that such a presence operates with profound significance. I surmise that this individual was indeed the village chief of Shenglin village for an extended period, akin to those idol deities who enjoy concealing their identities in inconspicuous mountain villages. After spending a long time in one place, emotional attachments to certain people and matters naturally develop. He may have intended to connect with me, to alert me to certain issues. Upon discovering that the village has perished, with the only living soul remaining being that little girl, he may have orchestrated this scenario, conveniently delivering her to me. Alone in that village, she would undoubtedly struggle to survive. After encountering such an incident, with her accompanying me, at the very least, it is assured that she will lead a life of affluence. Thus, my perspective diverges from yours. The little girl may indeed be a gift from the other party, while the umbrella is the true key. As she spoke, Wei Wei produced the umbrella, which had lost its extraordinary qualities, and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "But it has been rendered defective by your so-called dragon egg." Su-yi furrowed his brow, pondering. According to your line of reasoning, combined with what you witnessed in the illusion, the occurrences, and the starkly different desolation observed upon your return, I suspect he may be guiding you towards a unique cultivation system that exists independently of magical martial arts or immortality practices. Wei Wei appeared somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? Do you still not comprehend? Jiang Ling pointed to the platform's identification panel. The collective will of beings is a force profoundly close to the essence, even on par with the world's origin, surpassing the spiritual energy of the immortal realm. The umbrella he provided you contains the collective will of beings. The scenes you witnessed both within and outside the illusion may serve to instruct you on how to attain the collective will. It seems he is perhaps reminding you to treat your subjects well, or perhaps he shares a similar objective to ours, seeking to obliterate the bloodline theory that has persisted in the magical world for countless millennia. But why? Vivi, perplexed, questioned. If he intends to impose a ceiling on the world, constraining the paths of all practitioners, why would he divulge a cultivation system so closely aligned with the essence of origin in such a manner? As for eradicating the current societal obsession with bloodlines in the magical realm, that seems rather implausible. With his immense power to command the world, such an endeavor should be exceedingly simple for him. So why resort to my intervention? Moreover, why employ such an obscure method? Surely it cannot be that these esteemed figures simply relish in riddles? She unleashed a torrent of unreasonable inquiries, which to some extent underscored the profound anxiety this matter instilled within her. Chapter 432. Awaiting developments, Su-yi did not pay much heed to Wei Wei's demeanor. As someone who had ascended to the pinnacle of power in the magical realm, it was only natural for her to feel anxious upon the sudden emergence of an individual who was entirely beyond her control. Even with the trading platform as her trump card, her survival was not guaranteed in the presence of such a formidable opponent. The information at their disposal was still woefully inadequate, and their exchanges were largely speculative. Wei Wei's observations, though seemingly unreasonable, posed no issues, and Su-yi found himself at a loss for responses. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, setting aside other matters for now, "I believe the crux of this individual's intentions lies within the Wanmin umbrella. Of course, that contraption is currently inoperative, so we cannot rely on it. However, we do possess certain items that can, to some extent, substitute for its function." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the innate dragon egg. "Are you suggesting I take this dragon egg back with me?" Wei Wei furrowed her brow. "Can you bear to part with it? I noticed the excitement you displayed upon seeing its description just moments ago." Su-yi replied with composure. "Once the dragon egg hatches, it will give rise to a divine dragon, an auspicious creature of immense power. If it never hatches, however, it remains merely an egg, and could even be fashioned into a jade seal. Its symbolic significance far outweighs its practical value. Hence, to unlock its potential, we must expedite its hatching. Compared to Blue Star, the magical realm is far more conducive to rapid incubation. That is but one objective. Furthermore, as you observed, it has the capability to actively absorb the will of sentient beings. I believe that individual bestowed this umbrella upon you to facilitate the gathering of such will. If that is indeed the case, then the dragon egg could effectively replace the function of the Wanmin umbrella. Wei Wei rolled her eyes in response. You have already established a spiritual contract with it through the platform. Once it hatches, it will still belong to you. You claim to be doing this for my benefit, yet your audacity is unparalleled. Upon hearing her words, He could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He indeed harbored similar thoughts, yet he stubbornly retorted, the Wanmin umbrella is rendered useless. It just so happens that the dragon egg can partially fulfill its role. That much cannot be denied, can it? Very well. I shall take it back, Wei Wei conceded, albeit reluctantly. But what do you intend to do about the individual orchestrating these events? Let us await developments, Yi replied, feeling rather helpless. At least the other party has not yet exhibited any malice. Our knowledge is still too sparse. Rather than speculate about their motives, it is wiser to prepare for the worst. The worst preparation? Wei Wei shrugged. Does that mean we are to go to war? While that is not out of the question, I fear that they may possess unfathomable powers. If a confrontation arises, I might not be able to escape, and you, being far away on Blue Star, will be unable to intervene. Thus, we must be ready. He shook his head and said, you must ensure that you possess a certain level of self-defense when confronting him. How prepare? For now, you need not concern yourself with that. Just return as per the original plan and gradually make your way south to the capital. I will devise a solution for the remaining issues, and it is essential to keep a low profile for the time being. If you encounter such bizarre occurrences again and cannot discern the situation, simply take refuge within the trading platform. His commands, almost reminiscent of a directive, did not vex Wei Wei. Instead, they brought her a sense of relief. It is no exaggeration to assert that Wei Wei's current state is largely attributable to him. She had long regarded Yi as her greatest support. After encountering such peculiar events, her greatest fear was hearing him say that even he was at a loss. Now that he had devised a plan, she felt reassured and no longer needed to worry about the matter. Even across worlds, she firmly believed that Yi would manage the situation adeptly, as he always had, consistently resolving her difficulties without fail. Wei Wei had unwavering faith that this instance would be no different. However, unlike Wei Wei, who felt relieved upon hearing his arrangements, Yi's demeanor grew significantly more serious after their separation. From Wei Wei's description, he realized that both he and Xinghin had likely underestimated the true strength of the being commanding the magical realm. It was not merely a slight miscalculation. It appeared to be a substantial oversight. They had previously assumed this individual was akin to a local sovereign, stronger than deities and monopolizing a realm while hindering others' paths to cultivation. Yet it now seemed that this person possessed, to a considerable degree, the ability to wield both the collective will of sentient beings and the essence of the world, two extraordinarily powerful forces, rendering their previous assumptions far too simplistic. Originally, Yi believed that the myriad souls banner he procured would suffice to confront this entity. However, it now appeared that it might fall short. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to leave the trading platform immediately. Instead, as he had done before departing the platform in the past, he reached out once more to Liniran, sending a trade request. In the past, his messages had often vanished into silence. Thus, he did not anticipate success this time either. He planned to wait briefly, and if there was no response, he would return to Blue Star to confer with Xinghin and Su Ming and brainstorm alternative strategies. To his astonishment, just as the trade invitation was dispatched, Liniran, who had been silent for so long, responded almost immediately. In the next instant, he felt a fleeting sensation, and he found himself in the very space where he had last traded with Liniran. She appeared just as before, clad in loose court attire that accentuated her ethereal beauty, her pristine skin and profound depths on full display, with clothing only modestly concealing her most intimate areas, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and adjust the obstructive garments. She reclined languidly against the table, her bare feet crossed casually to one side. With such a posture, Sui could hardly conjure a term that would aptly describe her allure. One can only remark that during their last encounter, Lin Iran still feigned a semblance of propriety. Yet this time, with everyone well acquainted, she seemed to abandon even that pretense. Upon witnessing this, Sui found himself momentarily lost in thought. This reaction was rather surprising, considering he had recently grown accustomed to the presence of stunning beauties, with a throng of breathtaking companions surrounding him daily. Had it been an ordinary person in his stead, they might have been utterly captivated. After a brief interval apart, it appears the young lord has missed me dearly, as evidenced by the pile of pending transaction requests he has left behind. Lin Iran, with her charming smile, exuded an allure that, despite her lack of extraordinary demeanor, stirred a sense of yearning in the hearts of those who listened. Chapter 433. The Lost Civilization of Blue Star? Sui forcibly suppressed the peculiar emotions within him and smiled, saying, "It seems that the fairy has not appeared on the platform for quite some time. I presume she must be in seclusion, diligently cultivating?" "Not quite." Lin Iran relaxed her smooth shoulders. "I have merely contemplated the few techniques you provided. If I were truly in seclusion, it would typically last for several months, or even years. I wouldn't emerge so swiftly." "Oh." Sui's eyes brightened as he hurriedly inquired, "Have you gained any insights during your seclusion?" "Not a scrap." Lin Iran scoffed. "The Tao is fundamentally simple. Although the Tao Te Ching you gave me is brief, its depth is profoundly perplexing. To claim I am cultivating from it would be misleading. I still haven't grasped its meaning. I estimate it would take several hundred years of contemplation to truly comprehend it. The techniques are of such a high caliber that I transcribed a passage to consult with some great beings, all of whom deemed it a fragment of celestial law. By the way, since this technique originates from your world, do you possess any understanding of it?" "Somewhat." Sui pondered for a moment. "The Tao Te Ching is ancient, and even in our realm, there are numerous schools of interpretation, each offering vastly differing meanings, yet all possessing some degree of truth. It is indeed difficult to ascertain who is right or wrong. Some even believe that all interpretations are correct. The Tao is fundamentally simple, yet encompasses everything. This text directly points to the Tao. Hence, regardless of interpretation, it is correct, yet not entirely so. Ultimately, what this content seeks to convey remains inconclusive in our world. As for my personal understanding, I have gleaned some superficial insights." Upon hearing Sui's reflections on Blue Star's interpretations and perspectives regarding the text, Lin Iran narrowed her eyes slightly, especially when he mentioned that all interpretations could be correct, yet not wholly so. She found herself in complete agreement. Seeing that he claimed to possess further understanding, she promptly said, "Then I beseech you, young lord, to enlighten me. I believe the content is subjective. Each individual derives their own Tao from this text, which is valid in its own right. If the book speaks of the great Tao, then each person's unique understanding constitutes their little Tao. The notion of cultivating the great Tao is, in itself, a fallacy. For the great Tao exists all around us, in every nook and cranny. One cannot cultivate the great Tao. True cultivation ultimately converges all formidable powers into oneself, forging a unique path, which is the individual's little Tao. To comprehend the great Tao and cultivate the little Tao, this is the rightful path." This was not mere idle talk from Sui. It was genuinely his conviction. Upon hearing this, Lin Iran widened her eyes in astonishment, momentarily stunned, as if she had entered a special state of reflection. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure, looking at Sui with astonishment, and could not help but exclaim, "I never expected the young lord to possess such innate wisdom. You are indeed correct. The celestial Tao resides within all things, and cultivators are part of that entirety. How can one cultivate the great Tao when one is already within it? The essence of cultivating the Tao, often referred to as cultivating the small path, ultimately pertains to the refinement of one's true self. I have been fortunate enough to receive the celestial teachings that directly point to the great Tao. However, my attempts to comprehend the profound truths within may have been misguided. I am grateful to you, my young lord, for your guidance. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. It is merely a personal opinion. If you find it beneficial, that suffices, Su Yi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Lin Iran smiled gently. I seek interpretations of this celestial method from your world. Would it be possible? That is a simple request. I will compile a list for you shortly. For Su Yi, such matters were hardly burdensome. The Tao Te Ching, a text steeped in profundity, has an abundance of interpretations, far too many to count. A cursory search yields an overwhelming number, many of which contradict one another. However, discerning who is correct among these interpretations proves to be a formidable challenge. Genuine interpretations, those that rise above mere misinterpretations, invariably possess their own rationale, all derived from the text itself, making it difficult to delineate right from wrong. When everyone is right, it often means that everyone is, in some sense, wrong. This encapsulates Su Yi's notion of understanding the small path through the lens of the great Tao. Though he remained uncertain of how this would specifically aid Lin Iran's cultivation, if she perceived value in it, then he would gladly provide it. Upon hearing Su Yi's prompt agreement, Lin Iran paused momentarily, then remarked, "Your world is indeed peculiar." In what way is it peculiar? Su Yi inmuted, somehat perpleet. Such celestial methods do not seem to be rare in your realm, Lin Iran stated candidly. Moreover, considering your previous inquiry about the cultivation techniques and foundational knowledge, I suspect that your world may have undergone a certain rupture in its cultivation system. While advanced methods that directly point to the great Tao have persisted, foundational teachings appear to have been lost. Consequently, without these basics, it becomes challenging to glimpse the great Tao, and the invaluable techniques that lead to it are misunderstood, allowing only a limited understanding to emerge. Su Yi was not particularly surprised by this observation. Ever since the system had determined that texts like the Tao Te Ching represented the pinnacle of cultivation on Blue Star, and witnessing Lin Iran's astonishment upon acquiring several renowned metaphysical texts from Jiuzhou, he had begun to speculate. Of course, due to the scant clues at hand, his conjectures remained largely unfounded. It seemed plausible that in ancient times, Jiuzhou possessed a legitimate metaphysical cultivation system. However, perhaps due to the changing environment on Blue Star or other reasons, this system gradually declined, fading from public consciousness and leaving behind only legends of immortality. It is also conceivable that even earlier civilizations on Blue Star, which are perhaps metaphysical in nature, perished for various reasons, with only these advanced techniques surviving. Yet, the emerging civilization has become entirely disconnected from metaphysical practices, rendering them incapable of comprehending these sophisticated methods, and thus unable to use them as a foundation for further cultivation. Instead, they have gradually shifted towards technological advancement. These are mere conjectures, lacking substantial basis. However, he surmised that this might be the essence of the matter. Even if there were discrepancies with his assumptions, it was unequivocally evident that a civilization rooted in metaphysics had once thrived on Blue Star, and this civilization possessed remarkable sophistication. The remnants left behind would be considered exceedingly advanced even in the realm of cultivation next door. It was precisely due to these speculations that he felt a sense of nonchalance upon hearing Lin Iran mention them. After engaging in a discourse regarding the advanced techniques of Blue Star, Su Yi finally articulated the purpose of his visit to Lin Iran today. Chapter 434. Superiority does not equate to quality. The will of all beings. Upon hearing Su Yi's inquiry, Lin Iran furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a moment before responding. What prompts your sudden curiosity about this concept? I have encountered certain events recently that pertain to this matter. I wish to understand what kind of being possesses the ability to harness such power, Su Yi replied. After contemplating Su Yi's question for a considerable time, Lin Iran finally grasped his intent and countered. Do you believe that those who can wield this power must inherently be immensely powerful? Isn't that the case? Su Yi responded, momentarily perplexed. The will of all beings is a unique force comparable to the essence of the world, is it not? Surely, those capable of manipulating such power must be formidable. With a laugh that caused her to tremble with delight, Liniran exclaimed, "What leads you to assume that the closer one is to the source of power, the stronger they become?" Indeed, Su-yi was a novice in cultivation, and subconsciously, he held that belief. "How about this? If you call me master, I shall impart to you the foundational knowledge of cultivation," Liniran teased with a playful giggle. "Are you not waiting for me to achieve success in cultivation before you consider dual cultivation?" Su-yi interjected with a serious tone. "Addressing you as master seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? Shouldn't that be more exhilarating?" Realizing that her playful banter was fruitless, Su-yi swiftly altered his demeanor. "Then, I humbly request your guidance, Teacher Lin." Liniran, unfazed by the difference in address, languidly extended her long leg from beneath her skirt. "Obedient disciple, come and massage your teacher's leg, and I shall elucidate the intricacies of cultivation for you." Su-yi was momentarily taken aback. Is this a benefit of attending class? Liniran's leg was not merely exquisite. It was a masterpiece of nature, perfectly proportioned and akin to a work of art. Benefit? Liniran paused, subtly retracting her leg under her skirt. Seeing this, Su-yi pressed forward with curiosity. "Teacher Lin, what are you doing? Quickly, let your leg out. I shall massage it for you." Having failed to gain an advantage, Liniran felt a twinge of discomfort and promptly retorted, "Go away. You truly have no shame. Let's return to serious matters." Initially intending to engage further in witty repartee with this scheming woman, Su-yi straightened his posture, preparing to listen attentively to the so-called foundational knowledge of cultivation. Liniran began. "Have you ever contemplated what the essence of the world is and what the will of all beings signifies? Why are these two forces considered the closest to the source of all power? I have not encountered these concepts, so how could I possibly know?" Su-yi shuruk. "I only understand that these powers differ from the spiritual energy of cultivators. In our world, these two forces are also known by other names," Liniran stated earnestly. "They are referred to as the power of heaven's Tao and the power of humanity's Tao. The so-called heavenly path refers to the rules and order governing the world, embodying all external manifestations of existence. The power of the heavenly path, as its name suggests, is the fundamental force behind these origins, serving as the foundation of existence itself. As I previously mentioned, the extensive utilization of the world's primordial power could potentially lead to its collapse. The world is akin to a house. If the foundation is hollowed out, it inevitably becomes a precarious edifice, collapsing in an instant. However, if you perceive the power of the heavenly path as an unreachable pinnacle, you are gravely mistaken. In truth, as long as you exist within this world, anyone, given the right circumstances, can indeed access the primordial essence and harness it for their own purposes. Long ago, in epochs past, there were individuals in our frosty realm who manipulated the world's primordial forces, yet these figures were not exalted beings of immense power, but rather mere mortals. How this individual accessed the world's essence remains a mystery, as he never divulged this secret to anyone before his demise. This person, having appropriated the primordial essence, attained an almost boundless lifespan, despite being an ordinary individual devoid of any significant cultivation. Over the course of countless years, he gradually cultivated to a terrifying level, reaching the peak of the great ascendant stage, the highest realm attainable in the frosty realm, without any teacher or guidance. Relying on his extensive lifespan and the mysteries of the primordial essence, he spent millions of years to achieve this pinnacle. Upon emerging into the world, he swiftly gained notoriety, becoming one of the undisputed tyrants of the frosty realm, indulging in wanton behavior and committing numerous atrocities. The populace was perplexed by his sudden appearance, for it is impossible for someone to reach the great ascendant stage without leaving traces in the world. Yet this individual left no evidence. However, due to his overwhelming strength, none dared to question him. It was only when he recklessly wielded his immense power, threatening to annihilate a long-established family known for their ancestral connection to immortals, that matters escalated. And then, did the immortal descend? Su-yi could surmise the ensuing developments. Indeed, although he had attained remarkable heights through the power of the heavenly path, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers, the ancient beings of the frosty realm at the same level could not match him. Yet, When confronted with a true immortal who had ascended to a higher realm, his strength paled in comparison. The immortal easily subdued him and discerned the peculiarities surrounding him, revealing that despite possessing the potential for invincibility at the great ascendant stage, he chose not to undergo tribulation and ascend, opting instead to reign over the frosty realm. This individual, having stolen the world's primordial essence, had long been under the watchful eye of the heavenly path. Previously, he had evaded various calamities, sheltered by the primordial essence in some hidden corner, but the 99 heavenly tribulation was inescapable if he wished to ascend. Once he entered the tribulation, the heavenly path would certainly take special measures to reclaim the essence. Thus, he dared not face the tribulation, remaining instead in the frosty realm to wield his power. In order to extract the primordial essence of the devoured world and avert the collapse of the frost-blue realm, the celestial being chose not to slay him directly. Instead, he summoned the wrath of heavenly thunder. According to historical accounts, this was the most terrifying of the ninefold heavenly tribulations recorded in the frost-blue realm, and even in the known realms of cultivation to date. The first bolt of lightning was the chaotic divine thunder, which obliterated him into ashes and ultimately restored the pilfered essence of the world. Having conveyed this much, Linaran paused and gazed at Su-E. Chapter 435. The Rise and Fall of the Monarch. Su-E pondered for a moment before inquiring further. Is his extraordinary combat prowess at this level connected to the essence of this world? Indeed, and yet not quite, Linaran replied, shaking her head. To assert that it is connected would imply that the source of his power fundamentally stems from his own cultivation. The essence of the world's origin merely grants him an almost limitless lifespan. With prolonged life, it is only natural that he can cultivate such formidable strength. Beyond enhancing longevity, the world's essence offers him little to no advantage in his cultivation. Su-E tentatively asked, so, even if he has encountered the world's essence and utilized its power, he cannot fully harness its true might? No, Linaran clarified with a sigh. In truth, the genuine power of the world's essence for a cultivator is precisely this. It merely extends one's lifespan. To acquire strength, one must pursue legitimate paths of cultivation. How much longer must I reiterate this? Such power cannot be transformed into one's own strength. It merely sounds impressive and is indeed closer to the most primal form of power. The way of heaven is not a tangible entity, but rather a collective term for all the rules of the world. To master the power of the way of heaven and act as a proxy for it is fundamentally impossible. Thus, utilizing the world's essence is essentially unrelated to one's strength. I share this to convey that whether one can master this essence is largely a matter of fortune. In contrast, the power of humanity, known as the collective will of sentient beings, is truly a force that can be grasped and utilized. However, this power is heavily constrained, rendering it unsuitable as a widespread cultivation path. Consequently, the cultivation system relying on the power of humanity has long since vanished from our world. As for whether one must possess exceptional strength to master such power, the answer is a resounding no. Once, the path of the collective will of sentient beings flourished in the Qing Shuang realm, particularly during the illustrious era of the Qiyu dynasty around 30 epochs ago. The Qiyu dynasty emerged from a humble tribe, led by a chieftain known for his generosity and sincerity, under whose governance the tribe thrived in peace and prosperity. By embodying the aspirations of the people, he naturally garnered the support of the collective will, gradually attaining strength comparable to that of cultivators without ever having engaged in any form of cultivation. As his influence expanded and his subjects multiplied, so too did his power. At its zenith, the Qiyu dynasty dominated nearly 80% of the Qing Shuang realm, uprooting numerous sects and revered families that had existed for countless ages, leading to their complete dissolution. Unlike the ordinary individual who relied on the world's essence, the sovereign of the Qiyu dynasty possessed both vision and courage, gaining formidable strength as his territory grew. In extinguishing those sects and families, he inevitably attracted the celestial beings who backed those forces. However, it was utterly futile. His prowess within the realm of command had surpassed half of the entire Qing Shuang world, reaching a terrifying magnitude. Those celestial beings who descended to seek justice for their descendants were all captured alive by him. You heard correctly. This was not a matter of defeat or death, but rather of living capture. Before this yet-to-be ascended monarch of the Chiyu dynasty, these exalted immortals could not even flee or take their own lives. Each one that approached him was seized without exception. The strongest among them, a celestial king renowned even in the immortal realm as a formidable sovereign, was taken captive. To slay these celestial beings, he established the execution platform for immortals, where he would publicly execute them, gathering the populace to witness their demise, reducing them to ashes and obliterating their souls. Moreover, he fashioned wine vessels from the skulls of these immortals, serving as a grim warning. A total of 24 such vessels were created, which remain treasured artifacts of the Qing Shuang realm, safeguarded by 6 major powers as their prized possessions, surpassing even legitimate celestial artifacts in strength. Do you know how such a powerful dynasty as Chiyu met its demise? Lin Yiran inquired with a smile. In truth, upon hearing this, even without her prompting, Su Yi could surmise the answer, replying promptly. It was overthrown by the very populace it governed, was it not? Indeed. Lin Yiran sighed. A ruler who rises by such means is destined to fall likewise. The once invincible monarch of Chiyu ultimately lost his formidable power due to internal strife within the dynasty, leading to a catastrophic end for his realm. Those who had previously escaped his wrath bore deep-seated resentment, and the entire Chiyu dynasty was consumed by collective envy. With the fall of the monarch, the dynasty faced an unprecedented purge and retribution. For a full century, the blade was not sheathed. The once thriving Chiyu dynasty, with a population of 1 billion, was utterly annihilated, leaving not a single soul alive, and the remnants of death lingered over the Qing Shuang realm for a millennium. What could have been the nature of such discord? Was it perhaps that the Chiyu monarch, having grown powerful, became negligent, thus inciting dissatisfaction among his subjects? So you pondered aloud. No, Ling Yiran clarified. The downfall of the Chiyu dynasty was, in fact, an inevitable dead and stemming from the very will of the populace. Based on the historical records I have perused, the Chiyu monarch remained largely unchanged throughout his reign. Even during the height of his power, when he slaughtered celestial beings as one might cull dogs, his lifestyle was remarkably austere. The royal palace itself was constructed by the loyal subjects who followed him, and throughout the dynasty's existence, the taxes collected amounted to less than 1/10 of what contemporary sects levy on commoners in their territories. The monarch never grew arrogant. He consistently upheld his duty to the people. The wealth and land acquired through the dynasty's expansion were entirely devoted to the welfare of the populace. In that era, even ordinary citizens lived remarkably prosperous lives, free from famine and plague. In times of war, the mere presence of the Chiyu monarch, endowed with the will of the populace, sufficed to resolve conflicts, resulting in minimal warfare. However, this period of peace and comfort led to a dramatic population explosion. In just 2 centuries, the population of the Chiyu dynasty multiplied tenfold. The so-called benevolence of a gentleman endures for 5 generations, and the actions of a sovereign are fundamentally akin. As the population of the dynasty swells, the new generation remains oblivious to the hardships endured by their predecessors under the dominion of various sects and families. Yet, the world is vast, and the resources obtainable through the expansion of the Chiyu dynasty are dwindling. Ultimately, the population of the dynasty surpassed the sustainable threshold, and the younger generation, unafraid to challenge the authority of the Chiyu sovereign, gradually became the prevailing force. Thus, the dynasty faltered. Chapter 436. Has Lin Yiran exploded with gold coins again? This is a deadlock. Su Yi pondered deeply, yet found herself at a loss for a solution. First and foremost, to gather the collective will of the people, one must treat the populace with kindness, earning the heartfelt support of the majority, ensuring that everyone enjoys a prosperous life. However, once a life of comfort is attained, a stable environment will inevitably awaken the instinct for procreation, leading to an ever-increasing population. Initially, this burgeoning society could satisfy the expanding resource demands of the dynasty through relentless expansion and plunder. Yet, when expansion reaches its limits or becomes unsustainable, the acquisition of resources will stagnate. This leads to a familiar cycle known to those well-versed in the ancient history of Blue Star: land consolidation, widespread suffering, and dynastic change. In the technology-driven realm of Blue Star, when faced with such a predicament, there remains the option to enhance productivity as a means of postponing collapse. However, the world of cultivation lacks this concept, resulting in an inevitable and accelerated downfall, leaving its inhabitants helpless. The subsequent generations are oblivious to the dire hardships endured by their ancestors. As the population swells and resources dwindle, their plight worsens. Yet they attribute their suffering to the ineptitude of the ruler of Chiyu Nation. This echoes a classic sentiment from a book Su-e once read, highlighting humanity's failure to appreciate logic. The newly ascendant generation of the dynasty, having never known hardship, naturally fails to express gratitude to the Chiyu ruler, who led their forebears through arduous beginnings to forge a new era. Consequently, the collective will of the people dwindles, leading to a natural decline in strength. The Chiyu ruler had offended numerous individuals and factions in his quest for expansion to satisfy the needs of his subjects, making retribution inevitable. The Chiyu dynasty rose like a meteor, shining brilliantly, only to collapse just as swiftly, all within a millennium. Lin Yiran remarked, "In our Qing realm, this span of time is but a fleeting moment. One could observe the rise of grand edifices, the hosting of banquets, and ultimately, the collapse of those structures. However, the terrifying power unleashed during the peak of the Chiyu ruler's reign inspired many in the Qing realm to emulate his path, with some achieving fleeting success. Yet, they too could not escape the fate of rapid ascent, followed by an equally swift downfall. It is through these experiences that the cultivation system, based on the collective will of the people, gradually faded from the Qing realm. Besides its inherent unsustainability, the primary issue is that such grand endeavors benefit only a singular individual, whose power is ultimately borrowed from others. In essence, attempting to gain such formidable strength through this means proves exceedingly challenging. While the rise may be swift, the fall is equally rapid. Save for those lacking in cultivation aptitude, yet possessing shrewdness, seeking merely a transient thrill. Presently, even those with a modicum of talent in the Qing realm are disinclined to pursue this path. So many predecessors have summarized that we have a fair understanding of the limits of the path of sentient beings' will. Regardless of the level one attains, or the experiences of those who came before, this path can only be traversed for a millennium or two. The dynasty that historically walked the path of sentient beings' will in the realm of Qing existed for merely 6,000 years. And that was only because they promptly abandoned the will of sentient beings upon their rise, secretly expanding their family and amassing cultivation resources, transforming into a lineage of immortal cultivators. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. The cyclical nature of dynasties, Su-e remarked suddenly. Lin Yiran paused for a moment. That assertion is indeed fitting. It is true. Once the cycle arrives, these dynasties inevitably face demise. Ultimately, cultivation is about refining the true self. The intention behind all this discourse is to make you comprehend that, although the power of humanity can indeed render one formidable compared to the powers of heaven, it is by no means a broad and smooth path. Its upper limits may be high, yet its sustainability is too brief. Moreover, possessing the will of sentient beings does not solely depend on one's strength. Rather, it hinges on whether one has captured the hearts of the people. Thus, the notion you presented regarding mastering the essence of the world, and, to some extent, the will of sentient beings, does not necessarily imply one is a powerful entity. With the right fortune and opportunity, an ordinary person may simultaneously wield two extraordinary forces. If you encounter adversaries related to such powers and attempt to gauge their strength, you may find it exceedingly difficult to arrive at any conclusion. Only by confronting them directly can one ascertain their true capability. Su-e exhaled. I understand now. It seems you have encountered some trouble. Lin Yiran smiled slightly. Since you have promised to provide me with the analyses of those immortal techniques, I naturally cannot accept them without offering something in return. After a brief contemplation, She then initiated a trade, presenting a long sword, several hexagonal stones resembling special talismans, and several bottles of elixirs, along with a multitude of jade slips containing teachings. The jade slips are the foundational cultivation techniques I promised to gather for you last time. They hold little value, so consider them a gift. As for this sword, it has been my companion for quite some time, yet its material is somewhat lacking. At my current level, it has become somewhat inadequate for my cultivation. Hence, I shall give it to you for protection. While it may not possess the same capabilities as the Wanhun banner, which can unleash its full potency without the need for cultivation, you will likely find it challenging to harness its complete potential. Nevertheless, it has accompanied me for long enough that the sword intent imbued within can slay cultivators below the return to emptiness stage. A divine sword possesses spirit. Although you may not unleash all its might, once bound to you, controlling its inherent sword intent to vanquish foes will be unproblematic. As for these talismans, among them are 2 life-saving spirit talismans. You need only to drop your blood to acknowledge ownership. When faced with an insurmountable, life-threatening danger, they will rescue you once. Of course, this danger must originate from an entity whose power is below that of the harmonized path. I crafted these myself. And since I cannot contend with a harmonized path adept, it would certainly be incapable of withstanding a blow from such a formidable being. In addition to the Savior's talisman, there are 2 void escape talismans, capable of transporting you instantly to a distant realm. Moreover, there are 2 7-kill talismans, which can ensure the demise of any foe beneath the late stage of transcendence with but a single use. As for elixirs, there are 2 bottles of great revitalizing pills. Consuming one shortly after death can restore life. Additionally, there are 2 soul rejuvenation pills, which, when combined with the great revitalizing pills, can bring back a body before it has even begun to decay. The remaining items consist solely of auxiliary elixirs for cultivation. Feel free to consume them at your leisure during your training, as they bear no adverse effects. Chapter 437. Planning the Stellar World after engaging in dialogue with Lin Aran. He was able to ascertain 2 significant truths. Firstly, the mysterious puppet master of the magical realm may not possess the formidable strength they had initially envisioned. However, it is certain that they surpass those inept deities. This individual is remarkably unique, undoubtedly not an ordinary cultivator. Given that the civilization in Lin Aran's world has existed for countless millennia, they have encountered myriad phenomena. Upon hearing Su Yi mention such an eccentric entity, Lin Aran could not help but furrow her brow. The second revelation is that the dragon egg is indeed extraordinary. In Lin Aran's words, it is quite impractical for ordinary individuals or any cultivators to rely on the powers of humanity or the heavens to enhance their own capabilities. The limitations are too great, and the effects pale in comparison to the legitimate paths of cultivation. It might even be less effective than the rudimentary magical combat training of the magical world. However, this does not imply that these 2 forms of power are entirely without merit. Should a being emerge from this primal source of energy, such a creature would typically be referred to as a congenital being within their cultivation system, born from the essence itself. Any path in the world would be a grand avenue for it. If it were to choose the path of cultivation, this being would become a favored child of the heavenly way and of humanity, exhibiting an astonishingly rapid growth rate. Thus, once that congenital dragon egg hatches, its potential is boundless. The being within has already been imprinted with Su Yi's essence and will undoubtedly serve his purposes. This is indeed colossal news. Moreover, the new items Lin Aran provided him have proven to be of tremendous assistance. Cultivation is a protracted journey, and it is unrealistic for Su Yi to attain immense power solely through his efforts in a short span. Yet, the current situation in the magical realm necessitates a formidable high-end combat force. At this juncture, various esoteric tools from the cultivation world, such as talismans, elixirs, formations, and magical treasures, can be of great utility, although Su Yi's cultivation level is lacking, and he could merely contend with those below demigod status in the magical realm. He has aligned himself with a wealthy benefactor, thus acquiring numerous treasures. The sword casually bestowed upon him by Lin Aran, for instance, could not only elevate his status in the magical world, but also enable him to become a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, wreaking havoc among those beneath the void refinement stage. Additionally, the array of talismans he possesses, each one a precious artifact capable of directly enhancing combat prowess, would be looked down upon by other cultivators in the cultivation world. Their ultimate pursuit is longevity. Thus, what does it matter if a mortal wielding these treasures can fight mightily? In a century or so, they would still become mere bones in the grave. However, Su-E, hailing from Blue Star, harbors no such concerns. For the inhabitants of Blue Star, utilizing tools has become second nature. In his eyes, anything that enhances combat capability is inherently valuable. The following period has descended into a relatively tranquil phase. Su-E received word that Bai Lu has completed her graduation thesis and is expected to return to their old stronghold on Qinglin Star shortly. Furthermore, she has gradually begun to loosen her grip on the inheritance jade slips. It appears that a small-scale exchange transpired among the aristocratic offspring within the military academy of Star Harbor. After witnessing the remarkable capabilities of the inheritance jade tablet, many influential youths expressed keen interest and proposed collaborations. However, Bai Lu declined all offers. She understood that the inheritance jade tablet, a technology capable of resolving the most significant conflicts in the interstellar realm, possessed immense market potential. Aware that her background alone would not suffice to monopolize such a pivotal technology, she opted to wait for a more substantial opportunity. Bai Lu estimated that a major catch was imminent, likely coinciding with her return to Qinglin Star. Currently, her strength was insufficient to safeguard this technology. Thus, the initial prospects might not be particularly amicable. Although she assured Su-E that she was prepared for any eventuality, he, after some contemplation, decided to temporarily lend her the Wanhun banner. After all, he already possessed the sword recently gifted by Lin Iran, so lending the Wanhun banner to Bai Lu seemed inconsequential. The Wanhun banner functioned akin to a multi-tiered authority tool. Lin Iran had been too lazy to erase her mark when bestowing it. Thus, theoretically, the highest authority still resided with her. However, given that they existed in separate realms, this authority held little significance. After Su-E had recognized the Wanhun banner with his blood on Blue Star, he became the holder of secondary authority. Due to Lin Iran's dominion over the highest authority in another world, he faced no limitations when utilizing the Wanhun banner in Blue Star or the magical realm. Thus, lending it to Bai Lu was a similar rationale. There was no need to erase his mark. Bai Lu could simply recognize it anew, attaining a lower tier of authority. The separation between worlds ensured that those with higher authority could not intervene in the Wanhun banner's control, granting her the utmost usage rights. With such a treasure in her possession, Bai Lu's confidence in her strategic endeavors surged significantly. As a token of gratitude, she insisted on engaging in sparring matches on the trading platform with Su-E for 6 or 7 hours. Before parting, Bai Lu remarked, "If all goes smoothly this time, I shall establish a firm foothold on Qinglin Star. As long as you can supply enough inheritance jade tablets, I will swiftly create a colossal enterprise spanning across star domains, potentially becoming an unprecedented behemoth in the annals of the interstellar world. For our realm, these inheritance jade tablets are of paramount importance. By that time, all technologies here will hold no secrets for me. Whatever mature technology you desire, I can procure for you." Lastly, Bai Lu presented Su-E with several items she had secretly acquired over the past few days at the Star Harbor Academy, requesting no compensation in return. Upon inspection, he discovered they were external computational modules for advanced AI. Last time, Tian Shu mentioned the need to enhance the computational power module, and Su-E took a moment to discuss this matter with Bai Lu. Although he could scarcely recall it himself, Bai Lu, however, remembered it distinctly. By integrating this computational power module, Tian Shu's processing capabilities would experience an astonishing enhancement of over 100,000 times. Naturally, for an AI of such caliber, this enhancement, while sounding substantial, does not fundamentally alter its essence. It simply renders Tian Shu more adept at managing various tasks for the Tianya Group on Blue Star, while also providing additional computational resources for other pursuits. For instance, The installation of an emotional mimicry module could enable her to appear more human-like, rather than a mere emotionless AI. Chapter 438. The Aftermath of War. Is this truly the state of the Empire's heartland? The expansive plains lie desolate, embodying the stark solitude of winter. Vivi stands atop the yoke of her palanquin, gazing at the barren land with a heavy sigh. Behind her, a dilapidated little town appears. Yet it is one of the rare places along her journey southward that still harbors a significant number of living souls. The internal strife, ignited by the struggle for the throne, has reduced the Empire's heartland to scorched earth. The various factions advancing towards Mangchuan City have decimated the path northward, leaving only a fraction of life in their wake. Within the borders of the kingdom of Mangchuan, the devastation is somewhat mitigated. Only a handful of villages have fallen victim to the marauding armies, as most of the settlements distant from the main roads have been spared from the massacre, likely due to the urgency of the troops seeking the portal to plunder. Beyond the territory of the kingdom of Mangchuan, the scene is grim. Without her protection, the northern regions have also succumbed to the ravages of civil war. Numerous remote towns, far removed from the thoroughfares, have been laid to waste. The passage of bandits is like a comb, while soldiers sweep through like a fine-toothed rake. In such times, the calamity wrought by soldiers is far more despairing for the common folk than an encounter with bands of marauders. Throughout her journey, she has scarcely seen any displaced persons. The number of corpses strewn along the roadside is countless, and she has long since lost track of how many bodies she has witnessed. The harsh winter of the north has arrived, and most of these remains belong to refugees who perished in the unforgiving cold, rendered homeless by the calamities of war. She recalls the arduous task of having her companions bury the bodies along the way, which has significantly delayed her progress southward. What was initially projected to be a journey of about half a month to 20 days has now stretched past 2 weeks, and she has barely traversed half the distance. Finally leaving the broader northern region of the Empire and officially entering its core area. Yet, she did not anticipate that the conditions in the core region would be even more dire than those encountered in the north. After all, her several imperial brothers waged their true battles here. During the height of the Civil War, she would glance at the war reports daily. Merely reading the reports made it difficult to grasp the extent of suffering such a conflict inflicts upon ordinary people. In truth, she had not given much thought to the Civil War, as its scale seemed insignificant compared to the grand historical battle she had studied, where the forces involved numbered in the millions and the wars dragged on for years, even decades. However, as she progresses on her journey, her eyes have been opened. It is hard to fathom that even wars of this seemingly modest scale can result in so many innocent lives lost and countless individuals rendered homeless. The historical accounts of epic battles, where the opposing forces alone reached millions, paint a harrowing picture of devastation that such conflicts can unleash. After all, these wars are entirely different from her previous experiences fighting against the foreign tribes in the north. Mangchuan City, originally a military stronghold, is surrounded by sparse populations, with vast mountain ranges stretching endlessly beyond its walls. The zones of conflict scarcely harbor any residents. However, the internal strife within the empire unfolds differently. Once war is unleashed, it brings about a state of despair among the populace. Ordinary individuals, in the eyes of the bloodthirsty army, are seen both as resources and as burdens. When needed, they're conscripted on the spot to dig fortifications, defend the city, or fill ditches. When their services are no longer required, they are dismissed to prevent wastage of provisions in the camps. In more brutal instances, those hastily gathered are ruthlessly slaughtered to prevent them from being swayed by the enemy and becoming an obstacle in the war. Such scenes of cruelty and bloodshed were previously unimaginable to the sheltered Vivian, shattering her worldview. Yet, aside from burying the unattended corpses and providing a morsel of food to the living she encounters, she finds herself powerless in the face of such horrors. Although she has captured several princes, bringing them along for execution in the imperial capital before the eyes of the world, theoretically, the civil war should have concluded. However, the reality tells a different story. The armies under the princes, once a disciplined force suppressing rebellion and defending the realm, have swiftly transformed into marauding brigands, plundering resources unchecked across the heart of the empire. She has commanded the remaining forces in the imperial capital to quell these rogue troops. Yet, this will undoubtedly be a protracted endeavor, and it may take a year or two for tranquility to return to the empire's core. Having journeyed southward and witnessed the myriad sufferings of the world, Vivian finally arrived at her loyal imperial capital, a little over a month after departing from Dream River City. In stark contrast to the apocalyptic scenes she had witnessed along her journey, the imperial capital appeared as it always had, grand and prosperous. It seemed as though this place had not been touched by the ravages of war, presenting an idyllic sanctuary. Upon entering the boundaries of the capital, she experienced a disorienting sense of having stepped into another era. If one were to overlook the countless ragged refugees swarming around the outskirts, she might genuinely believe that no conflict had ever occurred here. Yet, reality is often harsh. Beneath the meticulously crafted AtoZ lie numerous unusual details that reveal the remnants of conflict that transpired just over a month ago. In Vivian's memory, the imperial capital was a magnet, drawing countless individuals to its embrace. Beyond the city walls, a vast community sprawled for dozens of kilometers, housing millions. However, these people have now vanished, along with the once abundant residential buildings outside the city. In their stead, vibrant greenery has taken root. The majestic city walls show signs of extensive repair, while the restoration is skillfully done. A noticeable color disparity exists between the newly constructed sections and the ancient walls weathered by countless years of wind and rain, which becomes evident upon closer inspection. Beneath the seemingly vibrant and bustling facade of the imperial capital lies a reality that pales in comparison to the splendor she had known before her departure years ago. The once proud and confident denizens of the capital now cast furtive glances at her retinue of knights and regular troops, their expressions betraying a newfound trepidation. All of this unequivocally indicates that this place has recently endured a cataclysmic war and unspeakable atrocities. Now, upon her arrival in the imperial capital, the foremost task for Vivi is to ensure that the architects of this chaos face the consequences of their actions. Vivi, oh Vivi, hear me, for my elder brother acknowledges his missteps. Chapter 439. Siblings in the dim and damp confines of the imperial prison, Vivi stood gracefully attired in luxurious garments. Before her, separated only by a barrier, was a young man pleading for mercy. With striking red hair and crimson eyes, his features were chiseled and undeniably handsome. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he bore a striking resemblance to Vivi, sharing at least 70% of her features. A quintessentially beautiful man. Vivi, with an unhurried demeanor, took her seat on the chair brought forth by her attendants. She gazed at the young man and remarked, "Second brother, it has been quite some time." Although these captured royal brothers had journeyed south from Dream River City alongside her, she had not laid eyes on them during these past days. Indeed, it had been a long while since they had seen each other. The young man, upon hearing Vivi's words, promptly nodded and replied, "Indeed, it has been a long time. Vivi, my beloved sister, our last meeting was 5 years ago. At that time, you were bestowed the title of Duke of Dream River by our father, departing from the imperial capital to inherit your fief. I worried for your safety against the barbaric foreign tribes at the northern fortress, so I utilized my authority within the military to grant you a knightly order. I later heard that you recruited many knights and formed a formidable legion, fighting valiantly against those foreign tribes. Vivi, listen to me. We are full siblings. Our mother entrusted me with the duty of caring for you before her passing, as you were her greatest concern. I have indeed endeavored to look after you. Our elder brother fears your rising reputation and worries you might aid me in seizing power. Thus he incited our father to send you to the border fortress. I have repeatedly argued my case to our father, yet he refuses to listen. I am truly sorry for this. Nevertheless, we are different from them. We are true siblings, the legitimate offspring of the late emperor and empress." The second prince rambled on, while Vivi listened with a calm demeanor. The underlying cause of this extensive and tumultuous civil war was, in essence, a tragic family drama. She and the second prince were born of the same mother, the legitimate empress of the late emperor. In contrast, the eldest prince, although the most senior among the royal siblings, was born of the late emperor and a concubine. The contention over the throne between the second prince and the eldest prince was fundamentally a dispute over legitimacy and seniority. Both parties possessed formidable backing from their maternal families. However, the second prince suffered from the early demise of the empress, leaving him voiceless in the court and devoid of crucial information. This lack of influence resulted in him being absent from the imperial capital when the late emperor passed, as he was engaged in quelling rebellion in the south, allowing the eldest prince to ascend to the throne with ease. Thus, this courtly struggle evolved into a vast civil war that engulfed the entire core region of the empire. The direct confrontation between the eldest and second princes, disregarding decorum, prompted other princes with ambitions for the throne, supported by their own factions, to join this fierce competition. Had they confined their struggle for the throne to political maneuvering and palace intrigue, this civil war would have never ignited. Before this, Vivi had already resolved to execute the several princes who instigated a war for their own selfish desires. Having gained the recognition of the ancestors of the Qiyang family and fully seized power after resolving the incident of the Gate of Time and Space. Despite their motives, even the crown prince, who was theoretically her adversary, had shown her considerable regard in the past. Although she had made the decision to eliminate them, she had never mustered the courage to face them even once. Vivi feared that the moment she laid eyes on those brothers who once cared for her, her resolve would waver. This internal conflict gradually diminished as she traveled south from Dream River City. By the time she reached the imperial capital, any remnants of pity for her former siblings had entirely vanished. The second prince's incessant attempts to awaken their sisterly bond continued for quite some time, and Vivi listened patiently without a hint of impatience, remaining silent as if she were a child once more, clinging to her second brother for stories, while he, despite his many duties, patiently recounted the cliché details of dragon-slaying heroes. As he spoke, the second prince seemed to realize something, and his ramblings gradually quieted until they fell into complete silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally sighed with a bitter smile. "It seems I must face death. Can you enlighten me as to why? With that individual standing behind you, there should be no one left in this world to threaten your throne." Historically, when heirs vied for power, the victor executed the vanquished, usually because the latter still posed a threat. However, we pose no threat to you. What justification do you have for killing us? Justification, Vivi finally spoke, her gaze fixed on the light filtering through the small window of the prison. After a long moment of contemplation, she replied, "Perhaps it is to deliver justice for those you have harmed." Harmed? Who? The second prince furrowed his brow. "The hundreds of millions of citizens of the empire," Vivi stated flatly. The second prince fell into a long silence before suddenly bursting into manic laughter. "You would kill me for those lowly commoners?" "Vivi Qiang, I am your elder brother. We share the same mother. We grew up without a mother, and it was I who protected you within the palace, raising you as my own. Those concubines bullied you, and our siblings abused you, relying on their support. Each time, it was I who stood up for you. Look here." He suddenly grasped at the red hair on his forehead, pointing to a grotesque scar that measured a finger in length, and shouted, "Lady Alice. Once our father's most favored concubine publicly chastised you at a banquet for a minor mistake when you were 8, slapping you across the face. It was I. I killed her with a single sword stroke to avenge you. Our father was furious and nearly beheaded me. This scar is a testament to that moment. And now, you would kill your brother for those lowly commoners? Is that truly your intent? In the circumstances where the Grand Prince has successfully ascended the throne, it is a testament to the audacity of the second prince that he would still dare to instigate a great war for the imperial crown. To suggest that he fears death would be a gross underestimation of this prince. As a vanquished individual, a captive, he has long foreseen his fate. Yet, what he cannot bear to accept is that his beloved younger sister would resort to such a rationale to bring about his demise. Even if Vivi were to fabricate a reason that might influence her rule, he would meet his end with composure and resignation. However, the current justification is intolerable to him. "Brother," Vivi's demeanor softened slightly, but her tone remained icy. "As siblings, I will grant you a swift end. Moreover, in the eyes of those more powerful than us, we are no more noble than the commoners you so disdain." Is this also what he taught you? The second prince leaned wearily against the wall. suppressing his madness and gradually regaining his composure, offering a bitter smile. You have always been resolute. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not linger on the matter. I have but one final request. Speak. I wish to meet him, the Godslayer. Chapter 440. Re-entering the magical realm. He has once again returned to the magical world, approximately 2 months after he had nearly eradicated the deities of this realm. This visit, however, was not for conflict. Rather, it was to attend Vivi's coronation ceremony. Having returned to the imperial capital for over half a month and arranged various matters, the time had finally come for her to ascend as the new empress of the Radiant Sun Empire. Given their close friendship, it would be inappropriate for him not to witness such a significant event, hence his presence. Fortunately, his temporary departure from his own world posed no issues. Although the portal was located in the distant Dream River City of the Northern Territories, a journey of nearly 10,000 miles to the imperial capital was effortlessly accomplished. Exiting the time-space portal and utilizing the teleportation array, he arrived in the capital in less than 5 minutes. The existence of the time-space portal facilitated the future circulation of special materials and personnel, prompting Vivi to construct numerous teleportation arrays around it. Admittedly, the imperial treasury was lacking in funds. However, the ancient wealth and resources of the Radiant Sun were abundant, especially after the deities were vanquished and their treasures seized. The gold coins extracted from these ancient beings were sufficient to make Vivi the most financially stable emperor in the empire's extensive history of over 100,000 years. Thus, establishing several teleportation portals was certainly feasible. Upon stepping through the time-space portal into the bustling and ancient ambience of the Radiant Sun capital, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Just 5 minutes prior, he had been aboard a landing craft en route to the time-space portal on Angzhou Island, and half an hour earlier, he had been in the headquarters of the Tianyu Group, engrossed in tender exchanges with Yu Lingqi. The abrupt transition felt as if he had traversed realms. This style of city is likely rare in your world, isn't it? Sui remarked as he arrived. Naturally, Vivi was there to personally welcome him. Observing his silent contemplation of the surroundings, she could not resist teasing him. Indeed, it is quite uncommon. Suddenly arriving in such a world evokes a surreal sensation. Sui replied, shrugging as he regained his composure. Were the arrangements moving forward? Please spare me any welcome banquets. I have little desire to engage with the aristocracy of your realm. His disdain for the superficial exchanges with the nobility was evident, and he felt no obligation to participate in such social niceties. The welcome banquet has been arranged, but with only a select few invited. The gluttonous nobles are eager to meet you, yet I presumed you would lack the patience for them. Thus I declined their attendance. I have prepared some unique ingredients from the magical world that have likely not yet been introduced to your blue star. You might find them worth tasting. Vivi said with a light laugh. Not many invited, so there are others then? Sui inquired, shaking his head but not outright rejecting the idea. Primarily, there is one individual who wishes to meet you, and I find it difficult to refuse his request. Who? Allow me to introduce him. This is my only full-blooded brother, the former second prince of the empire, Yu of Radiant Sunday. This is the person you have long wished to meet, a visitor from another realm, the slayer of countless deities, known to you as Sui. When Wei Wei mentioned that someone had expressed a desire to meet her, and that she could not refuse, Sui found himself intrigued. After all, given Wei Wei's esteemed position in this world, it seemed improbable that there existed anyone she could not turn down. Even the venerable Qi Yang would not receive a favorable response if she wished to decline his requests. Yet, despite his inquiries, Wei Wei remained silent, smiling enigmatically, prompting Sui to abandon his questioning and indulge in speculation. He even entertained the idea that this individual might be the elusive puppet master controlling the magical realm. However, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. This individual was, astonishingly, Wei Wei's own elder brother, the second prince embroiled in inciting civil war. Greetings, Mr. Yu said, rising to extend his hand, evidently having learned some etiquette from the Blue Star. This was not surprising. Since the establishment of the time-space portal, numerous adventurous souls from the Blue Star had ventured into the magical world over the past month. Most were from the 9 provinces, as foreigners could not access the time-space portal. It was entirely reasonable for Baiyu to have acquired knowledge of the languages and cultures of Blue Star, or 9 provinces, from these individuals. However, as Su Yi beheld the strikingly handsome youth before him, who bore a resemblance to Wei Wei of about 70%, he hesitated to take his hand. Instead, he shifted his inquiring gaze toward Wei Wei. If his memory served him correctly, approximately half a month ago, shortly after Wei Wei's arrival in the imperial capital, she had already pronounced the princes responsible for the civil strife guilty and sentenced them to death. This second prince was evidently one of the main instigators of the rebellion, a source of immense suffering for the Qi-Yang Empire. Of course, Su Yi had no objections regarding how Wei Wei dealt with these defeated princes. Transforming the spirit and ideology of a world was not an overnight endeavor, but a protracted process. He could accept that this world continued to cling to bloodline theory in the short term. These princes were primarily Wei Wei's brothers, including some younger than her, who were her siblings. He understood her reluctance to act against them and would not impose undue criticism. Allowing these princes to live out their lives as wealthy gentlemen did not concern him. However, the issue lay in Wei Wei's assertion that she had executed these princes. Yet one had unexpectedly appeared before Su Yi, which left him somewhat perplexed. Meeting Su Yi's gaze, Wei Wei was aware of his unspoken questions and was about to provide an explanation when Baiyu preempted her. "Mr. Su, I am indeed a man deserving of death, and Wei Wei has already issued a decree for my execution. However, due to my persistent pleas, I have been granted a reprieve for this period. After our discussion today, it will be time for me to face judgment and pay for my transgressions. One need not blame Wei Wei. After all, I am her only elder brother, and there remains a semblance of affection in our bond." In such a heartfelt plea, she could hardly summon the resolve to deny me this final wish. Baiyu had long since shed the madness he displayed upon visiting Wei Wei in prison. At this moment, his tone is cultured and composed, measured and unhurried, with an unmistakable air of nobility that envelopes him. Were it not for the fact that he is a harbinger of a devastating civil war, plunging the empire's heartland into chaos and leaving billions to suffer in its wake, one would be inclined to perceive him, at first glance, as nothing more than a charming gentleman of high birth. Chapter 441. Conversation. Upon hearing this, Su Yi scrutinized Baiyu for a moment before extending his hand for a courteous handshake. "Speak your mind. What is your purpose for seeking me?" He was not naive. Since Wei Wei had already mentioned that this was her only full-blooded brother, he could easily surmise why someone who was supposed to face execution was still present. He held no particular interest in how Wei Wei intended to handle her brother. Perhaps she would fulfill his final wish before ending his life, or maybe, after a prolonged period, her resentment and anger had gradually subsided, leading her to grant him a reprieve. Su Yi remained indifferent. Today, I do not come as the second prince of the Qiyang Empire or any official capacity, nor as a reluctant failure, but rather as Wei Wei's brother. To meet with you, Baiyu sincerely stated. Oh, Su Yi found himself intrigued. Could it be that this young man understood Wei Wei's nature and realized she would not let him off easily, thus attempting to appeal to emotions in hopes of gaining leniency? This notion flickered through his mind, yet he remained unconcerned. In the magical realm, all decisions rested with Wei Wei. His role was merely to assist her in wielding her power, while refraining from interference with other matters. This had been an understanding they reached long ago. If Baiyu was under the impression that he could sway Su Yi to advocate for him, he was sorely mistaken. Having met, Su Yi inquired, "What else does His Highness, the second prince, wish to discuss?" After a moment of contemplation, the second prince did not respond, but instead turned his gaze towards Wei Wei. Wei Wei hesitated briefly before rising. "I shall step out for a moment. You may converse." Baiyu possessed only the modest strength of an 8th rank, specializing solely in martial arts. In the event of a confrontation, his combat prowess would likely not surpass that of Wei Wei, who was adept in both martial and magical disciplines. With Su Yi acquiring relatively ordinary cultivation techniques from Lin Iran, Wei Wei had also obtained some inheritance jade slips during these days. She had begun to grasp the formal cultivation system and was well aware of Su Yi's capabilities. Even without the aid of various chaotic treasures, Su-yi could effortlessly overpower those ninth-ranked dragons, who were reputed to be the strongest beneath the demigods. With the addition of those artifacts, even deities would find themselves at his mercy. In such circumstances, Baiyu posed no threat to him, having consented to fulfill her brother's last wish. Wei Wei would not linger on such matters for too long. If a private conversation was to occur, so be it. It was unlikely that Baiyu could persuade Su-yi to support his claim to the throne of the Qiyang Empire with mere words. As she departed, the elegant dining hall was left with only Su-yi and Baiyu. Before Su-yi could speak, Baiyu took the initiative. "What kind of person do you believe my sister to be, Mr. Su?" "Wei Wei." Su-yi smiled, though she has her moments of princess syndrome, often abandoning grand endeavors midway and frequently acting without considering the consequences. She is, nonetheless, a genuinely good person, especially in your world. She was born into the highest echelons of nobility, yet possesses the remarkable ability to empathize with the downtrodden. She is willing to dismantle the existing framework of power, relinquishing a portion of the privileges that rightfully belong to her, in order to uplift the unfortunate common folk. This is truly exceptional and is a significant reason why I believe she has the potential to transform this world, and why I wholeheartedly support her. Baiyu gently shook his head, responding softly, "This sounds overly formal. I was inquiring about your perspective on Vivi from a more personal standpoint." "From a personal perspective?" Su-yi paused, then began to comprehend his meaning. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I haven't given this matter much thought. If I must say, she is beautiful, generally kind-hearted, capable of discerning right from wrong, and willing to amend her mistakes, though she can be somewhat obstinate. At times, her princess-like temperament may manifest as a touch of stubbornness, but I find this rather endearing. In the past, she was quite proud, perhaps even arrogant. However, I no longer perceive this trait in her. Instead, she has grown increasingly gentle." Baiyu listened, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. She has always been this way. Beneath her thorny exterior lies a tender-hearted girl, though she seldom reveals this side to outsiders. Your ability to notice these nuances indicates that she does not regard you as an outsider. As he spoke, his voice gradually grew somber. In truth, she will find it challenging to fulfill the role of an emperor in this empire. I understand her well and know that this is not what she truly desires. Her daily proclamations of wanting to be a queen or empress are merely the expressions of a young girl's indomitable spirit. When faced with the weight of the crown, she will not find joy in it, especially when her ambitions to alter the current dynamics and prevailing ideologies of the magical world will inevitably lead to significant turmoil. Her abilities may struggle to cope with such challenges. Su-yi did not dispute this notion. Vivi had voiced her grievances more than once before. I'm aware of that. However, since I have elevated her to this position, I am determined to ensure she remains steadfast in it. Baiyu nodded. The fundamental rules of the world ultimately boil down to whose fist is stronger. Given your strength and the power that supports you, I believe you can achieve this. But as I mentioned earlier, our discussion today is primarily from a personal perspective rather than a macro view. If that is the term, have you never utilized a language comprehension card? Su-yi suddenly inquired with curiosity. Since entering, Baiyu had communicated with him in the dialect of Jiuzhou. He instinctively assumed that Vivi had provided him with a comprehension card. Yet in discussing certain concepts that lacked corresponding terminology in the magical realm, his speech suggested otherwise. A language comprehension card, you say? I have heard of such a thing, but it must be quite precious. As a man nearing death, it would be a waste for me to use it. Baiyu softly explained. I have devoted more than half a month in preparation for this meeting, during which I sought out several merchants from your Blue Star Jiuzhou and studied your language with them for a period of time. Half a month? Impressive. Su-yi expressed his astonishment, unable to refrain from giving him a thumbs up. The Jiuzhou dialect is undoubtedly one of the most challenging languages to master on Blue Star. For this individual to achieve such a level of seamless communication in merely half a month speaks volumes about his linguistic aptitude. You're being overly modest, Baiyu replied earnestly. I wish to continue our previous discussion. What I mean to convey is that you indeed possess the capability to place Wei Wei in this position. to ensure that her status remains unassailable by anyone in the world. However, occupying this position will not bring her happiness. Chapter 442. Can you achieve this? In the short term, she would indeed be unhappy. Soo-yi shrugged. Occupying the supreme position inevitably exposes one to the darker aspects of the world as the scope of influence expands. Furthermore, to be a competent emperor, one must diligently manage every official duty, and the more earnestly one engages with these responsibilities, the more they multiply. Accumulating these pressures, it is no wonder she would be discontented. However, I maintain that this is merely a temporary state. Before long, I shall deliver a particular item to assist her in managing these intricate affairs, and it will undoubtedly surpass her own efforts in both quality and detail. At that point, her sole responsibility will be to exercise her authority and embrace the significant shifts, while all tedious minutiae shall be beyond her concern. What Soo-yi referred to was, of course, artificial intelligence. Advanced AI in the interstellar realm is challenging to procure. Even if one were to obtain it, there exist only three primary types: commercial AI, military AI, and research AI. It is quite improbable to find a governance AI capable of managing a world with hundreds of billions of inhabitants within the interstellar domain. Thus, Soo-yi had previously not entertained such notions. However, the situation has changed, with the gradual opening of the market for the inheritance jade slips in the interstellar world. Bailu is poised to become a colossal entity within this realm. At that juncture, with her resources, she will certainly be able to commission a bespoke AI tailored to manage the governance of the magical world. This has always been part of Soo-yi's strategy. Transformation is not an instantaneous endeavor. Yet, presently, there seem to be few individuals in the magical world genuinely willing to instigate change. Perhaps only Wei Wei and those tasked individuals from Blue Star. The former singular energy is naturally inadequate to oversee a global transformation. Even if she possessed the unparalleled might of the world, no one dared to oppose her will, yet the demands of such a monumental task would leave her stretched thin, unable to constantly monitor the implementation of her reform plans. Currently, the officials in the Blazing Sun Empire, or indeed across the magical world, are predominantly vested interests entrenched within the existing system. Cultivating a cadre of officials with innovative thinking is a protracted endeavor. Those unwilling to relinquish their privileges may not dare to oppose Wei Wei's intentions, yet they could easily deceive her. Moreover, the latter, being outsiders, face significant challenges in instigating change within this world. Not to mention whether the natives of the magical world would accept such alterations. The individuals from Blue Star are not rooted here. In essence, this is not their home. So why should they expend effort in a laborious and thankless endeavor to partake in this transformation? Consequently, it is evident that Wei Wei is not inherently suited to be an emperor, nor is she inclined to govern with fervor. Even if she possessed the requisite talent and capability, the scarcity of reliable personnel would hinder her from achieving her objectives. Thus, within Soo-yi's original plan, the establishment of a governance AI specifically designed for the current state of the magical world is an absolute necessity. The moment he acquired this AI marked the true beginning of a transformative era for the entire magical realm. Prior to that, the most significant developments were limited to Vivi's foundational Dream River City or the three provinces belonging to the Northern Dream River Kingdom, which might have served as pilot regions for minor reforms. Consequently, he was indifferent to Vivi's current aspirations within this world, allowing her to pursue her endeavors freely. For when the AI ultimately arrived, the foundational rules of the magical world would necessitate a complete overhaul, rendering most current endeavors inconsequential to his broader vision for the magical realm. At that juncture, should Vivi desire to wield power, she would naturally be able to do so. Conversely, if she found the weight of such responsibilities to be burdensome, she could delegate those matters to the AI, choosing instead to serve merely as a symbolic figure. After all, as a member of the trading platform, she held an irreplaceable role in this world, and her happiness would ultimately depend on her own choices. Although Baiyu was unaware of the true nature of the AI, he was astute enough to grasp the underlying implications. He did not perceive this as a means for Soo-yi to undermine Vivi. From his perspective, with Su Yi's capabilities, there was no need for such convoluted strategies to dominate the world. I see. It seems you have been well prepared, Bai Yu remarked with a sigh, appearing devoid of any regrets. Clearly, his earlier words were not meant to convey that Vivi was unfit to be the Empire's sovereign, but rather that he himself was suited for the role. His genuine concern lay in whether Vivi could bear the immense burden of such a weighty responsibility. This perspective shifted Su Yi's view of the individual before him. One last question he prompted. Speak, Bai Yu replied, fixated on Su Yi's gaze without blinking. In what regard? Su Yi inquired. On a macro level or a micro level? He took his time to respond, leisurely sipping the magical beverage native to this realm. Just as bitter as the tea from Blue Star, he mused. Micro, Bai Yu declared without hesitation. I can discern that she is exceedingly reliant on you. This sentiment is familiar to me. Having lost our mother at a young age, my sister also depended on me in our life within the palace. As her brother, it is only natural for her to lean on me. However, as for you, forgive my bluntness, but her reliance on you is likely rooted more in romantic affection. Su Yi gradually set down his teacup, contemplating his response. Given her profound dependence on you, have you truly been deserving of her trust? Dream River City has been besieged for several years now, yet you have offered her no assistance. Bai Yu paused, taken aback by Su Yi's unexpected counter. After a moment, he managed a wry smile. In truth, at the onset of the Northern War, she sought assistance from the imperial military on numerous occasions, and I, as the nominal marshal of the empire, held command over all its forces. Yet, I did not send a single soldier to aid her. She had made several attempts, but eventually she must have been disappointed in me, for she never sought my assistance again. Over the years, she has endured the invasions of those foreign tribes alone in the frigid north. My father's illness has persisted for several years. During that time, my mind was consumed by the struggle for the throne, and I truly neglected her feelings. I failed to honor our mother's dying wish to protect her. I, as her brother, have been remiss. Yet it is precisely because I, the brother she once relied upon, have let her down that I wish to spare her the pain of disappointment a second time, of being let down by someone she depended on. Can you accomplish this? Bai Yu was acutely aware that, aside from posing this question, he was incapable of doing much else. Such a probing inquiry might even provoke Su Yi's displeasure. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to seek clarity. Chapter 443. You can do as you wish, I certainly can, Su Yi replied almost without hesitation. Strangely, at that moment, he recalled a rather captivating saying from a motivational mentor he had encountered. I reward those who betray me handsomely, while those who trust me need no further mention. Of course, this was merely a whimsical association. He was no fool. Those who truly betrayed him often faced dire consequences. Others, however, need not exhibit unwavering loyalty. As long as they played their roles adequately, they were generally well rewarded. And then there was Wei Wei. Su Yi was not one to forget his roots. Although it was inevitable that he would rise after gaining a platform, he recognized that without Wei Wei's assistance in the early days, his ascent would have been significantly delayed. While he had initially perceived their relationship as transactional, he understood that the benefits gained from others could not simply be reduced to mere exchanges of interest. There was an emotional bond involved. Therefore, as long as Wei Wei did not engage in overly outrageous actions, Su Yi would undoubtedly protect her, even taking into consideration that she might not be suited to govern a vast classical empire, and he would thoughtfully plan her future administrative responsibilities. Of course, as a member of the trading platform, Wei Wei was no mere ornament. She possessed a wealth of resources and was fully capable of engaging in equitable transactions with Su Yi. Are you truly so confident that you can safeguard her under any circumstances? Su Yi's decisive answer seemed to cast a shadow over Bai Yu. While it was true that he was infatuated with power, he still held genuine affection for his sister, who was his only blood relative in this world. However, given the constraints of the current situation, when Dream River City was besieged, he found it exceedingly difficult to assist Wei Wei. He could intervene, but doing so would jeopardize his standing and influence within his faction. Thus, he could only watch from the sidelines. Bai Yu was acutely aware that even if those foreign tribes were to conquer Dream River City and massacre its inhabitants, They would never dare to harm a single hair on Wei Wei's head. As the legitimate eldest princess of the Qiyang Empire, her life was unequivocally secure. At worst, they would only lose a territory. Hence, he was able to resolutely turn a blind eye. Your perspective is rather limited. You may find it difficult to fathom the vistas we can behold. The magical realm is, after all, but a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Ensuring her safety in this world poses no significant challenge for me. Su Yi's response was straightforward, offering little in the way of deference, and he even boasted somewhat. Then I can rest easy, Bai Yu exhaled. I hope you will fulfill your promise and treat her kindly. From this day forth, it seems that you will be her only support. Su Yi raisit aneyebrok. I had already anticipated that I would meet my demise alongside my royal brothers long ago. The only reason I have survived to this day was to behold you. In light of our fraternal bond, Wei Wei has generously granted me this additional half-month of life. Bai Yu chuckled softly, seemingly indifferent to this revelation. As he spoke, he gradually rose from his seat and approached the window of the pavilion, gazing out at the bustling capital, reflecting on the situation. In recent times, I have not only learned your language from the people of Jiuzhou, but I have also come to understand many of your governance philosophies and societal structures. The empire entrusted to Wei Wei's stewardship will undoubtedly flourish far more than if it were in the hands of my siblings and me. The vast and beautiful landscapes. How utterly enchanting. This exchange concluded, akin to a conversation about final wishes from an elder brother. After Wei Wei departed the pavilion, she did not return. It was only when Su Yi descended that he caught sight of her. The evening had deepened, and in the dim light, he faintly discerned that Wei Wei's eyes appeared somewhat reddened, clearly having shed tears in secret. Yet before him, Wei Wei endeavored to maintain the composure expected of an imminent empress. Have you finished your discussion? Yes. Su Yi, unceremonious, stepped onto her palanquin and sat beside her amidst the astonished gazes of the attendants. Soon, he would be taken back to the dungeons, facing imminent execution. Concurrently, an announcement would be made declaring that the prior civil war instigated by several princes was an unjust conflict driven by personal gain, and a memorial service would be held for the innocent lives lost in this strife. She briefly outlined her plans for Bai Yu's fate. If you do not wish to kill him, sparing his life is not unreasonable. Su Yi shook his head. He was not foolish. Since Wei Wei had tacitly permitted him to meet Bai Yu and had specifically mentioned this in his presence, it was evident that she was somewhat reluctant and sought his guidance. However, initiating such an approach could set a perilous precedent. Wei Wei countered. The crimes he has committed are beyond enumeration. The wars among the nobility, regardless of the number of civilians affected, have never merited punishment. Even those who fall in a struggle are often executed under pretenses unrelated to the suffering of the common folk. My reasoning for their execution is rooted in the immense suffering inflicted upon the innocent populace of the empire, a sin that cannot be absolved. The intent is to convey to all that even princes are accountable under the law, thereby stripping the nobility of certain privileges to a degree. Executing them will set a positive precedent for the forthcoming reforms. To grant clemency at this juncture would only backfire. As I ascend to the throne, if I cannot set a precedent for the benefit of the realm, how can I earn the people's trust? Frankly, my desire to execute these princes is not born out of deep-seated animosity. Rather, it symbolizes a commitment to establish a new order. This marks the initial step towards dismantling the existing framework of our world. I have already borne considerable pressure for this. For the nobility, witnessing the soon-to-be empress execute her own brothers may seem trivial. Yet justifying this act by citing the harm to commoners is something they cannot accept. Despite the formidable presence of the venerable patriarch at this juncture, there exists a considerable amount of clandestine dissent. Should there be a retreat at this stage, leaving an unpunished transgressor, then the promised transformation may as well be abandoned. No one expects you to embody the epitome of a glorious empress. Simply follow the dictates of your own heart. As the palanquin swayed gently forward, Su Yi reached out and embraced Wei Wei's slender waist, leaning in to whisper, "Changing the hearts of people is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight, nor can it be achieved solely through your exemplary conduct. It is a protracted journey. Without the power to control all, the actions of an individual are, in truth, rather insignificant. In comparison to the rulers of the magical realm who preceded you, your ability to empathize with the common folk marks a significant advancement over them. Thus, there is no need for haste in enacting sweeping reforms. We have ample time ahead of us. Chapter 444. Ultimately, a soft heart, the magical world is destined for transformation. The doctrine of bloodlines is one that Sue-E must inevitably dismantle. Whether it is for the reasonable development of this world's potential or simply out of a sense of discontent, he will pursue this endeavor. However, it is evident that this is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. To put it plainly, the matter is not fundamentally connected to whether Vivi's actions resonate with the populace or if she can set a precedent for the world at large. Were the principles of bloodlines genuinely embraced when the deities established them in this realm? Did those ordinary individuals who occupy the lower tiers of this hierarchy and are doomed to remain there sincerely accept such notions, inherently believing themselves to be inferior? While these common folk may not be well educated, they are not foolish. How could they genuinely endorse such beliefs? It is merely that the deities wield overwhelming power, and the entrenched interests within this system are too formidable. Even if they do not concur, they are powerless to oppose it. Over time, this has naturally culminated in the current societal trends of the magical world. This esoteric realm, where individual power transcends that of the masses, differs significantly from the neighboring Blue Star. On Blue Star, when a minority makes decisions on behalf of the majority, should those decisions lead to widespread suffering, the common people may still dare to rise up against their rulers. In contrast, the ordinary inhabitants of the magical world can only endure in silence, for no number of mortals poses a threat to the deities. Therefore, the deities need not concern themselves with whether their actions will gain the approval of the populace. This consideration is utterly meaningless. Vivi may have been overly influenced by certain texts related to Blue Star and her interactions with its inhabitants, leading her to adopt ideas that seem somewhat incongruous with the magical world. She believes that to instigate change within this realm, it is imperative for her endeavors to resonate deeply with the hearts of all to gain universal acceptance. In truth, this approach may have been effective in the past on Blue Star, but it is wholly ineffective in the magical world. Furthermore, even on contemporary Blue Star, this strategy may no longer hold water. If someone were to propose a new ideology or system on Blue Star, no matter how deeply it resonates, if it encroaches upon Sue-Yi's interests, its implementation would be utterly impossible. Such is the reality. Sue-Yi does not actively seek to grasp the reins of power on Blue Star, nor does he aspire to hold any lofty titles. Yet, when he truly possesses such power, even without a grand title, authority will naturally accrue to him. Even if he were to reverse history and proclaim himself the first emperor of Blue Star tomorrow, no one could impede him. After ascending the throne, he could continue to roll back history by transplanting the doctrine of bloodlines from the magical world to Blue Star, and it would still be enacted. Though he might encounter considerable opposition, such dissenting voices would ultimately be suppressed by overwhelming might and without his solicitation. A cadre of opportunists and vested interests would spontaneously align themselves with him. It is merely a matter of time before this peculiar system is thoroughly propagated and ingrained in the hearts of the people. Perhaps a few decades, perhaps a couple of centuries, hold little significance for Sue-Yi. He is entirely capable of enduring such spans. But what depth does this truly convey? Ultimately, under the aegis of absolute power, the world will conform to his whims. The same principle applies to the magical realm. There is no need for Sue-Yi to intervene directly. A mere command from Wei Wei could unleash the formidable ancestral deities of the Qiyang family as loyal hounds to enact her desired reforms. Once overwhelming power silences all dissenting voices, all that remains is to allow time to settle matters. As for whether these deities, as beneficiaries of the current bloodline doctrine, are willing to comply, Sue-Yi surmises that these old guardians are not particularly keen on facing death. Thus, he perceives that altering the magical world is not as complex as it seems. Rather, it is Wei Wei who complicates matters. His approach is indeed radical and will inevitably result in numerous casualties. However, it is impossible to propel such a transformation without bloodshed. The entrenched elites, countless nobles amassed over millennia under the bloodline doctrine, will not simply acquiesce to Wei Wei's commands, unless a swift and decisive action is taken to spill rivers of blood. They will not relinquish their privileged positions willingly. There are many watching here, suddenly grasped around the waist. Wei Wei was momentarily taken aback. She quickly lowered her head to murmur a complaint, but made no move to resist. In truth, her repeated suggestions of a union were not solely politically motivated. After all, she is no fool. As a representative of a trading platform, it is not an exaggeration to claim that her future holds limitless potential. Although she temporarily requires Su Yi's strength to navigate the magical realm, it does not imply her own subservience. Even if Su Yi were to withdraw his support, as long as she bides her time and develops her own power, she will eventually rise to the pinnacle of this world. Her persistent proposals for marriage stem fundamentally from her growing fondness for this almost omnipotent figure who stands by her side whenever she needs him, leading to a sense of dependency. Yet, previously, Su Yi had always dismissed her advances with jest, leaving her feeling quite dejected. Now that he has initiated such an intimate gesture, she naturally harbors no thoughts of resistance. Although she is well aware of Su Yi's many women, they reside in another world. What relevance does that hold for her? In the magical realm, Su Yi belongs solely to her. Follow your heart. Pursue whatever you desire. Even if you become a tyrant, I shall support you, Su Yi chuckled. However, this notion is far from feasible. Regardless, advancements in productivity can significantly alleviate social tensions, no matter how flawed Wei Wei's policies and governance may be. The introduction of advanced technologies from Blue Star into the magical world will usher in an extended period of rapid development. All conflicts arising from policy, system, and ideological clashes will ultimately be resolved in the tide of progress. This illusory tranquility and peace may well endure for a century or so. During this time, Vivi may indulge in her whims. When the conflicts reach an irreparable intensity, she can gracefully abdicate and escape, thus becoming the sovereign who ushered in a golden era. Such a favorable situation cannot be disrupted without significant consequence. He must perish. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi declared, as the second prince who instigated civil war, he must completely vanish from this world. However, I wish to send him to the Blue Star, to live as an ordinary person for the remainder of his days. Is that permissible? Ultimately, her compassion prevailed. Su Yi offered no further comment, merely nodding in agreement. Chapter 445. The king gains whiteness this matter, aside from demonstrating that Wei Wei is indeed lacking in ruthlessness and detachment, rendering her ill-suited for such a position, holds little significance. Moreover, Su Yi had anticipated this outcome, and its reaffirmation bears no consequence. Were Wei Wei truly a political machine, devoid of compassion and relentless in her pursuits, he would not have invested so much in her, nor would he have formed a bond that transcends mere transactional relationships. From the perspective of the magical realm, one might argue that a cold-hearted political machine would be most advantageous. However, from a personal standpoint, such individuals are certainly not worthy of deep connections. Relationships sustained solely by mutual benefit can only exist within the confines of self-interest. Su Yi, first and foremost, is an individual, and thus must approach matters from a personal viewpoint. As for the beings of the magical world, to put it bluntly, beyond the borders of Jiuzhou, he holds little regard for the lives and deaths of those individuals, merely adhering to a basic moral compass that prevents him from treating too unjustly. His concern for the inhabitants of the magical realm is even less. In essence, he has never been an altruistic idealist or a benevolent figure. More often than not, his interests take precedence. If he can simultaneously attend to his own needs while benefiting others, he is not averse to performing a kind deed. This is the principle by which he operates. For instance, if one day his parents were to commit an act that incites public outrage, would he truly execute them to provide an explanation to the world? It is clear that such a scenario is utterly implausible. If he cannot bring himself to accomplish such a feat, he cannot expect Wei Wei to do so either. What next? Tomorrow marks your coronation, does it not? Shouldn't there be preparations to make this evening? Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Sui deftly changed the subject. I wish to take you to see someone else. Wei Wei hesitated, then spoke. To see father. Sui's brow furrowed slightly. If he surmised correctly, the late emperor must have passed away several months ago. As if sensing his confusion, Wei Wei gently explained. After my elder brother ascended the throne, the funeral of our father was repeatedly postponed due to the outbreak of civil war, and his remains are still held in a palace. I wish to bid him farewell. Will you accompany me? Indeed, to leave the deceased unattended and engage in conflict? Sui could not help but twitch his lips. These filial sons are quite remarkable. The late emperor has been gone for months, yet remains unburied. Naturally, Sui had no grounds to refuse such a request. When Wei Wei expressed her wish for his early arrival, he had already surmised that there would be numerous matters to address. Thus, he allowed Wei Wei to dictate their course. The palanquin soon arrived at a cluster of palaces in the southern part of this grand city. Although they did not enter the imperial palace, Sui caught a brief glimpse as they passed by. In comparison, the design of this world's royal palace primarily exudes an air of grandeur and authority, giving one an unmistakable sense of being unassailable from a distance. The palace, where the body of the late emperor lies, resembles a royal retreat. Its picturesque scenery uplifting the spirit upon entry. Although Vivi has yet to be officially crowned, the citizens of the imperial capital are well aware of the identity of their future sovereign. Naturally, no one would dare obstruct her path. The palatial grounds are accessible via a smooth carriageway, leading through various pavilions, artificial mountains, and serene lakes, ultimately arriving at a grand main hall. Despite the absence of descent, out of respect for the late emperor, Vivi chooses to disembark and walk. The two stroll side by side along an elegant corridor. Outside, delicate snowflakes have begun to fall, soon transforming into a flurry that adds a unique charm to the darkened night. The final stretch leading to the grand hall lacks the shelter of the corridor, prompting the pair to pause at its end. Vivi gazes at the majestic palace in the distance, momentarily hesitating. Upon returning to the capital, this is my first visit here. Though I cannot discern which descendant he wishes to inherit the throne, it surely will not be me. Noticing the swirling snowflakes being swept into the corridor by the fierce wind, Sui turns his head. Some of the snowflakes cling to Vivi's fiery red hair. He plucks one from her hair, and with a smile, he says, as the king is adorned with white, after this night, you, the queen of Dream River, are destined to become the new sovereign of this empire. The die is cast. There is no need to dwell on the past. Let us proceed. With that, he takes her hand, leading her into the swirling storm. Much like how he has propelled this initially ambitious little princess towards her destiny as the new ruler of the empire, leaving the sheltered corridor behind. It is now his duty to shield her from the tempest. Strangely, this scene evokes a popular tune from the Nine Provinces network in Sui's mind. In the courtyard, the pear blossoms fade another year. The moonlight casts its glow upon the empty steps. What are you humming? Vivi, stirred by his words, inquires curiously upon hearing him sing. Oh, just a little tune from Yongzheng. Nothing much. Let us go. The snow is intensifying. Sui chuckles, offering no further explanation. Hand in hand, they ascend the steps, arriving at the magnificent hall. Countless guards and palace attendants stand resolutely in the snowstorm, resembling statues, none daring to impede their progress. It is only upon reaching the hall's entrance that an elderly attendant bows, saying, Your Highness the Princess. It is against protocol for outsiders to enter the resting place of the late emperor. The existence of eunuchs in this world is not surprising. Vivi pauses, then links her arm with Sui's, declaring, He is my husband, not an outsider. Though the old eunuch bows deeply, his words remain steadfast. And this is? Sui finds himself intrigued by the identity of this individual. In this imperial city, Wei Wei wields considerable authority, with few daring to oppose her. However, the old eunuch stands resolutely against her, suggesting he is no ordinary individual. He is a servant who grew up alongside the emperor and previously held the esteemed position of chief steward within the palace. Wei Wei offered a brief explanation, to which the eunuch turned and bowed to Sui, saying, Please forgive me, my lord. As a mere castrated man, I owe my current standing to His Majesty's favor. After His Majesty's passing, I was meant to accompany him in death, but the funeral has been repeatedly postponed. Unable to fulfill my duty in the afterlife, I must instead guard His Majesty's coffin. Rules are rules. They must not be broken. A stubborn old eunuch, unafraid of death. He waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on such matters. He simply remarked to Wei Wei, "You may enter alone. I shall wait here. After all, it is your father's coffin, and it is only proper to show a measure of respect." Chapter 446. The coffin ultimately, Yi did not mind whether he entered or not. However, under Wei Wei's persistent insistence, he stepped into the palace where the late emperor's coffin lay. The old eunuch, a childhood companion of the former emperor, had devoted nearly a century of loyalty to him. Now, at an age nearing his own burial, he awaited the day when he could accompany the emperor in death. Unlike those who feared for their lives and were intimidated by Su Yi's formidable presence, this man was unafraid of death. If one does not fear death, what is there to fear in dying? Thus, confronting him directly would be futile unless one were to kill him outright. This would be a simple matter. The old eunuch likely once possessed ninth-tier cultivation. Yet, as a close attendant of the emperor, he had spent his life shielding the emperor from countless threats, accumulating various injuries and lingering toxins throughout his body, rendering even the waters of life incapable of reviving him. Now, at the age where he was to be interred, despite his ninth-tier prowess, in a true confrontation, Yi, without resorting to any peculiar treasures, could easily crush him with a single hand. However, this was the resting place of the late emperor. To kill someone at the palace entrance would be exceedingly disrespectful. Yi contemplated that he would most likely meet his father-in-law as a son-in-law. Killing someone here would be akin to dancing on a grave, which felt rather inappropriate. Thus, he called for the old man, Qiyang. The rest was self-evident. The old eunuch spoke of rules and ancestral laws. How could he claim to understand the laws better than the ancestors themselves, who had personally arrived? The matter was resolved swiftly. Under the weight of ancestral authority, the old eunuch could only sigh and yield, for to do otherwise would be disloyal. He felt indifferent towards this. Rather, it startled Qiyang. In truth, he was aware that Wei Wei had summoned Yi and knew they had been enjoying their time in the city together. The elders were eager for the two to solidify their bond, preferably leading to the birth of a child, thereby intertwining the bloodlines of the Qiyang family and Yi's, which would allow the Qiyang family to dominate this world. Seeing the two enjoying their time in the city, the anxious elders relaxed, wary of provoking Yi's displeasure. However, they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, trouble would arise. Wei Wei wished to take Yi to bid farewell to her father for the last time. In the eyes of these divine beings, meeting the parents was undoubtedly a significant event. Although her parents had been lying there for months, calling it a good thing felt inappropriate, yet the sentiment remained. Yet, at such a moment, an unyielding old eunuch unexpectedly barred their intended son-in-law from entering, citing reasons to deny him passage. This was intolerable. When Qiyang was summoned by Yi, he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Simultaneously, an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart. After all, he had witnessed how Yi had ruthlessly eradicated every divine being in this world, save for the Qiyang family, as if they were mere chickens. They did not truly comprehend the essence of Yi's character. They merely perceived his demeanor that day, reminiscent of a vengeful deity, which naturally instilled fear that Yi might harbor resentment due to the interference of the elderly eunuch. Once the eunuch was dismissed, Qiyang hastily remarked, "The subordinates acted thoughtlessly, causing offense to your excellency. Please do not take offense. I shall ensure they exercise prudence in the future. Should such an incident recur, I will not show mercy." In truth, he had initially intended to strike down the eunuch who nearly jeopardized Qiyang's grand endeavors. It was only upon Yi's suggestion to impart some wisdom to the old man that he discerned Yi had no intention of resorting to violence in that moment. There is no need for such anxiety. Simply heed Wei Wei's guidance and attend to your own matters. I am not a beast. Yi waved his hand dismissively, exchanging a glance with Wei Wei before they both entered the morning hall. Wei Wei, however, exhibited little reaction. She had witnessed her ancestor deferentially bowing before Su Yi before. This was not her first encounter. Although Qi Yang had once been her idol, instilled in her through the teachings of palace education, the aura of admiration had gradually faded, revealing him as merely that, a figure she had never truly known, devoid of familial ties. Had it not been for Su Yi's presence, Qi Yang would have undoubtedly been the first to seize the gate of time and space. To her, Qi Yang was merely a distant relative endowed with formidable power, yet entirely unfamiliar. Thus, she felt no inclination to concern herself with Su Yi's sentiments toward Qi Yang. Your Excellency is indeed magnanimous, exuding the aura of a true powerhouse. Qi Yang hastily flattered. Enough, I shall take my leave. You may attend to your own affairs, Su Yi gestured, unwilling to engage further. After all, he stood as a prominent figure atop this world for over 100,000 years, yet he was reduced to feigned flattery. It was no wonder Xing Hen had once remarked that all the spirited deities had perished, leaving only those who cowered in fear of death. This sentiment rang true. The morning hall itself bore no extraordinary features. It was far more austere compared to the opulent decorations favored in the palaces of the Qiyang Empire. Absent were the garish and distracting golden embellishments. The sole source of illumination was a singular glowing magical array above the grand hall, casting its light directly upon the deceased emperor's body. The coffin, however, was exceptionally resplendent, encased in multiple layers, the outermost crafted from a rare magical flora. The innermost layer was a coffin of pure gold, adorned with exquisite gems, intricate and resplendent. Surrounding the coffin was a circle of fragrant flowers, seemingly emanating a unique spiritual aura that subtly influenced the mindset of those who entered the hall, evoking an inexplicable sense of sorrow. The two approached the coffin hand in hand. As the burial had yet to occur, the multiple layers of the coffin's lids remained ajar. They stood before it, easily able to behold the body within. A gaunt old man lay still in the coffin, clad in a thin white robe. Sparse strands of red hair atop his head attested to his lineage as a direct descendant of the Qiyang family, while the crown above him signified his once unparalleled status. Beyond this, it is truly inconceivable that he was once the emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, ruling over billions of square kilometers and countless subjects. To be frank, upon seeing this elderly man, he found it hard to imagine that he could have fathered such a beautiful daughter as Wei Wei. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern that the gaunt features of the old man bear a certain resemblance to Wei Wei, perhaps ravaged by illness or other afflictions in his twilight years. He has become so emaciated that his appearance has deteriorated. The corpse has been resting here for several months, and, fortunately, in this magical realm, there exist arcane methods to preserve the body. Otherwise, it would likely have decayed beyond recognition. Alas, it seems that Wei Wei's wish to see him one last time may remain unfulfilled. Chapter 447. Frantically expressing grief in the morning hall in his mind. Suyu contemplated manitots. However, as he accompanied Wei Wei, he remained silent when she did not utter a word. The silence lingered for quite some time, with Wei Wei gazing intently at the aged visage before her. Suddenly, she took hold of Su Yi's arm and addressed the frail old man in the coffin, saying, "Father, I wonder if you still recall the year I turned 16 when the delegation from the Huangsha Empire arrived here, accompanied by one of their princes. That prince took a liking to me, and before the delegation's visit concluded, the Huangsha Empire proposed a marriage alliance. Let me think. How did the people of Qiyang refer to the Huangsha Empire back then? Savages from a barren desert, foul-smelling vultures, shameless merchants, despicable beings who prioritized profit above all else. There were so many terms that I could hardly remember them all. What I do recall is that when that prince expressed his desire to wed me, the entire empire regarded it as a jest. How could the filthy savages of the desert dare to covet the flower of the Qiyang Empire? I thought as much, believing that you would never acquiesce to such an insolent demand. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, you made a decision that defied all expectations. You consented to their request for a marriage alliance. How utterly absurd. My rejection seemed to bear no weight with you. Gradually, under your imposing influence, those who had previously opposed the idea began to shift their stance and support it. The multitude of dissenting voices dwindled to just a handful, and you remained indifferent to it all. I still vividly recall that morning when you strode into my palace like a triumphant conqueror, boasting about those who had endorsed the marriage alliance, proclaiming how many of my benevolent elders deemed it necessary. You even informed me that the prince named Fudu Huangsha was the only man worthy of me, that no one could be more suitable as my husband. You assured me that should I agree to the marriage, you would lend your full support to his ascension to the throne of the Huangsha Empire, and I would thereby become the queen of that realm. To coerce my consent, you even confined me in the dungeon for 3 months. At this point, Wei Wei's tone grew distinctly icy. Have you forgotten the words mother entrusted to you before her passing? You are not a worthy father. Therefore, I have no intention of being a dutiful daughter. You likely do not comprehend the joy I felt on the day I escaped the imperial capital, the day I fled this home. From that moment on, I resolved that unless I could one day stand in a position higher than yours and confront you with the absurdity of your decision, I would not relent. Initially, I held little interest in power. I merely wished to be a free-spirited princess, traversing the world and living my life unrestrained. In some respects, it was you who taught me this truth. Without the grasp of absolute power, one cannot attain absolute freedom. Now, I have returned. Having defeated those princes whom you held in such high regard, I have returned here. Aside from the second brother, they shall all lie before you in their graves. Those in power are often blinded. Despite their intelligence, they're consumed by the struggle for authority and wealth, unconsciously neglecting the origins of their turmoil. Conversely, I, the rebellious political tool you raised as a mere ornament, have perceived the truth from the very beginning. It was you who chose to maintain ambiguous relationships with all the princes. It was you who failed to designate a rightful heir for decades. It was you who, until your dying breath, did not convey a succession decree that could inspire confidence. Their conflict stemmed entirely from you. I wonder, as you lie here, can you hear the wails of the populace outside? As you behold me standing before you, having vanquished and slain those sons you once favored, do you harbor regrets for your earlier decisions? You were correct in one regard. I am indeed foolish, to the extent that I cannot even fulfill the role of an emperor in this current predicament. Yet, in another aspect, you were mistaken. My husband is infinitely superior to any prince of the Yellow Sand Empire. It is truly unfortunate that you departed this world too early to witness it. Even more regrettable is the fact that when I executed those brothers, I could not bring you to justice alongside them. He found himself at a loss for words at her antics, initially thinking this would be a sorrowful scene. He was taken aback to discover that she had dragged him here merely to mock and ridicule in the morning hall. As Wei Wei spoke, He grew increasingly concerned for her mental state. She was beginning to resemble a lovesick fool. It was only when she mentioned the prince of the Yellow Sand Empire that He realized she had been harboring these feelings for far too long, nearly to the point of madness. Now, it seemed, she could no longer contain her pent-up frustrations and had drawn him in to express everything she had kept bottled up. Is it inappropriate for me to speak this way? Wei Wei unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon the corpse of old Deng. Upon noticing Su Yi's peculiar expression, she felt a pang of guilt. You mentioned that you traveled across the continent for an extended period, but in truth, you were forced to flee the imperial capital? Indeed, Wei Wei replied, shaking her head, as if the memories were too painful to revisit. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, I was imprisoned for several months. It was my brother who, unable to bear it, commanded my rescue. And those palace guards who accompanied you? That would be Chuck. He was once my mother's guard and escaped with me. They were all loyalists left to me and my brother by her. Wei Wei sighed. In truth, many escaped initially, but few survived. He sent men to pursue me relentlessly, hoping to capture me and simultaneously weaken my mother's clan. My brother was also implicated and blamed for it. But he, unlike me, is the legitimate firstborn son and one of the heirs to the throne. Thus he faced little consequence. For nearly a year, I was relentlessly pursued by his minions. Were it not for the clandestine assistance of numerous individuals within the court and the emperor's inner circle, who discreetly relayed information, I would likely have been captured and sent to the Empire of Yellow Sands. It was only after a year that the prince of that realm finally relinquished his pursuit, departing with a significant number of exquisite beauties and treasures. This affair gradually faded into obscurity, yet I remained adrift, wandering for several years. Ultimately, through the efforts of my mother's family, I was reluctantly bestowed the title of Duke of Dream River, allowing me to seek refuge in the frigid northern territories. Otherwise, I might still be wandering aimlessly. My last return to the imperial capital was solely for the purpose of receiving this title. Yet he did not make an appearance throughout the entire ceremony. Naturally, I had no desire to see him either. After the conferral, I retreated to Dream River City, where I have remained until now. Chapter 448. How dare he covet my wife? This was the first time he had heard Wei Wei speak of such matters. Until now, he had always perceived her as a pampered and willful princess, cherished in the court. She seemed to have people to shield her from all adversities, traveling wherever her heart desired, and even when encountering a solitary dragon exile from Dragon Island, she had her loyal guards to earn her the title of Dragon Slayer. It was surprising to discover that Wei Wei had such a past. Of course, if one were to argue that she had suffered, it would not truly be accurate. In comparison to the destitute commoners of this world, even during her fugitive days, her life must have been rather lavish. With the second prince in the imperial city and her family discreetly aiding her, she had gained renown at a young age due to her noble lineage. Wherever she went, she was treated as a distinguished guest. Money was certainly not lacking. She could even summon her guards to slay a dragon for her amusement, if she so wished. However, juxtaposed with the adoration she had previously received, this experience would inevitably leave her with some psychological scars. It was no wonder that Wei Wei was rather inept in political matters and governance. She had never harbored ambitions in these areas and had been groomed from a young age merely as a decorative figure. Although she possessed some admirable cultivation talent, her skills were only modestly commendable. To say she could effectively reign as an emperor would be an exaggeration. Even learning to be a competent lord was a new endeavor for her. It was already quite remarkable that she had managed to grasp the intricacies of Dream River City over the years. Suddenly acquiring a trading platform and encountering Sue, he had rapidly inflated her power, and in the span of a night, she became the unofficial queen of the entire empire. Her thoughts shaping the future of countless lives. It was no surprise that she had sought out Sue to express her grievances and reconsider her ambitions. Boasting before her former adversary, or rather, before her father who had treated her as a mere ornament, about her desire to become an emperor was one thing. Actually assuming that position was an entirely different matter. The former was merely for the sake of venting, while the latter entailed genuine responsibility. After listening to her, Sue glanced at the old man lying in the coffin, opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, unsure of how to begin. He felt that Wei Wei's reaction was somewhat extreme. After all, the marriage arrangement had ultimately fallen through, and the old man had not caused her further distress. With his death, such bygone matters need not linger in her heart. Do you think my demeanor is inappropriate given these circumstances? Wei Wei, though lacking in governance skills, possessed a keen ability to read others. She quickly discerned Su Yi's unspoken thoughts and, after a moment's reflection, added, "There is another reason for my hatred towards him." Upon observing her expression, Su Yi surmised that there had likely been more significant turmoil between the father and daughter during the negotiations for the marriage. "The Prince of the Yellow Sand Empire entered my chamber," Wei Wei whispered, and he condoned it. "Chuck indeed has a sister, who surpasses him in prowess as an adept of both martial and magical arts, a formidable ninth-tier powerhouse. Many have speculated that she might become the second demigod to emerge on the continent in nearly a century, following the Star Seeker. It was during one such occasion that she intervened to protect me, driving away that vile beast. Subsequently, under the pretext of injuring a noble guest of the Empire, he executed Chuck's sister, my mother's former personal guard, my Aunt Ariel. Sue gently patted her back, signaling her to refrain from elaborating further. This old dang truly exhibited a degree of personification. However, he remained somewhat perplexed. As far as he knew, among the empires, the Radiant Sun Empire should be the most powerful. It seemed rather unseemly for this old dang, as Emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire, to shamelessly curry favor with a prince from another empire. Was this reasonable? Vivi seemed to discern his confusion and continued, "He is adept in the art of political maneuvering, having ascended to his lofty position through such skills in his youth. Yet, he did not inherit the esteemed martial talents of the Radiant Sun lineage. His innate abilities are rather lackluster, if not abysmal. You could pluck any random individual from the streets, and their martial aptitude would likely surpass his. In a bid to enhance his power and extend his lifespan, he resorted to a forbidden practice in his middle age. Admittedly, few are privy to this, as it was revealed to me by my mother in my youth. Unsurprisingly, the endeavor ended in failure, and the backlash from this dark sorcery drastically curtailed his lifespan. Even with the daily consumption of copious amounts of concentrated life water, he could not stave off the rapid decay of his existence. The royal family of the Yellow Sands Empire possesses an artifact reputed to prolong life and refine one's innate abilities. He once attempted to dispatch troops to invade the Yellow Sands Empire to seize this treasure, but the demigods and divine ancestors forbade such actions. One divine ancestor even proclaimed in court that this artifact was likely a mere myth, asserting that igniting war between empires and tearing apart agreements among the divine entities was absolutely intolerable. Yet, he remained unconvinced, much like a drowning man clinging to the last straw, oblivious to whether the straw was merely an illusion, desperate to grasp it nonetheless. Unable to launch a direct military campaign, he resolved to pursue the artifact through alternative means. At this juncture, Vivi ceased her exposition, and Sue-Yi grasped the essence of the matter. In simple terms, this old deng was simply afraid of death. Ironically, this situation had transcended mere fantasy. The divine ancestors of the Radiant Sun family had declared the non-existence of such an artifact, and yet he remained obstinately skeptical. He even went so far as to sacrifice his own daughter for this folly. His obsession was more ludicrous than that of ancient emperors from the 9 provinces who sought the elixir of immortality. Those emperors were driven by ignorance regarding the existence of such a substance, yearning for a faint glimmer of possibility. In contrast, he was informed by authoritative divine figures that such a thing did not exist, yet he remained undeterred. Upon turning away, Sue-Yi found himself devoid of any admiration for this old deng. Feeling that Vivi's stance was entirely justified, it was precisely as it should be. A father, astonishingly, allows an outsider into his daughter's chamber. What distinguishes such an act from that of a beast? Truly, he has lost all sense of shame. Moreover, this is his wife. Come on, Sue-Yi exclaimed, pulling Wei Wei towards the door. Where are we going? Wei Wei asked, perplexed. To the Empire of Yellow Sands, of course. Sue-Yi replied, irritation evident in his tone. How dare he covet my wife? Does he truly believe my patience is limitless? Let us go and annihilate his entire family. Chapter 449. The Hot Spring in the End. Sue-Yi decided against embarking on a nocturnal journey to the Huangsha Empire to eliminate an entire family. This was primarily due to the aftermath of the Temporal Gate incident, which resulted in the demise of all the ancestral deities within the Huangsha Empire, plunging the royal family into disarray. Although the majority of the populace remained oblivious to the mass extinction of the deities, their reign would not be immediately jeopardized. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the fact that their ancestors had been slain. Should their adversaries choose to eradicate them completely, what recourse would they have? Moreover, the individuals responsible for the deaths of these deities were intricately linked to Wei Wei, with rumors suggesting that one of them was indeed her consort. This revelation left the Huangsha royal family in a precarious position. Previously, the situation had not only stirred controversy within the Qiyang Empire, where a royal prince sought to wed a princess who was unwilling to marry, but also drew ridicule from the Huangsha Empire, which mocked the emperor's desperation to marry off his daughter. This derision inadvertently bolstered the prince's standing and set off a chain reaction that ultimately led to his ascension to the throne. Thus, during the Temporal Gate incident, the emperor of the Huangsha Empire was none other than Fudu Huangsha, who had once coveted Wei Wei. However, that was no longer the case. Upon recognizing Wei Wei's unstoppable momentum, various factions within the Huangsha Empire, including the royal family itself, united and swiftly deposed the emperor overnight, delivering him alive to Wei Wei for her judgment. She executed him without hesitation. Even while she was still in the northern realm, and had not yet returned to the imperial capital. Had it not been winter, the grass on his grave would likely have grown several meters high by now. With his death, the matter was effectively resolved. Furthermore, the people of the Huangsha Empire, displaying an admirable sense of propriety, submitted a formal petition to Wei Wei, claiming that the emperor's lack of virtue had incited public outrage, and that they had acted for the welfare of the realm in deposing him. Yet, a nation cannot remain without a sovereign for long, and the Huangsha royal family lacked a suitable heir to assume the throne, leaving it temporarily vacant. In light of their gratitude towards Wei Wei, the Dream River Queen, for her virtues and wisdom, they hoped she would guide them in selecting a new emperor. Of course, should Wei Wei desire to ascend from the Dream River Queen to become the Empress of the Qiyang Empire, while simultaneously assuming the role of Empress of the Huangsha Empire, they would wholeheartedly welcome her. In summary, the royal family had swiftly capitulated, and the principal culprit had been dispatched by Wei Wei herself. Therefore, there was no further need for accountability. Moreover, if Su Yi truly wished to eradicate the upper echelons of the Huangsha Empire, it would not necessitate a troublesome journey to the empire itself. The upper echelons of the Yellow Sand Empire have nearly emptied their coffers this time, bringing with them an astonishing array of rare treasures. Among these are maps of 10 provinces belonging to the Yellow Sand Empire, located at the intersection with the Radiant Sun Empire, covering an expanse of nearly 10 million square kilometers and inhabited by close to 1 billion souls. These offerings are meant to celebrate Wei Wei's ascension to the throne, a gesture that amounts to gifting nearly 1/7 of their territory. With such rapid displays of submission, Su Yi found it unwise to act against them. Of course, this refers to the duration of Wei Wei's coronation ceremony. What may follow remains uncertain. Where next? With no intention of engaging in violence, and having observed his father-in-law's sentiments, Su Yi grew curious about Wei Wei's subsequent plans. His role here was merely that of a guest, and thus he would defer to her wishes. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Wei suggested, "Winter has arrived, and the imperial capital is now unbearably cold. The palace is built upon a ley line, with a perpetual underground heat source. A magical hot spring has been constructed, guided by intricate enchantments. Would you care to indulge in its warmth? While this spring may not match the Elven Moon Well's former ability to continuously yield pure, life-giving water, it possesses unique qualities that can alleviate fatigue, proving beneficial even for ninth-tier cultivators and demigods alike." As she spoke, her demeanor seemed less casual than usual, a hint of evasiveness flickering in her gaze. The magical world's distinctive hot springs? I must certainly experience that, Jiang Lin thought, choosing to remain silent about his insight. He wrapped an arm around her waist and ascended into the luxurious palanquin. Under normal circumstances, entry into the palace for an outsider like Su Yi would be exceedingly difficult. However, the rules were now in his hands. Upon hearing of his impending arrival, the ancestors of the Radiant Sun family hurriedly lined up at the palace gates. When the palanquin reached the imperial city's entrance, the elder of the Radiant Sun family cast aside all pretense, eagerly dismissing the coachman and tending to the horses himself. His fervent attention was not solely born of fear towards Su Yi. They had developed a rapport over time. Additionally, the high-ranking officials of the Radiant Sun Empire had recently sought out numerous individuals from the 9 provinces to inquire about Su Yi, thereby gaining some understanding of his character. They recognized him as no mere killer, one who would not resort to violence over trivial remarks. With Wei Wei as their intermediary, they believed that as long as they refrained from provoking him, their lives were secure, and there was no need to shed their lofty pride to appease him. What truly humbled them was the assortment of treasures Su Yi had presented upon his arrival. As for Wei Wei, Su Yi intended to guide her in the cultivation of the ancient tome of the Dark Moon, a matter that required no further discussion. However, such advanced techniques could not be casually shared with those unconnected to his path, especially as he harbored aspirations to correct the cultivation methods of this magical realm. Thus, he retrieved the set of cultivation techniques he had recently acquired from Lin Aran and imparted them to the loyal entourage surrounding Wei Wei, led by Chark. Among them was her cousin and personal attendant, Lillian. However, Lillian's situation was somewhat peculiar. Wei Wei had discreetly advised her not to practice these techniques for the time being, as she had already gained some insight into their intricacies. Unintentionally, Su-yi overheard this conversation. Ahem. The cultivation methods and the more refined training system were precisely why the elder members of the group now regarded Su-yi with such reverence, as though they wished to revere him as a father figure. After all, the techniques Su-yi had bestowed upon Wei Wei's devoted subordinates were not merely for show. Although these individuals were, in a sense, the ancestors of Wei Wei, she evidently did not fully trust them, at least not at this moment. Therefore, upon encountering the true master, they were compelled to present themselves in the best light possible. Any notions of divine pride and aloofness were rendered utterly insignificant in the face of the genuine path to success. Chapter 450. A critical experience. The palanquin finally came to a halt in a lavish palace enveloped in a misty humidity. The deities of the blazing sun, who had usurped the roles of the guards and grooms, were astute enough to take their leave promptly. Soon, the grand palace was left with only Su-yi and Vivi, along with an abundance of exquisite maidens clad in scant attire. Indeed, apart from Su-yi, there was not a single male presence in sight. He found himself immersed in an experience that laid bare the extravagant and decadent life of feudal nobility, albeit with a critical perspective. This was far more opulent than the office of the chairman of the day domain group. Su-yi reclined in a pool sculpted from a warm, jade-like material, unable to refrain from expressing his astonishment. Currently, there were 6 stunning maidens attending to him with massages, their delicate hands meticulously kneading his shoulders, arms, head, and legs. Behind him stood a dozen more maidens, each holding an array of fruits, snacks, and even alcoholic beverages, ready to serve him at a mere glance. Although he was no stranger to power and wealth, he still held onto a semblance of modern sensibilities. Such lavishness was something he had never envisioned in his previous life on Blue Star. Moreover, the sheer delicacy of the maidens' sheer garments clung to their forms upon contact with water, revealing their alluring curves. He surmised that should he wish to pursue other endeavors, he would have the freedom to do so. Yet, at this moment, he refrained, for Vivi was seated directly across from him. This is the result of my recent efforts to streamline the redundant personnel and unnecessary expenditures within the court, Vivi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Before this, the court's decadence and excess were beyond imagination. Some individuals even had dedicated maidens to assist them with the most menial tasks. As she spoke, a look of disdain crept onto her face, clearly indicating that these individuals referred to her father, the former emperor of the empire. My elder brother was even more outrageous. During the height of the Civil War, this emperor, who could be overthrown at any moment, still had the audacity to seek out beautiful women among the desperate refugees to serve as maidens in the palace. He once summoned over 100,000 young maidens, and it was said that he had at least 7 or 8 pure maidens attend to him each night. Though his actions were indeed absurd, he did save those girls. Life in the palace, for all its flaws, was still preferable to perishing in the cold and hunger as a refugee. Therefore, when I dismissed the redundant personnel, I chose not to send these young women away, but allowed them to remain temporarily. They are all teenagers, the eldest barely 20, having long lost contact with their families during the war. Sending them away would leave them without a means of survival. Vivi expressed her helplessness, lamenting the misdeeds of her father and brother, now thrust upon her to rectify. As she spoke, gratitude flickered in the eyes of the surrounding maidens, affirming the truth of her words. It is not merely the presence of a woman like Vivi at the helm of the court that raises eyebrows. Even during the reign of her elder brother, the pretender emperor, there lingered the ever-present risk of being summoned to serve in the imperial chambers. The maidens in attendance would much prefer to reside within the palace rather than venture out into the uncertainties of the world. With such a multitude inhabiting the royal residence, it is only reasonable to assign them tasks, for one cannot sustain them without purpose. Thus, one might argue that this arrangement does not verge on extravagance. Vivi undoubtedly exhibits traits akin to that of a princess. However, her enthusiasm for indulgence in such matters is rather muted. Were it not for her uncertainty in managing the attendants, she might have dismissed them long ago. Do you still have sufficient provisions at hand? Sui inquired suddenly. Previously, he had bestowed upon Vivi several 100 billion tons of grain, a figure that, while seemingly vast, pales when one considers the immense population of the magical realm. For the time being, it suffices. It will last until the spring of next year without issue. I am simultaneously dispatching forces to quell the marauding armies while organizing the restoration of production. The large-scale agricultural magic circles surrounding the imperial capital are being activated. And soon enough, we shall witness a yield of grain, she replied. The magical empire has shown a degree of prudence this time, sending a shipment of magical arrays, among which are numerous oversized circles. Once deployed, the high-yield areas will significantly increase, and we should have enough grain to avert famine. However, this is theoretical. While there may be sufficient food to prevent starvation, it is an unfortunate certainty that many will perish this winter due to the cruel grip of hunger and cold. Vivi sighed. As she passed through the village belonging to the Dream River Kingdom, she became acutely aware of the character of the officials and nobles under her command. She did not harbor the illusion that eliminating a few individuals would compel these greedy parasites to comply with her directives. If killing were a solution, corruption would have long since vanished from the world. It is a lamentable reality. One must simply do their utmost. Sui shook his head, opting for silence. Even with the advent of artificial intelligence, given the current infrastructure of the magical realm, AI can only provide overarching coordination. The practical implementation still hinges on the actions of the officials entrenched within the imperial system. The issue of curbing corruption extends beyond mere administrative reform. It is deeply intertwined with the mindset of the populace. For instance, when a village is tasked with distributing grain, the total amount is predetermined, ensuring that every individual can afford to eat. The village chief, a man of unwavering integrity, is entrusted with the distribution. However, the predicament arises when a certain Zhang sees an opportunity for personal gain, particularly as he has a beautiful daughter and the chief's son is somewhat dim-witted. Making marriage a challenge, he may offer his daughter to the chief, hoping for a favorable distribution of grain. Can the chief refuse? Consequently, if Zhang San receives more grain, it inevitably leads to others receiving less and going hungry. Thus, Zhang San took the surplus grain and sold it at exorbitant prices to those who were hungry, reaping substantial profits in the process. For the village chief, this arrangement allowed his simple-minded son to marry, and during the distribution of grain, he did not indulge in favoritism excessively. He merely allocated a small portion of each villager's rations to Zhang San. In return, Zhang San reciprocated by sharing a portion of his earnings with the village chief. Of course, this is merely a singular example. In reality, such scenarios are often far more intricate. Not all officials are inherently greedy, yet once one attains power, the temptations become overwhelming. How many possess the unwavering resolve to resist? Gradually, as moral boundaries erode, one may inevitably transform into a despised and corrupt official. And what of Zhang San? Previously, he was merely an ordinary villager of the lowest echelon, possessing a modicum of cunning. Nevertheless, it is perhaps best to refrain from such discussions at this juncture. Wei Wei waved her hand. You may all withdraw. Chapter 451. Still asleep? Then let them wait. Oh, if we're not discussing matters of state, what, I wonder, does Her Majesty the Empress wish to converse about? In the warm embrace of the hot spring, Sui observed that all the maidens had retreated, leaving only himself and Wei Wei in the grand hall. With a hint of feigned ignorance, he inquired further. Wei Wei shot him a sidelong glance before gracefully rising from the water. At that moment, she was adorned in a delicate, sheer gown that clung to her flawless form, the contours of her abdomen and defined lines visible beneath the fabric. Although she had long been acquainted with the intimate garments favored by women of the Blue Star, which were known for their practicality, she had chosen not to confine herself with such attire this time. Thus, the sheer gown accentuated not only her taut lines, but also other alluring features. What? Do you not find me beautiful? Vie regenit beside Sui. Resting her head upon his arm, her long crimson hair, dampened by the water, cascaded against her exquisite forehead, a sight so enchanting it could take one's breath away. With matters having progressed to this point, little more needed to be said. Although he had previously harbored many reservations regarding her, those concerns had significantly diminished. After all, the magical realm was now firmly within his grasp. Despite its current disarray, its potential for development was undeniable, and the benefits of fully harnessing the magical world would far outweigh the drawbacks. In this regard, his objectives aligned with Wei Wei's. Past apprehensions no longer held weight, and with no lingering doubts, he felt compelled to honor the affections of this enchanting woman. Soon, discordant sounds began to echo through the resplendent palace. The following day, in the vast royal chamber, Su-yi awoke to find Wei Wei entwined around him like an octopus. Were it not for his rigorous training, endowing him with extraordinary physical resilience, he might have suffocated under her embrace. Wei Wei lay almost entirely atop him, her head nestled against his shoulder, lost in deep slumber. He playfully pinched her pert nose, only to see her slightly furrow her brow, yet she showed no signs of awakening. Here was a seventh-tier master adept in both martial and magical arts. Yet at this moment, she resembled a slumbering child, utterly unresponsive. Considering that there was a coronation ceremony to attend, he thought it was time for the protagonist to awaken. He opened his mouth, intending to rouse her, but then quelled the thought. This young woman, in truth, craved a sense of security. Her upbringing had fostered a dependency that rendered her less independent, despite the later circumstances that forced her to stand on her own. She had become a spiritual leader to the millions of citizens of Dream River City, bearing the weight of their hopes as they valiantly resisted the enemy's sieges over the years. Eventually, she ascended to the throne as queen of several provinces in the Northern Territories, wielding greater power and, consequently, greater responsibilities. She had to maintain the facade of a confident and resilient ruler. Yet, stripped of those accolades, she was merely a girl who had been nurtured in privilege, thrust into independence by unforeseen upheavals. If we were to speak candidly, she is merely in her early 20s. At this moment, she has likely shed all pretenses, revealing her most authentic self. Since she is weary, it would be prudent for her to rest. Su-yi gently brushed his hand across her delicate face. As soft as the finest silk, Wei Wei seemed to sense his touch. Her brow relaxed, and she tightened her embrace around Su-yi's arm. The palace door opened silently, and a charming maid, her brow slightly furrowed with concern, cautiously peeked inside. Upon seeing Su-yi awake, her face illuminated with joy. However, before she could utter a word, Su-yi's gaze silenced her, compelling her unspoken words back into her throat. It was only when Su-yi beckoned her that she tiptoed closer to the bedside. "What is it?" she whispered. "The ceremony is approaching. Her Majesty must rise and prepare. The time has been postponed to the evening." Su-yi conveyed directly through his spiritual energy. The maid paused, bewildered. Though she did not comprehend how his voice reached her ears, she understood the urgency of the matter. With a hint of worry, she murmured, "But the timing was set by our ancestors, and guests from all corners have already arrived. If we do not proceed, it may displease our ancestors, and those guests will surely be dissatisfied." "Our ancestors? Is it Qiyang?" Su-yi replied nonchalantly. "If he has any grievances, let him address me directly. The same goes for the guests. If they're displeased, they may come to me." The maid hesitated, her rosy lips parting as if to speak, but ultimately, no words emerged. After a silent bow, she slipped away quietly. "Should I rise as well?" Wei Wei's languorous voice broke the tranquility. Su-yi cast a glance her way and smiled. "Today, you are the protagonist. They are but supporting characters. How can the lead neglect her rest to attend to the ensemble?" Wei Wei refrained from further argument, stifling a yawn as she lazily replied, "Then I shall rest. You have nearly worn me out. You, of all people, should show some consideration. I am about to become the empress. Cannot I have a moment's respite?" Listening to her drowsy murmurs, Su-yi felt a lump in his throat, and his previously obedient hand began to stray. Again, Wei Wei abruptly awakened, her enchanting red eyes widening in surprise. "The coronation ceremony has been postponed to the evening? Is it even possible?" In a luxurious courtyard within the imperial capital, Lin, the head of the delegation from Jiuzhou attending the grand ceremony, found himself slowly surrounded by a flurry of questions. Indeed, it does seem rather absurd. The second in command of the delegation sighed, rubbing his temples. Rumor has it that the orders came from Sui, the soon-to-be empress, who appears to still be in a slumber. Sui, upon hearing this, Lin's expression shifted, regaining some composure as he seemed to grasp the underlying implication. He chuckled. Then it is not surprising. This fellow likely intends to deliver a stern warning to the powers of the magical realm, aiming to bolster the Empress's influence. This is quite agreeable. They are addressing the various factions of this world, which will undoubtedly facilitate our investments and developments in the 9 provinces in the future. In any case, it does not concern us in the slightest. If delays are necessary, so be it. Now, regarding the sorcerers you mentioned earlier, what exactly is the situation? Can that so-called planting magic array truly multiply the annual yield of crops several times over? Chapter 452. Is entrepreneurship promising? As a foreseeable focal point of economic vigor for the next decade, if not several decades, the magical realm is currently witnessing a grand event, and of course, the land of Kyushu must partake. A vast delegation comprising thousands of individuals, representing various fields of expertise, arrived in the imperial capital much earlier than Sui. They were graciously accommodated in the courtyard of a once noble family that had met a tragic end. This courtyard, in fact, surpassed the scale of the Forbidden City in Kyushu, comfortably housing the visiting contingent of over 3,000 individuals. Beyond mere exchange and interaction, this entourage bears an additional significant mission to formalize diplomatic relations with the Empire of Radiance. Previously, Kyushu had engaged in extensive dialogues with the Dream River Kingdom, to which Wei Wei belongs, yet a formal relationship had yet to be established. With the political landscape of the Empire of Radiance now firmly settled, it is only natural to advance the ties between the two parties. It is evident that a plethora of scientific, economic, and cultural exchanges will ensue over an extended period, and maintaining a relationship devoid of even a formal document is untenable. Moreover, to celebrate Wei Wei's ascension to the throne, the delegation from Kyushu brought forth a collection of congratulatory gifts, all of considerable value and far-reaching significance, although they will only be presented during Wei Wei's official coronation ceremony, and shall remain unmentioned for the time being. In addition to these developments, over the past 2 months, Kyushu has established a communication link between the northern Dream River City and the imperial capital within the magical realm. This endeavor is not overly complex. It essentially involves launching a communication satellite into the sky. If one were to pinpoint the challenge, it would lie in the differing planetary sizes between the two worlds, necessitating recalibration and adjustment of numerous data points. However, these issues have been resolved months prior, when Kyushu developed specialized ballistic missiles for the magical realm. The data was readily available and could be directly utilized. Currently, the reason for launching only a single satellite is primarily due to cost considerations. Constructing the rocket and satellite on Blue Star, then transporting them through the time-space portal for launch from an appropriate location incurs substantial expenses. To achieve a satellite communication system in the magical realm comparable to that of Blue Star, this method is insufficient. Therefore, Kyushu's plan is to initially launch a few urgently needed satellites, with subsequent launches contingent upon the establishment of a more integrated basic industrial framework within the magical realm to complete the satellite system. These matters are all part of the overarching strategy. It is well known that Kyushu excels at formulating such extensive and time-consuming projects, and once a plan is established, it is typically brought to fruition. Presently, thanks to the completed communication network linking the imperial capital and Dream River City, individuals from Blue Star can now receive timely news from the magical world. The news team accompanying the delegation in the imperial capital compiles various events occurring here into written reports, images, and videos, which are then sent to Dream River City, where they are transmitted through the time-space portal to Kyushu, delivering these invaluable first-hand accounts and news updates. The realm of Jojo intends to publicly disclose aspects that do not involve significant secrets, aiming to satiate the public's curiosity about alternate worlds while fostering a deeper understanding of a distinct reality, thus laying the ideological foundation for future exploration of the magical universe. After all, the unknown is often the most daunting. in light of the scant knowledge available. Particularly after witnessing that day when Su-yi decisively vanquished the deities of the magical realm. Many maintain a conservative stance towards this unfamiliar world brimming with extraordinary powers. Consequently, there has emerged a faction within JoJo advocating for caution in engaging with the magical realm, insisting that the capabilities of the temporal gate must be curtailed. Some even argue that the denizens of the magical world pose too great a danger, asserting that the temporal gate should never be operationalized. Should the magical realm ever turn hostile, the populace would be resigned to servitude under those who wield formidable powers. In a certain sense, one cannot regard those who express such viewpoints with the same disdain reserved for common dissenters. While some rebels oppose merely for the sake of opposition, refuting any official decree, these individuals differ. From a divine perspective, the existence of the temporal gate does not pose significant risk, and the extraordinary powers of the magical world appear trivial in the presence of Su-yi. However, this is information that eludes the grasp of ordinary citizens. In the absence of critical knowledge, it is entirely reasonable for many to speculate that hasty contact with the magical world could entail considerable danger. Yet, the JoJo authorities cannot reveal the intricate workings of the temporal gate or the specifics of Su-yi's circumstances to the public. Thus, the only recourse lies in the dissemination of knowledge about the customs and daily lives of those from alternate realms, continuously bridging the gap between the two worlds. This endeavor is not solely undertaken by JoJo. The Empire of Qiyang is equally engaged in this pursuit. In the eyes of both parties, the other side resembles an iceberg, with only a fraction visible above the surface, creating a substantial barrier due to mutual ignorance. To successfully connect these two worlds and foster a mutually beneficial collaboration, it is essential to dissolve this divide. Therefore, under the purposeful guidance of JoJo's officials, recent headlines across various news outlets have predominantly featured topics pertaining to the magical world, not merely the significant transition of power within the Qiyang Empire, but also encompassing news related to livelihood, agriculture, magic, martial arts, and other aspects. These novel elements, previously unseen by the inhabitants of Blue Star, naturally attract considerable attention and discourse. However, it is often the case that once serious topics enter the online discussion arena, they tend to devolve into frivolity or abstraction. This phenomenon reached its zenith when the people of JoJo discovered that the governance structure of the magical world resembles the archaic feudal system of the Zhou dynasty, along with the prevailing notion of aristocratic lineage. In light of the circumstances within the magical realm, one might ponder whether embarking on entrepreneurial ventures would yield fruitful prospects. Theoretically speaking, there is potential for progress, as their societal structure is exceedingly archaic and distorted. However, in practical terms, the prospects appear bleak. Why do I perceive a glimmer of hope, you ask? If an opportunity were to arise, I would be the first to propagate the advanced ideology of do noble birthrights confer superiority? The common folk have merely endured oppression for far too long. They are not fools and are likely to harbor discontent towards the aristocracy, who have luxuriated in privilege due to their lineage. Oh, do you possess the capabilities akin to those of Director Su, able to vanquish all divine beings? Among those aristocrats you speak of, which one does not descend from a lineage of deities? Which family does not harbor a multitude of formidable elites? What resources do you have to contend with them? Chapter 453. The Gold Rush. In another world, the notion of entrepreneurship in a parallel realm once stirred a cacophony of excitement, yet it swiftly faded into silence. This was due to the collective realization that such aspirations were, in fact, rather impractical. The esoteric characteristics of the magical world inherently render it exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals to confront the formidable beings that dominate it. The common folk in that realm lack not the spirit of rebellion, but rather the might to actualize it. In stark contrast, Blue Star functions on an entirely different paradigm. There, a sufficient fervor for resistance can catalyze a wave of change, enabling the masses to overthrow even the most entrenched powers. However, in the magical world, even a united front of ordinary citizens would stand no chance against divine entities. The noble warriors, organized into knightly orders, could effortlessly annihilate an army of commoners. even if they were outnumbered 100-fold. Despite the earlier annihilation of elite forces from the magical world during the space-time gate incident, first by a nuclear assault from the realms of Jojo, followed by the devastating impact of Su Yi's spectral banners. These elite troops, had they been unleashed without the intervention of such overwhelming weaponry, could have swept across Blue Star with ease. The knightly orders, composed of thousands of 7th-tier martial artists, rode upon mounts that were themselves formidable magical beasts of the 6th and 7th tiers, adorned in armor inscribed with intricate magical runes. A single knight from their ranks could effortlessly uphand a main battle tank, rendering its artillery nearly impotent against such formidable defenses. How could the ordinary denizens of the magical world contend with such overwhelming power? Thus, even with the near-total eradication of the divine beings in that realm, the prospect of embarking on entrepreneurial ventures without the backing of Su Yi or the Jojo authorities is a mere fantasy. There is no need for imperial or royal intervention. It is likely that the moment one attempts to incite rebellion, they would be swiftly dispatched by some noble lord and his retinue of knights. Yet, undeterred by the initial setback, the intrepid netizens of Jojo devised a new strategy. If direct rebellion is unfeasible, perhaps they could pursue entrepreneurship through more circuitous means. Observing the clumsiness with which the inhabitants of the magical world conduct their affairs, they noted that, despite their extensive history, it lacks the depth of reference due to its relative monotony. In various domains, politics, military, and civil life, they fall short of the standards established in Blue Star. Having a firm grasp of history and policy, one might consider joining a faction in the magical realm to offer counsel and, when the opportune moment arises, seize power. I believe this is feasible, one enthusiast declared. Having reviewed extensive materials, it is clear that many matters in that realm are handled rather poorly. By aligning with a faction, I could utilize my intellect to elevate them, and in due time, ascend to a position of influence to orchestrate a coup. A cunning plan indeed. Friend, what lineage do you possess that you believe you can thrive in their world? Another retorted, while you may possess wit, without the requisite noble blood, you will find yourself utterly powerless. Do not indulge in such delusions. Are you under the impression that you have misunderstood something? This is not a tale of time travel, where only one individual traverses dimensions, leaving the indigenous inhabitants bewildered by their peculiar maneuvers. This is an opening of the temporal gateway, granting all inhabitants of the world the opportunity to venture into another realm. Your trivial actions are utterly inconsequential. And do you truly believe you can ascend to the upper echelons of power in that world? The Empress of the Radiant Sun Empire shares an ambiguous relationship with Director Su. Have you consulted him regarding any potential rebellion against her? Is it not true that there exist numerous empires and kingdoms in that realm? Must I fixate solely on the Radiant Sun Empire? In truth, there are no longer any significant empires or kingdoms left. Following Director Su's decisive actions against the deities, the Radiant Sun Empire remains the sole sovereign of the magical world. However, time is of the essence, and the Empire has yet to initiate the assimilation of other powers. Indeed, observe as the new Emperor of the Radiant Sun ascends the throne, drawing all forces from across the globe to celebrate, with some even offering territories as gifts. The Radiant Sun Empire has effectively become the dominion of the magical realm, and any thoughts of instigating turmoil are futile. Rather than engaging in conflict, I find it more pragmatic to pursue wealth in the alternate world. A friend of mine owns a modest factory producing trinkets. He initially intended to explore business opportunities in that realm. However, guess what happened? About half a month ago, upon his arrival in the imperial capital of the Radiant Sun Empire for market research, he was approached by a delegation of officials requesting him to teach them our language, the language of the 9 provinces. Taken aback and unfamiliar with the surroundings, he felt compelled to comply. Upon attending, he discovered that he was to instruct a prince, reportedly the brother of the new empress. After 2 weeks of teaching, he earned 1,500 coins of the Radiant Sun Empire, each weighing approximately 100 grams, totaling 150 kilograms of gold. He profited tens of millions, surpassing his factory's annual revenue. Moreover, this sum was merely his salary. On occasions when he taught exceptionally well or imparted intriguing tidbits of knowledge, the prince generously rewarded him with various treasures. Among these rewards was a spatial ring capable of storing items. Can you believe it? Additionally, upon completing his instruction, the prince bestowed upon him the honorary title of Earl as a token of gratitude. Although this title is not hereditary and ceases to exist upon death, it nonetheless signifies genuine nobility and is of considerable rank. Is such fortune truly possible? A spatial ring, in comparison to 150 kilograms of gold, is the true gem. Selling it to a governmental research institute could yield billions. I do not possess friends, but I have just returned from a magical world less than 3 days ago. To put it succinctly, prior to my departure, my company was on the brink of bankruptcy, burdened with debts exceeding 10 million. Now, I have secured a contract valued at over 300 million. What a remarkable turnaround. May I inquire what your esteemed company specializes in? Oh, I sell sanitary napkins. As thoughts of grand entrepreneurial ventures in the alternate world gradually wane, a burgeoning trend of exploration and wealth accumulation in that realm begins to take root. At this moment, people were astonished to discover that a considerable number of audacious individuals had already stealthily ventured into the magical realm and returned with abundant fortunes. The primary allure of earning wealth in the magical world was that the difficulty paled in comparison to that of Blue Star. Not only was there a lack of heavy industry, but also a scarcity of light industry. Many commonplace items that were taken for granted on Blue Star could fetch impressive prices in the magical world. Not only those with factories and production resources could profit, but numerous individuals, devoid of any capital, simply by virtue of their boldness, ventured into the magical realm to negotiate lucrative deals, returning as intermediaries to procure goods for sale, thus amassing wealth. As a plethora of concentrated wealth myths, comparable to or even surpassing the age of exploration on Blue Star, continuously emerged, people naturally began to relinquish their fears and anxieties about the unknown. A fervent gold rush from another world gradually took root in the land of the 9 provinces. Chapter 454. The Human Selection Program. While the people of Jojo are utterly captivated by the boundless wealth of the magical realm, the denizens of Blue Star outside Jojo can only stare in frustration. This is especially true for the Western capital conglomerates, who are acutely aware of the immense fortunes that can be garnered from the exploration of a new world. These venerable capital groups, having thrived during the age of exploration, fully comprehend the terrifying wealth that awaits in the uncharted territories of the magical world, which far exceeds the obscure corners they previously exploited during Blue Star's maritime ventures. Were this scenario to unfold a year or two ago, faced with such colossal prospects, they would have resorted to imposing economic sanctions and military blockades against Jojo to compel it to share the temporal gateway for mutual prosperity. However, circumstances have changed dramatically. Following the tempest that struck the White Eagle's capital, the leading power of the Western Alliance was rendered incapacitated by the might of the Tianyu Group. Even their stockpiled nuclear arsenal was surrendered in accordance with the wishes of Xing'an. Though some remnants remain hidden, following Su Yi's formidable exploits in the alternate realm, it became evident to all that these nuclear weapons had become inconsequential and posed no threat to him, with the formidable Tianyu Group overseeing matters. Even though they may salivate over the benefits concealed behind the temporal gateway, they dare not employ extra-legal measures to seize it. Instead, they find themselves compelled to engage Jojo in rhetorical discourse. Previously dismissive of the concept of a shared human destiny, they now find themselves invoking this very phrase, clamoring for Jojo to open the temporal gateway from a universal perspective, allowing for joint exploration and cooperative gain. The temporal gateway was entrusted to Jojo by Su Yi out of sense of kinship, envisioned as a cornerstone for national fortune for decades, if not centuries, to come. Such a vital national asset cannot be bartered or compromised. Thus, the stalemate ensued, with a verbal skirmish over the temporal gateway dragging on for over 2 months without resolution. Jojo remains unfazed, as it merely involves dispatching a few individuals to engage in verbal exchanges. Meanwhile, the foreign capitalists yearning to intervene are left in a state of anxious turmoil. The Jojo authorities have yet to disclose the extent of the benefits accrued from the alternate realm since the opening of the temporal gateway. However, An examination of online discourse reveals that even the most modest entrepreneurs or the financially destitute, provided they possess a modicum of ingenuity, can experience rapid ascension in social status merely by venturing into the alternate realm. The implications of JoJo's gains from this otherworldly engagement are staggering, as evidenced not only by the long-term supply contracts already established, but also by JoJo's abrupt cessation of procurement for most energy, mineral, and other foundational raw materials from Blue Star. Previously, the 9 provinces stood as the largest industrial nation on Blue Star, procuring raw materials in quantities that were astronomical. Scholars have even calculated that the mass transfer resulting from these acquisitions has surpassed the natural geological transfer speeds associated with Blue Star's typical geological activities. To illustrate this with a less rigorous analogy, if the high plateau to the west of the 9 provinces was formed over 10 million years of geological activity, then at the current pace of resource imports, it would take merely a few million years to accumulate a similar mountainous structure. One should not underestimate this velocity. It represents a staggering volume of resource imports, a clear manifestation of human endeavor surpassing the forces of nature. Such massive procurement of raw materials has undoubtedly caused significant repercussions. However, intriguingly, there has been no observable shortage of resources within the 9 provinces. The truth is almost palpable. They have acquired cheaper substitutes from the magical realm. This information is hardly a secret. The portal to the magical world is located on Ingzhou Island in the southern seas, nearly 1,000 kilometers from the mainland. After raw materials from the magical world are transported to Ingzhou Island through the portal, they must then be shipped via sea to various industrial cities along the coastal regions of the 9 provinces. The sheer volume of maritime transport has rendered the southern seas the busiest waterways in the world, with cargo ships weighing hundreds of thousands of tons visible everywhere. In just 2 months since the portal's emergence, it has nearly eradicated the economic stagnation in the 9 provinces caused by the downturn in the global economic climate in recent years. This has not gone unnoticed by the world. While others grapple with the quagmire of economic crisis, the 9 provinces have not only extricated themselves, but have also discovered a new path to prosperity. Most critically, they have done so without involving others. This is intolerable. For Western nations and other entities on Blue Star, an even more alarming reality has emerged. The 9 provinces have abandoned the procurement of various resources from Blue Star, yet the goods they produce continue to be sold worldwide, possibly at even lower prices due to reduced raw material costs, making them highly favored amidst the global economic crisis. Ordinary people find it challenging to adopt a God's-eye perspective. Naturally, they will purchase from whoever offers the best quality at the lowest price. However, the elite are acutely aware of the suffocating sense of crisis brewing beneath the surface. With the cessation of raw material imports and the assistance of the Tianyu Group, the 9 provinces have surmounted the monopolistic high-tech barriers previously imposed by the Western Alliance. The primary avenues through which wealth was siphoned from the 9 provinces have been severed. Yet, the goods being sold worldwide continue to generate substantial wealth for them. Furthermore, due to industrial economies of scale and the supply of cheaper raw materials, these products are priced significantly lower than those produced by others. To put it bluntly, this situation transcends mere economic or commercial issues. It is a blatant act of dumping goods on the market. In the Western Bloc, and indeed across the globe, with the exception of the 9 provinces, numerous factories and enterprises have been collapsing at an unprecedented rate during this period. This has given rise to a vicious cycle. An economic crisis leads to corporate failures, resulting in consumers possessing diminished financial resources. When consumers find themselves short of funds, they tend to gravitate towards more affordable products, forsaking those with exorbitant price tags. In terms of industrial production costs, the Western Bloc is utterly unable to compete with the current offerings from the 9 provinces. Consequently, consumers naturally opt for goods from the 9 provinces. As these companies in the Western Bloc lose the favor of consumers and face dwindling orders, their rate of closure accelerates, exacerbating the economic crisis and further depleting the financial resources of the average individual. This relentless cycle has left many clear-minded individuals feeling despondent. Should they gain access to the headquarters of the Tianyu Group and enter the chairman's office atop the building, they would discover a presentation being projected, wherein Tian Shu patiently elucidates the Blue Star Human Selection Program to Yu Ling, respectfully stating, "Madam, this is the plan devised by the chairman, and the first phase is currently underway, expected to be completed within 3 years." Chapter 455. What is the cost, then? Su Yi has journeyed to the magical realm and is currently absent from Blue Star. The individual who now possesses the highest authority within Tianyu Group is, of course, the legitimate chairwoman, Yu Ling. Initially, these meticulously planned matters did not require her intervention, as Sui would not be away for long and would return in a few days. However, Tian Shu has been closely monitoring various aspects of information pertaining to Blue Star. They discovered that the development plans for the magical world were advancing at an unexpectedly rapid pace, which accelerated their human selection program far beyond their original expectations. Upon realizing that the first phase of the plan had reached a certain milestone, allowing for the initiation of subsequent measures to further propel the project toward its initial objectives, Tian Shu decisively sought out Yu Ling, the only person on Blue Star with the authority to make final decisions. Certainly, it would not be out of the question to defer this matter until Su Yi's return. Nonetheless, Tian Shu believed that the present moment constituted the optimal window of opportunity. Should they miss this wave of fervent public sentiment, advancing the next step of their plan would not be as seamless. Therefore, what precisely would the next measures entail? Yuling dared not take this matter lightly. As Su Yi's closest confidant, she was privy to many of his thoughts and plans. Thus, she was not at all surprised by the existence of this plan. However, she typically refrained from inquiring too deeply into its implementation. Now, tasked with making a decision, she naturally needed to seek clarity on several points. Since the last World War, Blue Star has been embroiled in ceaseless strife. Yet it has not witnessed any large-scale warfare for several decades. It seems that the lady has been perusing numerous historical accounts of Blue Star lately. What, in her view, has sustained such a prolonged peace? Since acquiring the external computational power module, Tian Shu has allocated a portion of its processing capabilities to emotional simulation, becoming increasingly human-like. In response to Yuling's inquiry, it smiled and posed a question in return. After a moment's reflection, Yuling replied, "Nuclear weapons." This conclusion stemmed from her recent studies of Blue Star's modern history. Given the environment of Blue Star post-World War II, had it not been for the delicate balance created by the ultimate deterrent of nuclear weapons, the Third World War would likely have erupted decades ago, precluding the existence of a so-called Cold War. Humanity is not inherently benevolent. When motivated, it seldom engages in lengthy deliberations. Decades ago, the two major camps maintained standoff, engaging in covert and overt hostilities, yet their conflicts remained confined to proxy wars. Even in the event of one party's collapse, a full-scale war was never truly fought. This phenomenon is, in fact, quite unreasonable. Ultimately, it boils down to the undeniable truth that no one can bear the cost of a total war, the obliteration of human civilization by nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, while undeniably formidable, should not be overestimated as capable of annihilating the world or Blue Star. However, they can certainly obliterate the current human civilization on Blue Star, a fact that is indisputable. Even in the aftermath of a nuclear bombardment, the majority of crucial technologies could be preserved. However, in the wake of massive casualties and the loss of a significant number of skilled personnel, it would be a fanciful notion to think that human civilization could revert to its pre-war standards within a century. This is a price no one is willing to bear. Consequently, since the onset of World War II, Blue Star has maintained an illusion of prosperity, from the Cold War to various subsequent financial crises. Even during the most arduous times, conflicts have been limited to localized skirmishes rather than full-scale wars, an unfathomable scenario prior to World War II. In the absence of nuclear weapons, the current intensity of societal discord would have long since led to catastrophic violence. It appears that the lady possesses a profound understanding of Blue Star's history. Tian Shu remarked with a smile, "The crux of our first phase plan lies within these nuclear weapons on Blue Star. What do you intend to do?" queried Yu Ling with calmness. Due to the surge of the gold rush in the magical world and the cessation of imports of raw materials by Jiuzhou while continuing to export goods, an unprecedented economic crisis has indeed emerged on Blue Star outside of Jiuzhou. Beneath the facade of a tranquil global situation, turbulent currents are surging. Various factions are currently testing our stance. Should the Tianyu group openly declare non-intervention in any regional conflicts, an enormous war would erupt instantaneously. The Western Bloc, including the White Eagle, is on the brink of overwhelming debt crises and fiscal deficits, with internal discontent brewing due to economic downturns, or should have already transpired. It is only due to our presence that Western politicians refrain from engaging in reckless military actions. The moment we loosen the metaphorical leash around their necks, they would transform into voracious beasts, discarding all pretenses and ruthlessly tearing apart nations outside the Western Bloc and Jiuzhou, draining them of resources to sustain their domestic welfare and ensure internal stability. War serves as an outlet for external conflicts. While the plundered resources can alleviate internal strife, this is what they aspire to do, yet dare not. However, such a course of action is perilously risky. A misstep could ignite a world war or even a nuclear conflict. Moreover, the scale of these smaller nations is ultimately insufficient, even if they were wholly exploited. It would not resolve the profound contradictions and issues facing the major powers of the Western Bloc. Besides this, there exists an alternative pathway that could present a gentler solution for these nations teetering on the brink. Tian Shu spoke eloquently, while Yu Ling, upon hearing this, furrowed her delicate brows. Are you suggesting we open the portal of time and space to them? Merely granting them a few slots to glimpse a glimmer of hope would suffice. There is no need for excess. The celestial pivot smiled and remarked, however, opening these slots does come at a cost. So what is the price? All nations across the globe must dismantle their existing nuclear arsenals and decommission all facilities capable of producing such weapons, with the process subject to our oversight. Will they acquiesce? They must, for the facade of peace has been maintained for decades, and the majority of the Blue Planet's populace has lost its inherent aggressiveness. Given the choice, no one desires war. Moreover, the destruction of nuclear weapons is, in a sense, a matter of political correctness. Yet, no one has the authority to compel the 5 great benefactors, who truly wield long-range nuclear strike capabilities, to undertake such actions. We propose that they relinquish their nuclear arms, after which we shall reopen the portal of time and space. Under the operational mechanisms of the Western Bloc, they will undoubtedly find it impossible to refuse. Yu Ling narrowed her eyes, likely beginning to grasp the implications of the celestial pivot's words. Chapter 456. Interconnected Steps. The first step involves exploiting the intense contradictions beyond the realms of the 9 provinces on the planet Blue Star, using the vast market of the magical world as bait to compel all nuclear-armed nations on Blue Star to dismantle their nuclear arsenals. The second step employs a limitation on the number of available slots, alongside the influence of the Tianyu group, the 9 provinces, and Su-Yi in the magical realm, ensuring that those Western nations eager to profit in alternate worlds only experience fleeting successes, with their gains utterly insufficient to resolve their underlying conflicts. As tensions escalate and chaos begins to unfold, the major powers, unable to maintain their composure, will inevitably resort to subtle tactics, such as proxy wars or localized conflicts, to gauge the Tianyu group's stance. At this juncture, the Tianyu group's strategy will be to turn a blind eye, focusing solely on their own responsibilities without meddling in extraneous matters. After all, neither Su-Yi nor the official stance of the Tianyu group has ever claimed the role of a global peacekeeper. The faltering Western powers now find themselves in dire straits, resorting to plundering smaller nations. This has nothing to do with the Tianyu group. Once these Western nations taste success and realize the Tianyu group's reluctance to interfere, they will undoubtedly escalate their actions, instigating more extensive proxy wars, or even shedding their pretenses to engage directly. War, once ignited, is easily kindled but exceedingly difficult to halt, especially after the Tianyu group has neutralized the world's nuclear weapons. Once conflict erupts, there will be no room for de-escalation. The fourth step entails the Tianyu group beginning to supply both sides with minor tools to escalate the conflict. For instance, the previously banned Sentinel 2 medium exoskeleton could help level the playing field between the small nations targeted by the Western powers and their aggressors. This would ensnare these nations deeper in the quagmire of war, rendering any thoughts of a swift resolution or a quick retreat to recuperate utterly futile. With these 4 steps completed, the stage will be set for the grand commencement of the 3rd Global Chicken Dinner Competition on Blue Star. The first phase of their plan would be deemed complete, paving the way for the second phase. Unlike the first phase, which spanned only a few years, the second phase will unfold over a protracted duration. The Tianyu group will employ various means to continuously exacerbate tensions, compelling the conflict to persist interminably. Only when the population reaches a certain threshold and everyone grows weary of war and unable to continue fighting will this phase be considered concluded. There remains a third phase, with the entire plan intricately interlinked. Presently, the first phase has reached a pivotal moment. Seizing the opportunity while the Western powers from their upper echelons to the grassroots are filled with dreams and aspirations about alternate worlds, it is crucial to disarm their nuclear capabilities. What is the perspective from the 9 provinces? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Ling inquired, "Are they willing to cooperate with us in executing this plan?" The desire to obliterate the entirety of Blue Planet's nuclear arsenal, including the complete destruction of related technological documentation, raises a significant dilemma. If only the nuclear capabilities of other nations are eradicated while those of Juzhou remain intact, it would likely be difficult to gain widespread acceptance. This matter has been considered thoroughly. Tian Shu, with a calm demeanor, stated, "Previously, the chairman reached an agreement with Juzhou, and in fact, the vast majority of Juzhou's nuclear stockpile has already been transported to the magical realm, leaving only a minimal number of nuclear warheads behind. For Juzhou, as long as the assurance is given that all nuclear weapons worldwide will vanish, they are entirely supportive of the initiative. After all, in the absence of nuclear arms, modern warfare, driven by technological prowess, fundamentally hinges on industrial capacity, an area where no one on Blue Planet can rival Juzhou, thus rendering it advantageous for them militarily. Naturally, they have stipulations. They require the presence of official representatives from Juzhou to oversee the disarmament process. The chairman had previously consented to this request. Are they aware of our plans? While they do not know the specific details, based on Juzhou's conduct, I surmise that their upper echelons may have an inkling of our intentions, yet they have not pursued this matter further and are instead cooperating wholeheartedly. The chairman agrees with this analysis. In truth, our current undertaking is immensely beneficial for Juzhou, executed primarily by us, leaving them without grounds for opposition. Tian Shu's projection exhibited a subtly human gesture of shrugging. After a round of inquiries, Yuling grasped the overarching context and the specific implementation strategy. "So, you merely require my authorization?" she inquired. "Not quite. It would be best if you could host a press conference, elucidating the conditions for partially opening the temporal gateway. The remainder I shall handle," Tian Shu clarified. Given the gravity of the situation, the presence of a genuine core figure from Tianyu Group would lend credibility that might otherwise be lacking. Originally, this task was meant for the chairman, but with him now in another realm, you're the most suitable candidate. "When shall we commence?" Yuling asked. "At your convenience," came a reply. "Very well. I shall change into suitable attire." With that, Yuling rose and entered her bedroom. During her dialogue with Tian Shu, the office was not solely occupied by the two of them. The elven deities Su Ying and Su Ming, along with the enchanting dark elves Shi and Ning, were also present. As Su Yi's maidservants, they were undoubtedly allies, and there was no need to conceal such matters from them. Observing Yu Ling retreat into the room, Su Ying could not suppress a remark. This intricate web of deception, who could possibly evade its grasp? Su Ming sighed contemplatively. In retrospect, even if our master lacked overwhelming power and we refrained from utilizing divine abilities, if both sides had engaged in a battle of wits, we would likely have been no match for them. The two sisters are utterly incapable of engaging in such intricate schemes. Otherwise, as the creators of the elven race, they would not have later found themselves marginalized from the core of elven power. reduced to mere symbolic statues. At this moment, they feel enveloped in a haze of confusion, as if they have lived for hundreds of thousands of years only to be reduced to the status of mere dogs. Their skills are trivial, mere parlor tricks. A hint of disdain flickered across Anshi's face. This elven princess has stubbornly maintained her haughty demeanor since her arrival on Blue Star. After being tutored by Su, she only shows respect to him regarding others, including the two ancestral figures of the elven race, with utter contempt. She believes that despite their formidable powers, their capture and subsequent servitude as maids is a testament to their incompetence. As for Yu Ling, who had once been relentlessly pursued by her in the magical realm, Anshi harbors an even deeper sense of disdain. Fortunately, Yu Ling possesses a calm disposition and understands that Su Yi's decision to keep Anshi around is largely out of a certain mischievous amusement, which is why she chooses to ignore her. Otherwise, given Yu Ling's standing in this household, she could easily put Anshi in her place. Chapter 457. What is the point of competing with pets? What nonsense! The former elven queen, and Ning, hastily gestured for Anshi to silence herself. It is worth noting that although one is a queen and the other a princess, they are not related by blood. The internal power dynamics of the elven race differ significantly from those of humans. Queens and princesses are not necessarily direct descendants. In the elven kingdom, multiple princesses and princes can coexist simultaneously. They need not be offspring of the reigning elf king or queen. Rather, they're typically candidates for the throne, nominated by various powerful factions within the royal lineage, whether during the reign of the Moon Elves or the current dominion of the Dark Elves. The clans are rife with diverse factions and interest groups. Theoretically, once ascended, the entire Dark Elf tribe is considered part of the elven royal family, all having the right to inherit the throne. Moreover, there's a crucial factor to consider. The reproductive capabilities of the elven race are alarmingly deficient. Consequently, instances have occurred throughout elven history where a king or queen perished without direct heirs. Over time, this led to what may seem an absurd mode of succession to the denizens of Blue Star. Upon ascending the throne, the newly appointed king or queen's first task is to select promising youths from the royal lineage, bestowing upon them the titles of prince or princess as potential heirs. Initially, this mode of inheritance was relatively standard, typically occurring only when the elder elf king lacked descendants, thus allowing those selected to vie for the throne. However, as time progressed, this practice evolved to the point where even if an elven king had offspring, competition with these chosen youths ensued for the coveted position. Furthermore, the criteria for selection shifted from merely identifying capable young talents to now being influenced by the various factions within the royal family. And she was one such candidate, having been nominated without any blood relation to Queen and Ning. This was precisely why she had eagerly rushed to the foot of Dream River City, intent on capturing Yu Ling to restore the Fountain of Life. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly earn her significant merit. Ensuring her ascension to the next elven throne was without contest. In stark contrast to Anshi, Yu Ling, as a legitimate princess, was not merely selected. She was a true royal. This gave rise to her innate animosity towards Yu Ling, stemming not only from the enmity between the Moon Elves and Dark Elves, but also from the conflict between a potential heir and a legitimate heir. How can I not voice my thoughts? And she scoffed. She merely relies on her early arrival, wielding a plethora of privileges while proceeding with trepidation. Were I in her place, I would undoubtedly manage our affairs with utmost finesse. When Su Yi was present, she would never have dared to utter such words, as Su Yi would certainly have her taste the whip. However, with Su Yi absent, she was acutely aware that Yu Ling would not dare to interfere with her, and thus felt no fear. As she spoke, she not only refrained from restraint, but deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that Yu Ling, who was currently changing clothes, could not miss her words. Yu and Ning sighed. Upon careful reflection, she found no fault in Anshi's demeanor. After all, Su Yi was quite fond of this type, and should she present herself as overly submissive, Su Yi would scarcely regard her. There were countless beautiful women surrounding him, and obedient ones were innumerable. Losing one or two would hardly matter. If it came to gentleness and attentiveness, none could rival Yu Ling. With a soft creak of the door, Yu Ling emerged from her quarters, adorned in a resplendent gown. She surveyed the room, her gaze settling upon Anchi. She was unperturbed by any slight from this individual, instead smiling as she remarked, "Maintain this attitude. It would be best if you could sustain it before him as well. He is quite taken with your rebellious spirit. Have you not noticed that since you began to act timidly in his presence, he's been less inclined to approach you? Strive earnestly." With that, she waved her hand and descended the stairs to attend to her business. Yu Ling was acutely aware that Su Yi held no genuine affection for Anchi, and one could say that among all the women in the house, whether past goddesses or queens, few truly captured his heart. They were merely whimsical trophies he collected, akin to canaries in a gilded cage. Anchi was the type of unruly pet. Su Yi's interest lay solely in witnessing her flare up and then ensuring she remained subdued, a cyclical amusement in his otherwise mundane existence. Should she ever become entirely compliant and lose her fiery spirit, Su Yi would inevitably grow disinterested. As a considerate woman, Yu Ling was somewhat supportive of her partner's peculiar taste, although Su Yi's treatment of Anchi could be somewhat jarring, rendering it difficult for her to watch. She consistently maintained a humble stance. Regardless of Su Yi's actions toward her, she preserved an unruffled demeanor, never allowing it to influence his choices or intentions. Naturally, she harbored no feelings of jealousy. Moreover, were she to feel possessive, the true rivals to be wary of would be Vivi from the magical realm and Bai Lu from the interstellar world. Competing with a pet would be rather beneath her. What? The Tianyu Group has announced considerations to open the time-space portal? Why would they do that? Allowing access to these foreigners would surely lead to chaos. Just recently, Mrs. Yu Ling, the chairwoman and president of the Tianyu Group, held a press conference responding to the recent applications for various countries to jointly develop other worlds through the time-space portal. For nations on Blue Star, aside from the Zhuzhou region, this is undoubtedly good news. The Tianyu Group has softened its previously staunch refusal to communicate, now opening avenues for dialogue and negotiation. If they choose to open it, so be it. After all, the time-space portal belongs to the Tianyu Group, merely situated within our Zhuzhou. Indeed, one should not be excessively greedy. Upon close examination of the news, it becomes evident that the Tianyu Group's willingness to open the portal comes with conditions. Oh my, these conditions. Let me take a look. Hiss. Under the supervision of the Celestial Domain Group, all nuclear-armed nations of the world must disarm. Only then will the Celestial Domain Group contemplate partially opening the gateways of time and space to countries beyond the 9 provinces. Wait a moment. A spokesperson from the 9 provinces has also spoken. The ownership of the time and space gateways lies with the Celestial Domain Group. The 9 provinces fully support and respect the opinions of the Celestial Domain Group and are willing to take the lead in advancing the global disarmament process. How sensational! Chapter 458. The Royal Black History as Yu Ling articulated the stance of the Tianyu Group. The various factions that had previously clamored for the benefits lurking behind the gate of time fell into a sudden hush. This was not to imply that they relinquished their ambitions upon hearing the terms. Rather, the gravity of the matter necessitated a period of deliberation to assess its worthiness. Be it Yu Ling, Tian Shu, or Su Yi, who had initially participated in formulating this plan, each understood that, when confronted with colossal stakes, these individuals would inevitably yield. Given sufficient profit, capitalists would not hesitate to sell the very rope that might strangle them. Thus, casting aside those seemingly effective yet practically impotent nuclear arms in favor of greater gains did not appear to be an insurmountable dilemma. However, reaching a consensus would undoubtedly involve a multitude of overt and covert power struggles and exchanges of interests among them. Such affairs were beyond the purview of the Tianyu Group. After all, it was not the Tianyu Group that was currently in a hurry. In the magical realm, within the imperial palace of the blazing sun, Wei Wei awoke in the afternoon. Apart from the undeniable fatigue from her exertions, she found herself enchanted by the long-lost sensation of reliance on another, no longer needing to confront the complexities of the world alone. Su Yi, on the other hand, showed no inclination to rush her. Delaying the coronation ceremony until the following day was of no concern to him. It served merely to establish a sense of authority over the various factions awaiting outside. The nobility of this world had been perched upon their pedestals for far too long. The mere act of vanquishing a few deities might not suffice to compel certain individuals to fully grasp the reality of their situation. A gentle reminder of their place could prove beneficial. Your Majesty, the formal attire has been prepared. The maid, who had stood vigil outside for an entire day, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Wei Wei's summons. Throughout the day, countless representatives from various factions had approached her, inquiring about news pertaining to Wei Wei. Even a modest gift from any visitor was a treasure beyond her wildest dreams. However, mindful of the presence of Wei Wei and her formidable future imperial consort in the room, she dared not accept anything. To every visitor, her response was simply no comment. The noble lords, whom she had once revered, could only depart in disappointment, while they would not dare to utter threats or inducements in her presence. The predatory glances directed toward the petite maid weighed heavily upon her. "Let us dress," Wei Wei said, clad in a simple robe, as she allowed the maid to assist her in changing attire, showing no hesitation in the presence of Su Yi, who lay on the bed, engrossed in his studies. Once adorned in the emperor's ceremonial garments and properly groomed, she noticed that Su Yi still displayed no intention of rising. She approached him softly. "Are you not going to change your clothes?" "Change clothes?" Su Yi shuruk nonchalantly. "There are plenty of garments in the space. I can simply pick one later. Our attire is far simpler than yours, devoid of the elaborate preparations that consume half a day. I have prepared a formal outfit for you," Wei Wei said, a slight blush coloring her cheeks as she playfully urged, "Why not try it on?" As Su Yi lifted his gaze, he beheld two maidens carrying a robust clothing rack into the chamber, upon which rested a meticulously crafted robe inspired by the magical world. Adorned with an array of colorful gemstones and embroidered with golden threads depicting the image of a divine dragon, it exuded opulence yet retained an air of elegance, devoid of any vulgarity. I had this specially made, taking into account the opinions of many from the 9 provinces who have ventured here. The design features the totem of your world. Do you like it? Vivi inquired with a hint of anticipation. "It's exquisite," Su Yi affirmed with a nod. This was no mere flattery. The fusion of the two styles was surprisingly harmonious. "Now, let us hasten, so they can assist you in donning it," Vivi urged, pulling him from the bed. Although he was uncertain why she was so adamant about him changing attire, he was more than willing to indulge her modest request. Before long, the lavish robe of the magical realm adorned him. To his surprise, he looked quite dashing. Moreover, it seemed imbued with numerous special magical arrays, imparting an extraordinary comfort that surpassed any bespoke garments crafted by the finest tailors on Blue Star. As the protagonist of the day, Vivi had a plethora of tasks awaiting her, and thus Su Yi chose not to linger. Given his current status, his mere presence in the palace instilled a palpable tension among the courtiers, who dared not err in the slightest, lest they incur his displeasure. Vivi, however, was an exception, one of the few in this realm capable of withstanding Su Yi's formidable presence. Ahem. Such a grand ceremony required extensive preparation, and since Vivi had only recently awakened, there was still some time before the official proceedings commenced. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Su Yi decided to meander through the palace. It felt no different from his own garden, allowing him the freedom to roam wherever he pleased, unimpeded by anyone. As he wandered, he stumbled upon an immense structure resembling a library. The guards at the entrance dared not impede his passage, and he entered freely. This royal repository spanned several levels. The lowest contained ordinary paper books, chronicling the knowledge of common folk. Ascending further, the text began to delve into the realms of magic and martial arts cultivation. The materials transitioned from standard paper to parchment, or even enchanted tomes capable of enduring for millennia without decay. Within its walls resided a multitude of secrets from millennia past, some dating back tens of thousands of years. The items housed here, collected by the royal family, were no trifles. They were significant revelations. Among them were scandalous tales that entertained Su Yi in his idle moments. The first empress of the Radiant Sun Empire, Alice Radiant, ascended the throne due to her intriguing liaison with a deity while still a princess, bearing 2 sons in the process. Was the noble circle truly so chaotic? The emperor heralded as the revival emperor, Hoden Radiant, was a brother with an unsettling fixation on his sister, nearly losing his throne due to an inappropriate relationship with her. After his ascension, he not only named his sister as empress, but also designated his elder sister as a concubine. How perplexing! The spouse of the venerable Qiyong, known as Yaoyue, once went to extraordinary lengths to cultivate a unique form of magic, even summoning 3,000 boys under the age of 10 to reside in a palace for 2 years without venturing outside. How scandalous! Though Su-yi was aware that the affairs of royal families were often rife with unsavory secrets, the revelations contained within this record were exceedingly shocking. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts, for something felt amiss. Why, indeed, would the Qiyong royal family's library document such a sordid history? Were they concerned that future generations might remain oblivious to it? Chapter 459. What are you after, my friend? Su-yi casually flipped through the shelves on the 7th floor of the library, in an area designated as the secret record zone. This section was brimming with volumes, nearly all chronicling the various scandals of the Radiant Sun Empire's royal family. These included, but were not limited to, incestuous marriages, fratricide, sibling affairs, and mother-son relationships. In essence, the overarching theme was one of scandalous indulgence. Were it not for Wei Wei having already verified certain truths, he might have doubted if there were any sane individuals left in that family. Of course, such records naturally chronicle the outrageous. If there were truly normal individuals, they would not have made it into these annals. Thus, despite the plethora of absurdities adorning the walls, one must consider that the Radiant Sun Empire boasted a history spanning over 100,000 years, and perhaps in that vast expanse of time, the number of peculiar deviants was not that excessive. It stands to reason that, over such a lengthy period, a few oddities would emerge. However, to assert that the entire Radiant family consisted solely of these anomalies would be an unjust exaggeration. This raises a pertinent question. Who meticulously documented all these sordid affairs? Were the sovereigns of the Radiant Sun Empire truly oblivious, or were they simply illiterate? With an entire wall dedicated to such dark histories, how could no one deem it problematic? Not a single soul had suggested that these matters should be addressed, leaving them to languish in neglect. Surely, this family could not be so brazen as to disregard their own tarnished legacy? It would be exceedingly shameless. While 1 or 2 individuals might exhibit such audacity, it would be implausible for successive emperors of the Radiant line to collectively dismiss their reputation. With these thoughts in mind, he called out without turning, "Someone come." Soon, an elderly man clad in a white robe slowly ascended the stairs. "What is your command, my lord?" The intricate patterns on his robe signified that he was a sorcerer, and a high-ranking one at that, being an 8th-tier mage. The library was replete with magical restrictions that required a mage's oversight, which posed no issue for Su. He did not question it. He merely gestured towards the wall of royal scandals and inquired, "Why are these records displayed here?" The 7th floor is designated as the historical record zone. These are authentic events that have transpired and thus rightfully belong here, the old man responded, seemingly oblivious to the essence of Su-yi's inquiry, his tone overly formal. "Have you perused the contents within?" Su-yi's eyes narrowed, an evaluative glint surfacing. "Of course," the elder replied calmly, "regardless of whether they are virtuous or vile, if they have occurred and impacted this nation, they must be documented to serve as a warning for future generations." While his words held a semblance of truth, Su-yi furrowed his brow, poised to elaborate. "Yet," the old man interjected, "I have heard that you hail from another world. Recently, I had the opportunity to converse with visitors from your realm. It is said that in your world, there exists a tradition of historical documentation, with historians regarded as noble professionals, renowned for their unwavering integrity and commitment to truth. Do you believe this to be right or wrong?" Su-yi finally turned around, scrutinizing the gaunt old man before him with earnestness. He then smiled and said, "I have no intention of debating right or wrong with you. I merely wish to pose a question. Please answer me truthfully." "Pray ask," the old man replied. "Are the members of the Radiant Sun royal family aware of the books that are kept here?" The old man fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "No, they are not." "Are they blind?" Su-yi retorted. It is merely a simple concealment spell. Aside from a few young royal descendants, there are not many from the royal family who would come here to peruse these books. When they do come, it is primarily to study the treasured magical arts and martial techniques housed in the upper levels. That is not correct, Su insisted, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the old man. This reasoning fails to account for how such dark histories have remained undiscovered for over 100,000 years. The notion that royal offspring do not enjoy reading is sheer nonsense. Over such an extensive period, within such a vast royal lineage, what peculiarities have been absent? Moreover, a love for reading is hardly an eccentric or niche interest. Yu Ling has nearly perused the entirety of the Elven Kingdom's collection, and though the scale of their library cannot rival that of the Radiant Sun Empire, it is inconceivable that there exists only one royal descendant akin to Yu Ling throughout the Empire's long history. If they truly wish to read, they cannot possibly be deceived by a mere concealment spell. After all, such spells are mere illusions. They can obscure the visibility of the books, but this vast, open area cannot simply vanish. There will always be the curious who will notice the discrepancies. It is utterly implausible to conceal it. Even the historians of Blue Star cannot all be unafraid of authority, penning the truth fearlessly. It is precisely because there are so few principled historians that those who dare to document dark histories become legends in their own right. The essence of human nature remains the same across both worlds. One cannot assert that the historians of your magical realm are all fearless, willing to record these dark histories in their entirety. Furthermore, I discerned no restrictions or concealment spells when I arrived. I could see these books clearly upon my approach. Even before reaching this level, I noticed the enormous sign indicating the secretive area on the 5th floor. It was exceedingly conspicuous. Anyone with eyesight could perceive it. You possess a keen insight, Su Yi remarked, locking his gaze onto the old man with certainty. The old man, however, did not seem surprised. He had not expected such crude tactics to evade the scrutiny of one who had slain countless deities. Indeed, your perception is sharp, he said, slightly bowing before straightening his stooped frame, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes. Adopting a condescending demeanor, he addressed Su Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Manhwa, the chosen of the divine, a servant of the Supreme Lord, the one true deity of this world, the spirit of sky and earth, the master of worlds, the great primordial god Weir. As he spoke, the old man's previous frailty vanished, his posture erect and firm, akin to a resilient pine. The aura emanating from him was no longer that of an 8th-tier mage. The last time Su Yi felt such overwhelming pressure and presence was on the plains where the time-space gate resided, exuded by the deities he had dispatched with ease, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the old man before him. In fact, the old man's essence was surpassingly formidable, even more so than the mightiest among those deities. A being not affiliated with the Radiant Sun family had stealthily lurked within the opulent palace of the Radiant Sun Empire for over 100,000 years, yet had never been discovered. Evidently, he had not engaged in any significant deeds during this extensive period. He merely remained ensconced within this library, quietly chronicling the sordid affairs of the Radiant Sun royal family. Pray tell, what is your aim, my friend? Chapter 460. You cannot escape. It seemed that Su Yi's bewilderment was palpable. The old man known as Feng Hua elaborated. Over 100,000 years ago, I was instructed by the supreme deity to lie in wait within the palace of the Radiant Sun Empire for a guest from another world. These records are merely a reflection of my personal interests and hold little significance. Could this guest from another world possibly refer to me? Initially disinterested and merely perusing, Su Yi now found himself intrigued. He casually produced a set of tables and chairs along with a tea set, seated himself first, and gestured towards an empty chair, saying, "Please sit and elaborate." As he spoke, he poured 2 cups of steaming tea. Seemingly unguarded, he appeared to have no reservations about the old man. However, Lin Iran had already bestowed upon him several talismans, which now resided in his pocket. Additionally, a small iron orb, the manifestation of the treasured sword gifted by Lin Iran, rested in his hand. Given the old man's formidable prowess, should he harbor any ulterior motives or utter something like, The supreme deity has kept me waiting for over 100,000 years to eliminate you. The foreign demon. He could certainly pose a significant threat. With these treasures at hand, He was confident he could defend himself effectively. I am here merely to convey the will of the supreme deity and have no intention of taking action against you. There is no need for you to be so apprehensive, the old man reassured, setting aside the treasures. It was undeniable that Su's own strength was far inferior to that of the old man. Such subtle movements could hardly escape the old man's notice. Fortunately, he did not intend to conceal anything, stating candidly, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. It is wise to maintain some level of caution to converse at ease." This statement held truth. Fengwu took a seat, lifted his teacup, and sipped, seemingly untroubled by the possibility of poison within. After finishing, he remarked, "An unusual beverage. It would likely not find favor among us. Sui, non jomital yit intrigit, invitit. What message does your supreme deity wish to convey to me?" Fengwu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the iron orb in Suyi's hand. "Your cultivation system indeed surpasses our magical martial arts in both strength and comprehensiveness. It is the crystallization of countless individuals' efforts over eons, and rightfully so. Sui repliet gesuali. This is no exaggeration. The cultivation realm that Lin Iran inhabits has likely existed far longer than mere billions of years. The path of cultivation they have developed over such an extended period is certainly not comparable to the paltry magical martial arts of our world." Fengwu did not refute this, but continued with the question. "Do you truly believe that a more comprehensive cultivation system is inherently better? Or, to rephrase, do all beings in this world genuinely require cultivation to attain greater strength and longevity? Surely, this is far preferable to plundering the essence of the world and exhausting resources to gain strength and longevity. Wouldn't you agree?" Sui retorted. With the conversation reaching this point, he was no fool. If he could not deduce that the so-called supreme deity was the mastermind behind the magical world, then he would indeed have a problem. Once, there existed a period in this world characterized by unfettered freedom and a flourishing cultivation system, where myriad beings contended for liberty beneath the frosty heavens. In the eyes of the fire, a flicker of nostalgia emerged. I have witnessed those scenes firsthand. It was a vibrant and prosperous era. Had it continued on that trajectory, after several 100,000 years of evolution, this world might have mirrored the cultivation system you now comprehend. So why then? Why did your deity sever this positive progression? Sui interrupted his reverie. For all of this was orchestrated by the divine, who, having the power to foster the cultivation system's vigorous growth, naturally possessed the authority to halt such advancement. The fire was ablaze with fervor. The divine has his own considerations. Since he has acted thus, there must be a rationale behind it. I am but a servant of the divine and need not inquire into such reasons. Enough of this nonsense, Sui scoffed. If you truly cared not for the reasons, why then do you paint a picture of that time, speaking of it as if it were a paradise on earth? Do not feign the guise of a religious zealot. You too are perplexed as to why the deity would act in such a manner, are you not? Just now, when you beheld the sword pill, your envy was unmistakable, yet you dared not voice your inquiries, thus resorting to this irrelevant chatter before me. What do you wish for me to ask on your behalf? The fire's expression momentarily faltered, then, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped upon, it sprang upright. Though you may be a guest, you must not casually question my reverence for the true deity. Fine, fine, you're the most devout. Can we dispense with the trivialities? What, pray tell, does your deity wish to convey to me? Speak swiftly, for I have matters to attend to. Sui waved his hand with impatience. Clearly, it was not only he who struggled to comprehend the machinations of the one who controlled the world from the shadows. Even the minions of that entity were equally bewildered, yet dared not voice their doubts. The fire regained its composure, adopting a solemn demeanor as it addressed Sui from its elevated position. The divine proclaims that traversing myriad realms may not be a blessing from above, but rather the most malevolent of curses, a poison that drags the world into an abyss. The divine states that from the moment you acquired this ability, you have become a mere mouse, a plaything within a cage, a pawn upon a chessboard, your fate intertwined with that of your world, irrevocably predetermined. I cannot escape. Nor can you. The initial phrases retained a calm and somber tone, as if uttered by a soulless conduit. Yet, as the latter part unfolded, not only did the countenance grow fierce, but the very timbre of the voice transformed entirely. The suppressed madness and hysteria within the voice were genuine outpourings of emotion, entirely unlike the words of a mere relayer. However, at that moment, he had no inclination to concern himself with the fire's state. From the instant the first words left its lips, he was enveloped in shock. The ability to traverse myriad realms, a trading platform. This shadowy figure was even aware of the existence of the trading platform. Moreover, the implications gleaned from his words suggest that he may indeed have once been a member of the trading platform. In this moment, many perplexing questions that had long troubled he suddenly found clarity. For instance, how is it possible that in a magical realm, a civilization steeped in mysticism and far from being advanced, individuals could excavate the very essence of the world and even distribute it to those so-called deities and demigods, granting these feeble practitioners an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan? This notion is fundamentally irrational. Furthermore, in a world characterized by balanced development, how could an entity of such unfathomable strength arise, abruptly interrupting the natural progression of the entire world and skewing the evolution of its cultivation system? Theoretically, such occurrences should be utterly impossible, contradicting any principles of world development. Yet, if this individual were indeed a member of the trading platform, it would elucidate all these phenomena. Nevertheless, with this revelation, even more questions began to surface. Chapter 461. A tangled mystery. The most pressing question remains. If this individual is a member of the trading platform, then theoretically, there should not be another member within the magical realm. Yet, what of Vivi? Of course, if one departs from their own world for an extended period, they will lose their membership and all associated privileges. Should anyone wish to relinquish their membership, they could, much like establish a mutual trust through prolonged trading with the world, subsequently opening a portal through time and space, or by other means, directly visiting another realm to compel the trading platform to revoke their membership. However, the portal is fundamentally reliant on the existence of the trading platform, necessitating that both worlds possess agents of the platform. If one loses their agent privileges, it is tantamount to their world being forcibly offline from the trading platform, thereby rendering the portal inoperative. Other methods might entail similar restrictions. In essence, if a member of the trading platform seeks to evade to another world to shed their membership, theoretically, they would be unable to return to their original world. The only plausible way for a trading platform member to relinquish their status while remaining in their original world is through death within that realm. There exists, theoretically, another possibility. He once heard Lin Iran mention that practitioners at the Great Ascension stage, upon further advancement, enter the domain of the immortals. These legendary beings possess the ability to traverse the void and wander between myriad worlds at will. Thus, if a member were to hide in another world for a time, shedding their trading platform membership, and they still retain the strength of an immortal, they could potentially return to their original world by shattering the void with their supreme power. Could it be that this fellow named Will is employing such tactics? No, that seems utterly implausible. He genuinely doubts that if this individual possessed such formidable strength and a profound desire for control over this world, he would allow himself and Vivi to wreak havoc in a magical realm. He would have likely emerged long ago to deliver a swift retribution. Moreover, there exists another significant point of doubt. The deranged old man before him had inadvertently disclosed a wealth of information within his earlier ramblings, including the name of the so-called supreme deity, Will. Vivi had recounted her harrowing encounter in the village in detail. The crux of the matter likely revolves around the old village chief named Will, who had reportedly been deceased for a month. Many had been ensnared in an illusion at the time, yet only Vivi seemed to catch a glimpse of the peculiar village chief. The others remained oblivious. She speculated that the ominous umbrella of the people had been deliberately gifted to her by this entity through such means. He had previously conjectured whether this figure might be the clandestine puppeteer of the magical world, and now he had finally received confirmation. Subsequent investigations revealed that Vivi's subordinates had ascertained that the village chief, who was supposed to have been dead for a month, was indeed named Will, perfectly aligning with the moniker of the so-called supreme deity. He cannot bring himself to believe that such coincidences could exist in this world. Yet, the two appearances of Will are starkly contrasting. In Vivi's recollections, the old village chief who she encountered in the illusion seemed exceedingly gentle, presenting her with a myriad umbrella, as if he were attempting to impart knowledge beyond the existing magical martial arts system. However, the Will that Soo-yi now faces is quite different. He does not believe that the last few words uttered were merely conveyed by this emaciated old man. Rather, the madness and hysteria seem to suggest that the man is engaging him directly. This supreme deity, Will, does not disguise his disdain for the trading platform members, evident in both his frenzied words and resentful demeanor. There is, faintly, an undercurrent of fear, as if a prisoner were exhibiting a final bout of madness before facing judgment. Both he and Vivi are members of the trading platform. It seems illogical for this being to harbor goodwill towards Vivi while displaying animosity towards him. After all, they are engaged in nearly identical pursuits, with the only distinction being his origin from Blue Star, while Vivi is an original member of this world's trading platform. It is indeed peculiar, profoundly so. Your Highness, the coronation ceremony is about to commence. The soft voice of the maid suddenly roused Soo-yi from his contemplation. He paused, realizing she was addressing him, and turned to glance at the maid, who had quietly entered the library, perplexed. Your Highness? He inquired. According to the customs of the empire, the consort of the empress typically receives the title of prince, the maid respectfully explained. The Qiyang Empire has existed long enough that encountering eccentricities is no longer unusual. The emergence of a female emperor is now commonplace, accompanied by established traditions. Thus, with Soo-yi's support, Vivi's ascension faced little resistance. Had this been ancient Jojo, surely a multitude of self-righteous individuals would have emerged, decrying her rise as a disruption of propriety and a reversal of cosmic order. I shall attend immediately. You may leave now. Soo-yi waved his hand, and the maid promptly exited. He then regarded the old man, who, after his bout of madness, had seated himself in silence, seemingly awaiting a response. After a moment of contemplation, Soo-yi cautiously asked, So, you were a member of this world's platform before? The mysteries abound, and the depths of concealment are profound, making any investigation nearly impossible. Rather than engaging in a drawn-out mental exercise, it would be far more effective to seize the opportunity for direct dialogue. The frail old man neither denied nor exhibited the previous frenzy. Instead, he spoke slowly. The so-called connection between myriad realms, facilitating the exchange of resources, is essentially an act of hastening the maturity of a civilization. However, such endeavors are not without cost. The gifts of fate have long been marked with a price. Even practitioners reaching the pinnacle can only grasp the surface, while individuals traverse the void. With merely the signing of a document, one can traverse the myriad realms at will, even constructing portals through time and space that seamlessly connect two utterly disparate worlds. What immense power this is! Do you truly believe that the sacrifices you currently make could possibly equate to even a fraction of the value inherent in such boundless access to other worlds? In this world, there has never been a case of fortune falling from the sky without effort. As he spoke, his eyes were vacant and devoid of emotion, resembling a soulless recording device mechanically reiterating his words. Soo-yi observed coldly, refraining from expressing his thoughts. Yet, he found himself in agreement with the sentiments articulated by this individual. Chapter 462. We shall soon meet again in the realm of cultivation. Even the most formidable practitioners are unable to transcend the void and venture into other worlds. Only upon attaining the status of an immortal can one catch a glimpse of such pathways. The agents of the trading platform, be they Soo-yi, Wei, or the celestial creature by Lu from the interstellar world, even Lin-yi Ran from the present world, may possess a modicum of strength, yet they remain far from the ability to shatter the void. Soo-yi and Bai Lu were, until recently, merely ordinary individuals from a technologically advanced world. By signing a simple agreement on the trading platform, they became agents, acquiring powers that even the gods cannot possess, enabling them to traverse various realms in an endless exchange of goods. From any perspective, this arrangement strikes one as fundamentally unreasonable. The trading platform grants them the ability to navigate worlds and even bestows its members with the power to connect two realms. Yet the benefits accrued by the platform itself are minimal, so scant, in fact, that it could be deemed an act of altruism. He had contemplated this conundrum long before, ultimately attributing it to the platform being a manifestation of some inherent rule or perhaps a whimsical creation of a powerful entity. While this line of reasoning may lack rationality, he could conjure no other explanation. At present, the individual before him alluded to grander schemes harbored by the trading platform, a conjecture he had entertained, one that seemed even more plausible. Yet, he was reluctant to dwell on that avenue of thought. To put it plainly, as a member of the trading platform, nearly everything he possessed stemmed from it, his interests intricately bound to the platform's existence. Even if there were some colossal plot brewing behind the scenes, he found himself irrevocably committed to this singular path, to forsake everything and retreat to an unfamiliar world, shedding his identity as a member of the trading platform. In light of the vast uncertainties, acting solely on the words of this individual would be sheer folly. Is there anything further to say? Sui inwaited, noting the gaunt old man's sudden silence. The notion of interconnecting myriad worlds had devolved into mere repetition. I wish to meet with you. Shall we arrange time? Regardless of the circumstances, this individual undoubtedly possessed knowledge of many hidden secrets. Whether they were truths or fabrications mattered not. Understanding them was essential for making informed decisions. The old man's hollow gaze seemed to flicker with a hint of irritation as he stared at Sui. After a moment, he unexpectedly broke into an enigmatic smile, saying, "Soon, very soon, we shall meet again." With those words, the old man collapsed. The immense pressure that had previously emanated from him, surpassing that of most deities, gradually dissipated. Flesh and blood began to detach from his form, transforming into wisps of black smoke upon touching the ground, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, a living being had been reduced to a mere pile of bones, which, when touched, crumbled into a fine powder. Only a solitary white ceremonial robe remained, serving as evidence that a living soul had once conversed with him in this very place. Sui gazed silently at the pile of ashes before him for a considerable time, before finally rising to descend from the library. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the sight of the maid patiently awaiting him at the door, alongside a lavish carriage that had been prepared outside. The palace, after all, was rather vast. Earlier, Sui had expressed a desire to meander alone, allowing himself the liberty to roam for an entire month. However, now he was to attend the grand ceremony of the Empress's coronation, and walking there would be deemed inappropriate given his station. The coronation was to take place in a magnificent square situated outside the imperial palace of the capital. In the blazing Sun Empire, momentous events and significant holidays were celebrated with grand festivities, and this square was specifically designed for such occasions. Having only recently arrived in the capital, Sui had yet to visit this locale. He had merely heard whispers of its awe-inspiring architecture. Upon arriving in the opulent carriage, he realized that he had utterly underestimated the magnitude of the term grand. In a realm where the plight of the populace was disregarded, the deities and nobility of the magical world seemed to view the common people as mere pawns. He had assumed that the towering walls of the capital, reaching heights of 1 to 200 meters and thicknesses of 50 to 60 meters, intricately adorned with various magical engravings, were already monumental. Little did he know, this so-called ceremonial square exceeded all expectations. The square's area was roughly estimated to span over 10 square kilometers, a vast expanse stretching infinitely before the eye. The surface of this enormous square was paved entirely with a material reminiscent of white jade, embellished with magical patterns of indeterminate purpose. Unsuyise perception. These features appear to hold neither offensive nor defensive capabilities. Moreover, the flooring was not merely a single layer. Each special stone slab was approximately 3 meters thick and covered an area of about 50 square meters, all composed of solid granite blocks. The sheer volume of these materials required to construct such a vast square must have involved hundreds of thousands of these unique stones, potentially hollowing out entire mountains. In comparison, the pyramids of Blue Star could only be regarded as children's toys. Beyond the massive stones laid upon the ground, he discerned that the foundation beneath was also specially treated, composed of even larger and more intact superstones. A single stone taken from this foundation, placed on the surface, would, after several decades or centuries, transform into a towering mountain hundreds of meters high. Beneath that lay layers of similarly treated native soil and rock, marked by an abundance of magical traces, seemingly intended to reinforce the foundation against the weight of the colossal stones above. In addition to the extraordinary ground, the edifices surrounding the square were equally imposing. Dominating the main thoroughfare at the square's forefront were numerous towering statues. He could vaguely recognize that these sculptures depicted the deities of the blazing sun family. The smallest of the statues, upon estimation, stands at an impressive height of 200 to 300 meters, meticulously carved from a singular massive stone block, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and remarkable realism. A gentle, ethereal light emanates from its surface, imbued with a divine essence, suggesting it has been venerated by countless worshippers. Indeed, this world is not devoid of religious institutions. The deities revered by the Celestial Empire are, without a doubt, the ancestral spirits of the royal lineage or certain divine beings born within the empire itself. The towering statue at the entrance of the plaza, already magnificent at 200 to 300 meters, merely represents a demigod. This figure is familiar to Sui, having accompanied the Celestial Emperor to greet him a few days prior, lacking even the honor of holding the reins. As one ventures deeper, the statues become increasingly extraordinary, each more towering than the last, yet they all remain within the realm of several hundred meters, as they are merely demigods. It is only at the heart of the plaza that one encounters the statues of true deities, each soaring to heights exceeding 1,000 meters. Chapter 463. To extract wealth in abundance, to use it as mere sand prior to the emergence of the Tianyu group. The productivity of Blue Star was such that even towering edifices of 1,000 meters were non-existent. Yet, in this otherworldly realm, majestic statues reaching heights of over 1,000 meters stood in rows, inundating the landscape. These statues lined the main thoroughfare of the plaza, each intricately carved with an array of arcane symbols that radiated a sacred luminescence and an air of majesty, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence and awe in those who beheld them. At the terminus of the main avenue, there loomed a veritable artificial mountain, or rather, a colossal altar. Upon estimation, the altar's height appeared to be around 2,000 meters, a fact confirmed by an accompanying maid who revealed it to be precisely 1999 meters. Such an imposing altar, if constructed in accordance with the pyramid-like architecture of Blue Star, would command a base area spanning several square kilometers, occupying a significant portion of the plaza. However, in this realm governed by metaphysical principles, the grandeur and visual impact of the structure outweigh the conventional adherence to physical laws in architectural design. Thus, despite its magnificent appearance, the altar's actual ground coverage was not excessively vast, with the base estimated to encompass merely hundreds of thousands of square meters, akin to the towering skyscrapers of Blue Star. While they lacked the technological prowess to mitigate the risks associated with constructing super tall buildings, they possessed the enchantments of magic. Beyond the main structure of the altar lay an extraordinarily lengthy staircase, inclined at a 45-degree angle, comprising precisely 9,999 steps, as per the maid's account. A cursory glance revealed that the altar was not erected upon any natural mountain, but was painstakingly constructed from a distinctive material found at ground level. Behind the altar stood two towering statues that pierced the clouds, one male and one female. It was needless to elaborate. These were undoubtedly the venerable figures of the sun god and the moon goddess. The statues stood hand in hand at the rear of the altar, their benevolent gazes cast upon it, harmonizing perfectly with the preceding statues, symbolizing the divine guardianship over this empire. Having surveyed this spectacle, Su-yi gained a newfound appreciation for the magical wonders of this world, as well as the opulence exhibited by its elite. The towering city walls were somewhat comprehensible to him, even with divine protection. The deities of the empire typically intervened only during invasions by external foes or disturbances caused by those outside the sun god's lineage. Internal strife within the royal family was beyond their concern. The reigning emperor, in an effort to preserve his dominion, naturally sought to fortify the capital's walls, rendering them more magnificent and defensively robust, an expected practice during the era of imperial rule. As for the royal palace, his visits had been few, and his recollections were limited to its vastness, devoid of any striking features. Yet, it was within this plaza that he truly experienced the awe of the magical world. It was as if they regarded wealth as trifling and human life as inconsequential. Ironically, as the grand ceremony was on the cusp of commencing, the plaza had already become a gathering place for a multitude of subjects hailing from various corners of the Sun Empire. In a bid to appease Wei Wei and Su-yi, the officials endeavored to amplify the grandeur of the occasion, inviting not only the residents of the imperial capital, but also the recently gathered and relocated refugees from the surrounding areas, as mandated by Wei Wei. For these displaced individuals, the identity of the imperial ruler held little significance. However, participation in such a grand ceremony promised celebratory festivities thereafter. Although their immediate survival was assured, they were still constrained to mere subsistence. The prospect of a feast drew them in droves, resulting in a significant congregation of refugees in the square. Compared to the relatively well-off citizens of the capital, these refugees, though their living conditions had improved considerably, still bore the marks of hardship, emaciated and clad in tattered garments. Despite the efforts made by the garment factories in Jiuzhou, which had been working tirelessly to fulfill Wei Wei's orders, the demand far exceeded supply. Especially with the onset of winter's bitter chill, the refugees, lacking proper clothing, resorted to stuffing themselves into whatever they could find to ward off the cold. Wearing threadbare clothes with straw and rags stuffed inside, yet still shivering in the icy winds. Fortunately, the specially engraved stones laid on the ground seemed to possess a heating function, akin to underfloor heating, providing some respite from the frigid air. The stark contrast of a lavish celebration set against the backdrop of ragged commoners created a striking visual tableau. Only someone like Su-yi, hailing from the Blue Star, would perceive the inherent irony in this juxtaposition. The aristocracy of the magical realm remained indifferent to them. Allowing these common folk to attend the celebration and stand in the square was a monumental act of benevolence. Many noble officials took pride in their actions, believing that their gestures would earn them favor in the eyes of the prince from the Blue Star, known for his compassion towards the commoners, and the soon-to-be crowned monarch. Wei Wei's coronation ceremony was set to take place at the altar, where she would ascend the steps, while distinguished guests would stand on either side of the broad staircase. The higher one stood, the greater their status. Deities typically abstained from such ceremonies, with occasional participation from a few who would don the crown upon the head of the ascendant heir, usually as elders of the Zhiyang family. However, this occasion would be an exception, as all deities and demigods from the Zhiyang lineage who were free from pressing matters would attend the celebration, with the uppermost steps reserved for them. Naturally, the highest position was designated for Su-yi. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a retinue of maidens and guards, alongside an opulent palanquin awaiting him. Should he choose, he need not walk at all. He could be carried aloft. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they need not attend to him, and his gaze fell upon the Jiuzhou delegation also preparing to ascend the steps. The venerable Lin, at the forefront, noticed his approach and immediately greeted him with an expression that was somewhat peculiar. As anticipated, his first utterance was, this place certainly possesses an impressive grandeur." With that, he discreetly surveyed the ragged commoners surrounding him, his eyes filled with a profound sense of lamentation. Clearly, this veteran general, who once fought valiantly for the ordinary citizens of the 9 provinces, enduring the harshest of conditions on the battlefield and battling fierce enemies with unwavering resolve, found the customs of the magical realm to be quite distasteful. The heart of one resonates with the hearts of countless others. Qin AI revels in extravagance. Yet one also thinks of their kin. How unfortunate that all is consumed to the last grain, squandered as if it were mere dust. Chapter 464. The ruins of the Yapang Palace. He was rather taken aback to witness the Yapang Palace ode, which he had studied in his youthful naivety, materialized before him after so many years. It truly resonated with the adage that education possesses a long-term and delayed impact. At some moment in the future, one may suddenly comprehend the significance behind the knowledge acquired, and it is only when that boomerang, which traverses years, strikes back that one's education reaches a full circle. He possessed a keen self-awareness and never fancied himself a virtuous individual, let alone a savior. His belief that the world ought not to be as it is stemmed merely from a subjective aversion, devoid of any notions of justice or grand ideals. Yet often, his discontent sufficed to instigate considerable change. This was indeed far more outrageous than the Yapang Palace itself. Old Lin mumbled something under his breath, but refrained from elaborating. Primarily, he was mindful that they were surrounded by the aristocracy of the magical realm, individuals adept at navigating the winds of fortune. It had long been apparent that there existed substantial collaborative potential with Jojo, and now, to varying degrees, they had all acquired some knowledge of the Jojo dialect. It would be rather inappropriate to belittle others in their presence, especially since he had come with the Jojo delegation as its leader. He represented Jojo's stance, and thus chose to remain discreet. Su-yi, however, felt no such reservations. He gestured for Old Lin to ascend the steps alongside him, inquiring as they walked, having spent some time surveying this world. What are your impressions? Old Lin glanced around, noting that the nobles around Su-yi dared only to nod and bow, entirely hesitant to approach or pry further. He shook his head and sighed. It is quite disheartening. Before our arrival, we only gleaned a glimpse of this world through the reports submitted periodically by the advance teams, which provided merely a superficial understanding of its general landscape. Yet, no matter how meticulous the reports, they pale in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. Upon arrival, I realized the truth behind the saying that knowledge gained from paper feels shallow. I thought I was mentally prepared for the backwardness and chaos of this world. But upon experiencing it, I found it still difficult to accept. What do you mean by difficult to accept? Suyi read it lightly. There is simply too much. Our own observations, coupled with recent images and videos provided by the Jojo merchants and adventurers who traverse the space-time portal to arrive here. They are truly shocking. Old Lin paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. You're familiar with the concept of cannibalism during dire times, are you not? In our homeland, even during the feudal era, should such a calamity occur, it would undoubtedly be recorded as a significant historical event, with countless literati penning critiques of the social darkness and the plight of the people. Yet here, it seems to be not an unusual occurrence. Our team, under the Empress's directive, was accompanied by a cadre of knights and officials to explore the vicinity of the imperial capital. Within 100 miles of the capital, we did not encounter any humanitarian disasters. Many refugees displaced by the civil war have, for the most part, been provided shelter. The conditions are not ideal, but there is at least some refuge from the elements and a morsel to eat, ensuring they do not succumb to starvation or exposure. Beyond this realm, it becomes utterly impossible to behold. The officials accompanying the blazing sun empire persistently obstruct our view, forbidding us from witnessing the scene. It was only due to the Empress dispatching a trusted guard to accompany us, ensuring he adhered to our commands, that we were granted the opportunity to glimpse a few sights. The scene. Bones lay exposed upon the fields 1,000 miles devoid of any sound of roosters. Perhaps this encapsulates the situation. Corpses littered the sides of the official road, some in the process of decay, others entirely decomposed, reduced to mere skeletons. While a number had only recently perished, their forms grotesquely ravaged by beasts, neglected by all. Approximately 200 kilometers from the imperial capital, we finally discover a village inhabited by the living, consisting of about 100 households, amounting to around 800 souls, each emaciated and frail. Many suffered from abdominal swelling, likely a consequence of consuming too much earth, indicating their days were numbered. Upon our arrival, the village was engaged in the preparation of 2 large pots. containing a hodgepodge of ingredients: rats, rabbits, jackals, and even fragments of human remains. When we inquired, they explained they had scavenged the bodies from the roadside. The animals, too, were drawn to feast upon the corpses. The villagers had subsisted on these meager morsels, supplemented by tree bark and wild vegetables, for nearly 2 months. Yet, even this was insufficient. The official road nearby had nearly yielded all its remains, either entirely decomposed and inedible, rendering survival through the harsh winter impossible. Moreover, the corpses were far from sanitary, and nearly every villager had fallen ill. Furthermore, a group of local bullies thrived within the village, abstaining from carrion, preferring instead to prey upon the living, specifically women and children. Fearing a desperate resistance from the villagers, they refrained from outright theft, instead exchanging a meager supply of grain, 10 pounds of grain for a 20-pound infant. Can you fathom such a transaction? At this juncture, the voice of old Lin trembled slightly. How did they ultimately resolve the situation? He had not witnessed it firsthand, but maintained his composure. The Empress's decision to release a substantial amount of grain was no secret. We questioned the local officials as to why they disregarded the plight of these common folk. They lamented their powerlessness, explaining that even after the Civil War's conclusion, numerous marauding troops continued to ravage the surroundings, making it perilous for their supplies to reach the villagers. Often seized en route, even if grain were distributed, they could not assure that the villagers would receive it, and the mere presence of provisions could incite further plundering, culminating in the village's destruction. I inquired as to why they did not dispatch troops to relocate these villagers to the vicinity of the imperial capital. They replied that nearly 100 million refugees had already been settled around the capital, with the surrounding forests stripped bare of trees, rendering further relocation impossible. Moreover, with the Empress's coronation ceremony impending, dignitaries from various nations were expected to attend, and the overwhelming presence of refugees would be quite unsightly. Subsequently, I instructed my team to distribute all available grain to the villagers, urging the accompanying knights and officials to contribute their own provisions. Reluctantly, they complied, as it was purchased at my expense. In this world, there is nothing truly novel. The elite forces within the capital of the Radiant Sun Empire number in the millions. If they so desired, they could effortlessly exert control over the surrounding 1,000 miles, rendering the marauding armies impotent. However, allowing these chaotic forces to persist enables them to reap greater profits and balance their accounts more easily. Old Lin, having navigated the treacherous waters of politics for decades, is well aware of the local officials' mindset in the Radiant Sun Empire. Yet, as an outsider, he finds himself powerless to rectify such circumstances. Furthermore, Vivi has not been idle. During this period, the capital has witnessed a bloodbath, with countless nobles and officials facing confiscation of their properties and extermination. Local bureaucrats have been executed in waves. In addition, a substantial number of regulatory models from Blue Star have been introduced in an attempt to strengthen oversight of these individuals, though the results have been largely ineffective. Administrative measures have proven futile, and even direct executions yield no lasting change. Even if one were to eliminate the current nobility and replace them with a culture-imbued commoner who has suffered under their rule, the new appointee would likely engage in the same oppressive practices. What then is the solution? It is impossible to eradicate the entire populace. The empire has rotted to its very core, beyond the influence of a single empress or the supreme intentions of a pantheon of deities. Chapter 465. The root lies in extraordinary power. After considerable contemplation, I have, albeit reluctantly, identified a source, though this remains a subjective conjecture unsupported by empirical data. The old man Lin spoke, his tone unusually laden with hesitation. "Do share." He gestured for him to proceed, sensing the direction of the discourse. Extraordinary power, Lin mused, is the root cause of all this turmoil. On Blue Star, we often espouse the notion of equality among all people. However, this notion transcends mere character and touches upon the essence of life itself. Each individual possesses but a single life. When a person is slain, they perish. Should the common folk find themselves unable to survive, they will inevitably rise in rebellion. As the adage goes, are nobles and commoners born of different blood? This principle, however, holds little weight in our current world. Once the powerful cultivators reach a consensus, the ordinary populace is left with no recourse but to suffer in silence. For any attempt to resist would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. An army of 1,000,000 destitute souls can be easily vanquished by a mere charge from a knightly order of 1,000 cultivators. Not to mention those individuals wielding even greater powers, the demigods and deities, regardless of how many ordinary lives stand against them, would reduce them to mere ash under the weight of forbidden spells. From the perspective of life itself, this realm is inherently unequal. Consequently, the ensuing disparities in character are but a natural consequence. Have you noticed that the vast majority of aristocrats in this world often do not regard those without noble bloodlines as human at all? At this juncture, Lin paused, casting a peculiar glance at Su-yi. Interestingly, our delegation encountered a similarly absurd situation in the imperial capital recently. Upon our arrival, the only noble willing to engage with us was Her Majesty the Empress. The other aristocrats, upon realizing that few among us possessed any cultivation or noble lineage, regarded us with disdain. This made our negotiations exceedingly arduous, as those haughty nobles scarcely deemed it worthwhile to meet with us. When they did, it was with an air of contempt, as if we were but mere commoners lacking proper bloodlines, only standing here under the Empress's protection. The prospect of discussing collaboration was utterly unfathomable. For the most part, we were left to interact with the servants of these aristocrats. It was not until one of our young team members devised a plan that we saw a glimmer of hope. Do you know what it was? Sui, curious at the peculiar expression on Lin's face, inquired. What was it? He suggested that we promote in the imperial capital that the people of the 9 provinces are all descendants of the ancient divinity Yan Huang, and that our delegation, including you, the Godslayer, share this illustrious lineage. While this might not strictly be a lie, most of the paternal genes of our people indeed trace back to a few venerable ancestors. I initially doubted the efficacy of such an abstract approach. Yet, given the difficulties in negotiations, I thought it worth a try. The results were, to put it mildly, astonishingly effective. Old Lin scratched his head in irritation and remarked, "Those pompous nobles previously regarded you, a formidable being capable of slaying deities, with great reverence, while they looked down upon us ordinary folk devoid of any cultivation. Now, upon discovering our shared bloodline, they have suddenly become exceedingly amiable. The nobility who once scoffed at us have even taken it upon themselves to personally deliver gifts and apologize, claiming ignorance of our esteemed lineage, which led to their prior indifference. Their sudden shift from disdain to deference is quite amusing. Yet, this is the reality of our world. The successful negotiations our delegation has achieved are fundamentally a result of your influence. By the way, I have heard that within the noble circles of the Radiant Sun Empire, there exists a specialized family bloodline chart, wherein the highest-ranked bloodlines now include not only the Radiant Sun family, but also the Yan Huang family, standing side by side. Old Lin bore an expression akin to one who wishes to vent, yet finds himself at a loss for words, clearly feeling quite distressed. However, this opportunistic behavior, clinging to bloodlines for prestige, merely reflects his personal discontent with the state of the world. For the official stance of JoJo, the priority lies in collaborating with the magical realm. As for the magical world itself, it is a matter of mere respect and well-wishing. After all, blindly assisting others was a folly JoJo committed in its early days, resulting in considerable losses. The current outlook of JoJo's authorities is that as long as business is conducted within the bounds of propriety, they have no qualms about how others conduct their affairs, provided it does not impede their ability to profit and sustain their families. It is precisely this official attitude that compels Old Lin, despite his disdain for the conduct of the noble class, to confide in Su-yi, unless the inherent inequality of life is addressed. This world will merely treat symptoms rather than the underlying issues. Old Lin seemed to reflect deeply, perhaps hinting at something more significant. Thus, I believe Blue Star should reconsider its engagement with these extraordinary powers. He was acutely aware that Su-yi had long harbored intentions of promoting cultivation in Blue Star. Indeed, The Jojo military had already trained a cadre of warriors in magical martial arts. Although the current engagement with these extraordinary powers appears beneficial from a long-term perspective, Old Lin, having witnessed the current state of the world, harbored concerns that it might not bode well. Such an evident point was not lost on Su Yi. Far from being a fool, understood completely. Yet, he shook his head and replied, "Every matter has two sides. One must not abandon the pursuit due to fear of potential pitfalls. This is not an issue of abandoning pursuits," Old Lin replied gravely, "but a challenge we must confront. Presently, with your presence, the strength of our national machinery far surpasses that of individual cultivators, ensuring an equitable relationship between ordinary people and those who cultivate. But what of a century from now, or even a millennium later? This is not merely a matter of changing mindsets. It is an objective reality. A cultivator capable of withstanding mountains, with a lifespan extending hundreds or even thousands of years, impervious to blades and immune to the ravages of time. The chasm between cultivators and ordinary individuals is vaster than that which separates humans from dogs. To assert that they are akin to frail commoners is a fallacy. From a scientific perspective, it is challenging to even categorize them as belonging to the same species, as there exists no foundational equality between the two. In novels where spiritual energy has been revitalized over hundreds or thousands of years, and multitudes have acquired extraordinary powers yet still perceive themselves as ordinary. Such notions are merely the fanciful fabrications of their creators, an occurrence that is unequivocally impossible in the realm of reality. Chapter 466. The world is not a dichotomy indeed. This matter has long occupied Su Yi's thoughts. Is there anything amiss with the old man Lin's assertions? Certainly not. They are as pragmatic as they come. Can one reasonably expect those endowed with extraordinary powers to coexist harmoniously with ordinary individuals, to regard each other as brothers, while still perceiving themselves as part of humanity? Evolutionary theory may suffice for discourse, but who among the normal populace would consider the monkeys and the trees as their kin? The disparities between the elite cultivators and common folk are vastly greater than those between humans and monkeys. The formidable beings in the tribulation phase of the cultivation world could easily cleave the blue star asunder. Regardless of the myriad lives that inhabit it, they are but a thought away from annihilation. Yet, a mere ordinary person would struggle against even 1,000, or perhaps just 100 monkeys in a fray. Not even Tyson could prevail under such circumstances. Aside from the absence of reproductive isolation and some superficial similarities, perceiving cultivators and ordinary people as fundamentally distinct entities is entirely justified. Ideologies and beliefs evolve with the passage of time and environmental influences. Millennia hence, what distinction would a cultivator draw between those incapable of cultivation and the monkeys seen through the eyes of ordinary humans? From any perspective, the metaphysical realms will inevitably gravitate toward a magical world. The delineation between cultivators and commoners is stark. Admittedly, the magical world represents an extreme case. Other metaphysical realms may not exhibit such severity. However, even in the authentic cultivation realm where Lin Yi resides, Su Yi has yet to hear her mention how the ordinary folk fare. To cultivators, these mortals are inherently expendable. At most, they may occasionally provide protection for some of these ordinary individuals, enlisting them for tasks they find too menial or cumbersome to undertake themselves. This is akin to humans supplying fodder to oxen and horses in exchange for their labor in plowing fields and transporting people. Such protection does not stem from a sense of kinship, but rather from the utility these creatures offer as tools. This reflects an objective historical pattern, showcasing the varying developmental models of disparate systems. To a certain extent, both Su Yi and the old man Lin are imposing the moral standards of technological civilization upon a metaphysical one. This in itself can be perceived as a form of prejudice and arrogance. They believe in the inherent equality of all individuals. This belief is rooted in the technological world, where the existence of the vast majority contributes meaningfully to civilization, thus warranting equality. Yet in the metaphysical realm, this reasoning falls flat. Cultivators devote decades, even centuries, to honing their powers. When faced with external threats, it is the cultivators who engage in battle, and when confronted by demons and monsters, it is they who resolve the crisis. They epitomize the advanced productive forces of the metaphysical world and are the pioneers of civilization. Now, to assert to them that despite their arduous cultivation, even if an ordinary person lacks their strength and longevity, the contributions of a lifetime to civilization may pale in comparison to a cultivator's casual dispatching of a few beasts on their way down the mountain at dawn. Yet, they are still considered equals. Is this just? Reality is not merely a matter of shouting slogans. It is a tangible existence that remains immutable. The disparity between ordinary individuals and cultivators arises from their divergent environments and educational backgrounds, a notion that seems utterly absurd. While one might argue that on Blue Star, where everyone possesses two shoulders and a singular mind, there exists little difference, provided they receive similar education and inhabit akin surroundings. The gap between excellence and mediocrity can indeed be narrowed. However, this rationale falters in the realm of metaphysics. Cultivation is akin to mathematics. One without innate talent is simply unfit for cultivation, providing an ordinary individual devoid of aptitude. With the finest environment, abundant resources, exceptional cultivation techniques, and comprehensive mentorship would only yield a singular instance that cannot be replicated en masse. The two civilizations are inherently incompatible. While the technological realm may deem the metaphysical one as primitive and backward, the latter might retort with accusations of indecisiveness and idealism directed at the former. What Sui endeavors to accomplish is to amalgamate the strengths of these two disparate civilizations, a challenge he must confront head-on. He has pondered these dilemmas and devised potential solutions. After a moment of reflection, he articulated his thoughts in response to Old Man Lin's concerns. The discord between these two forms of civilization is fundamentally irreconcilable. To synthesize their respective advantages, we must first merge their modes of thinking. You believe we can maintain the current state of affairs solely because the metaphysical realm is nascent on Blue Star, suppressed by our formidable power, which deters cultivators from asserting dominance over ordinary people. While this perspective holds merit, it overlooks a crucial point, that I, or rather we, may no longer exist. This is a quintessential viewpoint from the technological side, as mortality is an inherent aspect of humanity. Yet in the metaphysical realm, death is not an absolute certainty. What if, after millennia, I remain alive, still the most potent being capable of subduing the entire world? It is not beyond the realm of possibility to wield metaphysical power, to suppress all dissenting thoughts while employing technological principles to govern. Moreover, I perceive no hierarchy between the two civilizations. In a world of pure metaphysics, such as the magical realm, ordinary individuals pose no threat to cultivators, allowing the latter to dominate. However, let us not stray too far. How many can withstand the nuclear arms present on Blue Star? As civilization progresses, these technological weapons, infused with spiritual energy, will only grow in potency. While it is accurate to state that cultivators and ordinary individuals cannot be classified as the same species, this is true only within the context of the metaphysical realm's ordinary people. The ordinary individuals of the technological realm are not necessarily mere prey to be slaughtered. In Su Yi's view, the two forms of civilization can indeed complement one another harmoniously. Just as the esoteric transmission jade slips can impeccably resolve the bottleneck of knowledge inheritance encountered in the interstellar realm, the practitioners of technology in that domain may not be entirely devoid of necessity for them. While you, as a cultivator, toil ceaselessly in search of rare, celestial materials, those in the technological sphere, armed with sufficient prowess, may simply devise methods to mass-produce what you seek. Be it talismans or alchemical elixirs, once the principles are elucidated, the technological side can replicate them en masse, far surpassing the efficiency of your gradual cultivation process. The transmission jade slips serve as an exemplary illustration of this concept. Currently, the mass production technology in the Tianyu Group's laboratory has reached a near state of maturity. With full operational capacity, the Tianyu Group can produce, in a single day, the transmission jade slips that would take an entire year for all cultivators in Lin Iran's realm of cultivation to manufacture. This exemplifies the synergistic advantages of both sides. The world is inherently chaotic. It is not merely a binary opposition of black and white, but rather depends on how one navigates and balances these forces. Chapter 467. MVP settlement screen, Soo-e and the old man Lin ascended the steps, engaging in a discussion of significant matters regarding the fates of two realms in this rather unserious setting. While Lin's thoughts were undoubtedly valid and would naturally come to fruition under ordinary circumstances, Soo-e believed that to disregard something with evident benefits simply due to the potential drawbacks it may incur would be akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Aware that he could not persuade Lin otherwise, the old man refrained from further elaboration. His intention in broaching the subject was more out of concern that Soo-e had overlooked this aspect, rather than a desire to abandon the metaphysical system that Blue Star had gradually begun to embrace. Since Soo-e had already contemplated this factor and devised a countermeasure, Lin's apprehensions were clearly unwarranted. Many matters unfold in such a manner. Once one comprehends the repercussions of an action, solutions naturally present themselves. The true fear lies in those who embark on a venture without considering the potential consequences, as that is a path fraught with chaos. The 99 steps, though seemingly numerous, were insignificant for those with even a modicum of cultivation. Soo-e had already reached the pinnacle of the Chi training stage, equivalent to a formidable figure of dual mastery at the 9th tier in the magical realm. Ascending the steps was therefore a trivial task. Despite his advanced age, Lin had previously benefited from the life water to prolong his life, and when the 9 provinces introduced martial and magical practices to select military units, he too had engaged in training for a time. While he did not achieve any remarkable feats, he still possessed the strength of a first-tier warrior, thus maintaining his composure and breathlessness. The delegation from the 9 provinces is situated right here. Let us take our place and converse later, Lin remarked, his brow furrowed in anticipation. By the way, we have brought a significant gift to the Empire of the Blade.